In a fantastical setting, Song Yaoyao, an orphan in her past life, graduated with a master's and a doctorate and became a military doctor. Tragically, she died from exhaustion after performing surgery at a young age, only to find herself reborn in an alternate dynasty known as the Tianfeng Kingdom. In this new life, her father holds the esteemed position of a fourth-rank official in the Ministry of Revenue, while her mother is the legitimate daughter of a second-rank general. Surrounded by the love of her parents and siblings, she resolves to embrace a carefree existence. Her motto becomes, "Live for today, for tomorrow holds its own troubles." Upon her birth, Song Yaoyao is inexplicably bound to a gossip system. Unbeknownst to her, her thoughts can be heard by her family. They have discovered that her musings are strikingly accurate, leading them to confine her within the estate for her safety. When she turns 12 and is compelled to attend a palace banquet, the emperor and his ministers uncover her secret. Soon, she is bestowed the title of a sixth-rank official, embarking on her official career in the ancient realm. However, on her very first day at work, she inadvertently exposes the private matters of ministers, causing them to faint from shock. What revelations will Song Yaoyao bring forth in her bureaucratic journey? How will she influence the development of the Tianfeng Kingdom? Chapter 1. The Palace Banquet. Today is finally the day to indulge. Calm down, host. Try not to act as if you've never seen a feast before. Look at this dragon and phoenix platter filled with abalone and rare delicacies. It makes my mouth water. And this peony jelly, adorned with petals and made from rose and honey. I must have several bites. The celestial fruits look delightful too, filled with lychees, longans, and dragon fruits. After all these years in this world, I've nearly forgotten their taste. Thus, Song Minister and his wife entered the palace with their 2 sons and 2 daughters. This marked Song Yaoyao's first venture into the imperial palace. As the emperor, accompanied by the empress and concubines, took their seats, a procession of exquisite dishes was presented. Upon seeing the culinary delights, Song Yaoyao's inner voice erupted with excitement, echoing throughout the grand hall. Unfazed, Minister Song, Madam Song, and their other 3 children sat calmly. They had grown accustomed to such occurrences over the years. Since her infancy, Song Yaoyao had been conversing with her gossip system, which divulged countless secrets. Only her immediate family could hear her thoughts. The servants remained oblivious. After years of validation, they knew her revelations were true. They wished to caution her against discussing others' affairs, but the words remained lodged in their throats. Such knowledge of hidden truths could spell danger. For her safety, they had kept her confined, but with the emperor's decree, they had no choice but to bring her into the palace. As they entered, trepidation enveloped the Song family. They wondered if this visit would bring fortune or calamity. How many souls within the palace had heard her outburst? Cautiously, they surveyed the crowd, noticing the emperor, empress, and dowager queen glancing around, seemingly in search of something. Among the gathered nobles and ladies, some appeared equally curious, while others maintained composure. Minister Song's back was drenched in sweat. His children, witnessing the varied expressions among the attendees, were equally alarmed. They could only pray that Song Yaoyao would refrain from uttering anything scandalous. Meanwhile, oblivious to the tension around her, Song Yaoyao relished the feast, conversing with her system. These lychees and dragon fruits don't seem very fresh. Having something to eat is a blessing. You shouldn't be so picky. This isn't the modern world where a few hours can deliver fresh produce. True, even in this condition, it must have been hastily transported to the capital. I shall not be choosy. As she finished speaking, she popped a piece of dragon fruit into her mouth. The audience wondered, what is this modern world she speaks of? What is this ours concept?
And what is an airplane?
A flying chicken, such precious fruit, and yet she dares to complain? It seemed she had tasted even fresher delicacies. As the emperor scanned the assembly, he noted that no one had spoken aloud. Where had that voice originated? Was it perhaps a manifestation of thoughts? Suddenly, her thoughts echoed again. Isn't there supposed to be song and dance at the banquet? Are we merely to sit here, exchanging glances? No one knows. The emperor, feeling the awkwardness, cleared his throat and instructed the chief eunuch, Wang Quan, let the banquet commence. With that, a group of elegantly attired dancers entered, adorned with exotic garments and jewelry, their movements weaving tales of ancient lore. Song Yaoyao, with wide, gleaming eyes, watched in rapt attention. If I were a man, my soul would surely be captivated by that graceful waist. Just imagine holding her close. When her thoughts escaped once more, several attendees choked on their tea, caught off guard. Host, please refrain from such inappropriate thoughts. Remember, your identity decorum is essential for a lady. I understand. In merely voicing my musings in my mind, no one can hear me. But alas, many had indeed heard her. Curiosity grew regarding the audacious owner of those thoughts. Why are they all coughing? Is there something wrong with the tea? Quickly, Song Yaoyao lifted her cup, sniffing and inspecting it closely. I've tested it. Host, the tea is fine. I see. Since it is not a matter of the tea, why then did they collectively choke on the water? Guagua pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps they were lost in thought upon seeing those dancing maidens. I knew it. Any normal man would be captivated by these enchanting dancers. Chapter 2. It turns out to be her. Song Yaoyao. Those who were not choked by the tea were deemed abnormal. Those who were choked by the tea were considered normal. Those who were choked by the tea suddenly reacted. We were not seduced by the dancers. Do not speak nonsense. Oh dear, Guagua. Look at that willow-like waist and those delicate jade-like fingers. Wow, that dancer is truly impressive. She is simply breathtaking. Song Yaoyao glanced down at her own chest and sighed. Host, you are still young. Once you grow, you too will be like them. Let us hope so. All present were unaware of the meaning of breathtaking, yet from the dialogue, one could easily infer its significance. What part of a woman develops? Surely it is the bosom. Many ladies and young misses in attendance felt their faces flush. Some confused individuals asked, why are your faces so red? Is it because there are too many people in the hall, making it hot? The lady being questioned could only respond with a vague Everyone's curiosity about the voice's owner intensified. Which bold young lady dared to speak so freely? Nearby, the song minister and his family, including their 3 children, were blushing furiously upon hearing Song Yaoyao's thoughts. That wretched girl, while her thoughts may often be nonsensical, had never spoken so boldly as she did today. Many could hear her thoughts. It seemed this girl might never find a suitor. Little did Song Yaoyao know, her family was already fretting over her future. Upon hearing the suggestion, everyone's eyes lit up. What a splendid idea. Now they could discover the identity of the voice's owner. The emperor, too, was eager to know the source of the voice, hence the current proposal. Consequently, several ministers echoed, this proposal is commendable. I support it. I second the motion. Those who were confused could not discern the current situation. Hadn't the civil and military officials always been at odds? What had changed? When did the opinions of these civil and military officials become so unified? The Song minister's family grew increasingly anxious. It seemed their daughter's secret would ultimately be revealed. What would happen when everyone discovered that the voice belonged to their little daughter? What trials would their family face? Song Yaoyao remained oblivious to her family's concerns, preoccupied with what auspicious words she would say next. When it was her turn, she stood up, walked to the center of the hall, performed a bow, and upon raising her head, her heart screamed in delight. Guagua, the emperor is so handsome. Though he is older, one can easily see how striking he was in his youth. The emperor touched his own face indeed. In his youth, he had captivated many young maidens. Song Yaoyao then gazed at the empress. This empress is truly beautiful, her visage akin to peach blossoms in early spring, vibrant and alluring, her eyes as bright as stars, her nose straight, and her lips as luscious as flower petals. What a breathtaking beauty! Upon hearing the praises of her heart, the empress was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a radiant smile, further enhancing her allure. Song Yaoyao then turned her attention to the Empress Dowager. This is the Empress Dowager. Why do I find her countenance so benevolent, reminiscent of the bodhisattvas in the temple? The Empress Dowager, upon hearing that thought, was also momentarily stunned, then smiled even more kindly. Host, everyone is waiting for your auspicious words. Do not be infatuated, all right? Oh, understood. It is not my mother who repeatedly cautioned me before entering the palace not to gawk, and I was so engrossed in eating that I hardly observed the emperor and the others. Appearances, now that I am so close, I cannot help but gaze a little longer. Do not rush me. I shall now express my auspicious words. Then, the hall resonated with Song Yaoyao's melodious voice. With the bright moon overhead and silver light cascading down, may everyone's life be as complete and radiant as this mid-autumn moon. As soon as Song Yaoyao reached the center of the hall, the familiar voice echoed again, and everyone had already deduced that the owner of the voice was none other than this young girl before them. The tone of the voice matched perfectly with that of Song Yaoyao's previous words. The emperor, empress, and empress dowager all scrutinized the young girl in the center of the hall, while everyone present curiously appraised Song Yaoyao. The girl's face retained the softness of childhood, yet one could glimpse the budding beauty she would become. Her brows were delicate and elongated, resembling distant mountains shrouded in mist, imparting an air of tranquility and mystery. Her lips were rosy, like flower petals, revealing two small canine teeth when she smiled, Song Yaoyao's true self. The emperor gazed at the demure girl before him and reflected on the thoughts he had just heard. Her exterior and inner self seemed utterly incongruous. What is your name?
Whose child are you?
I do not recall having seen you before. I have never been out before. Today is my first outing. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. With her lively thoughts, no family would dare allow her to venture outside. The Empress Dowager smiled. This child pleases me greatly. I bestow upon her a pair of jade bangles. Happiness struck unexpectedly, and Song Yaoyao hurriedly knelt to express her gratitude. The Empress said, "This child also delights me. I present her with a pearl and ruby hairpin." Song Yaoyao quickly knelt to thank the Empress. The Empress Dowager and Empress were particularly pleased by the praise they received from Song Yaoyao's heart, which prompted their generous gifts. Song Yaoyao remained puzzled as to why she had received rewards. "Mother, please keep these for me." Madame Song forced a smile. "Very well." Song Yaoyao continued her conversation with Guagua. "Guagua, why did I receive a reward? Is it because I am so adorable that everyone likes me? Indeed, I am the most charming little darling." Guagua could no longer contain himself and retorted, "Host, could you exhibit some self-awareness? You are still a mere child. If one disregards your face and focuses solely on your figure, they cannot even distinguish your front from your back." Guagua, you wretched system. Chapter 3. Encountering an assassin. Everyone listened to the exchange between Song Yaoyao and the one called Guagua, their shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. One young gentleman could no longer restrain himself and burst into laughter. Those nearby quickly covered his mouth. Today was the first time they had encountered such an oddity of hearing others' thoughts. With the emperor remaining silent, they dared not move. Subsequently, many noble young ladies began a showcase of their talents. Song Yaoyao watched with great interest. After the noble young ladies performed, a group of dancers entered to present their dance. Host, host, danger, danger. Among these dancers, the tallest one in the last row is an assassin. Upon hearing this thought, all eyes in the hall were drawn to the tall dancer in the last row. An assassin? Oh my heavens! How terrifying! Attending a palace banquet and encountering an assassination attempt. Host, he is a man disguised as a woman, mingling among the dancers, intending to assassinate the emperor. His weapon is a soft sword, concealed around his waist. His cuff concealed a dagger, coated with lethal poison. Song Yaoyao anxiously exclaimed, "What should I do? How can I alert the emperor and everyone present? If I directly warn them, will the emperor consider me an accomplice of the assassin? Let me think. What can I do?" At this critical moment, why can't I come up with any solution? In the center of the grand hall, the dancers waved their long sleeves, gracefully beginning their performance. No one was aware of the turmoil in Song Yaoyao's heart, yet several skilled bodyguards had already surrounded the emperor. Just as she pondered her next move, the tall dancer suddenly drew the hidden dagger from her sleeve and lunged toward the emperor, prompting the nearby bodyguards to spring into action. A collective scream erupted from the audience, with many hastily retreating to safety. Minister Song shielded his wife, ushering several of the Song family's children to a safe distance. Startled by the scene, Song Yaoyao quickly sought refuge beneath a table. Once concealed, she peered out to observe the unfolding chaos, muttering to herself, "Guagua, I haven't thought of a plan yet. How did they start fighting? Wow, that bodyguard used the severing lineage kick. How impressive. He's so handsome, truly my idol. Host, please refrain from assigning ridiculous names to martial arts techniques. What emerges from your mouth twists their elegance into something rather vulgar. For now, stop spectating and hide properly. Your backside is still exposed." Upon hearing this inner dialogue, everyone turned to glance at Song Yaoyao, who was half hidden under the table, her lower body protruding outwards as she awkwardly wriggled to conceal herself further. This sight alleviated the fear in their hearts, and some couldn't help but stifle laughter. The seemingly demure girl from the Song family turned out to possess such a wild spirit, truly a delightful character. Just as she attempted to burrow further under the table, someone pulled her out. Upon turning, she saw it was her elder brother, and she offered no resistance. He grasped her collar, swiftly transporting them to a relatively safe location. After the Song family distanced themselves, they realized their little girl was missing. Hearing her inner thoughts and looking up, they spotted Song Yaoyao with her bottom in the air beneath the table. At 12 years of age, such a display under broad daylight was quite improper. Seeing the anger on her parents' faces, Song Yaoyao extended her hand to tug at her mother's sleeve, feigning innocence with tear-filled eyes. "Mother, there's an assassin in." Scared, as she spoke, she anxiously patted her heart. Although her mother recognized the act, the sight of her daughter's pitiful expression softened her heart. Suppressing her irritation, Mrs. Song reproached, "If you know fear, why didn't you hide farther away?" "I understand. I will definitely keep my distance next time." Mrs. Song glared at her. "You hope there will be a next time?" "Mother, please don't be angry. It was merely a slip of the tongue. When we return home, I'll massage your shoulders and legs. How about that?" "All right." Song Yaoyao stuck out her tongue, relieved to have navigated through this predicament. In her previous life, Song Yaoyao, also named Song Yaoyao, was a versatile military doctor. Abandoned at the door of an orphanage, she was taken in by the headmistress and grew up there. Gifted with intelligence, she learned early on that her desires could only be fulfilled through hard work. Consequently, she studied diligently, consistently ranking first in her class. During the college entrance examination, she achieved exceptional results and enrolled in her desired military medical university. After 8 years of continuous study, she graduated with honors and joined the military as a doctor. Over 10 years of service, she also learned a great deal about traditional Chinese medicine from an elderly practitioner. Just as she thought she would spend her life this way, a border conflict led to her collapsing from exhaustion while treating injured soldiers, and she never awakened again. When consciousness returned, she found herself as the unborn child of Mrs. Song, bound to a peculiar system. Upon arriving in this world, she discovered she had entered a fictional dynasty that had never existed in Chinese history. Her father, Song Shiyuan, held the esteemed position of Deputy Minister of Revenue, while her mother, Ning Weining, was the legitimate daughter of a high-ranking general, both deeply in love without concubines or illegitimate children in their household. Her elder brother, Song Qingyu, aged 17, was well-versed in both literature and martial arts, already betrothed to the legitimate daughter of a loyal general. Her second brother, Song Qinghui, 15, had a penchant for martial skills, often training in military camps. Her elder sister, Song Qingling, 14, was gentle and graceful, excelling in poetry, painting, music, and embroidery, a quintessential lady of high society, currently in the process of matchmaking. In comparison to her elder sister, Song Yaoyao felt utterly inadequate. In her past life, being an orphan compelled her to rely solely on herself, driving her to strive relentlessly. Chapter 4. Revelations. However, this life is different. She is blessed with loving parents and siblings, and enjoys the privileges of a wealthy young lady. Free from worries about food and clothing. Why should she toil tirelessly? In her previous life, Song Yaoyao labored ceaselessly and found it utterly exhausting. In this life, she simply desires to live more leisurely. When Song Yaoyao passed away in her last life, she had never even had a boyfriend, which she now reflects upon with a sense of regret. Her current mindset is one of indulgence, to savor the present and let tomorrow's troubles come when they may. Why not lounge about, admire handsome men, and enjoy life? In this life, Song Yaoyao wishes to live comfortably and elegantly. Song Yaoyao has no interest in poetry or painting, nor does she care for playing the piano or embroidering. With no smartphones or tablets to pass the time, and with her parents forbidding her from leaving the estate, under the pretext that there are many dangers outside, fearing she may be abducted, she soon finds herself quite bored. Thus, she takes a small stool and joins the servants, bringing along some sunflower seeds to share while listening to their gossip. At first, the servants were apprehensive of the young mistress who approached them, but as time passed, they became familiar with her, realizing she enjoyed their stories, and thus shared them with greater enthusiasm. Madame Song, upon witnessing her daughter's carefree demeanor, had scolded and punished her, yet to no avail. Her daughter was entirely headstrong. This left Madame Song deeply troubled. Following the recent palace banquet, an uncertain fate awaited them. At this moment, the assassin had been subdued and was lying on the ground. The guards dislocated the assassin's jaw and retrieved the poison hidden in his teeth, then searched him thoroughly, confiscating the soft sword concealed at his waist. Most perplexing, however, was when a couple of large steamed buns were found tucked within his clothing. The assassin was then taken away. Once the assassin departed, their attention shifted back to Song Yaoyao. The assassin, disguised as a woman and armed with a dagger and soft sword, aligned perfectly with the information previously relayed by Guagua. Could it be that Guagua possessed prophetic abilities? Were Song Yaoyao aware of the thoughts swirling around her, she would undoubtedly inform everyone that they were overthinking. Guagua was merely a gossiping system, lacking any foresight, though it did possess knowledge of past events. Feeling the gazes of those around her, Song Yaoyao mused, "Guagua, what is going on? Is there something on my face that has everyone staring at me?" "I have no idea either," replied Guagua. The Empress instructed her maidservants and guards to swiftly tidy up the damaged items in the hall, and the banquet resumed. Observing the Empress's actions, Song Yaoyao wondered, logically, after an assassination attempt, shouldn't the banquet be concluded? Yet here we are, cleaning up only to continue? Is it that I have experienced too little? Or is everyone else here simply exceptionally resilient? Alas, I must be getting old. I've grown too accustomed to a tranquil life and cannot withstand such disturbances. Guagua, in the system space, could hardly contain a grimace at her words. The onlookers couldn't help but twitch their lips. "Little girl, listen to what you're saying. You are merely 12 years old, still just a child. How can you claim to be old? If you are old, what does that make the adults around you? Old monsters?" Having lost interest in the songs echoing through the grand hall, Song Yaoyao turned to Guagua and said, "Guagua, are you not able to detect the thoughts of those within 10 meters of me? Please share." "Host, I have been eager to tell you. Earlier, when you were enjoying yourself, I refrained from interrupting your pleasure. Since you are keen to know now, I shall disclose it. Do you see the fourth-rank official seated not far from you? The slender, middle-aged man with a long beard, who has an air of a scholar. I see him. What of it?" The gazes of the crowd converged on the fourth-rank official and his family, scrutinizing them thoroughly. The family, sensing the attention directed towards them, exchanged polite nods, albeit confused by the scrutiny. Then Guagua spoke again. "Do not be deceived by his virtuous appearance. He is nothing but scum." This fourth-rank official, named Liu Guangxu, was exceptionally intelligent from a young age. His parents sent him to a private school, where he excelled in his studies, impressing everyone. The teacher, Mr. Wang, was fond of Liu Guangxu and, after discussions with his parents, arranged a betrothal for his only daughter, Wang Xiuxiu, with him. Tragically, when Liu Guangxu was 10, his father perished in a mountain accident, leaving the family impoverished and unable to afford his education. Faced with the prospect of dropping out, Liu's mother sought Mr. Wang, presenting the betrothal contract and requesting that Liu Guangxu be allowed to continue his studies. Mr. Wang, recognizing Liu's potential, agreed, but on the condition that when he grew old, he would be supported by his son-in-law and daughter, as his own wife had passed away, leaving him solely reliant on his daughter. To continue his education, Liu's mother and Liu Guangxu consented. Wang Xiuxiu was a refined young woman, well-educated and talented in her own right. While Liu Guangxu studied away from home, Wang Xiuxiu frequently visited to assist Liu's mother, providing care and support in every way. Liu Guangxu indeed proved to be a diligent student, earning the title of scholar after several years. Wishing to pursue further studies, he proposed attending the academy in the county, and Mr. Wang, after much consideration of his finances, reluctantly consented. However, following Liu Guangxu's success, his mother began to disdain Wang Xiuxiu, deeming her unworthy of her son. Yet Liu Guangxu still relied on Mr. Wang for his education, and though he looked down upon Wang Xiuxiu, he did not act excessively. This Liu's mother is utterly shameless, playing both sides. Chapter 5. The Minister Liu Guangxu. Guagua interjected, who could deny it? After Liu Guangxu arrived in the county town, he unexpectedly, in a short span, became entangled with the wealthy merchant's daughter, Li Huilan. Li Huilan admired Liu Guangxu's intellect, and he seized the opportunity to portray himself as a wretched soul. Coerced into marrying the grotesque daughter of his mentor, he lamented his misfortune, claiming that his mentor, emboldened by their betrothal, pressured him into providing for him in his old age. Upon hearing this, Li Huilan was infuriated. A married daughter was akin to spilled water. And how could a son-in-law be expected to support his father-in-law? Such a notion was utterly improper and against propriety. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. She enlisted a band of thieves, who stormed into Wang Fusher's home, brutally slaughtering both Wang Fusher and Wang Xiuxiu. The thieves ransacked the house, creating the appearance of a robbery. Song Yaoyao exclaimed in outrage, "This is utterly depraved." Guagua, were those thieves eventually apprehended by the authorities? Did they trace it back to Li Huilan? The crowd collectively gasped. The cruelty was staggering. Who would have thought Liu Guangxu harbored such malice? Seeking to eliminate Wang Fusher and Wang Xiuxiu while manipulating Li Huilan into becoming the instrument of their demise? Guagua continued to divulge. The thieves were discreetly dealt with by those sent by Li Huilan. When the neighbors discovered the bodies of Wang Fusher and Wang Xiuxiu, it had already been several days. Their corpses had begun to decompose. The neighbors promptly reported it to the authorities, yet the local magistrate found no leads, rendering this a mysterious, unsolved case. Under Liu Guangxu's persuasive charm, Li Huilan, without the customary matchmaking, became involved with Liu Guangxu and soon found herself with child. When Li Laoi discovered her condition, he was initially displeased but, recognizing Liu Guangxu's potential to elevate their family, reluctantly consented to their union, despite the absence of formal arrangements. The Li family, being affluent, could certainly support Liu Guangxu. Thus, Liu Guangxu secured a wealthy bride without offering a single penny in betrothal gifts, consequently enjoying a life free from want. After amassing some silver, Liu Guangxu purchased a residence and acquired servants, bringing his mother to the county to live a life of comfort. Thanks to Li Laoi, he befriended numerous wealthy merchants and gradually developed ambitions, no longer content with a life under Li Laoi's thumb. Liu Guangxu conspired with outsiders to eliminate Li Laoi's sons, some meeting their demise, while others were rendered incapacitated. Li Laoi suspected foul play against his family, but never once considered Liu Guangxu, who maintained the facade of a bookish scholar, engrossed solely in scholarly pursuits. After the deaths of Li Laoi's sons, Liu Guangxu captured the two sons of Li Laoi's close servant, coercing the servant into administering poison to Li Laoi. The servant, lacking progeny of his own, felt compelled to betray Li Laoi to ensure the continuation of his brother's line. This servant had served Li Laoi faithfully for over 20 years,
which is why he had not been on guard.
A year later, Li Laoi succumbed to the poison, and Liu Guangxu seized control of the entire Li family. After Li Laoi's death, Liu Guangxu moved his mother into the Li residence. Despite fearing public gossip, he retained the Li name, while exerting complete control over the estate. Fate was indeed blind. Several years later, Liu Guangxu passed the imperial examination, eventually being appointed as the second highest in the palace examination. During the celebratory procession, he caught the eye of his current wife, Qing Qinqin, a secondary daughter of the Duke of the State. Although a secondary daughter, she was well suited for Liu Guangxu. Upon learning of the Duke's intentions to marry her to him, Liu Guangxu was elated, yet upon seeing Qing Qinqin's appearance, he was filled with disdain. She was rather stout and lacked feminine grace. However, when weighed against power and influence, what did a plain woman matter? The daughter of the Duke could never be a concubine, thus Liu Guangxu was forced to demote Li Huilan to that status. Li Huilan was understandably resentful. After all, Liu Guangxu had just achieved the rank of the second highest, and she had aspired to be a lady of status, not a mere concubine. Yet Liu Guangxu was resolute, leaving Li Huilan no recourse but to threaten him with the memory of Wang Fusher and Wang Xiuxiu's demise, hoping to dissuade him from his decision. This, however, served only to remind Liu Guangxu of his own sordid past. Resolute in his intentions, he arranged for her demise while she was at the temple, orchestrating a staged attack by bandits who killed Li Huilan and her daughter. After her death, Liu Guangxu feigned deep sorrow, garnering sympathy from all who believed him to be a man of devotion, lamenting Li Huilan's unfortunate fate and that of her daughter, who had barely enjoyed the status of an official's wife. After Li Huilon's passing, Liu Guangxu faced no opposition, utilizing the Li family's wealth to marry Cheng Qinqin. With the support of the duke's household over the years, Liu Guangxu ascended to the rank of a fourth-grade minister. Although the position of minister was relatively idle, it nonetheless represented a significant advancement compared to the arduous struggles of others. Upon hearing Liu Guangxu's rise to power, Song Yaoyao shivered involuntarily. Officials seated near Liu Guangxu shifted their positions, distancing themselves from him. The entire assembly felt a chill, realizing that beneath Liu Guangxu's scholarly demeanor lay a man capable of heinous acts, murdering his mentor, his betrothed, his wife, and even his own daughter. One must never judge a book by its cover. At this moment, Song Yaoyao's thoughts resonated. Guagua. Is this what they call a man without virtue? Liu Guangxu has ascended solely by leveraging women, a true sponge. Not only has he taken countless lives, but he has even turned against his own flesh and blood. Even a tiger spares its young. Liu Guangxu is indeed lower than a beast. Such a man in power, can the common folk ever live in peace? Thankfully, he occupies a mere idle post. Should he rise to a position of influence, who knows who he might eliminate next? Those who heard her thoughts nodded in agreement. If ever Liu Guangxu were to gain substantial power, it would surely spell disaster. The emperor, upon hearing these thoughts, was struck with disbelief. How could such a malevolent individual exist among his ministers? Chapter 6. The emperor's understanding of Song Yaoyao. What day might the emperor find himself dissatisfied with his reign? Contemplating his own demise? With this thought, the emperor promptly summoned Wang Quan and whispered a few words into his ear, to which Wang Quan nodded in response. The emperor was indeed curious to discern the veracity of the matters that Song Yaoyao had expressed in her innermost thoughts. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao continued to inquire, Guagua, do you think the Duke of the State knows about Liu Guangxu's affairs? He is well aware. Before marrying off his daughter, he thoroughly investigated Liu Guangxu's ancestry.
Guagua.
Do you believe the Duke of the State is not concerned that Liu Guangxu, once in power, might lead them to a fate akin to that of the Li family? The Duke is exceedingly confident and hardly regards Liu Guangxu as a threat, hence he remains untroubled. Having such a wolf in close proximity, the Duke may yet find himself weeping. The onlookers observed the Liu Guangxu family and then the Duke's family, their expressions unchanged, seemingly oblivious to Song Yaoyao's thoughts. Curiosity arose regarding why some could hear her thoughts while others could not. At this moment, the performances in the grand hall had concluded, and everyone awaited the latest gossip. However, Song Yaoyao's thoughts fell silent. The empress continued to attend to the various ladies and young misses, while the emperor, seeking an excuse, led all the attending ministers away to the Yangxin Hall. Upon arrival, the emperor was the first to speak. Esteemed ministers, did you all hear about the second daughter of Minister Song Yaoyao? He intended to utter the words innermost thoughts. Yet as the phrase lingered on his tongue, it felt as if someone had seized him by the throat, rendering him unable to articulate it. His face flushed crimson, and he involuntarily began to cough. Wang Quan quickly stepped forward to pat his back, while the ministers anxiously inquired, Your Majesty, are you unwell? The emperor waved his hand. Having tried several times to speak of innermost thoughts or related notions, only to find himself choked by the very idea. After a moment of recovery, the emperor continued, Did you all hear what transpired at the banquet? A few ministers expressed confusion, questioning what they were meant to have heard, while others nodded in understanding. Several among the ministers experienced a similar choking sensation when attempting to utter innermost thoughts, resulting in a fit of coughing. It dawned on them why the emperor had coughed so violently earlier. Observing the ministers' reactions, the emperor declared, Those who can hear, please step to the left. Those who cannot,
to the right.
In no time, the assembly divided itself into two groups, each consisting of an equal number of individuals. The emperor gestured, Proceed. Once the group on the right had departed, his gaze fell upon Minister Song. Minister Song, I am here. Please enlighten us about Song Yaoyao's circumstances. Song Shuyuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Indeed. Since the birth of our daughter, Song Yaoyao, my wife and I, along with our other 3 children, have been able to hear her thoughts, while the servants and maids in our household remain oblivious. The system, known as Guagua, has been with her since birth. And through her dialogues with Guagua, we have come to understand that our daughter has been reincarnated with the memories of her previous life. Over the years, We have verified countless times that whatever she discusses with Guagua is indeed true. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in murmurs. So, Liu Guangxu's acts of killing his mentor, his fiancée, his wife, and his daughter are indeed true? It is astonishing to discover Liu Guangxu's ruthless nature. Serving alongside such a person, we must be ever vigilant. How can someone so heartless and vile exist? Such a person is unworthy of holding office. The emperor raised his hand, and the ministers immediately quieted. He continued, "Why is it that some can hear while others cannot? This humble servant does not know. Since Song Yaoyao's birth, have you kept her confined within the estate? Indeed. The system known as Guagua possesses knowledge of many private matters for the safety of our daughter. I had no choice but to do so." The emperor nodded, then inquired, "What do you know about Song Yaoyao's previous life?" "Occasionally, I hear her mention a word or two. However, the conversations she has with Guagua are entirely incomprehensible to me and my family. Thus, I remain unaware of what her past life entailed. I am curious. Today, Song Yaoyao mentioned an airplane. What is that? A flying chicken? I do not know. Very well. There will be ample opportunity to clarify in the future. As for Liu Guangxu, I have already dispatched individuals to investigate. Soon we shall ascertain the truth of the matter." Understood. Upon returning home, Song Yaoyao was once again commanded by her parents to remain within the confines of the estate, forbidden from stepping outside. She had thought that after visiting the palace today, her parents would no longer confine her, yet she found herself feeling as disheartened as ever. "Guagua, I simply do not understand. I am already 12 years old. Why can I not go out? When I was younger, they claimed it was to protect me from being abducted, yet now that I have grown, they continue to use this excuse. Guagua, whose side are you truly on?" "I am undoubtedly on your side. However, your parents do have a point. Think it through." "That is also true. There have indeed been numerous incidents of abduction. For a charming girl like me, adored by all, it is understandable that I might attract attention. It is all due to my damned allure. How could it not attract others?" Guagua rolled its eyes at Song Yaoyao, who seemed utterly oblivious to her own self-importance, indulging in narcissism. "Host, while your parents may mean well, you must find a way to persuade them to allow you outside. We have exhausted every morsel in the estate, even the scraps from the kitchen dog. If we do not discover new delights, Guagua's energy will soon dwindle." "Understood. I will devise a plan." Chapter 7. The attendant the parents spoke in unison, firmly opposing her, and instead dispatched additional guards to secure the gates, repeatedly instructing them not to allow Song Yaoyao to leave. How frustrated Song Yaoyao felt. Guagua continued to urge her to devise a means of escape. Yet the household's defenses were impenetrable, leaving her at an impasse. Very well, if she could not go out, she would not. Song Yaoyao set up her small stool and made her way to the backyard to join the gossiping maids. Though the energy she accumulated was minimal, it was certainly better than none. Liu Guangxu was a notable figure in their hometown, and his affairs were easily investigated. The emperor scrutinized the findings from the secret investigations conducted by the guards. Although he had already discerned the truth from Song Yaoyao's heartfelt musings, he could not help but shudder upon seeing the results of the inquiries. What a cunning scheme it was! The secret guard had also probed into the Duke of Zhengguo's household. While they were aware of everything, they had no involvement in Li Huilan's demise. Thankfully, the Duke's household had remained uninvolved, which provided some solace to the emperor. Closing the investigative report, the emperor realized that what Minister Song had said was indeed true. Everything related to Song Yaoyao and Guagua must be authentic. He commanded the commander of the Imperial Guard to encircle Liu Guangxu's residence immediately. Subsequently, Wang Quan arrived with an imperial edict apprehending Liu Guangxu and his family, followed by a thorough search of Liu Guangxu's estate. The court officials, upon receiving this news, understood perfectly Liu Guangxu's guilt was now irrefutable. After being imprisoned, Liu Guangxu still clung to a glimmer of hope, wishing for the Duke of Zhengguo's intervention. However, the Duke was no fool. Although his family had not heard Song Yaoyao's heartfelt thoughts that day, they recognized the emperor's resolute disposition towards Liu Guangxu. Understanding that he had transgressed the emperor's boundaries, leaving no one able to save him, the Duke sent word to Qing Qinqin, advising her to seek a divorce. Failure to do so would result in her certain demise. Terrified, Cheng Qinqin began to demand a divorce from Liu Guangxu. Liu Guangxu, still hoping that the duke's household might spare his children out of consideration for Cheng Qinqin, agreed to the divorce and signed the decree. Once she obtained the divorce papers, Cheng Qinqin left without hesitation, abandoning her children, an action Liu Guangxu could scarcely fathom. These children were her own flesh and blood. How could she be so heartless? Cheng Qinqin, having narrowly escaped a fate of execution, cared little for anything else. Children could be born anew, but compared to her own life, she deemed her existence far more precious. Liu Guangxu was sentenced to immediate execution, while his young children were spared due to their tender ages, instead being sold into servitude. After dealing with Liu Guangxu, the emperor pondered the emergence of Song Yaoyao as an unpredictable variable for the Tianfeng dynasty. Was this a blessing or a curse? He recalled a sage, Master Liu, a man of profound wisdom who could surely illuminate his path. Resolute, the emperor summoned a secret guard. Go to Baiyun Temple outside the city and ensure that Master Liu comes here post-haste. I have urgent matters that require his insight. The following afternoon, the emperor met Master Liu. Master Liu, it has been too long, he greeted. Amida Buddha, your majesty, indeed it has been a while. I have already discerned the matter that occupies your thoughts. 12 years ago, I observed celestial phenomena and foretold the arrival of a fortunate star within the Tianfeng dynasty.
What?
You foresaw this 12 years ago, yet why did you not inform me? At that time, although the fortunate star had descended upon the Tianfeng dynasty, she was but an infant, and it was not yet time for her to meet your majesty. To force such a meeting could jeopardize the star's existence. Hence I refrained from revealing it. And this fortunate star is? Has your majesty not already encountered her? Moreover, you summoned me today precisely regarding this fortunate star.
Did you not?
You mean to say Song Yaoyao is that fortunate star? Indeed. The fortunate star shall bestow unprecedented fortune upon the Tianfeng dynasty. I implore your majesty to utilize this fortune wisely for the benefit of the people. Will the unique nature of the fortunate star be discovered by the other 3 kingdoms? Your majesty need not worry. It shall remain undiscovered, as fate has already determined all. Understood. After bidding farewell to Master Liu, the emperor reflected deeply on his words. He began to formulate plans for Song Yaoyao's future. The next day, after lunch, Wang Quan arrived at the minister's residence bearing an imperial edict. He specifically requested that Song Yaoyao receive the decree. When Song Yaoyao heard she was to receive a decree, she was utterly bewildered. What had she done to warrant such an honor? In this era, receiving an imperial decree required bathing and offering incense. The maid Bitao, observing the second young lady's dazed expression, grew anxious. Miss, you must hurry and prepare. Lord Wang is waiting outside. Once Song Yaoyao had bathed, adorned herself, and completed her grooming, half an hour had passed. Upon seeing her approach, Wang Quan's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Miss Song, you may now receive the decree. As everyone knelt, Wang Quan unfurled the edict and began to read. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, it has come to my attention that Song Yaoyao, daughter of Minister Song, possesses both talent and virtue, making her a paragon for women. I hereby appoint her as a 6th-rank attendant to accompany her father to court the following day. Thus decreed. The Song family was left in astonishment at the proclamation. While Song Yaoyao had no knowledge of the position of attendant, the others were fully aware. What did the emperor mean by this? An attendant was responsible for recording the emperor's daily actions, including court sessions and governmental affairs, acting as a scribe for discussions with ministers. At merely 12 years of age, why would a young girl be tasked with following an old man daily? The thoughts of the family were tumultuous, and they momentarily forgot to express their gratitude. Wang Quan interjected, Miss Song, you must receive the decree. Song Yaoyao was equally bewildered. How had she stumbled into a life of servitude? Yet she managed to say, Song Yaoyao, receive the decree. Congratulations, Miss Song.
Wang Quan exclaimed.
Minister Song quickly pulled Wang Quan aside and discreetly slipped him a red envelope. Chapter 8. Reluctance to work. Wang Quan pinched the red envelope, a thin piece of paper that clearly contained silver notes, and his smile grew more sincere. Minister Song cautiously inquired, Master Wang, what does His Majesty mean by this? Our Yaoyao is only 12 years old. accompanying the emperor daily to record his words and actions. This. Wang Quan chuckled and replied, Minister Song, you worry too much. His Majesty instructed me to convey that young Song is only responsible for recording the emperor's words and actions during court sessions, as well as discussions with the ministers regarding state affairs. There is no need for her to concern herself with other times. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Minister Song wiped away non-existent beads of sweat from his brow. After Wang Quan departed, Song Yaoyao wore a distressed expression. Father, please speak to the emperor for me. I do not wish to attend court. Moreover, the female officials in the palace remain in the harem to serve the empress. I am the only girl in the court. I really do not want to go. Minister Song sighed. Just obediently accompany your father to court. Your role is merely to record the emperor's words and actions during court sessions. The task is relatively light. Father, this is not merely a matter of how light the work is. I am only 12 years old. I truly do not wish to go to work. What does the emperor see in me that I cannot change? The imperial edict has been issued. You have no choice but to comply. Minister Song looked at his unruly daughter, feeling a headache coming on. With a flick of his sleeve, he departed. With her father gone, Yaoyao turned to her mother. Mother, you can talk to father about it. Before she could finish, Mrs. Song interrupted. No, once the imperial edict is issued, even the king of heaven himself cannot exempt you from attending court. Now, tonight, I will have the kitchen prepare your favorite braised pork. Is that acceptable? Mother, I also want to eat squirrel fish. Very well, I shall arrange for both. Yaoyao understood that with the imperial decree in place, despite her reluctance, she had to obediently attend court. At the tender age of 12, she was suddenly thrust into the life of a working individual. Yaoyao felt utterly dejected and sorrowful. What should she do? That evening, Yaoyao indulged in her favorite braised pork and squirrel fish. Guagua, observing the book Yaoyao had taken out, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes but remained curious. Indeed, Guagua, let me tell you, this charming widow is quite fierce. She directly pinned the handsome scholar next door against the wall, leaving him in a fluster before she withdrew. What a heartless woman. Why did she leave? Host, do you not remember that you must rise early at dawn tomorrow to attend court? I know. Stop urging me. Let me read for a while longer. Guagua fell silent, and the room was filled with Yaoyao's voice. This charming widow is lacking. It seems she enjoys teasing without taking any real action. Oh, if you like her, then pursue her. I'm anxious for the charming widow. Before she knew it, the night had grown late, and Yaoyao had fallen asleep without realizing it. She felt as though she had just dozed off when Bitao was already calling her to rise. Yaoyao turned over, facing away from Bitao, and sleepily murmured, Stop the noise. Let me sleep a little longer. Miss, you cannot sleep any longer. You must rise quickly, for today you are to accompany your father to court. Yaoyao found the noise unbearable, burying her head beneath the covers. Bitao continued to call her, but Yaoyao only wished to sleep. Just then, Minister Song's voice echoed from outside. Yaoyao. Bitao hurried out. Master, has the young lady awakened? No, I have called her for a long time, but she has not risen. Minister Song instructed the two matrons at the door, Go assist Bitao. You must wake the young lady.
Yes.
Bitao and the others entered the room and forcibly pulled Yaoyao out from under the covers. Yaoyao's eyes remained shut, and the two matrons held her upright while Bitao began to help her dress, groom, and adorn herself. Yaoyao's official robe had been delivered with the imperial edict the previous day. It was somewhat large, and only after Mrs. Song had someone alter it overnight was it wearable. As Yaoyao stepped out, she was supported by Bitao and the matrons, her eyes still closed. Yaoyao, wake up, Minister Song urged. Yaoyao did not open her eyes, replying, Father, just let me rest a little longer. Seeing her like this, Minister Song could only shake his head in resignation, and he hoisted Yaoyao onto his shoulder and turned to leave. Yaoyao suddenly felt a loss of weight, waking slightly to see her father carrying her, then reassuringly closed her eyes again. Minister Song carried her to the carriage and promptly placed her inside before climbing in himself. On the carriage, Yaoyao found a comfortable position and fell asleep once more. Occasionally, she smacked her lips, murmuring, Delicious, truly delicious, while drool trickled down the corner of her mouth. Sensing something, She wiped her mouth with her sleeve and continued to sleep. It was a sight that was hard to behold. Minister Song fought the impulse to kick his daughter out of the carriage and closed his eyes. If he looked any longer, he would surely unleash his pent-up frustration. How could he have such an unruly daughter? He and his wife were a match made in heaven. Their 2 sons were outstanding, and their eldest daughter was renowned as a lady of high status in the capital. Yet, this youngest daughter embodied nothing but frivolity. At 12 years old, she would soon come of age, and in her current state, would she ever find a suitable match? He couldn't think about it. The mere thought caused him a headache. As the carriage swayed forward, Yaoyao sank deeper into her slumber. After an indeterminate time, the carriage finally came to a halt. Chapter 9. Confrontation at the palace gates. As the carriage came to a halt, the young attendant outside announced, "Master, we have arrived." Minister Song gently nudged Song Yaoyao. "Yaoyao, wake up, we're here." Exhausted, Song Yaoyao feigned sleep, ignoring her father's call, appearing completely unresponsive. Resigned, Minister Song disembarked and hoisted his daughter onto his shoulder. Nearby, several other carriages had also come to a stop, from which a number of dignitaries emerged. Upon seeing Song Yaoyao being carried by her father, they exchanged incredulous glances. The news of her appointment as a junior palace attendant had spread throughout the capital. She was the first girl to attend court in such a capacity. While some looked on with envy, others harbored jealousy, yet none possessed the exceptional talents of Song Yaoyao. It was evident that the emperor had conferred this title upon her in recognition of her unique abilities. However, many wondered if Song Yaoyao was not being a tad too lazy. What kind of 12-year-old girl still required her father to carry her? Among the onlookers was the Deputy Minister of Rights, Lord Yen, who had missed the recent palace banquet due to illness and remained unaware of Song Yaoyao's remarkable capabilities. Moreover, since the emperor had decreed that no one should discuss the events of that day, and that Song Yaoyao herself must remain oblivious to the fact that others could hear her thoughts, curiosity lingered unexpressed. Lord Yen, who often clashed with Minister Song, was unaware of the happenings at the banquet. Upon learning that Minister Song's second daughter had been appointed as a junior palace attendant, he felt considerable resentment. A newly minted top scholar was required to start from the 9th rank, so why should an insignificant girl be bestowed a 6th rank position? The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt. In his mind, he cursed Minister Song's family for their good fortune, and then the emperor, whom he deemed senile. Witnessing Minister Song carrying that seemingly inconsequential girl only fueled his anger. With a hasty step, Lord Yen approached Minister Song, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Minister Song, your family truly has struck it rich. I hear your second daughter has been appointed as a junior palace attendant. Since she has entered the ranks of officials, she ought to conduct herself accordingly. Look at you, carrying little Song like this. What a disgrace. It's commendable to love one's child, but there must be limits. We cannot spoil them. At 12, she should not be reliant on her father to carry her. If word gets out, who will she marry in the future? If she is indeed lazy, then she has not been disciplined enough. As we have always believed, it is through discipline that we raise exemplary children and scholars. Your daughter is clearly in need of more correction." At that moment, Song Yaoyao opened her eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. "Father, put me down." Though her eyes had been closed as she exited the carriage, she had been fully alert and had no desire to walk. Since her father was willing to carry her, she was more than happy to oblige. Her good mood soured, however, upon encountering this meddler who had the audacity to speak so condescendingly, insinuating that she would be unmarriageable. Whether she married or not was of little concern to her. However, inciting her father to strike her was entirely unacceptable. Just as Minister Song was about to engage in a heated exchange with Lord Yen, he heard his daughter's voice and promptly halted, setting Song Yaoyao down. "Yaoyao, you're awake." "Yes, I am." Glancing at Lord Yen, Song Yaoyao's retort was instantaneous. "Sir, what did you have for breakfast today?" "I had porridge," replied Lord Yen. "Ah, that explains it," Song Yaoyao remarked. "I assume you indulged in quite a bit of pickled radish with your porridge. No wonder you're so salty today. It seems you've had too much of it and now need to relieve that salty taste." Lord Yen's face flushed crimson with indignation. You, how dare you?" "What of it?" She shot back. I could go on. Truly, it's remarkable how you can eat your own food yet worry about others. She continued. Are you not afraid of overdoing it and collapsing from the stress? Are you cursing me to death? He stammered. Have I named names? This is the first time I've heard of someone eager to die. You insolent child. How dare you speak to me this way? He sputtered, trembling as he pointed a finger at her. The gathered officials were taken aback. While it was common for them to engage in banter, they typically refrained from crossing lines due to their ranks. None had witnessed such a direct and unfiltered confrontation from a young girl like Song Yaoyao, and her words were devoid of vulgarity. Seeing Lord Yan at a loss for words, Song Yaoyao turned to Minister Song and said, Father, we should leave quickly. He looks as though he might collapse on the ground to extort money from us later. This is my first day at work, and I have yet to receive my salary. Minister Song, with a knowing nod, replied, Indeed, it appears he is preparing to faint. Let us hurry, for matters concerning money must never be taken lightly. Upon hearing this, Song Yaoyao took a step forward, with Minister Song closely following. The onlooking officials gaped at the exchange, astonished by the little lady's sharp tongue. Lord Yan, nearly on the verge of fainting with anger, found himself struggling to regain composure after her final remarks. Chapter 10. The first day at work. In ancient times, everyone cast sympathetic glances at Lord Yan. Some even patted his shoulder, wishing him good fortune as they bypassed him and headed toward the palace gates. From the recent events, it was evident that Miss Song was one who held grudges. If provoked, she could strip you of your dignity, much like that system called Guagua. Lord Yan truly lacked foresight, having offended such a formidable ancestor. Nevertheless, a splendid spectacle was surely on the horizon. The incident at the palace gates swiftly reached the emperor's ears. Upon hearing the report from the secret guards, the emperor burst into hearty laughter before saying, These old fellows, they seem to take delight in opposing me, causing me distress in the court. Yet I find myself powerless against them. Now, with such a bold girl as this, they must be feeling the consequences. With her around, there will surely be much excitement in the court and the capital. By the way, send 4 secret guards to protect her. We cannot let her come to harm. Understood. Song Yaoyao and her father, Minister Song, walked briskly, both appearing anxious to avoid any potential accusations. From time to time, they felt the scrutinizing gazes of others, particularly lingering on Song Yaoyao. Having experienced so much in her past life, she was no stranger to such looks. She paid them no mind, thinking, let them stare. It wouldn't cost me a thing. Upon arriving at the Taiha Hall, a eunuch spotted Song Yaoyao and promptly approached her, saying, Young Master Song, we have been waiting for you. Allow me to take you to meet Lord Jiang. Minister Song nodded at his daughter, and she followed the eunuch. Song Yaoyao surmised that Lord Jiang was likely her immediate superior. Lord Jiang was a gentleman in his 50s, with a kind face, a long beard, and the typical attire of a scholarly official. Song Yaoyao felt a natural sense of reverence toward him and promptly greeted, Greetings, Lord Jiang. Lord Jiang examined the young girl before him and asked, You are the legitimate second daughter of Minister Song, Song Yaoyao?
Yes.
Good, good. A girl of keen intellect. Come here. Let me discuss your duties with you.
Certainly.
After outlining her responsibilities, Lord Jiang still felt a twinge of concern, primarily due to her youth. If she were to falter in her duties, punishment would be trivial, but should the emperor take offense, it could cost her dearly. Thus, he advised, on your first day, observe how I record matters. Starting tomorrow, you will begin to take notes yourself. Understood. Song Yaoyao recognized Lord Jiang's good intentions and humbly acquiesced. Just then, a shrill voice rang out, The emperor has arrived. All the ministers knelt, proclaiming, Long live our emperor. Song Yaoyao also knelt. All rise, commanded the emperor. As the ministers stood, Lord Yan boldly stepped forward, declaring, Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. The presence of a woman in the court is highly inappropriate. There has never been a precedent for such a thing. Lord Yan was thoroughly incensed with Song Yaoyao. When had he ever been insulted? Especially by a mere girl pointing fingers at him? This was an unbearable humiliation. He could not swallow his anger, and thus began his attack as soon as the court convened. Upon hearing Lord Yan's words, Song Yaoyao inwardly muttered, right as we enter the court. This old fool jumps out like a mad dog, relentlessly pursuing me. I haven't even sought trouble with him, yet he comes knocking. Why invite disaster? If he wishes for a fight, I shall oblige. Host, this old fool is indeed a mad dog. Go for him. Guagua. Who is this person? I don't even know him. It's our first meeting today, and yet he clings to me like this? The ministers, suddenly privy to the coarse dialogue between Song Yaoyao and Guagua, perked up. Having become accustomed to her unrefined language, they discreetly leaned in, eager to catch more of the exchange. Lord Yen, foolishly seeking confrontation, had chosen the wrong target. He would soon find himself stripped bare, both figuratively and literally. For some ministers hearing this exchange for the first time, curiosity piqued as they wondered who possessed the audacity to speak so openly in the court. Yet, seeing the emperor and surrounding officials appear unfazed, they began to doubt their hearing. The voice was undoubtedly that of a woman, the only woman present, Song Yaoyao. Yet, she had not spoken aloud. Could it be her inner thoughts? Realization dawned upon them, and they collectively turned their gazes toward her. Lord Yen, enraged, recognized that the previous dialogue had indeed been between that insufferable girl and someone named Guagua. With terms like old fool being hurled, he was certain they were not compliments, though he was unaware of their exact meaning. He had observed her closely, and she had not spoken a word. Could it be that those words were her thoughts? Considering this, Lord Yen lifted his gaze once more towards Song Yaoyao. The emperor, too, inclined his ear, eager to discern the true nature of his ministers. The dialogue continued. Host, the old fool is named Yen Quan, the deputy minister of rights, holding the same rank as your father. Yen Quan has always been at odds with your father, and today he sought trouble at the palace gates out of jealousy for you both. Guagua, how shameless. What does he have to be jealous of? If he wishes to blame someone, he ought to examine his own lineage. Exactly.
Guagua chimed in.
Though they did not comprehend the concept of lineage, it became evident to all that Song Yaoyao had not spoken aloud. The ministers exchanged glances, their discomfort palpable as Minister Song wished to hide in shame, embarrassed by his daughter's vulgarity. What would others think of their family's upbringing? Having been a military doctor in her past life, Song Yaoyao was well-versed in coarse language. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. Under the emperor's subtle cue, the ministers understood that he preferred Song Yaoyao to remain unaware of their ability to hear her thoughts. Thus, while a vigorous debate erupted regarding the propriety of a woman attending court, the ministers also strained to listen, curious to see what further revelations the young Master Song might unveil. Chapter 11. Overthrowing Lord Yen. Indeed, as anticipated, everyone was eager to hear Song Yaoyao inquire, Guagua, do you have any juicy gossip about that old fellow Deng? Do share so I can indulge in some amusement. I've already decided that once I uncover the secrets of old Deng, I shall pen his tale and sell it to a storyteller, thus making it widely known throughout the capital. The courtiers gasped in astonishment at her words. Fierce, this girl is unrelenting. She clearly has no intention of leaving Lord Yen any chance for redemption. There is indeed something. I never expected that this old Deng is actually a crossdresser. What did you say, Guagua? A crossdresser? How thrilling! Before Guagua could respond, Song Yaoyao glanced at Yen Quan and then lowered her head again. Her inner thoughts echoed. Oh dear, I just caught a glimpse of Yen Quan. He looks quite presentable, not at all effeminate. TSK. Truly a case of knowing the face but not the heart. Guagua, do hurry, and tell me more. The crowd was unfamiliar with the term crossdresser, but from Song Yaoyao's excited tone, it was clear that this was indeed a significant revelation. Everyone perked up their ears, eagerly awaiting enlightenment from Song Yaoyao and Guagua. Upon hearing crossdresser, Yen Quan's body visibly tensed. Such a secret, even his trusted aides and wife were unaware. It was impossible for anyone else to know. With this thought, Yen Quan felt a bit more at ease. Guagua continued, in Yen Quan's family, his parents had 8 daughters before finally welcoming him. His father and mother were overjoyed and named him Yen Jinbao. Growing up under the care of his 8 sisters, Yen Jinbao's behavior gradually became somewhat feminine due to their influence. He adored beautiful dresses, hair accessories, and the cosmetics used by girls, and he enjoyed playing with them. When he reached the age of 6, his parents sent him to school. However, due to his effeminate demeanor, Many of the other children were reluctant to play with him. They even nicknamed him Fake Eunuch. This led to a fight in which Yan Jinbao struck his opponent severely, sending him to the medical hall. Upon learning the reason for the altercation, his parents realized the seriousness of the situation. From that moment on, they personally guided Yan Jinbao, forbidding him from playing with his sisters or liking feminine things. In an attempt to instill more masculinity in their son, they changed his name to Yan Quan. Yan Quan could not comprehend why his parents forbade him from liking such things. Initially, he resisted, but after enduring several severe beatings from his father, he ceased to confront them openly. Song Yaoyao interjected, "Just look at his stubbornness in clinging to me. I believe he won't easily give up."
Indeed.
The reality aligns with the host's assumptions. On the surface, Yan Quan appears to have yielded, but in secret, he still harbors a fondness for those things. However, he conceals it well, never allowing his parents to discover. After he entered high school and acquired his own residence, he constructed a hidden chamber in his study. This chamber contains an assortment of women's items that Yan Quan has collected over the years: cosmetics, women's undergarments, belly bands, embroidered shoes, menstrual belts. Whatever you can imagine, you will find in that chamber. It can be said to have everything you could wish for. Every night after dinner, Yan Quan would excuse himself to handle official business in his study. This perverse individual even hoards menstrual belts. Host, they are all unused. I know, but if they were used, I would want to smash his head. Hearing this, the crowd's gaze towards Yan Quan shifted. So this is what a crossdresser truly means. Yan Quan's face flushed crimson, wishing to dash out and cover Song Yaoyao's mouth. Yet, he failed to realize that Song Yaoyao had not uttered a word at all. They absolutely could not allow Yan Quan's actions to alert Song Yaoyao. The officials in front of Yan Quan clustered together, blocking his path. The two officials beside him leaned in closer, supporting him to prevent any rash actions. Yan Quan glanced at the emperor's warning gaze and could only remain in place, filled with regret over provoking such a calamity. Song Yaoyao continued her inquiries. Does his wife know about this hidden chamber? She does not. He has been exceedingly discreet. Even his trusted aides are unaware. Host, Yan Quan has another peculiar penchant. Can you guess what it is? I cannot guess. Just tell me directly.
Guagua.
Leaving me hanging like this will surely incur divine wrath. Yan Quan felt an ominous premonition, yet he could neither move nor dare to utter a sound. The moment he spoke, the emperor would not spare him, and his fate would be dire. Indeed, the next moment, Guagua's voice rang out. All right, I shall reveal it. When Yan Quan spends the night with his wife or concubines, he enjoys dressing in women's attire and requires them to don men's clothing before. Yan Quan is always the one beneath. Ah, how thrilling! Guagua, is there a video? I wish to see. Host, my current level is insufficient. Once I level up, you'll be able to watch videos at any time. Guagua, when will you level up? I do not know. It could be tomorrow, the day after, or perhaps a year from now. Oh, is leveling up so arbitrary? The courtiers observed Yan Quan with a mix of intrigue and complexity. Yan Quan raised a trembling hand, uttering not a single word, before he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Song Yaoyao was startled by this sudden turn of events, exclaiming, Guagua, what just happened? I do not know. I just saw Yan Quan, that old scoundrel, spit blood. And it was so exaggerated, more even than a high-pressure sprayer. By the way, his hand was trembling so violently. Could it be an epileptic fit?
It shouldn't be, right?
An epileptic fit usually involves frothing at the mouth and convulsions, but old Deng doesn't seem to exhibit those symptoms. Is that so? I can't see clearly from this distance. I really want to go over and take a look.
The
imperial physician had arrived, and chaos erupted in the hall. Song Yaoyao and Guagua, the instigators, remained unfazed, continuing to critique Yan Quan's blood-spitting posture, the volume of blood, and the symptoms of an epileptic fit. The courtiers exchanged glances filled with complexity and subtlety before diverting their gazes. This girl is impressive. On her very first day in court, she has already toppled a court official. Chapter 12. In the grand scheme of things, nothing surpasses the joy of a hearty meal. The thoughts of Song Yaoyao continued. Guagua, it has been quite a while, and old Bai Deng is still not awake. Could it be that he has truly passed away? Host, old Bai Deng is still clinging to life. Oh, I thought he had already kicked the bucket. Let me ponder this. I believe it would be unwise to buy everything outright. Taking a share would be quite lucrative, allowing for a steady stream of income.
Upon contemplating this,
I can almost envision a bounty of silver beckoning to me. As Yan Quan opened his eyes, he overheard Song Yaoyao's intentions to document her experiences as a cross-dressing gentleman for profit. He gasped in shock and fainted once more. The others, having caught wind of Song Yaoyao's money-making scheme, felt a chill run down their spines. If one day they inadvertently offended Lady Song, their secrets could be laid bare and exploited for profit, leading to widespread notoriety. This thought sent shivers down their spines. It was evident that they needed to cultivate a good rapport with Song the minister, ensuring she kept her daughter in check and refrained from utilizing their secrets for financial gain. If the little girl found herself in need of silver, they could generously offer some, but only under the condition that their secrets remained untouched. As they witnessed Yan Quan collapse once more, the onlookers regarded him with sympathy. The emperor cast a complex glance at Song Yaoyao before instructing for Yan the minister to be carried away. The morning court session continued, and Song Yaoyao refrained from further conversation with Guagua, diligently observing how Lord Jiang was taking notes. She understood the importance of paying close attention. Tomorrow, she would be responsible for her own record-keeping with no assistance available. Today was akin to a modern workplace where a seasoned mentor guides a novice for a day, after which the novice must navigate independently. As soon as the court adjourned and the emperor departed, Song Yaoyao hurriedly rushed to her father, Song the minister. "Father, could you take me to a restaurant for a meal?" "Of course." As they departed, the crowd couldn't help but calculate their own thoughts. Upon returning home, Song Yaoyao immediately changed out of her official robes and rushed to the dining hall. Indeed, the feast was prepared. Except for her second brother, Song Qinghui, who had gone to the military camp, everyone else was present. After taking her seat, she picked up her bowl and began to eat voraciously. "Mrs. Song observed her gluttonous daughter and cautioned, "Slow down. Dear, there's no one to contest with you." With her mouth full, Song Yaoyao managed to reply, "Mother, the emperor is truly something else. He mandates that court begins at the 5th watch, and I had barely fallen asleep when Bitao called me awake. It's practically earlier than a rooster crows." Indeed, the 5th watch, by modern standards, corresponds to the hours between 3 and 5 a.m. This meant they had to arrive at the Taiha Hall by 3 a.m., necessitating a wake-up time at least 2 hours earlier. Today, Bitao had called Song Yaoyao at 1 a.m. to get her up. After dressing, they took a carriage to the palace gates, and after another 40 minutes of travel, they finally reached the Taiha Hall, utterly exhausted. Who has a rooster that crows at 1 in the morning? Wasn't he that even earlier than a rooster? Hearing this, Mrs. Song scolded, "Child, watch your words. What nonsense are you spouting?" Song Yaoyao, feeling defiant, retorted, "But it's true." Mrs. Song glared at her daughter. "What if someone overhears? You could cause quite a stir." Realizing she had spoken indiscreetly, Song Yaoyao acquiesced, understood. With that, she lowered her head and resumed her meal. When they finished dining, Song Yaoyao said, Minister Song waved his hand. "You may go." After Song Qingyu and Song Qingling departed, Mrs. Song inquired of her husband. Today was Yaoyao's first day at court. Nothing untoward happened, did it? Upon hearing this, Minister Song let out a long sigh and recounted the day's events, adding, "Lord Yan was carried out of the hall. I wonder how he is faring now." Mrs. Song expressed her disdain that Lord Yan has no shame. At his age, he still bullies our Yaoyao, who is merely 12 years old. It serves him right if he is enraged to death. Indeed, he deserves it. My dear, you must keep your distance from that Lord Yan. He is utterly repugnant, hoarding women's belongings, even menstrual supplies. What a pervert. I understand. It is indeed his own fault for clinging to Yaoyao. Minister Song sighed, troubled. Madam, do you think this could lead us to offend all the court officials? Mrs. Song shared his concern, her face etched with worry. Yes, I fear that too. Yet, there is little we can do to warn Yaoyao. Besides, everyone has their own thoughts. Can we truly govern what others think? True enough, but, she sighed. Let us just take it one step at a time. Other girls are cherished by their parents, while our Yaoyao seems to be a source of trouble for us. In stark contrast to the lamentations of Minister Song and his wife, Song Yaoyao had already succumbed to slumber. She dreamt once more of her past life, balancing work with study, and then the scene shifted to her risking her life amid gunfire to save others. Wounded souls surrounded her, severed limbs and blood everywhere. Suddenly, Song Yaoyao jolted awake. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow and surveying her surroundings, her heart gradually settled. Such dreams had plagued her many times before, each time awakening to horrifying scenes. Song Yaoyao inquired of Guagua. Guagua, what time is it now? Host, it is currently 10 a.m.
Ah.
I slept and woke up, and it is already 10 a.m. Indeed, host. Didn't ancient people rise early? Understood. Song Yaoyao called out to the door, Bitao. Hearing her name, Bitao immediately entered. Miss, you are awake? Yes. Please prepare a bath for me. I am drenched in sweat. Of course. After Bitao exited, Song Yaoyao slowly rose and leaned against the headboard. Chapter 13. Consent to leave the residence. After Song Yaoyao finished her bath, half an hour had already passed. She donned a delightful pale yellow gown adorned with blue irises, her hair styled in playful twin buns, presenting an image that was both charming and lively. Host. You look so beautiful. Are you planning to go out? Yes, I wish to take a stroll. Host, will your parents agree? That should be fine, right? I am already an official. Can my parents continue to confine me? Then, host, good luck. As Song Yaoyao conversed with Guagua, she made her way toward Madame Song's courtyard. Before she even reached the courtyard, her inner voice chimed in. Guagua, what do you think mother is doing right now? It can't be with father. He. Host, what are you thinking? In broad daylight, the ancients believed one should not indulge in lewdness. I see, perhaps I am overthinking. Madame Song was panting heavily, wishing she could crack open her daughter's head to see what a young girl could possibly think about all day. How could she even involve her own parents in her wild imaginings? Truly outrageous. Upon entering the room, Song Yaoyao affectionately called out, Mother. She approached Madame Song from behind, gently kneading her shoulders. Mother, you work so hard for this family. Let me give you a shoulder rub. If one had not heard Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts, they would have perceived her as a serene and considerate young lady. However, once her exuberant thoughts were revealed, her entire image shattered into pieces. Madame Song remained silent, allowing Song Yaoyao to massage her shoulders. Song Yaoyao anticipated her mother to inquire about her intentions, for usually, such displays of affection would prompt her mother to ask, What do you want? Today, however, her mother was unusually reticent. If her mother did not respond, how was the scene to unfold? If the mountain would not come to her, she would go to the mountain. Thus, Song Yaoyao sweetly called out once more, Mother. Madame Song set down the account book in her hands and said, If you have something to say, just say it. No need to keep calling me Mother.
Ah?
If not Mother, then what should I call you? Old Mother? Madame Song, already simmering with irritation, picked up the account book and hurled it towards Song Yaoyao. Sensing the danger, Song Yaoyao swiftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly avoiding the book as it thudded to the ground. She patted her little chest in relief, exclaiming, Oh my, I'm so glad I dodged that. Just then, Madame Song's furious voice rang out. Song Yaoyao. Being perceptive, Song Yaoyao recognized her mother's genuine anger and hurriedly ran over to retrieve the fallen account book, dusting it off before cautiously placing it on the table and indignantly saying, Mother, what's wrong? Please don't be angry. Who has upset you? Tell me, and I shall deal with them. Could Madame Song say it was her own daughter who had caused her distress? Seeing her daughter's outraged expression, ready to defend her, Madame Song wearily waved her hand and asked, All right, what brings you to my courtyard? Song Yaoyao tugged at Madame Song's sleeve, shaking it gently. Mother, I've grown so much, yet I have never stepped outside the gates of our residence. Now that I am an official, I wish to see what the capital is like. May I go out? After a moment's contemplation, Madame Song replied, Very well. Let your elder sister accompany you. And remember to bring along some guards. Yes. Song Yaoyao was taken aback by how easily her mother had consented. In the past, even her most fervent pleas had failed to sway her parents. Why had they agreed this time? Regardless of the reason, her mother had granted her permission to leave the residence, and that was the most important outcome. She tiptoed and planted a kiss on Madame Song's cheek, exclaiming, "Mother, you are the best. I love you the most." Having spoken these words, she dashed away before Madame Song could respond. Madame Song touched her cheek and suddenly smiled. This child. Madame Song's thoughts were straightforward. Many people already knew her younger daughter's secret. Keeping her confined within the residence was not a viable solution. Moreover, Song Yaoyao attended court daily, often prying into the secrets of officials. And her parents could not prevent that. Since it had come to this, there was no need to continue restricting her. As Song Yaoyao herself said, she was already 12 years old and had yet to see the capital. Seeing her daughter's forlorn expression, Madame Song felt a pang of sympathy. Well, what is meant to be will be. One cannot escape their fate. Song Yaoyao hurriedly raced to her elder sister Song Qingling's courtyard. Elder sister. Mother has agreed to let me leave the residence. Really? Yes, I just came from Mother's courtyard to find you. All right, wait for me. Let me tidy up. And we shall depart. Okay. Seeing her younger sister's excitement, Song Qingling hastily finished her embroidery and said, "All set." The two exited the gates of the residence, where a carriage awaited them. As they climbed aboard, Song Yaoyao eagerly inquired, "Elder sister, where are we going?" "I will take you to see clothing and jewelry shops. And afterwards, we shall dine at a restaurant."
Great.
For Song Yaoyao, the entire capital was a realm of mystery, and she was thrilled to explore anywhere. As the carriage rolled forward, she lifted the curtain to gaze outside. Her thoughts echoed once more. Guagua, this is what the ancient streets look like. Indeed, host. You are in the residential area of officials, home to dignitaries and nobility. The population is sparse, and the streets are quite clean. When we reach the bustling market district, it will be crowded and lively. Guagua, the architecture of this ancient era is truly exquisite. How can I describe it? I feel somewhat at a loss for words. What was that internet saying? I am lacking in culture, just like saying, one can traverse the world without knowledge. Host, if you wish to curse, just say it outright. Do not make excuses. You are an exceptional student, having completed both your undergraduate and graduate studies. How could you be at a loss for words? Who are you trying to fool?
All right. You've caught me, Guagua.
However, a hero does not dwell on past glories. That is all from another life. In this life, I merely wish to live carelessly and enjoy a leisurely existence. Host, when you choose to be leisurely, remember to take Guagua along. I too wish to gather some energy. Rest assured, Guagua, I won't forget you. Chapter 14. Shopping. Listening to her sister's heartfelt thoughts, Song Qingling realized that her sister had been an academic prodigy in her past life. Was an academic prodigy synonymous with being a tyrant in studies? Did it imply exceptional learning abilities? What of a student who progressed seamlessly from undergraduate to postgraduate studies? Was such a person akin to a scholar or a successful candidate in the imperial examinations, someone of considerable knowledge? Song Qingling, indeed a gifted woman, had already deciphered the essence of the conversation between Song Yaoyao and Guagua with remarkable accuracy. Upon exiting the residential area, the streets became increasingly crowded. As they walked further, they arrived at the entrance of a clothing shop where the carriage came to a halt. The coachman announced, "Miss, we've arrived." Song Qingling turned to Song Yaoyao and said, "Younger sister, we have reached our destination. Let us disembark." "All right, elder sister," replied Song Yaoyao. After alighting from the carriage, the two sisters ventured inside. Song Yaoyao was eager to explore the ancient clothing shop. A charming young woman approached them directly and inquired, "Ladies, would you like to browse fabrics or ready-made garments?" Song Qingling glanced at Song Yaoyao, and seeing her sister had no particular preference, she replied, "Let us first examine the fabrics before looking at the finished garments." "Very well," said the attendant. "The fabrics are on the ground floor, while the finished garments are upstairs. Please take your time, and should you need anything, just call for me." Song Qingling nodded, and the attendant attended to other customers. Song Yaoyao surveyed the surroundings and remarked to Guagua, "Guagua, there are indeed numerous fabrics here." The service attitude of the attendant is commendable as well. "Host, this is the largest clothing shop in the capital. There are hundreds of fabric varieties on the first floor, and the second floor boasts a substantial collection of finished products. The attendants here have undergone training and are only employed upon passing their assessments," Guagua explained. Indeed, Guagua. I did not expect the proprietor of this establishment to be so adept at management. Regardless of the quality of the fabrics or garments, the courteous service alone is impressive. At that moment, Song Qingling asked, "Younger sister, do you have any favorites?" Song Yaoyao waved her hand. "Elder sister, I will take a look a bit longer." After browsing the ground floor, they proceeded upstairs. Upon viewing all the finished garments, Song Yaoyao assessed, "Guagua, although there seem to be many finished garments, in reality, there are merely a handful of styles. The apparent variety arises from displaying the same design in different colors." "Indeed, Guagua has also noticed that," she replied. Ultimately, Song Qingling selected 2 pieces of fabric and purchased them. As the sisters exited the clothing shop, they made their way to a jewelry store. Song Qingling spotted a hairpin and held it delicately, examining it closely. The shopkeeper remarked, "Miss, you truly have an eye for beauty. This hairpin is called Jade Begonia Step Pin. The begonia is one of the most splendid varieties among flowers. This hairpin, entirely in a deep green hue and shaped like a begonia, is aptly named. Observe, it is adorned with 12 gemstones, primarily in red, blue, and purple, each displaying its unique brilliance. The pin itself is intricately engraved with begonia motifs, exquisite and lifelike. The entire piece sparkles with the luster of begonia-colored gemstones, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Miss, this hairpin would complement you splendidly." Before Song Qingling could respond, a voice interrupted from the entrance, "I will take that hairpin." Song Yaoyao turned to see a young woman in a flowing pink dress, her features strikingly pretty. Entering the store, upon recognizing the newcomer, Song Qingling's expression changed. "Rong Feifei, do not overstep your bounds. We were clearly the first to admire this item." The woman approached, casting a disdainful glance at Song Yaoyao before fixing her gaze on Song Qingling. "Have you paid for it?" she scoffed. "If no payment has been made, it is not yours." Song Yaoyao could not help but inquire of Guagua, "Guagua, who is this woman? Why is she so arrogant?" Following Rong Feifei, several young women of similar age entered, some of whom exchanged furtive glances with Song Yaoyao before greeting her, "Greetings, Miss Song." The others followed suit, offering their respects. "Good day, Miss Song." Song Yaoyao nodded, "Hello to you all." Among them, she recognized a few from a recent court banquet, particularly those who had greeted her first. Rong Feifei scrutinized Song Yaoyao once more, finding nothing remarkable, and continued, "Shopkeeper, I will take that pin. Please wrap it for me." "Rong Feifei, you." Just then, Guagua's voice chimed in. "Host, the girl in the pink dress is the illegitimate daughter of the left secretary, Rong Ping. Her father shares the same rank as yours, both holding the title of 4th grade. Song Yaoyao paused, pondering. "Guagua, how can an illegitimate daughter be so audacious?" While Song Yaoyao held no disdain for bastards or illegitimate children, the rigid social hierarchy of ancient times clearly delineated between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Furthermore, since Rong Feifei's father held an official rank equivalent to her own, as an illegitimate daughter, she should have been compelled to show respect to Song Qingling. Yet, here she was, not only failing to pay respects but audaciously attempting to usurp an item. What audacity did she possess to act so brazenly? The young women accompanying Rong Feifei had previously heard whispers that Miss Song had been granted her title due to her uniqueness, but the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. As they observed Miss Song, they noted how her voice resonated in their ears even when her lips remained sealed. Was this the very essence of Miss Song's uniqueness? At that moment, Guagua elucidated further. Rong Ping's legitimate daughter, Rong Miao, has married the 3rd prince as a concubine and is favored by him. Song Yaoyao, perplexed, inquired, "Is it that in the Rong family, the legitimate and illegitimate daughters share a close bond? Is Rong Feifei leveraging her elder sister Rong Miao's influence?" "Host, you are mistaken in this regard. The relationship between the legitimate and illegitimate daughters of the Rong family is extremely poor, to the point of being irreconcilable. Rong Feifei's arrogance stems from her secret liaison with her brother-in-law, the 3rd prince. They have engaged in all manner of indiscretions. Rong Feifei believes herself to be favored by the 3rd prince, thus, she exudes confidence." Song Yaoyao gasped in astonishment. This, a virtuous young lady engaging in such scandalous behavior with her own brother-in-law. Observing Rong Feifei's haughty demeanor, Song Yaoyao mused, "Guagua, Perhaps Rong Feifei has grown accustomed to snatching things. From stealing her brother-in-law's affection to this hairpin, who knows what else she may have pilfered? If I were to claim that the dog droppings on the ground were fragrant, would she rush to seize them as well? Chapter 15. The eccentric Rong Feifei, host. This Guagua is also unaware. Guagua, do you think I should give it a try? Host, that might not be wise. We should refrain from experimenting with such dubious substances. Just imagine if Rong Feifei actually consumes it. Wouldn't that be revolting? Indeed, quite disgusting. She would probably regurgitate her last meal. Exactly, host. Therefore, we should avoid the endeavor altogether. Song Yaoyao nodded earnestly. All right. Those who overheard the dialogue between Song Yaoyao and Guagua were left astounded. Rong Feifei has already become entangled with the third prince? This news is utterly sensational. Moreover, this little song has quite the sense of humor, pondering whether Rong Feifei might stoop to consuming feces. The mere thought of Rong Feifei indulging in such an act prompted them to cover their mouths, retching at the vivid imagery. Rong Feifei, oblivious to Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts, was perplexed by the sudden gagging of the surrounding women. She furrowed her brow in displeasure and inquired, "What is the matter with you all?" "Nothing." The ladies, previously encountered at the palace banquet, upon hearing of Song Yaoyao's presence at the jewelry store, rushed over, eager to feast on the latest gossip. They relished the thrill of scandal, as long as it did not involve their own affairs. Unbeknownst to them, the jewelry store had become inundated with curious onlookers. Those entering feigned interest in selecting jewelry, while secretly straining to catch any whispered secrets. Song Yaoyao, oblivious to the influx of people, continued her conversation with Guagua. Guagua, if Rong Feifei's illicit affair with the third prince is unknown to Rong Miao Miao, do the Rong family members know? Only Rong Feifei's aunt is aware. The others are in the dark. The idea of stealing her sister's man originated from that aunt. The moment Rong Feifei laid eyes on the third prince's stunning visage, she was persuaded to agree. Since then, the duo has schemed to orchestrate casual encounters with the third prince. Through sheer determination, Rong Feifei managed to meet the third prince a few times, leading to a mutual attraction and, ultimately, an entanglement. Rong Feifei aspired to conceive the third prince's child before her legitimate sister, and today she had ventured to the medical clinic to inquire about any fertility-enhancing remedies. To her surprise, the clinic did possess such a concoction, and the doctor informed her that with the aid of this potion, coupled with frequent intimate encounters, the likelihood of conception would significantly increase. Host, the truth is that the potion is not a fertility aid but rather a potent aphrodisiac, specifically designed for animal breeding. Song Yaoyao exclaimed in excitement. Oh my! How could a clinic sell such substances to customers? What if a night of indulgence leads to the third prince being completely drained? Guagua continued. Rong Feifei did not visit a reputable clinic. Their sole concern is profit, not ethics. The doctor likely made several thousand taels from this transaction and has already fled to avoid the repercussions. Whether the third prince survives depends on the dosage Rong Feifei administers. Guagua, is Rong Feifei truly reckless? If she were to use such a substance on the third prince and something were to happen to him, the entire Rong clan would face dire consequences. Bringing harm to a prince is no trivial matter. As the crowd absorbed the implications of Song Yaoyao's thoughts, their gazes towards Rong Feifei shifted, and they instinctively distanced themselves. This Rong Feifei is nothing short of a lunatic. Song Yaoyao inquired further. Guagua, what is the role of the left censorate? As far as I know, the left censorate advises the emperor, providing counsel and suggestions to rectify errors and improprieties in governance.
Oh.
Is Rong Ping a loyal minister? If so, should we allure him to prevent this deranged Rong Feifei from dragging the entire Rong family down with her? Indeed, Rong Ping is a loyal minister. Understood. I shall devise a plan to alert the Rong family. Host, you could also inform the third prince. Guagua. In the eyes of the third prince, we are inconsequential. If he were to ask how we know of Rong Feifei's actions, how could I explain? My life could be at stake. Guagua, I wish to assist others, but only under the assurance of my own safety. I cannot risk my life to save another. I am not that noble. I shall focus on the Rong residents and formulate a strategy. Yes, host, your words are all wise. Safety is paramount. As Song Yaoyao raised her head, she noticed the eccentric Rong Feifei still tormenting her elder sister. She promptly stepped forward, pulling Song Qingling behind her, and confronted Rong Feifei. Where did this madwoman spring from? Why do you take such pleasure in seizing what belongs to others? Rong Feifei's face flushed crimson with anger. Ever since her legitimate sister married into the third prince's household, everyone had treated her with deference. Although she held disdain for her sister, she could not deny that she had gained much from her status. Now that she was involved with the third prince, she felt invincible, boldly questioning, "Who are you insulting? You dare to disrespect me, a girl who has barely matured?" Song Yaoyao scrutinized Rong Feifei from head to toe before disdainfully retorting, "You say I am immature? Have you truly matured? Pray tell, where have you shown such maturity? Enlighten me." Rong Feifei's face turned a deeper shade of red. You shameless wretch." Song Yaoyao placed one hand on her hip and raised the other with a delicate flourish, swaying her hips with a mockingly coy demeanor, saying in a sing-song voice, "You are shameless. You are utterly detestable." After uttering these words, Song Yaoyao found herself retching in disgust, thoroughly revolted by her own antics. The surrounding crowd covered their mouths, struggling to suppress their laughter. However, their quivering shoulders betrayed the immense effort it took to stifle their amusement. "This little song is simply delightful." Song Qingling, witnessing her sister's antics, quickly patted her back, asking, "Yaoyao, are you all right?" After a prolonged bout of retching, Song Yaoyao straightened up. "Eldest sister, I am fine. I merely imitated someone and ended up nauseated." Rong Feifei, her face aflame, shouted, "I would never behave in such a manner." Rong Feifei was on the verge of losing her composure due to the vexation caused by this little girl. Unable to counter Song Yaoyao's taunts, she resorted to physical aggression. Song Yaoyao warned, "Who granted you the audacity to strike a court official? If you dare to lay a hand on me, I shall immediately collapse to the ground and remain unresponsive." Turning to Song Qingling, she declared, "Eldest sister, if she dares to strike me, I will fall to the ground, and you must hurry to report to the authorities, claiming that I've been assaulted and left unconscious." Chapter 16. Dining at the restaurant. Rong Feifei was utterly enraged. "Do you dare to extort money so brazenly?" Song Yaoyao replied disdainfully, "If you dare to strike me, I will certainly extort you. If I do not succeed, then I shall not be called Song Yaoyao. You are welcome to test me." In recent days, it had become widely known in the capital that Song Yaoyao had been appointed as a sixth-rank attendant. Rong Feifei was undoubtedly aware of this. In an era where social hierarchy was starkly defined, a commoner daring to assault a court official would face severe punishment, including dismemberment. Rong Feifei could not gamble with her life. Unable to best Song Yaoyao in words and too fearful to resort to violence, Rong Feifei felt utterly humiliated. "You sharp-tongued little girl, be careful, or you might never find a husband." Song Yaoyao scoffed lightly, "Whether I marry or not is none of your concern. You incessantly prattle about marriage. Do you yearn for it so desperately?" "I do not yearn for marriage. If I do not, then you should keep your mouth shut. A young lady should not constantly speak of marriage, otherwise one might think you are lovesick." "You wretched girl." "I am not wretched. I am perfectly fine, much to your chagrin."
You.
"This hairpin is no longer mine." Rong Feifei flung the hairpin she had snatched from Song Qingling onto the counter, causing it to shatter. Witnessing this, Song Yaoyao could hardly contain her laughter. "Oh dear, the hairpin is broken. Now it truly belongs to you." Song Yaoyao turned to the shopkeeper. "Madam, did you not say earlier that this hairpin was worth 3,000 taels? Make this deranged woman compensate. If she refuses, we shall take her to the authorities." Rong Feifei pointed at Song Yaoyao. "This hairpin is hardly worth 3,000 taels." With a smile, Song Yaoyao retorted, "It was worthless before, but now that it is broken, it commands that price." The shopkeeper chuckled. "How could this hairpin not be worth 3,000 taels? It is indeed valued at that amount. Quickly, pay up." Operating such a large jewelry shop in the capital, the owner undoubtedly had powerful backing and was not intimidated by a mere fourth-rank official's illegitimate daughter. The shopkeeper, disapproving of Rong Feifei's arrogant behavior, deliberately echoed Song Yaoyao's words. This jewelry shop belonged to the second prince, and they were not afraid of her refusal to pay.
I
do not have that much silver on me." That is easily solved. I will send someone to accompany you to your residence to retrieve it. Upon returning home, she dared not inform her father and legitimate mother, but directly sought out her aunt. Though her aunt was frustrated with her daughter's foolishness, she pondered that if her daughter were to marry the third prince, their future would be bright. Thus, she could not allow her daughter to feel disheartened. With this in mind, she took out her savings and handed them to Rong Feifei. Rong Feifei cursed Song Yaoyao and Song Qingling in her heart, already plotting revenge against them after spending a few nights with the third prince and entering his residence. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her fortunate days were about to come to an end. Song Yaoyao said to Guagua, "Guagua, why are there so many people in the jewelry shop?" Host. It seems a crowd was drawn in when Rong Feifei bullied your elder sister. Oh, I see. There truly are always spectators eager to witness the drama. Song Yaoyao had no doubts that these people were there for her. Indeed, host, in this ancient time, one cannot scroll through their phones or access the internet. How utterly dull. Enjoying a spectacle or gossiping is a fine way to pass the time. You speak wisely, Guagua. At that moment, Song Qingling turned to Song Yaoyao. Little sister, are you hungry? Would you like to dine at a restaurant with me? Yes, yes. The sisters, having finally exited the jewelry shop, made their way towards the largest restaurant in the capital, Fumanlu. Little did Song Yaoyao know that upon hearing she was heading to the restaurant, many had left the jewelry shop and were following her from a distance. The flow of patrons to Fumanlu was ceaseless. Song Yaoyao lifted her gaze to admire the grand structure before her, with intricately carved beams and exquisite decorations. Guagua, this restaurant is truly magnificent. Indeed, it is the largest in the capital, owned by none other than the current emperor. Is this the emperor's private property? Yes. The profits from this restaurant flow into the emperor's treasury. It has 4 levels. The first floor accommodates common folk, the second floor caters to wealthy merchants, while the third and fourth floors serve officials and their families. Song Yaoyao could not help but exclaim, the distinctions are quite clear. As they spoke, Song Qingling had already led Song Yaoyao into the restaurant. Upon their arrival, a waiter approached. Ladies, have you made a reservation?
No.
That is quite unfortunate. The restaurant is currently at full capacity. Would you like to wait? Some patrons take their time dining, often lingering for 1 or 2 hours, making it inconvenient to wait. Song Yaoyao intended to pull her sister away to find another place to eat. Just then, they spotted Song Qingyu entering the restaurant. Song Qingling joyfully called out, "Elder brother." Song Qingyu approached his younger sisters. "Qingling, Yaoyao, what brings you here?" Song Qingling replied candidly, "Elder brother, I wanted to bring my little sister here for a meal, but the waiter says it is full, and we must wait." "I see. Today I am dining here with 2 classmates. We reserved a private room in advance. If you do not mind, please join us." After glancing at her sister, and receiving a nod from Song Yaoyao, she asked, "Elder brother, will this disrupt your gathering?" The 2 young men accompanying Song Qingyu quickly responded, "Not at all. In Tianfeng Kingdom, it is quite normal for men and women to enjoy outings together. Whether it be for leisure, lake excursions, or dining, there would be no gossip regarding your elder brother dining with his sisters and 2 young men." The waiter led them to a private room on the 3rd floor. Song Yaoyao marveled, her demeanor reminiscent of Liu Guangxu entering the Grand View Garden. Once seated, they began perusing the menu. Song Yaoyao waved her hand. "Elder brother, you all order whatever you wish. I am fine with anything." Knowing his sister's fondness for meat, Song Qingyu ordered several meat dishes. Once the order was placed, Song Qingyu introduced his companions. "These are my 2 classmates. The one in white is Xiao Mingling, the legitimate grandson of the current Grand Tutor. The one in the green robe is Gao Jiao, the legitimate son of the Minister of State." Chapter 17. The classmates of my elder brother Mingling, Jiao. This is my younger sister, Song Qingling and Song Yaoyao. Greetings to you all. After mutual introductions, the conversation flowed effortlessly. Unbeknownst to Song Yaoyao, upon entering the private room, several esteemed ladies accompanied by their children had also arrived at the tavern. These ladies had long established a reservation for this private room, allowing them to come and go as they pleased. Their private room was conveniently close to where Song Yaoyao and her companions sat, allowing them to overhear her thoughts. Those without reservations, after conferring with the ladies, also entered. The reserved private rooms were densely packed with people. They ordered sunflower seeds and snacks, quietly awaiting the revelation of Song Yaoyao's musings. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao, unfamiliar with her elder brother's classmates, sat quietly, yet her gaze scrutinized the two young men across from her. Wow, my brother's classmates are truly handsome, she thought. Xiao Mingling, clad in snow-white robes, with eyebrows neither too thick nor too thin, his elongated eyes resemble the gentle flow of spring water, rendering him utterly charming. His nose is like a hanging gallbladder, with thin, pale lips slightly curled upwards. Look at him now, delicately holding a white jade teacup. A few stray strands of hair casually falling across his forehead. His slight smile radiates warmth and vitality. Truly, he is a refined gentleman. Suddenly, Song Yaoyao's thoughts echoed in the private room. Xiao Mingling and Gao Jiao, who had been present during the banquet that day, had already heard her thoughts before and remained composed upon hearing them again. However, it was Xiao Mingling's first time receiving such praise from a lady, and his ears involuntarily turned crimson. Gao Jiao teased him with a knowing glance. Song Qingyu and Song Qingling felt utterly embarrassed as their younger sister began again. The other patrons in the private room were suddenly animated, finally hearing her thoughts. Guagua, the system, chimed in. Host, do you have feelings for Xiao Mingling? No. I simply appreciate handsome men, she retorted. Host, come on. If you like him, go for it. Seize the moment, Guagua urged. Guagua, I truly am just appreciating beauty. I have no ulterior motives.
All right.
I believe you. By the way, what do you think of Gao Jiao? Guagua inquired. Gao Jiao, who had been engrossed in the conversation, perked up at the mention of his name, eager to hear how the young lady would evaluate him. Soon, Song Yaoyao's thoughts resounded once more. Gao Jiao, with a complexion as fair as jade, eyes like twinkling stars, his clear gaze sparkling with light. When he smiles gently, it feels as though the sun has penetrated the depths of one's heart. His speech is soft and gentle, and the warmth reflected in his brow exudes the essence of a true gentleman. Host, you certainly have a way with words, Guagua remarked. Of course. 20 years of reading in my past life was not in vain. Everyone present, including those in the neighboring private room, were astonished by this revelation. The former Song Yaoyao had indeed studied for 20 years. From her recent praises of Xiao Mingling and Gao Jiao, it was evident that she was a woman of considerable knowledge. Before anyone could ponder further, Guagua's voice broke in again. Host, since Gao Jiao is so admirable, why not just pounce on him? Everyone was left in shock, and Gao Jiao, caught off guard, sputtered his tea, followed by a fit of coughing. This Guagua system was rather irreverent. Song Yaoyao looked at the others in confusion, asking, Guagua, what's wrong with them? I have no idea. Host, you still haven't told me if you plan to pounce on Gao Jiao. Fearing what outrageous comment might follow, Gao Jiao blurted out, with steps like the Buddha and a heart like a demon, the golden crow dances in the scorching wind. The rain of sweat cannot soothe the matters below, fearing the patter of surprise rain. After uttering these words, he turned to leave. Song Yaoyao was left astounded. Guagua, is Gao Jiao unwell? Why did he suddenly start reciting poetry? And why did he leave so abruptly, as if chased by wolves? Not only was Song Yaoyao shocked, but the other three, along with those in the neighboring private rooms, were equally taken aback. At that moment, Guagua's laughter echoed throughout the private room. Haha, this Gao Jiao has me in stitches. What is so funny? What did you discover? Song Yaoyao pressed. After a fit of laughter, Guagua finally calmed down. Host, if you carefully analyze Gao Jiao's poem, you will understand its meaning. Song Yaoyao mentally recited the poem again, with steps like the Buddha and a heart like a demon. The golden crow dances in the scorching wind. The rain of sweat cannot soothe the matters below, fearing the patter of surprise rain. Suddenly, Song Yaoyao grasped the implication. Oh my, going to the restroom necessitates a poem. Is this even humanly possible? The other three in the private room, along with those in the neighboring rooms, also reacted, their faces flushed with embarrassment, having never expected Gao Jiao to deliver such a performance. Guagua continued. Oh dear. This is too hilarious. Gao Jiao truly is a talent. His poem describes using the restroom during the day. Allow me to add a poem for nighttime awakenings. The moonlight slants. The night is clear. A gentle breeze stirs. Emotions are hard to quell. Suddenly, the creek seems to surge. Yearning to find a small pavilion among the flowers, Song Yaoyao was left speechless. Guagua, aren't you just a spectator system? How can you compose poetry too? Host. Guagua is a multi-talented system. There's much you don't know. In her heart, Song Yaoyao gave Guagua a thumbs up. Guagua, you're amazing. I bow to no one but you. Host, you flatter me. What was the question? I got sidetracked. Earlier, I asked if I should pounce on Gao Jiao.
About that.
Just think, if Gao Jiao writes a poem for using the restroom, would he also compose one for passing gas, another for sleeping, and yet another for dining? Imagining such scenes drives me mad. A man like him is beyond our reach. He is only suitable for distant admiration, nothing more. All right, Guagua. I'm curious about how the family of the Minister of Rights educates their children. Do they compose poetry for everything they do? Unfortunately, Guagua hasn't found any information on that. It seems the minister's household does not have a habit of composing poetry at every turn. Song Yaoyao sighed, so it seems that the minister's family has produced such a unique individual as Gao Jiao. Indeed, it appears so. Unbeknownst to Song Yaoyao, Gao Jiao was not typically like this. He was merely flustered by Guagua and her presence. Meanwhile, those present, including the patrons from the neighboring private rooms, were also curious about how the Song couple raised their children. Chapter 18. A reminder to Lord Rong, how did such an extraordinary character as Song Yaoyao emerge? Preoccupied with her meal, Song Yaoyao offered a variety of musings about the dishes, refraining from mentioning anything else. Unbeknownst to them, as soon as they departed the tavern, several other patrons in private rooms also left in succession. Following Lord Song, one could always expect to encounter fresh gossip. This outing was certainly worthwhile. They had come solely for the gossip, and now they were still hungry. Once Song Yaoyao departed, the onlookers hastily dispersed, seeking to fill their stomachs first. However, the news of the eldest son of the Minister of the Imperial Secretariat, Gao Jiao, who composed poetry even while using the restroom, began to circulate. Some regarded Gao Jiao as a mere bookworm, finding it absurd that he would craft a poem for such a simple act, leaving others to ponder its meaning for ages. What family would allow their daughter to marry such a pedant? Gao Jiao occasionally penned poems, yet those with slower wits often found themselves puzzled by his words. Conversely, others argued that a scholar should embody the scholarly demeanor, expressing even the simplest intentions through verse, which was indeed elegant. Gao Jiao was a true literary talent. In summary, opinions varied widely. The poem he composed regarding his restroom visit became widely known. From this day forth, whenever people encountered Gao Jiao, they would tease him. Brother Gao, have you written any poems today? Brother Gao, did your poetic spirit arise during your restroom visit? Gao Jiao felt utterly embarrassed. Yet, there was no denying that the poem was indeed his creation, a fact he could not escape. Moreover, with so many people mocking him, he felt powerless. He could hardly confront them. Furthermore, a gentleman does not resort to violence. How could he strike back? If the scholars and the academicians learned of this, he could only imagine the repercussions. In the carriage, Song Yaoyao hesitated, contemplating for a while before addressing Song Qingyu. Elder brother, I have received some news. The legitimate daughter of the left minister, Rong Feifei, has procured a certain medicine. She intends to use it on the third prince. Song Qingyu and Song Qingling remained silent, quietly listening to their sister's account. Song Yaoyao continued. Lord Rongping, the left minister, is a loyal official. I wish to alert him. Should anything happen to the third prince, the Rong family and their 9 clans would likely face dire consequences. However, I am unsure how to convey this warning. Song Qingyu gently ruffled Song Yaoyao's hair. Do not worry about this matter. Leave it to your elder brother. Aren't you going to ask where I obtained this information? When my sister wishes to share, she will do so. Song Qingyu surmised that the source was the system named Guagua, which had proven reliable over the years. Anything it revealed was undoubtedly true. Naturally, the matter concerning Rong Feifei was also authentic. Song Yaoyao smiled sweetly. Thank you for believing in me, elder brother. Song Qingyu inquired. Father, Should we notify Lord Rong about this? After a moment of silence, the deputy minister of the Song family responded. Indeed, Lord Rong is a commendable official. It would be a regrettable loss for the court to lose such a person. After Song Qingyu departed, the deputy minister pondered and penned a letter, sealing it and dispatching it to Lord Rong's residence, instructing the guards to ensure it was delivered directly into Lord Rong's hands, without any intermediaries. The guard acknowledged and promptly departed. Upon arriving at the Rong residence, the guard explained his purpose. The doorman was perplexed, wondering why several individuals specifically sought to meet the master today. Although bewildered, the doorman hastened to relay the message, and shortly thereafter, the guard was ushered into the Rong residence. Upon reading the letter's contents, Lord Rong's expression darkened, yet he displayed no surprise. He expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your master's reminder. Once this matter is resolved, I shall personally visit to convey my thanks. Lord Rong rewarded the guard with some monetary compensation before allowing him to leave. This was not the first letter of warning Lord Rong had received that day. Several officials, with whom he shared a close rapport, had also sent similar letters. Upon receiving the first letter, Lord Rong had already dispatched someone to investigate the events of the day. Numerous individuals had been present, making it easy to gather information. However, everyone had deliberately avoided mentioning Song Yaoyao's musings, refraining from any discussion. Lord Rong had already heard Song Yaoyao's thoughts during the morning court assembly. The incident involving Liu Guangxu had validated the authenticity of her insights. Thus, it was indeed true that his illegitimate daughter had provoked trouble, exposing secrets publicly. Now that the matter had come to light, and the rebellious daughter had not yet sought an opportunity to act, he still had time to intervene. Lord Rong approached Lady Rong, recounting the situation. Upon hearing this, Lady Rong nearly fainted with rage. Together, Lord Rong and Lady Rong, accompanied by maids and servants, proceeded directly to Rong Feifei's quarters. Upon arrival, Lady Rong commanded the maid to drag Rong Feifei out of her room. When thrown to the ground, Rong Feifei wore a bewildered expression. Lady Rong continued, "Search inside." Several maids surged into Rong Feifei's chamber. Panic gripped Rong Feifei. Her room must not be searched, for certain items must remain undiscovered. With an expression of profound grievance, she tearfully implored, "Father, mother, what are you doing? What wrong have I committed? Why must you search my room?" Lord Rong and Lady Rong regarded their illegitimate daughter with disdain at her affected demeanor. They found it unnecessary to waste words on her, awaiting the results of the maid's search in silence. Chapter 19. The downfall of Rong Feifei. At this moment, the physician summoned by Madame Rong arrived. Upon witnessing the unusual scene, Dr. Han sensed something amiss. However, he had already arrived and could not simply turn back, so he resigned himself to standing quietly by. A few maids emerged from the room, carrying a letter and a small packet. They handed these items to Lord Rong before retreating to the side. The moment Rong Feifei caught sight of the two objects, her complexion drained of color. She realized her doom was imminent. Lord Rong opened the small packet, glanced at Dr. Han, and handed the packet directly to him. "Dr. Han, please examine this." Observing the unfolding situation, Dr. Han felt he had made a grave error in coming here. Suspecting he had become entangled in some sinister plot. Trembling, he accepted the packet and scrutinized its contents. After a moment he spoke. "My lord, this is a powder used to stimulate estrus in animals." As soon as the elder doctor finished speaking, Rong Feifei incredulously shouted, "You are mistaken. This is clearly a powder that promotes fertility in women." The elder doctor, affronted that anyone would dare challenge his medical expertise, bristled at her accusation. Having practiced medicine for decades without error, he found her challenge intolerable. Dr. Han, now emboldened, retorted, "What I state is the truth. It is indeed a powder intended for animal breeding. Should you doubt my words, feel free to consult another physician for verification." Lord Rong had already discerned the truth, which aligned with the contents of the letters he had received. Thus he had complete faith in Dr. Han's assertions. Nodding, he affirmed, "We certainly trust Dr. Han. However, I must ask that you maintain discretion regarding today's events." "Of course," Dr. Han replied. Subsequently, Lord Rong compensated him for his services and escorted him from the estate. Once Dr. Han departed, Lord Rong unsealed the letter and began to read. The contents were brief, expressing longing and affection for the third prince, followed by an invitation to meet at their usual rendezvous. After perusing the letter, Lord Rong handed it to Madame Rong. With a swift motion, he kicked Rong Feifei to the ground, admonishing, "You shameless wretch! You procure an animal breeding stimulant and invite the third prince for what purpose? Setting aside your disgraceful seduction of your brother-in-law, consider the implications of this powder. Do you realize that using such a substance on a human could lead to death? Are you attempting to harm the prince? If you wish to end your own life, none will stop you. But do you intend to drag the entire Rong family down with you?" Hearing this, Rong Feifei panicked. "No, I didn't mean to harm the third prince. I only wish to enter the prince's residence and bear him a child. I thought this was a powder that would enhance a woman's chances of conception. It's all that doctor's deception. This is not my fault." Lord Rong's fury escalated as he delivered another harsh kick, sending Rong Feifei sprawling on the ground. "You commit a grave error, and yet try to defend yourself. Is this how we have raised you?" The earlier kick had been merciless, leaving Rong Feifei on the ground, unable to rise. At that moment, Anton stumbled in, kneeling and repeatedly bowing her head. The sight of Anton only fueled Lord Rong's anger. All these nefarious schemes originated from this woman, whom he deemed a calamity. If such a troublemaker remained within the household, greater chaos was surely on the horizon. Disregarding Anton's pleas for mercy, Lord Rong ordered her to be beaten severely, then instructed the steward to sell her off. Anton, shocked and dismayed by her impending fate, protested, "My lord, you cannot treat me this way. I have served you for over a decade. You cannot be so heartless." Lord Rong glared at Anton with disdain. "It is only out of respect for our past that I have not ended your life outright. Given the nature of your actions, selling you is a mercy." As Anton attempted to plead further, a maid silenced her and dragged her away. Rong Feifei, witnessing the unfolding events, was paralyzed with fear. She never anticipated her father would go so far as to sell her aunt. All she desired was a better marriage. How had things spiraled to this point? In despair, she cried out, "Aunt and only wanted me to marry well. I only wished to wed a man of status. What have we done wrong to deserve this?" As Lord Rong contemplated how to deal with this rebellious daughter, he was taken aback by her audacity in questioning them. His disdain for this illegitimate daughter deepened, yet he replied, "Wishing for a better marriage is not wrong. Your error lies in believing that all men have perished, compelling you to pursue your own brother-in-law. Even if you chose to be together, how could you dare to administer such a drug to the third prince? If any harm befalls him, our entire Rong family will pay the price for your recklessness. Why did you not consider the gravity of your actions before proceeding? How dare you question us? Your aunt's scheming was not assistance. It was a threat to your life and to the entire Rong lineage." Rong Feifei, aware that her father saw through her defiance, felt her spirit crushed by his merciless words. She lay on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Lord Rong commanded Madame Rong, "Ensure this scourge is sent to the estate without delay and that she is closely monitored to prevent further mischief." "Yes, my lord," Madame Rong replied, equally resentful of this illegitimate daughter who dared to vie for her daughter's suitor and nearly brought ruin upon their household. Now that her husband had spoken, this wretched girl was in her grasp, and she would show no mercy. The following day, Rong Feifei was dispatched to the estate, accompanied by only a personal maid and 6 formidable matrons. Madame Rong had resolved to choose the most robust of matrons, instructing them to ensure that they properly attended to the third miss at the estate. These matrons, astute and shrewd, assured her they would take excellent care of the third Mississippi. When Rong Feifei attempted to resist, she was bound and unceremoniously thrown into the carriage. Thus began Rong Feifei's harrowing existence, one that would be fraught with suffering. Chapter 20. Yan Quan comes to apologize to this day. She could not comprehend how her father discovered her actions. Rong Feifei began to harbor suspicions about those around her, becoming increasingly paranoid. Meanwhile, the third prince, having not seen Rong Feifei for several days, grew restless. He dispatched his secret guards to investigate, only to learn that she had been sent away to the countryside, and the details of her situation were relayed to him in full. Upon hearing the entire account, the third prince's expression darkened. Who dared to administer such a poison? Was this an attempt to ruin him? The thought of potentially facing a dire fate infuriated him, leading him to shatter the teacup in his hand. Rong Feifei deserved to face a terrible end for plotting against him. She clearly had a death wish. The third prince now believed that the official, Lord Rong, had shown remarkable restraint by not eliminating Rong Feifei outright. She had already been sent away, accompanied by several formidable women. Thus, he refrained from taking further action, finding solace in the notion that allowing her to endure a life worse than death would be far more satisfying than simply killing her. Bitao, I am feeling drowsy. I wish to rest a while longer. Indeed. Oh, I am so sleepy again. Bitao, are you not aware? One feels lethargic in spring, weary in autumn, and drowsy in summer. Bitao could not help but pout, thinking her young lady merely lazy. She inquired, Miss, do you not also feel this way in winter?
Bitao.
You are mistaken. In winter, one is merely hibernating. Now leave me be, do not disturb me. Your mistress requires rest.
Yes.
Bitao had grown accustomed to her young lady's peculiar reasoning. She had only heard of bears and snakes hibernating, never of humans doing so. Ultimately, she decided to step outside. Song Yaoyao drifted into sleep. After an indeterminate time, Bitao's voice pierced through her slumber. Miss, you must wake up. We have guests at home. The master requests your presence in the front hall. Still groggy, Song Yaoyao heard this and thought, so what if guests have arrived? It is not as though this has never happened before, and father is here, so why summon me? I refuse. She rolled over, covering her head with the quilt, intent on resuming her slumber. Miss, you truly ought to rise. The errand boy relayed. The master has decreed that if you do not attend, your monthly allowance will be deducted. Upon hearing that her pocket money was at stake, Song Yaoyao shot up in alarm. Losing her allowance was simply unacceptable. She turned to Bitao and commanded, Very well, fetch me a basin of water. I must freshen up before meeting the guests. Bitao cheerfully complied, thinking how clever the master was to wield the allowance as leverage over the young lady. After Bitao left, Song Yaoyao inquired of Guagua, who has come to the residence. Host, it is that old scoundrel Yan Quan. Song Yaoyao, puzzled, asked, Oh, why has he come? Was he not bleeding and unconscious? How has he recovered so swiftly? Host, perhaps when he bled, the volume was not substantial, allowing him to awaken quickly. Song Yaoyao lamented, What a pity. I thought he would meet his end. How has he managed to recover? Host, do not dwell on it. He is quite well. Does this not echo the saying? Good people do not live long, while villains endure for 1,000 years. Song Yaoyao had already branded Yan Quan as a miscreant. Just then, Bitao returned with water, and as Song Yaoyao washed her face, she queried Guagua. By the way, Guagua, what is Yan Quan visiting us for? Could it be related to his bleeding episode, seeking to blame father and me, hoping to extort us? That cannot be. I have no money to spare. Host, you are overthinking it. Yan Quan has come to apologize. Song Yaoyao could hardly believe her ears. What? Apologize? Has my father committed some unknown transgression that would compel that old scoundrel to come here to beg for forgiveness? It appears your father has done nothing at all.
How can that be?
Is it possible that Yan Quan has had a change of heart, realizing that bullying a child is unethical, hence his visit to apologize? Given his character, I find that exceedingly hard to believe. Host, whether you believe it or not, you may ascertain the truth for yourself. Though Song Yaoyao harbored doubts, she hastened her preparations. Upon her arrival, she indeed found Yan Quan standing there, flanked by 2 large wooden chests. Seeing her, Yan Quan immediately rose.
Ah.
The esteemed young Master Song has arrived. After all, Yan Quan held a higher official rank than her own, his act of standing to greet her startled Song Yaoyao, prompting her to ask Guagua, has he lost his senses after bleeding? He is a 4th-rank official. Why this fervent reception for a mere 6th-rank idle official like me? I cannot shake the feeling of being watched by a wolf. Surely, he has some ulterior motive. Upon hearing this thought, both Song Shilang and Yan Quan coughed. Though they were unfamiliar with the term wolf grandmother, they recognized wolves as fierce, cruel, and bloodthirsty creatures. It was not difficult to surmise that Song Yaoyao implied Yan Quan's excessive enthusiasm was suspicious, making her feel as though she were prey. Fearing a misunderstanding, Yan Quan quickly clarified, I have come today to apologize to Song Shilang and the esteemed young Master Song. This morning, I spoke thoughtlessly and am truly remorseful. I have brought some gifts, hoping for your forgiveness. Should he delay, the tales of his indiscretions would surely become fodder for gossip, spreading far and wide. Yan Quan had already subtly conferred with Song Shilang. These 2 chests of gifts were intended to prevent young Master Song from penning tales of his misdeeds. Song Shilang realized that the sentiments of Song Yaoyao were matters better left unspoken, and he could only do his utmost to mitigate the situation. Yan Quan understood that as long as Song Shilang was willing to assist, he would feel quite content. His priority now was to leave a favorable impression on Song Yaoyao, dissuading her from the notion of writing tales about him. Otherwise, he could forget about establishing himself in court. He might even face the risk of being pelted with rotten eggs and vegetables upon exiting. Chapter 21. Abandoning the script. Song Yaoyao remained wary of Yan Quan. Guagua, do you think this old man is hiding some grand scheme? Host, he likely isn't. Guagua, whenever I see that old man smile, it sends shivers down my spine. Upon hearing Song Yaoyao's thoughts, Yan Quan's expression stiffened. He genuinely came to apologize and harbored no ill intentions. After some reflection, Yan Quan realized he may have acted a bit hastily. However, to dispel any misunderstandings from the young lady, he promptly opened the 2 large wooden chests and said, I wasn't certain what you might like, so I prepared some items that girls tend to enjoy. Song Yaoyao peered into the chests, discovering an abundance of items, hair ornaments, jewelry, fabrics. Indeed, they were all things that young girls would cherish. She pouted, for she possessed the soul of a woman in her 30s. Although these items held value, they did not resonate with her tastes. She remarked to Guagua, these are all things little girls adore. They're certainly valuable, but they are not to my liking. I am not a little girl. By the way, Guagua, could you check if there's anything inappropriate hidden within these chests? You know how dramas depict things sometimes, under the guise of apologies, people plot to harm the loyal. If the emperor discovers evidence of treachery, the loyal might face dire consequences. Host, I have already examined the chests. There's nothing of that sort inside, just items genuinely favored by young girls.
Oh?
Nothing at all. I suppose I was overthinking it. It's just a bit troublesome. Truth be told, I prefer solid gold and silver. I adore silver, gold ingots, and banknotes. Hearing this, Yan Quan felt quite dejected. How unlikable he must be for Song Yaoyao to be so guarded around him. However, considering their earlier tense encounter in the morning and his subsequent unexpected visit to apologize in the afternoon, it was hardly surprising that she harbored suspicions. This girl was indeed quite perceptive. Yet what was this drama she spoke of? Was it a performance? What kind of life did little Song have in her previous existence that she dared to engage in such perilous plays? Nonetheless, time would reveal all. Yan Quan retrieved a stack of silver notes from a sleeve and presented them to Song Yaoyao. Little Song, I'm unsure if you will like these. But if they do not appeal to you, I have prepared some silver notes as well, which you may use to purchase items of your preference. Song Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback and immediately called out to Guagua. Guagua, how does he know I like silver notes? Can he hear my thoughts? Host, please refrain from being overly suspicious. It is quite normal for him to prepare something extra, fearing you might not appreciate the gifts he provided. Guagua, are you certain? Am I truly being overly cautious? Yes, host. Rest assured and accept it. Yan Quan was greatly alarmed at the thought of Song Yaoyao suspecting that her thoughts were being overheard. If she discovered that her innermost thoughts were eavesdropped upon, it could lead to unforeseen troubles. Even more terrifying, if the emperor learned that it was due to him that Song Yaoyao became aware of her thoughts being listened to, his fate would be sealed. Even though Minister Song was her father, he would likely bear the emperor's wrath. Thankfully, Guagua managed to smooth things over. The conversation between Song Yaoyao and Guagua continued. Guagua, if I accept such a large sum of silver notes, wouldn't it be improper? What if people find out I accepted a bribe on my very first day in office? Not at all. 1,000 taels is considerable, but it does not meet the threshold for bribery in this era. From what I know, the standard begins at 10,000 taels to be considered bribery. Your situation does not fall under that category. Even some elders give their younger relatives such sums as private allowances. Is that so? Then I shall accept it without worry. By the way, Do officials in this era possess such wealth? 10,000 taels is the threshold for bribery. Currently, which official does not own a few estates or shops? If they relied solely on their monthly salaries, how could they possibly support an entire household? That makes sense. Once Song Yaoyao lowered her defenses, her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the silver notes in Yan Quan's hand. Really? This is 1,000 taels in silver notes. Please accept them, little Song. Before Minister Song could interject, Song Yaoyao had already taken the notes, exclaiming, "How delightful." Before Yan Quan could respond, Song Yaoyao began counting the notes in front of him. Each note was worth 100 taels, totaling 10 notes for 1,000 taels. Upon seeing such a significant amount of silver, her attitude shifted dramatically. "Lord Yan, please have a seat." Song Yaoyao turned to a nearby maid and instructed, "Go, fetch Lord Yan a fresh pot of tea, and bring some pastries freshly made from the kitchen." "Yes, my lady." Witnessing the transformation in Song Yaoyao's demeanor, Yan Quan felt a wave of relief wash over him. As Minister Song engaged in conversation with Yan Quan, Song Yaoyao remained silent, discreetly tucking the silver notes into her sleeve. She was in high spirits. Guagua then inquired, "Host, weren't you planning to write about the old man? Are you still going to write it?" Song Yaoyao corrected him earnestly. "Guagua, now that we've accepted his apology, we should refrain from referring to him as that old man and instead address him as Lord Yan, understood? In light of the 1,000 taels, I shall abandon the idea of writing that script. As for the items in those 2 chests, let my sister choose what she likes, and I shall leave the rest for my mother to handle. The 1,000 taels, however, are mine to keep. No one shall take them." Upon hearing this, Yan Quan finally felt a sense of relief. He had made the right decision in coming here. Little Song had indeed relinquished her intent to write the script. He was not overly concerned about other officials gossiping, as today had simply been unfortunate for him, having been thoroughly scrutinized by Song Yaoyao. Who knows who might be in her sights next? In this court, how many officials are truly clean? Their sordid affairs are likely as scandalous as could be. Today, they could speak of themselves, but tomorrow, the tables could turn. Thus, after today as court session, a consensus had been reached among the officials. They would refrain from discussing one another's affairs, as long as they contained Song Yaoyao, the source of trouble, and prevented her from spreading any rumors. They would be just fine. Chapter 22. The hidden silver notes. Guagua observed Song Yaoyao's swift change of expression and rolled her eyes dramatically. "A mere pittance. And you've already been bought. What do you understand? This is what I call refinement and integrity, mind you. Accepting someone's compensation and then publicly proclaiming their affairs is quite unethical. Guagua, don't you agree? As long as the money is right, everything else is negotiable. All right then. Whatever the host says is correct." Yan Quan achieved the result he desired and departed shortly thereafter. After Yan Quan left, Song Shiling was about to speak, but Song Yaoyao, warily clutching her sleeve pocket, retreated several steps. "Father, this 1,000 taels was compensation from Lord Yan. You mustn't seize a child's silver." Song Shiling glared at Song Yaoyao. "Do you truly believe your father is such a person?" Song Yaoyao remained silent, her gaze still suspiciously fixed on Song Shiling. Observing her wolf-guarding demeanor, Song Shiling felt an overwhelming urge to slap her. After taking several deep breaths to suppress his rising anger, he said, "I have no desire for your silver. I merely wish to say that since these 2 boxes are a gift from Lord Yan, you may decide what to do with them." Upon hearing this, Song Yaoyao finally relaxed. "If you had mentioned this earlier, Father, I wouldn't have been so tense." Song Shiling was even more incensed, feeling as though he was being blamed for the misunderstanding. However, he sighed, acknowledging that she was his own flesh and blood. "Fine. Just take the boxes, and be off with you."
All right.
Song Yaoyao quickly instructed the servants to carry the boxes and hurried towards Song Qingling's courtyard. "Elder sister, dear sister, your beloved Yaoyao has arrived." Each time, Song Yaoyao made her entrance with such fanfare that Song Qingling had long since grown accustomed to it. Peering through the window into the courtyard, Song Qingling heard the commotion, yet saw no sign of Song Yaoyao. Once again, her voice preceded her arrival.
Momentlate.
Song Yaoyao's figure finally appeared in Song Qingling's courtyard. "Elder sister, look what delightful treasures I have brought for you." Song Yaoyao directed the servants to carry the wooden boxes into Song Qingling's chamber and, once they were set down, dismissed the servants. With a flourish, she opened the box and proclaimed, "Elder sister, see if there is anything to your liking. Feel free to choose." Song Qingling examined the contents of the box, which were all fitting for a young lady: hair ornaments, jewelry, rouge, fine fabrics, and more, each exquisite. She inquired, "Yaoyao, where did you acquire these items?" "They were graciously given to me by someone." Hearing this, Song Qingling smirked slightly. Noticing her sister's expression, Song Yaoyao insisted, "Elder sister, do not doubt me. These truly were presented to me with great eagerness, and I had no choice but to accept. Allow me to explain." Thus, Song Yaoyao recounted the argument she had with Yan Quan at the palace gate that morning. "Elder sister, do you think Yan Quan is of sound mind? After quarreling with us in the morning, by afternoon, he inexplicably showed up at our door to apologize with gifts." Having heard the backstory, Song Qingling deduced that Yaoyao must have disclosed something scandalous about Lord Yan, compelling him to seek reconciliation. Song Yaoyao boldly declared, "Elder sister, choose freely. After all, these treasures are gained without cost." Song Qingling selected 3 items and remarked, "Just these few will suffice." Noticing her sister's modest choices, Song Yaoyao picked 7 or 8 additional items and pressed them into her hands. "Elder sister, I believe these would suit you as well. Keep them all. Since Yaoyao insists they are suitable, I shall accept them." Song Yaoyao then bestowed a pair of jeweled flowers upon each of Song Qingling's 2 personal maids, instructing, "Serve the young lady well." "Yes, thank you, second miss." Song Yaoyao chose a string of jeweled flowers for herself, intending to present it to Bitao later. The remaining items were sent to Madame Song, who had already been informed of the situation by the servants. Upon seeing Song Yaoyao, she was not surprised. "Mother, please decide how to handle these 2 boxes. We have taken some, and the rest remain here." "Very well. Mother, I shall take my leave now."
Wait.
Song Yaoyao turned mechanically and asked, "Mother, is there something else?" Madame Song, not mincing words, directly inquired, "I heard you received 1,000 taels in silver notes today. Who was so indiscreet as to inform you so quickly?" Song Yaoyao covered her sleeve pocket. "That is all mine. What does a young girl need with so much silver? I have my uses." "What uses could you possibly have?" "Regardless, I have my uses." With that, Song Yaoyao took off running. Madame Song called after her, but Song Yaoyao paid her no mind, running faster and faster, her legs nearly sparking with speed. She dashed into her courtyard without pausing, rushed into her chamber, and promptly locked the door and shut the windows before searching for a place to hide her silver notes. As she searched, she inwardly cursed, "Gua gua, you useless system. Other systems have storage capabilities, while you possess nothing. Look at the predicament I'm in. Where shall I conceal these silver notes? Host, Gua gua's current level is too low. In the future, as I level up, I will acquire everything." "And when will you upgrade?" "This Gua gua does not know. You call yourself a system, yet you know nothing. Host, I am indeed quite useful. Enough, just help me find a hiding place for the silver notes." With Gua gua's assistance, Song Yaoyao finally found a secure spot for the silver notes. She realized that Madame Song had no genuine intention of claiming the 1,000 taels, otherwise, she would have sent the maids to apprehend her. Madame Song merely wished to inquire what Song Yaoyao intended to do with the money. It was Song Yaoyao who had overthought the situation. In her past life during the New Year, she often encountered videos online of parents using various excuses to extract red envelopes from their children. Song Yaoyao believed that the 1,000 taels in her possession were akin to those red envelopes from her previous life, and that her parents might also seek to take them. Hence her hasty retreat. Determined to safeguard her silver notes, she vowed not to part with them. Once she had hidden the notes, Song Yaoyao opened the door and stepped outside. At the entrance stood Bitao, her face filled with concern. "Miss, are you alright?"
I'm fine.
"What could possibly be wrong with me?" As she spoke, Song Yaoyao presented the string of jeweled flowers she had prepared in advance to Bitao.
Bitao.
"This is a token for you." Bitao accepted the jeweled flowers with delight, realizing they were the latest style, worth several taels of silver each. She never expected the second miss would gift them so generously, and she promptly knelt, exclaiming, "Thank you, miss, for your generosity." Chapter 23. The remnants of the former dynasty, Gongsu Song Yaoyao, feigning indifference, remarked, "Rise. There is no need for kneeling at every turn. In the absence of others, let us dispense with such empty formalities." Understood. With an air of arrogance, Song Yaoyao continued, "Bitao, attend to your young mistress diligently. Your reward shall be plentiful in due course."
Yes.
After dinner, Song Yaoyao retired to bed early, closing her eyes in hopes of swiftly falling asleep to avoid the struggle of rising the next day. Perhaps due to the excessive daytime slumber, she tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. Resisting the urge to glance at her book, she shut her eyes and began to count. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 1,118 sheep, 3,888 sheep. Time slipped away, and eventually, Song Yaoyao succumbed to slumber. She felt as though she had barely slept when Bitao came to rouse her. With her eyes still closed, she allowed Bitao to groom and dress her. Just as she was prepared, Minister Song arrived. Observing Song Yaoyao with her eyes shut, requiring assistance to walk, he resignedly bent down and lifted her, carrying her away. As before, he placed her into the carriage, where she sought a comfortable spot and continued to doze. Upon their arrival, Minister Song carried her towards the palace gates. Today, as the duo was seen, the ministers refrained from approaching them, mindful of the previous day's incident where Lord Yen had provoked her, resulting in a hefty compensation of 2 chests of goods and 1,000 taels of silver. They had learned that provoking her could lead to financial ruin and were cautious. At the palace gates, Song Yaoyao was set down to walk on her own. Upon reaching the Hall of Supreme Harmony, she instinctively sought out Lord Jiang. After a few words of instruction from him, he returned to his duties. As the court convened, someone stepped forward. Hearing this, Song Yaoyao felt a pang of anxiety. Though she wished to disengage, she could not bear to witness the demise of so many innocent lives. At that moment, the Emperor's voice rang out. "Minister of Revenue." The minister stepped forward. "Your servant is here. What is the current state of the treasury?" 100,000 taels. What? How could it be so little? The emperor interrupted. "You need not elaborate, I understand." The emperor's face was etched with worry. With only 100,000 taels in the treasury, should these funds be allocated for disaster relief? Where would he procure silver for the nation's urgent needs? Silence enveloped the hall as all awaited the emperor's decision, the stillness palpable. Song Yaoyao, who had been taking notes, suddenly fell silent, glancing up to see the troubled expressions on everyone's faces. She called out, "Guagua, what is happening? Why is no one speaking?" "Host, it is simply the result of poverty. The treasury currently holds only 100,000 taels, if allocated for disaster relief. What will happen if the nation requires funds urgently? Guagua, is the court truly so impoverished? I suspect many ministerial households are wealthier than the treasury." "Indeed, you are correct. Host." Among the assembly of ministers stands a veritable cash cow. Their wealth would not only suffice to address the current calamity, but could also sustain 300,000 troops for 30 years without issue. While the emperor had been troubled about the treasury, upon hearing Song Yaoyao's thoughts, he perked up, eager to discover the identity of this cash cow. The ministers, with open minds, became excited, sensing an opportunity for intrigue. Those with secrets to hide broke into a cold sweat, silently praying that young Song would not reveal their secrets. The conversation continued. "Guagua, is what you say true? Is this individual truly so wealthy? Please tell me who it is." "Certainly, host. The richest among them is none other than the second-ranked General Xian Yuanso." Song Yaoyao gasped. "What? This cash cow is a military general?" At that moment, all eyes turned towards Xian Yuanso. No one had anticipated that he would possess such wealth. The ministers harboring secrets visibly relaxed upon hearing his name, relieved it was not them being exposed. Xian Yuansu stiffened momentarily upon hearing his name. His affairs were highly confidential, and he believed no one was aware. At that moment, he clung to a sliver of hope. The emperor, upon hearing Xian Yuansu's name, was momentarily taken aback. He had never imagined that this cash cow would be Xian Yuansu. Guagua continued, "Indeed, no one expected that the wealthiest official in the Tianfeng dynasty would be a military general. This can be traced back to Xian Yuan's origins. His birth name is Gongsu." Upon hearing the surname, the The court officials collectively changed countenance. Xigong was the imperial surname of the former dynasty. Taking advantage of Xian Yuan's moment of confusion, a military officer stepped forward and sealed his acupoint. Xian Yuan was rendered immobile and unable to speak. Though a formidable general, should he become enraged, the court could descend into chaos. Fortunately, someone acted swiftly to restrain him. With a wave of his hand, the emperor commanded that the officials surrounding Xian Yuan be replaced with several generals, completely encircling him from all directions. Oblivious to the tension in the court, Song Yaoyao remained engrossed in her intrigue. She continued to inquire, "Guagua, I recall that Xigong was the imperial surname of the former dynasty. Could it be that Xian Yuansu is a remnant of that era? You are astute, host.
Xian Yuanse, orateur siconse.
Is the son of the former Emperor Xigong Jing and his beloved Zhong Li Shui, who was the daughter of a 7th-rank official. Due to her lowly status, Xigong Jing feared that she would be mistreated in the palace, so he raised her outside. Each month, he would find excuses to leave the palace and meet with Zhong Li Shui, resulting in the birth of Xigong So. Although Xigong Jing was mediocre, he was genuinely kind to Zhong Li Shui and their child, and he continually plotted to eliminate the women of the harem, seeking an opportunity to bring them into the palace. Chapter 24. The Past of Xigong So. Guagua. Did Xigong Jing realize that the situation was dire and subsequently relocate the national treasury?
Indeed, host.
At the moment of the kingdom's demise, Xigong Jing instructed his shadow guards to take the treasure map and find Zhong Li Shui and her son, ensuring their survival and proper upbringing of Xigong So. After the shadow guards departed, Xigong Jing took his own life within the palace. Following his death, all his concubines and children were executed. Previously, Xigong Jing had protected Zhong Li Shui and Xigong so well that, apart from one shadow guard and his personal eunuch, no one else knew of their existence. Fearing that his personal eunuch might disclose their whereabouts, Xigong Jing eliminated him before taking his own life. The shadow guard, the one who took the treasure map to find Zhong Li Shui and her son, survived and escorted them out of the capital. In a remote village, they lived under assumed identities, with Xigong So merely 4 years old at the time. To the outside world, the three presented themselves as a family who had fled the chaos of war. During that tumultuous period, many families sought refuge in the countryside, and the villagers harbored no suspicions about their true identities. The shadow guard adopted the name Xianyuan Che, Xigong So changed his name to Xianyuan So, and Zhong Li Shui assumed the name Li Shui. The trio maintained amicable relations with the villagers. Upon learning of Xigong Jing's suicide, Zhong Li Shui fell gravely ill, yet persevered for the sake of Xigong Jing's dying wish. When Xigong So turned 10, Zhong Li Shui succumbed to her ailments. Xigong So's martial prowess was honed under the meticulous guidance of Xianyuan Che. Guagua, Xianyuan Che, as a shadow guard, demonstrated remarkable loyalty. Indeed, host, he was quite faithful. Xianyuan Che harbored thoughts of avenging Xigong Jing, and when Xigong So turned 12, he urged him to enlist in the army. Utilizing his exceptional skills, Xigong So progressively distinguished himself within the military. The esteemed General Shi Ming recognized his potential and took him as a disciple, dedicating himself to teaching him tactics and strategies. With Shi Ming's mentorship, Xigong So quickly established his footing in the military ranks. His ambition in joining the army was to seize military power. Yet such power remained firmly in Shi Ming's grasp. Only upon Shi Ming's demise could it possibly be relinquished. Thus, during a fierce battle, when Shi Ming was gravely injured, Xigong So disregarded their mentor-student bond and seized the opportunity to strike him down, resulting in Shi Ming's immediate death. Fearing suspicion would fall upon him, Xigong So inflicted a severe wound upon himself, narrowly missing his heart, which effectively diverted attention away from him. Despite the heavy casualties of that battle, the Tianfeng dynasty ultimately emerged victorious. With Shi Ming's death, Xigong So became the most acclaimed figure in the camp, and being his disciple, many proclaimed him deserving of the title of General of Divine Might. Xigong So proved to be ruthless in his pursuit of power, nearly sacrificing his own life in the process. Thus, he ascended to the position of General of Divine Might as he desired. Guagua. A person like Xigong So is truly terrifying. He murdered his own master and inflicted harm upon himself to achieve his goals. The very thought sends shivers down my spine. Did Shiming not sense Xigongsu's sinister ambitions at all? Not at all. Xigongsu concealed his true nature exceptionally well, presenting himself as humble and courteous, leaving no room for suspicion. Just observe the ministers in the court, and even the emperor seated above. Were they not also deceived by his facade? Indeed. Guagua. Aside from that treasure map, does Xigongsu possess any other assets?
He does.
Xianyuanche, the shadow guard, had pretended to die a few years back, vanishing from public view. In truth, he has been covertly managing Xigongsu's enterprises, including taverns and brothels. Moreover, Xigongsu discovered a gold mine at the border, which he has been extracting without reporting to the court. He has amassed 5,000 private soldiers with the gold he has refined, and Xianyuanche is also responsible for training these soldiers.
What?
He has a gold mine? The court is struggling financially, yet Xigongsu possesses such a resource. It is a case of drought for some and floods for others. If only this gold could replenish the national treasury, the emperor would not be so troubled. As the ministers debated the flooding issues in Jiangnan, they listened intently to Song Yaoyao's thoughts. When she spoke of replenishing the national treasury with gold, both the emperor and the ministers wholeheartedly endorsed her sentiments. Xigongsu glared at Song Yaoyao with malice. This detestable Song Yaoyao had revealed all his secrets, and he knew his end was near. He wished nothing more than to see her suffer 1,000 deaths. Song Yaoyao felt a chill envelop her, as if a venomous snake had set its gaze upon her, a most terrifying sensation indeed. Guagua, why do I feel so cold? As if a poisonous snake is watching me? Guagua reassured her. Host, did you perhaps kick off your blanket while sleeping last night? Are you coming down with a cold? Not at all. I am certain my health is robust, and I am not ill. Host, if you are not unwell, then it must be a mere illusion. Perhaps. Guagua, do you know all of Xigongsu's assets? Do you know the location of that gold mine? Also, where is that treasure map hidden? I know. Before Guagua could elaborate, Song Yaoyao interrupted. Guagua, do not speak further. I cannot remember so many assets and their specific locations right now. After court, I will prepare paper and pen for you to tell me again. Once I record it, I will find a way to give the information to my father. Given his loyalty to the emperor, he will undoubtedly present it. Very well. Initially, the emperor was concerned that Song Yaoyao's thoughts would expose those assets, the treasure map, and the gold mine's location in such a public forum, but he did not anticipate her clever arrangements. This way, he could send shadow guards along. As long as Song Yaoyao recorded everything accurately and handed it over to Minister Song, the shadow guards could swiftly deliver it to the palace. Today, Song Yaoyao attended the court with her head bowed, busily noting the discussions between the emperor and ministers while simultaneously chatting with Guagua. She was quite overwhelmed. Song Yaoyao was entirely oblivious to the changes in the court and failed to notice Xigongsu's murderous glare directed at her. Song Yaoyao continued to inquire. Guagua, Xianyuanche is a dangerous individual. Do you know where he is now? Chapter 25. Song Yaoyao discovers something amiss. Song Yaoyao pondered. I know he has been at the gold mine recently. A new batch of gold has emerged there, and Xianyuanche plans to transport it to the capital to present to Xigongsu in order to win over the court officials. Indeed, host. By the way, there is a rockery in the backyard of Xigongsu's residence, beneath which lies a vast secret chamber containing hundreds of boxes of gold ingots. These ingots were previously brought in by Xianyuanche. Wow, Xigongsu truly is extraordinarily wealthy. Yes, host. Even a mere fraction of his wealth could sustain an entire household of common officials. As Song Yaoyao stood there, her legs began to feel numb.
Guagua.
My legs are getting a bit stiff. I wish to stretch them a little. Do you think anyone will notice my slight movements? Host. It would be wise to observe the emperor and the officials first. If no one seems to pay attention to you, you may discreetly move your legs. It should not pose a problem. All right, I shall heed your advice. Taking Guagua's suggestion to heart, Song Yaoyao lifted her gaze towards the officials for the first time during the morning court session. To her astonishment, she quickly perceived something was amiss. Guagua, these court officials seem rather peculiar today. Look around Xigongsu. There are no civil officials in sight, only military ones. Moreover, a third-rank military officer has the audacity to stand before the second-rank Xigongsu. What significant event could have transpired that I am unaware of? Even I, Guagua, am uncertain. Host, do not dwell on this for now. You wished to stretch your legs, did you not? Quickly ascertain if anyone is observing you. Aside from Sikongsu glaring furiously at me, it seems no one else is paying me any mind. Must he fixate on me with such a vengeful gaze? If he continues to glare, I shall remember this. My formidable blade is itching for action. Though I may not be able to confront this remnant of a fallen dynasty openly, I can certainly plot against him in secret. Understood, host. With Sikongsu's unwavering stare upon her, Song Yaoyao felt too intimidated to move, let alone stretch her legs. Guagua, is Sikongsu unwell? He cannot seem to tear his gaze from me. I am afraid to even shift my legs. If he continues to stare, I might just gouge out his eyes and use them as lanterns. That wretched pervert. What is he fixated on me for? Perhaps his concubines did not serve him adequately last night, leaving him so insatiable. The surrounding officials found themselves in an awkward situation, caught off guard by the audacity of young Lord Song's words. Even Minister Song wished to cover his face in embarrassment. This insolent girl perpetually indulged in nonsensical chatter. Were such words appropriate for a young lady yet to come of age? Host, your thoughts are excessive. He is merely glaring at you because he finds you displeasing. That look sends shivers down my spine, as though he wishes to devour me whole. Indeed, Sikongsu harbored resentment towards Song Yaoyao, for she had unwittingly exposed his years of hidden machinations. Decades of plotting unraveled in an instant. Had he the ability to act, he would have undoubtedly sought her demise. Unbeknownst to Song Yaoyao, she had narrowly escaped death, while her inner voice continued, "By the way, Guagua, why does this morning court session drag on for so long? It feels as if a century has passed. If it does not conclude soon, my legs may give way." The officials were often treated to fresh expressions from young Lord Song. Century? What duration could that possibly entail? Although they were not entirely certain, they would eventually come to understand. Host, indeed. Today's morning court has extended quite a while. It has nearly reached an hour. Engrossed in their gossip, they had lost track of time. The emperor exchanged glances, prompting Eunuch Wang to announce, "If there are no matters to address, we shall dismiss the court." Finally, they were permitted to leave. At that moment, Eunuch Wang's shrill voice became melodious to their ears. Song Yaoyao submitted her recorded notes to her superior, Lord Jiang. After a thorough review, with no issues found, she hurried over to Minister Song. "Father, father." As she passed Sikongsu, she caught his gaze once more. He was still glaring at her. Song Yaoyao instinctively recoiled, hastening her departure. In her previous life as a military doctor, she possessed some martial skills sufficient to handle those without any training, yet she felt utterly inadequate against a master like Sikongsu. As the other officials dispersed, only Sikongsu and the surrounding military officers remained still, the emperor himself not having left the hall. Song Yaoyao queried, "Father, why has the emperor not departed alongside those military officials?" Even her father was uncertain, suspecting the emperor had retained them for some significant matter.
Oh.
How anxious I am. Song Yaoyao thought, "Guagua, the emperor cannot be oblivious to Sikongsu's true identity as a remnant of the fallen dynasty. He cannot possibly be assigning him any critical tasks. This cannot be allowed. The emperor, deceived by this treasonous visage, is unwittingly handing the knife to the enemy." Understood, host. Upon hearing Song Yaoyao's thoughts, the emperor signaled, and a hidden guard silently followed suit. As the hall emptied, the emperor waved his hand decisively. "Seize him." Several military officers promptly subdued Sikongsu. Fearing the possibility of an unforeseen escape due to Sikongsu's formidable martial prowess, the emperor swiftly ordered for his tendons to be severed and his legs broken. At that moment, Sikongsu lay bloodied and broken upon the ground, glaring resentfully at the emperor. "You old fool! Were it not for that insufferable girl, you would still remain in the dark. You are a simpleton." Sikongsu attempted to curse further, but was swiftly silenced as his jaw was forcibly removed. Chapter 26. The paper ball reaches the emperor. The emperor, unfazed, commanded, "Seize Sikongsu, the remnant of the previous dynasty, and confine him in the dungeons. No one is permitted to approach him." Understood. Sikongsu was dragged away, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. The moment Guagua revealed Xigong's true identity, the emperor had already dispatched troops to surround his residence. The news the court officials had received today was not spoken of in hushed tones. After all, he was a remnant of the former dynasty. Who would dare to mention it? Such a matter could lead to severe repercussions, including the annihilation of families. Song Yaoyao, having changed her writing style, completed her task half an hour later. After meticulously checking for errors, she prepared to find Deputy Minister Song. He had been waiting in his study for her arrival. Quietly approaching the study, Song Yaoyao noticed the absence of attendants and curiously asked, "Guagua, why is there not a single servant around today?" To facilitate Song Yaoyao's actions, the deputy minister had sent all the servants away. "I have no idea." Host. Now that the coast is clear, quickly wrap the items in stones and leave them at your father's study door.
All right.
With deft hands, Song Yaoyao wrapped the small stones in paper and tossed them precisely at the entrance of the deputy minister's study before swiftly running away. Once she had distanced herself, she hid around a corner to observe. When the deputy minister emerged, he barked, "Who goes there?" Upon inspecting the contents of the paper ball and confirming it was what the emperor desired, he promptly handed it over to the covert guard sent by the emperor. The guard bowed respectfully before taking his leave. In order to assist Song Yaoyao, the deputy minister's acting skills had unexpectedly been brought to the forefront. Little did Song Yaoyao know, her written message had reached the emperor so swiftly. After completing her task, she suddenly felt her stomach rumble. Hunger had struck, and it was imperative that she first satiate her appetite. Mrs. Song had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for her in the dining hall. Like a whirlwind, she finally filled her belly. Observing this, Mrs. Song felt a headache coming on. At her age, eating with such a lack of decorum was unbecoming of a young lady. Each meal was akin to that of a famished ghost. Despite her numerous admonishments, none had taken effect. Song Yaoyao's eating habits were a result of her training in the military in her previous life, where meals were consumed in such a manner. Although she was a military doctor, she regularly trained alongside the soldiers. After each exhausting training session, she would rush into the mess hall, her thoughts solely focused on food. Initially, they were given 10 minutes to eat, but it soon became a necessity to finish within 5 minutes. There was no time to waste. Failing to eat quickly meant enduring hunger during afternoon training. In the military, no one would coddle the delicate. Women were treated like men, while men were often likened to beasts. Even though Song Yaoyao had been reborn, she saw nothing wrong with this approach. In this lifetime, she intended to live freely and unrestrained, doing as she pleased. She refused to conform to the opinions of others. For such a life was far too exhausting. It was not the existence she desired. Host Guagua is about to level up, so I may not be able to contact you for a while. Guagua, how long will your upgrade take? I'm not entirely sure, but it should be quick. Understood. Go ahead. I eagerly anticipate the upgraded Guagua. I too look forward to reuniting with the host after my upgrade. After that, Guagua fell silent, lying on her bed. Song Yaoyao recalled the terrifying gaze of Xigongsu from earlier, sending shivers down her spine. In her previous life as a military doctor, her combat skills were far inferior to those of special forces or elite soldiers. She had merely learned some rudimentary skills, which were utterly insufficient in this ancient setting. If she were to encounter a master like Xigongsu, she would be instantly doomed. This thought unsettled her, having been granted a second chance at life. Surrounded by loved ones, possessing the status of a wealthy young lady, and enjoying the comforts of existence, how could she allow herself to perish? Absolutely not. What was with that murderous glare from Xigongsu? Why did he harbor such animosity toward her? Where did this hatred stem from? Pondering these questions, she decided to let them go. Unbeknownst to her, Xigongsu had already been imprisoned by the emperor and posed no threat to her. However, at this moment, Song Yaoyao was focused on finding a way to preserve her life. Beyond her medical skills, she had no other talents. After much contemplation, she realized that while she may not be able to fight, she could resort to cunning strategies. Although her martial abilities were lacking, her medical expertise could be of great use. In her past life, Song Yaoyao was a versatile physician, proficient in both Western and traditional medicine. She held great confidence in her medical skills. It was often said that medicine and poison are two sides of the same coin, and due to her interest, she had even researched and concocted poisons. Now, this skill would come in handy. With a pained heart, Song Yaoyao reluctantly withdrew 300 taels of silver notes and handed them to Bitao. Just yesterday, she had received these notes, and now she was forced to part with them. As Bitao prepared to leave with the silver, Song Yaoyao reached out, yearning to call her back, but ultimately restrained herself. While she was fond of silver, her life was far more precious. It was not that she was unwilling to part with Bitao. Rather, it was the 300 taels that she mourned. Tears of anguish streamed down her cheeks as she approached her bed, kicked off her shoes, and lay down flat. Chapter 27. Formulating poisons and life-saving elixirs. When Song Yaoyao awoke once more, she instinctively called out for Guagua. Guagua, what time is it? Yet, no familiar voice responded, and it dawned on her that Guagua had gone for an upgrade. The absence of Guagua made Song Yaoyao feel as if her life had lost much of its vibrancy. Guagua interjected, "Host, I owe you my gratitude. Thank you and your ancestors for remembering that I am still alive." Song Yaoyao called out Bitao. Bitao entered, replying, "Mississippi. Have you procured everything I requested?"
Yes.
All items have been acquired. It cost a total of 280 taels of silver, leaving us with 20 taels. After refreshing herself, Bitao brought all the purchased items into the room, including the remaining 20 taels. Song Yaoyao instructed Bitao to leave and forbade anyone from disturbing her. The first concoction she intended to prepare was the 10-fragrance soft bone powder. The effects of this traditional medicine would render the entire body weak and achy upon onset, and it would take several days before normal movement could resume, albeit with no internal energy to be utilized. If one were to ingest poison a second time after being poisoned, it would result in immediate and irreversible demise. Next, she considered the corpse-dissolving powder, which is harmless when it comes into contact with unbroken skin, but upon touching blood, the poisoned individual would disintegrate into a puddle of blood within half an hour. This was an essential item for disposing of bodies after committing murder. She also contemplated the 7-day laughter, which would cause uncontrollable laughter leading to death within 7 days after poisoning, and the half-moon poison, which necessitated darkness for survival post-exposure. The acacia seed served as an aphrodisiac, which could only be alleviated by a specific lover, akin to being under a love spell. Song Yaoyao found herself overwhelmed by the multitude of poisons she wished to concoct. Rarely did she engage in such hands-on activities, and she wished to create some healing elixirs for unforeseen circumstances, such as an enhanced blood-stopping powder, an anesthetic powder, a foundational cultivation pill, and the antidote to 100 poisons. However, she could only prioritize the most crucial elixirs for immediate preparation, leaving others for a later date. Thus, apart from attending court, she busied herself within her chamber. During these days in court, no one had heard the exchanges between Song Yaoyao and Guagua, leaving them puzzled as to why there had been no recent gossip. They speculated about the silence of the system known as Guagua and felt a peculiar absence without their usual entertainment. While the court appeared calm on the surface, beneath the facade, tension simmered. Since Song Yaoyao had thoroughly exposed Gongsu, those with guilty consciences could no longer remain at ease. They lived in a state of constant anxiety, fearing that she might turn her attention toward them. Rather than live in such trepidation, they resolved to take the initiative. They bribed assassins to eliminate Song Yaoyao. Anticipating that someone might target her after the exposure of Gongsu, the emperor dispatched 20 elite guards to protect her. Unbeknownst to Song Yaoyao, these guards, along with 4 hidden sentinels, had already dealt with numerous assassins in secret. Song Shilang was aware of the assassination attempts and had anticipated this day. For her safety, he had kept her confined within the residence for over a decade.
Now,
his fears had materialized. 3 days swiftly passed, and Song Yaoyao had successfully concocted the 10-fragrance soft bone powder, corpse-dissolving powder, blood-stopping powder, and the 100 poisons antidote. Given the short amount of time, she could only produce these for now, with others to follow gradually. As she contemplated testing the efficacy of her concoctions, she encountered yet another assassination attempt that evening. Previously, only 2 or 3 dozen assassins had been sent, but this time over 100 had been dispatched. The 24 guards sent by the emperor, in conjunction with Song Shilong's 30 men, were utterly inadequate to confront such a formidable force. The earlier assassins had been swiftly dealt with before even entering Song Shilong's manor, but this new wave of attackers surged directly into Song Yaoyao's courtyard. Upon seeing the assassins, Song Yaoyao exclaimed, "What on earth?" Followed swiftly by, "What the hell? Were they truly coming for her? What had she done to deserve such animosity?" Someone was intent on her demise. Though uncertain of who sought her life, the assassins had presented themselves, and she would not show them any mercy. Upon discerning friend from foe, she shouted to the crowd, "Stand back." The guards, though unsure of her intentions, reacted instinctively and moved aside. Song Yaoyao seized the 10 fragrant soft bone powder and hurled it into the midst of the assassins. The assassins, seeing a paper package flying towards them, instinctively sliced it open with their swords. The powder dispersed instantly, and by the time they realized what it was too late to cover their mouths and noses. Within moments, many assassins lay incapacitated. Seeing Song Yaoyao covering her own mouth and nose, her guards followed suit as they stepped back. The leader of the assassins, witnessing his men collapse, cursed, "You despicable coward, using poison." To which Song Yaoyao retorted, "You over 100 men come to kill a defenseless woman, and you call me despicable? You think it fair to take lives while denying me the right to defend myself? What sort of logic is that? Moreover, you are all ruthless killers, your hands stained with the blood of countless innocents. Should I adhere to the principles of chivalry when dealing with you?" The leader of the assassins found himself at a loss for words. They were now under the influence of the powder, their bodies weak and aching, making even speech a challenge, let alone retaliation. Initially startled by the sudden intrusion of assassins, Song Yaoyao had now realized the necessity of ensuring that her own people were also given antidotes, distributing one to each of them. She then approached the fallen assassins, delivering a few swift kicks to their leader, while searching him thoroughly. Everyone was bewildered. What was happening? Was the young lady intent on assaulting the leader? This was a spectacle they had not anticipated witnessing, without spending a dime. Chapter 28. The distribution of spoils. If Song Yaoyao had been aware of their thoughts, she would surely have declared, "You are overthinking." Song Shilong hurriedly approached and grasped her arm, saying, "Yaoyao, what are you doing?" "Father, please do not hinder me. I have heard that assassins are quite wealthy. A single kill can yield a substantial profit. I merely wish to borrow a bit of money to spend." Everyone gazed at Song Yaoyao in silence, initially believing that the young lady was intending something. Their thoughts, however, were impure and overly imaginative. It dawned on Song Shilong that his little daughter was so avaricious. He admonished her, "Wait here, let others handle this matter." "Very well," she replied, stepping aside. Song Shilong exchanged a glance with his subordinates, and 30 of them quickly began to search through the crowd of assassins. Song Yaoyao stood nearby, incessantly instructing, "Search their hair, their inner garments, shoes, and socks. Do not overlook the undergarments." In broad daylight, searching through someone else's undergarments, was that truly appropriate? Song Shilong's face flushed with embarrassment as he reprimanded, "Song Yaoyao, be silent." Pouting, she muttered, "As if no one wears undergarments. Why am I not permitted to speak?" The leader of the assassins could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "You shameless wretch! If you intend to kill or torture us, why must you insult us so?" Song Yaoyao retorted disdainfully, "Had I known this would be the outcome, I would not have acted so recklessly. You dared to provoke me and now wish for an easy death. What a delusion! This is merely a search. You have no idea what awaits you. You are a venomous woman, a demon." Her laughter grew more raucous, embodying the essence of a villain from a television drama, hands on her hips.
Aha, indeed.
"I am the demon. You are now like fish on a chopping board. I shall do with you as I please.
Keep insulting me.
And I shall be the first to have you castrated." Everyone present felt a chill between their legs and hurriedly crossed them. The assassin leader trembled with rage, yet refrained from further insults, fearing this madwoman might actually carry out her threat. One of the men, begrudgingly searching only the upper bodies of the assassins, caught Song Yaoyao's eye. She pointed at him and declared, "If you cannot do it, I shall take over." Hearing this, he dared not allow the young lady to take matters into her own hands. If she were to touch those filthy men, his master would surely flay him. Thus, he acquiesced to Song Yaoyao's demands. Before long, someone presented a stack of silver bills and coins to Song Yaoyao. She was not at all concerned about where the money had been procured. In her past life as a military doctor, she had seen and touched many a man's body. It was merely undergarments. She held them in disdain. As she counted, she discovered over 20,000 taels. She had surmised correctly. Assassins were hardly impoverished. Look at them. They are all affluent. Distributing 200 taels each to the 24 individuals sent by the emperor and her father's 30 men, she depleted 800 taels. They initially refused. It was not out of gratitude for Song Yaoyao's generosity, but rather because, without their protection, she would have perished long ago. Although they were merely following orders, Song Yaoyao felt these funds were rightfully theirs. Determined, she insisted on placing the silver bills into their hands. Take this as unexpected fortune. Let us share the spoils. More than 50 individuals expressed their gratitude. Thank you, little Song Darren. Thank you, Miss Song Heir. Waving her hand dismissively, she replied, there is no need for thanks. This is what you deserve. She then gifted her father 1,000 taels and set aside another 1,000 for the emperor. She remembered the emperor's kindness in sending people to protect her, though the emperor's wealth was vast, and he might not value such trifles. It was a gesture of her appreciation, was it not? This unexpected windfall must include a share for the emperor. After allocating the funds, she declared, I shall retain the remaining thousands. I need to procure various medicinal powders, and this money will suffice for purchasing herbs. Song Yaoyao felt the need to clarify the purpose of the funds to everyone. One of her subordinates inquired, what shall we do with these hundreds of assassins? Song Shirling felt a headache coming on. Capturing so many assassins posed a genuine dilemma. Observing his father's silence, Song Yaoyao leaned forward and asked, Father, can we simply kill these people? Song Shirling looked at his daughter, pondering what manner of girl he had raised, so prone to violence and bloodshed. He sighed and replied, these individuals were likely sent directly to carry out a mission. They do not even know who their employer is. Even under torture, I doubt they would divulge anything. Perhaps it is best to kill them. But how shall we dispose of all these corpses? Song Yaoyao blinked innocently. Father, I can handle the bodies. Song Shirling regarded his troublesome daughter, unsure of her intentions. He questioned, are you truly capable of that? With resolute determination, she nodded, indeed. What do you plan to do? Father, aside from the leader of the assassins, knock out the others. Though uncertain of her motives, Song Shirling instructed his men to follow her wishes, ensuring that all but the leader were rendered unconscious. As Song Yaoyao observed the scene, satisfaction washed over her. She withdrew a pouch of medicinal powder from her pocket and, with an air of indifference, approached the assassin leader. Instinctively, he recoiled at the sight of the demon advancing toward him. What do you intend to do? Her laughter grew even more audacious. Aha! Oh, dear. Have I transformed into a witch once more? Thank you for the compliment. However, there is no reward for you. As for my plans, you shall soon find out. Examining the assassin leader's black attire, she could not discern if he was injured. Picking up a sword from the ground, she made a swift incision upon his arm. Before the leader could utter a sound, she opened the pouch and poured the powder onto the wound. The leader, already weakened from the medicinal effects, let out a wretched scream. With a venomous glare, he accused, what have you done? Song Yaoyao feigned innocence, responding, earlier. Did you not say that you would accept any fate? Am I not fulfilling your request? I have newly concocted this medicinal powder. I am eager to test its effects on you. Chapter 29. Guagua's upgrade. Moments later, the leader of the assassins fell silent, his body gradually transforming into a puddle of blood. The sight sent shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. They finally comprehended why Song Yaoyao had ordered the incapacitation of the other assassins. If they had to confront such a horrifying scene, imagining it as their own fate would surely cause them to lose composure. The thought of staining the courtyard was utterly repulsive. Song Shirling gazed at his daughter, unable to fathom the trials she must have endured in her past life to acquire such skills. His heart ached for her, yet he still inquired, Yaoyao, what is this powder? Since everyone had witnessed the event, Song Yaoyao felt no need for concealment and replied candidly, "This is corpse disintegrating powder. It poses no threat when it touches intact skin, but upon contact with blood, the afflicted will dissolve into a pool of blood within half an hour." The crowd listened intently to her explanation, and one person remarked, "I've never heard of such a thing before. However, it is quite effective for handling corpses." They promptly began their task of disposing of over 100 individuals, inflicting wounds upon them and carefully applying the powder, waiting for the bodies to dissolve before cleaning the courtyard. There was no need for Song Yaoyao to involve herself further. Meanwhile, an undercover guard had entered the palace to report the incident to the emperor. Upon receiving the 1,000 taels of silver, the emperor chuckled. "This is the first time I have received a share of the spoils. In all my reign, this little Lord Song is the first to dare present me with such silver." The girl was indeed grateful. She remembered me. Wang Quan, perceptive as always, chimed in, "Your Majesty, do not be deceived by her youth. This little Lord Song conducts her affairs with remarkable precision." The emperor nodded in agreement. "Indeed, she is quite impressive." He instructed the guards to continue protecting little Lord Song and to report any developments promptly. "Yes, Your Majesty," they replied, bowing as they retreated. The emperor gazed at the stack of silver notes, feeling a wave of sentimentality. Though to him, 1,000 taels was hardly worth mentioning, the intention behind Song Yaoyao's gesture was truly rare. The undercover guards had also reported that she retained several thousand taels for purchasing medicinal materials. The emperor understood. After this incident, Song Yaoyao would undoubtedly concoct additional powders to ensure her safety. Had it not been for her preparations, they might not have triumphed over the assassins. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao had taken a bath and was just settling onto her bed when Guagua's voice echoed through the room. Energized by its presence, she exclaimed, "Is it true, Guagua?" Although the system had not provided her with any new gossip, the solitude was palpable, albeit not as exaggerated as she had claimed. Still, she replied earnestly, "Of course, Guagua. When have I ever deceived you? Quickly tell me, have you gained any new abilities with your upgrade?" "Do not rush, host. I will explain slowly. This upgrade has elevated Guagua by 2 levels, and I am now at level 3. With this upgrade, 2 new features have been added. The first is the activation of video and live streaming capabilities. In the future, you can watch videos while enjoying the gossip. Additionally, the range for consuming gossip has now expanded to 30 meters. The second feature is protective in nature. Should anyone attempt to attack you, the system will initiate a protective mode, enveloping you in a barrier." Song Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she listened. These new features are incredibly practical. The extended range for gossip means I can gather more information. Guagua agreed. "Indeed, it is very useful. I previously wondered why a protective feature appeared after my upgrade. Now it makes sense. With this capability, you need no longer worry about your safety." Song Yaoyao continued, "Guagua, will this feature be foolproof against the world's most formidable experts?" "Rest assured, host, there will be no issues," she exclaimed, sitting up in exhilaration. "That is splendid news. I feel as though misfortune has recently clung to me with inexplicable attempts on my life. Guagua, do you realize that over 100 assassins came tonight? Had I not prepared the 10 fragrance softening powder in advance to incapacitate them, you might not have been able to see your clever, charming, and graceful host." Guagua immediately offered comfort. "Do not fear, host. All is well now. No one will threaten your life again." Song Yaoyao nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes. By the way, Guagua, what triggered your sudden upgrade? Was there a specific event? Is it even possible for Song Yaoyao to ponder this? Guagua had been by her side since birth, and after all these years, it had never upgraded until now." Guagua scratched its head. "Previously, my energy was insufficient, but that day, my energy bar suddenly filled to the brim, exceeding its limit, which prompted the upgrade. I pondered, aside from enjoying gossip with you, I have seemingly done nothing else." Song Yaoyao's confusion deepened. How could the energy bar suddenly be full? "I am uncertain," Guagua replied. In truth, on that day, Song Yaoyao and Guagua had uncovered the secret of Xigongso, revealing his ties to the remnants of the previous dynasty, thereby averting a potential rebellion that could have led to widespread devastation. Unknowingly, they had saved countless lives, which was a significant merit. resulting in Guagua's overflowing energy bar and subsequent upgrade. Yet, both remained oblivious to these truths. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yaoyao mused, there must have been some catalyst, though we have yet to identify it. For now, let us not dwell on it. In time, we will uncover the truth. Guagua nodded in agreement. You are right, host. We need not rush. We will surely discover it in due course. Chapter 30. The Minister Yu Ling Tian the following day, as the court convened. The emperor promptly revealed the identity of Si Kongsu as a remnant of the previous dynasty, presenting a litany of his transgressions. Song Yaoyao's thoughts resonated. Guagua, it seems that the note I penned was indeed delivered to the emperor. His efficiency is quite remarkable. Guagua replied, Host, he is the emperor, the sovereign of the realm. Can his actions be anything but swift? Song Yaoyao continued, That is true. Guagua, has Xian Yuanche been captured? Guagua responded, Not yet. When the emperor dispatched men to the gold mine, Xian Yuanche, utilizing his exceptional martial prowess, managed to escape. A wave of anxiety washed over Song Yaoyao. Xian Yuanche is a dangerous element. If he eludes capture, who knows what acts of vengeance he might unleash. Guagua, where is Xian Yuanche hiding now? As Guagua had upgraded, their dialogue became audible to an increasing number of court officials. The courtiers, bewildered by the source of the voice, soon directed their gaze towards Song Yaoyao. The conversation persisted. Guagua said, I know, host. I will activate the live stream. You can see for yourself. The officials were perplexed by the notion of a live stream, but it soon became clear. Above Song Yaoyao's head, a screen materialized, revealing a disheveled man. Clad in ragged garments, he mingled among beggars at the city gate, humbly soliciting alms with a broken bowl and a wooden stick. Song Yaoyao could not help but exclaim, Alas, Xian Yuanche truly knows how to adapt. He possesses the qualities of an operative. Albeit, he has aligned himself with the wrong crowd. Guagua concurred with her observation. Indeed, host. Xian Yuanche hails from an operative background. Si Kongjing is indeed fortunate to have such a loyal subordinate. From Song Yaoyao's lips, the term operative emerged. Contextually, it was inferred to mean an undercover agent. The officials observed the screen, where the man in beggar's attire, filthy and unkempt, was bowing and scraping before passers-by in a bid for charity. Were it not for Song Yaoyao and Guagua's identification of this beggar as the esteemed operative Xian Yuanche, none present would have made the connection. Song Yaoyao queried, Guagua, has Xian Yuanche infiltrated the capital? Guagua affirmed, Yes, host, he is presently among the beggars at the southern gate. Upon hearing this, the emperor immediately whispered to Eunuch Wang, dispatching elite guards to discreetly apprehend Xian Yuanche. Allowing this individual to remain at large would undoubtedly be a calamity. He must be captured. The emperor had already secured control over the private army, the gold mine, Si Kong's assets, treasure maps, and all valuables within his estate. The only threat remaining was Xian Yuanche, a liability that could not be overlooked. The elite sent to deal with him were unparalleled. They would undoubtedly succeed. The morning court session continued. Song Yaoyao's thoughts persisted. I hope the emperor discovers Xian Yuanche soon and brings him to justice. I'd like to alert the emperor. But how can I do so? Perhaps I shall inform my father after court. As she contemplated her plan, a sense of relief washed over her, and she mused. Guagua, your newly added video live streaming feature is quite delightful. It provides such clarity in keeping up with the gossip. Guagua proudly declared, Indeed, I am the universe's most formidable gossip system. This time, Song Yaoyao refrained from chastising Guagua. After all, the child was still young. Let him revel in his self-importance. Day after day, the court sessions were exhausting for Song Yaoyao. She lethargically noted the proceedings, nearly succumbing to slumber. Observing her fatigue, Guagua remarked, Host, seeing your lack of vitality, how about I share a juicy tidbit? Upon hearing the promise of gossip, Song Yaoyao was instantly revitalized, her voice rising several octaves. Please hurry. I have not indulged in fresh gossip for days. Let me savor every morsel. Guagua responded exuberantly, Of course, host.
Just a moment.
At the mention of gossip, the officials perked up, engaging in discussions about state affairs while straining to listen intently. Yet, they silently prayed that the gossip would not pertain to them. Certainly not their scandal. Then Guagua's voice resounded once more. Host, I have located the relevant video. I will narrate while you watch along. Excellent, replied Song Yaoyao. On the screen above her, a man appeared, instantly recognizable to the assembly as Yuling Tian, the esteemed third-rank minister. It appeared today as revelation would concern him, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the other officials. Subsequently, those officials positioned behind Yuling Tian cast their gazes towards him. Those unable to turn their heads covertly fixated on the screen above Song Yaoyao. At that moment, Yuling Tian's countenance darkened. Were secrets about to be unveiled? How could he maintain his standing in the court after such exposure? Would his father-in-law, the prime minister, continue to support him? Upon recognizing Yuling Tian, Song Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, Isn't Yuling Tian renowned in the capital as an exemplary husband? Could it be that his esteemed reputation is merely a fade? Guagua replied, Host, your intuition is astute. Yuling Tian is indeed a hypocrite. In disbelief, Song Yaoyao questioned, A hypocrite? Surely, that cannot be true? Guagua elaborated. Allow me to explain. Yuling Tian, a top scholar, married the prime minister's legitimate daughter.
Consilla.
She is intelligent, beautiful, and gentle. At the time, marrying someone of her caliber was a stroke of extraordinary fortune for him. Song Yaoyao agreed, indeed. Merely based on his status as a top scholar, marrying a woman of such high standing is indeed a blessing from his ancestors. Guagua continued, initially, Yuling Tian and his family believed that marrying such a noblewoman was a stroke of immense luck. However, when a year passed without any sign of pregnancy from Kong Shirya, dissatisfaction began to brew among the Yu family. Yet Yuling Tian, thinking that it was only their first year of marriage and that a child would surely come soon, quelled their grievances. Chapter 31 Yuling Tian. Song Yaoyao let out a derisive laugh. Why do I sense that Yuling Tian is utterly terrified of Kong Shia's maternal family, the Minister of Rights? Guagua responded, You are quite astute. Year after year, Kong Shia's womb remains silent. The dissatisfaction within the Yu family has reached a boiling point, including Yuling Tian, who has long since lost the affection he once held for her. Yet, due to the influence of the Minister of Rights, he dares not express his grievances. The entire Yu family believes they cannot risk their lineage being extinguished because of Kong Xia, yet no one dares to propose taking a concubine for Yuling Tian. When he married Kong Xia, he made a solemn promise to Lord Kong that he would never take a concubine in his lifetime, that Kong Xia would be his sole wife. Had it not been for this assurance, even Lord Kong, despite his admiration for Yuling Tian's talents, would not have consented to the marriage. After all, Yuling Tian is merely the legitimate son of a small merchant. He is not worthy of marrying into a noble family. It was this guarantee that allowed Lord Kong to relent. However, the Yu family did not foresee that Kong Xia would be unable to bear children. After much deliberation, they devised a solution to support Yuling Tian in keeping a mistress. When that mistress eventually bore a child, they would adopt the illegitimate offspring under Kong Xia's name. Song Yaoyao scoffed. The Yu family and Yuling Tian are truly calculating. They are unwilling to let go of their powerful ally, the Minister of Rights. Yet they desire an heir, thus concocting this scheme. How shameless! If Kong Xia were to claim that illegitimate child as her own and nurture it with dedication, it could grow up to be grateful. But if it turns out to be an ungrateful wretch, she could easily meet her demise. A drop of poison, and she would be gone, followed by a fire to her quarters, with the narrative spun that a flood had occurred, and the legitimate mother was trapped and perished in the flames. A few tears shed, and this matter would be swept under the rug. Kong Xia would be reduced to ashes, leaving the Minister of Rights with no means to investigate. This is a classic case of erasing all traces. Ultimately, due to the child's legitimate status, that child could inherit all of Kong Xia's dowry and receive support from the Minister of Rights. After a year or so, Yuling Tian could bring that mistress into the household, and the three of them would finally be reunited. What a heartwarming tale of love.
Bah!
A scoundrel like Yuling Tian deserves to perish. He feigns deep affection for Kong Xia, parading around with a facade of devotion, while his reputation for doting on his wife spreads throughout the capital. It is utterly revolting. Kong Xia is merely a stepping stone for this trio. The faces of all who heard Song Yaoyao's thoughts changed dramatically. Good heavens, what had they just heard? They knew that Kang Xia had not borne Yu Lingtian any children. But the depth of his supposed affection for his wife was all a fade. What a hypocritical charlatan. They had all been deceived by Yu Lingtian. Lord Kang clenched his fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands. He yearned to eliminate this scoundrel immediately. Upon hearing Song Yaoyao's words, Yu Lingtian's complexion turned pale, his body drenched in cold sweat. He realized his predicament was dire. Guagua interjected, "Host, do not be agitated. What you have mentioned has yet to transpire." Song Yaoyao disdainfully replied, "Even if it has not occurred, one can easily foresee the aftermath. Kang Xia and the Minister of Rights are truly the victims here." Guagua continued, "Host, do not be hasty. There's more to reveal. Yu Lingtian has maintained 3 mistresses outside." Song Yaoyao's fury escalated. "What? 3 mistresses? He's taken on that many?" Guagua chuckled maliciously. "Indeed, host. To father a child, Yu Lingtian often concocts excuses to venture out at night, claiming he is attending gatherings with colleagues. In reality, he visits his 3 mistresses. He rotates between them, ensuring each one receives equal attention." Song Yaoyao glanced at Yu Lingtian. "Look at him, busy as a bee at night." "Guagua, I just noticed Yu Lingtian. His complexion is as pale as a ghost. Do you know why he looks so ghastly?" Curious, Guagua inquired. "Why is that?" Song Yaoyao replied, "With such a relentless schedule of procreation, he must be drained by those alluring temptresses. Just look at him. He should be wary of succumbing to exhaustion before he can even father a child." Guagua continued, "Host, that is where you are mistaken. One of the 3 mistresses has already borne Yu Lingtian a child, who is now 3 months old." Song Yaoyao remarked, "I wonder what grand performance the Yu family and Yu Lingtian are staging to persuade Kang Xia? I am quite curious." Guagua added, "Moreover, that child is not actually Yu Lingtian's. It is the offspring of the mistress and another man." Song Yaoyao perked up. "Really?" Not only was Song Yaoyao intrigued, but everyone present was now fully focused, eager not to miss a single detail. Guagua elaborated. That mistress was the first to accompany Yu Lingtian. Despite being with him for so long, she had not conceived. Fearing he might abandon her, she understood that Yu Lingtian's intentions were solely to have children. With no signs of pregnancy, she grew increasingly anxious. Thus, she devised a plan. She contacted an old flame and explained her predicament. Upon learning that their child would be recognized as the offspring of a high-ranking official and be acknowledged by the Minister of Rights, he was eager to cooperate. They quickly rekindled their relationship, and before long, she became pregnant. Song Yaoyao laughed with delight. "Ha! Truly, karma is a formidable force." Guagua continued to divulge. "In truth, it is not Kang Xia who is incapable of bearing children. Rather, it is Yu Lingtian who lacks the ability. Just observe his 4 women. Aside from the one who has cuckolded him and bore a child, the other 3 remain barren, which clearly indicates Yu Lingtian's inadequacy." Song Yaoyao raised her head to glance at Yu Lingtian, who trembled uncontrollably, realizing that the issue had never been with his wife, but with himself. The crowd was aflame with excitement, as the 3 mistresses displayed strikingly ordinary appearances. It was a mystery how Yu Lingtian could find them appealing. For the sake of fatherhood, he showed no discernment whatsoever. Chapter 32. The light wave is a form of rabbit catching. That scoundrel, with his sharp features and monkey-like appearance, was clearly not a man of good character. Everyone looked at Yu Lingtian with a mix of disdain and sympathy. It was generally accepted that men could have multiple wives and concubines, yet none were as hypocritical as Yu Lingtian. Unable to bear the harsh truth any longer, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. Song Yaoyao was startled by the sound of Yu Lingtian fainting. "What just happened?" she exclaimed. Guagua replied, "Host, it seems Yu Lingtian has fainted." Song Yaoyao pouted. "I told you, if he engaged less in those nightly escapades, he wouldn't have been drained to the point of fainting. He's just a pretty fade with no substance. He deserves it." This little lady Song remained as audacious as ever, unafraid to voice her opinions. Song Shirlang glared at his daughter, wondering who taught her such phrases. This daughter of his was likely to be his downfall. Upon hearing her words, the others deemed it fitting that Yu Lingtian had fainted. The emperor promptly ordered his attendants to carry Yu Lingtian away. Song Yaoyao's thoughts continued. Guagua, do you know where these 3 concubines reside? 3 locations appeared in the video. Song Yaoyao, unfamiliar with the capital, had no idea where they were. Guagua's voice chimed in. Number 8 Willow Tree Alley, number 28 Apricot Blossom Lane, number 16 Emerald Lane. While Song Yaoyao was unaware of these places, it did not mean that the ministers were equally uninformed. These locations were not close to one another. The time it took for Yu Lingtian to visit each concubine every night was quite considerable. Minister Kong had already noted these 3 addresses and planned to head there with his men after the court session. Suddenly, Song Yaoyao remarked, Guagua, it feels somewhat unfair to say Yu Lingtian is incapable. It should be stated that while the fertile land exists, it is his plowing ox that is inadequate. The ministers were left speechless, realizing the truth in her words, yet questioning whether it was appropriate for a young girl to express such sentiments. Guagua replied, Host, that does seem to be the case. After and during the court session, Song Yaoyao hurriedly approached Song Shiling. Father, father. Song Shiling watched his daughter rush towards him and cautioned.
Slow down.
When she reached him, she tugged on his arm and leaned in closer. Father, let us walk slowly. I have something to discuss. All right, he replied, slowing his pace. What is it? He inquired. With utmost seriousness, Song Yaoyao stated, Father, just now in the court, the emperor said that the traitor Xianyuan Che has yet to be captured. I believe the most dangerous places are often the safest. Father, do you understand the saying dark under the lamp? I suspect Xianyuan has come to the capital and is hiding in places we least expect, like brothels, gambling dens, or among beggars. What do you think? Song Shiling nodded in agreement. I will report this to the emperor. Having received the answer she desired, Song Yaoyao exhaled in relief, silently praising her cleverness. Then she casually asked, Father, are you going to see the emperor now? To avoid raising her suspicion, Song Shiling nodded.
Yes.
Song Yaoyao suggested. Then you go see the emperor. I will wait for you at the palace gate. Okay, he replied, departing. Song Yaoyao made her way to the palace gate alone, her thoughts resurfacing. Guagua, play a song for me. Certainly, host, came the reply. Before long, the ministers were treated to an unfamiliar melody, and they soon noticed the lyrics appearing on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. Wild waves. Wild waves are an attitude. Wild waves rise and fall. Wild waves. Wild waves. Wild waves. Wild waves. Wild waves are an attitude. Wild waves are unrestrained. Wild waves. Wild waves, a journey of madness, a journey of wandering, a journey towards the distance. Song Yaoyao sang along in her heart, while the ministers found the refrain echoing in their ears. Light waves are a form of rabbit catching. Light waves are unyielding beasts. Light waves. Light waves. A journey of brightness, a journey of wandering, a journey of soaring. The ministers could not help but curse under their breath. Goodness, can you please be quiet? Little lady song? The sound lingered in their ears like an incessant torment, driving them to the brink of frustration. What should have been a beautiful song, when sung by Song Yaoyao, had entirely lost its charm. To escape the tormenting melody, the ministers quickened their pace, leaving Song Yaoyao behind. Song Yaoyao was entirely unbothered. She was now alone. Upon reaching the palace gate, the ministers departed in their carriages, leaving Song Yaoyao waiting for her father. After an unknown duration, the music suddenly ceased, and Guagua's voice broke through. Host, host, the show is about to begin. Initially lounging lazily in her sedan chair, Song Yaoyao perked up excitedly. Has Minister Kong discovered Yu Lingtian's concubines? This is splendid news. It's time to deal with that scoundrel and that shameless mistress. Song Yaoyao anxiously remarked. How far is the Willow Tree Alley from here? I wonder if I could make it there on foot? Guagua, with a hint of exasperation, replied. Your father hasn't even come out yet. From what I know, it takes at least an hour by carriage to reach Willow Tree Alley. It would take you much longer on foot. I can provide you with a live broadcast. Why must you go there in person? It seemed running there on foot was not an option. Song Yaoyao felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, she explained, it's not the same. Just like a concert. Even though everyone can watch the recording later, many still prefer to attend in person. Do you know why? The atmosphere is entirely different when experienced live. The real-time version is far more thrilling and immersive. Guagua, increasingly exasperated, asked, Do you still want to watch the live broadcast? Song Yaoyao nodded fervently. Yes, yes. If I can't be there in person, I'll have to make do with the live stream. Guagua, hurry, and send me the footage. Of course, host.
Came the prompt reply.
Behind Minister Kong, a large group of people rushed towards number 8 Willow Tree Alley. Chapter 33. A fractious encounter. The Minister of the Interior, Lord Kong, signaled with a glance, prompting a burly servant to stride forward and kick open the grand door. A woman dressed as a maid emerged from within, followed closely by another servant. The maid, confronting the intruders, bellowed, "Who are you?" The burly servant stepped aside as Lord Kong made his entrance. Upon seeing the finely attired visitors, the maid and the young servant cautiously inquired, "Esteemed gentlemen, you must have mistaken us for someone else. We are but good people." Lord Kong scrutinized the pair and declared, "I have made no mistake. Summon your master." Trembling, the maid stammered, "I shall fetch him at once." Moments later, a young woman appeared from the inner chamber. Though her features were unremarkable, her fair skin suggested she had been well cared for. Upon noticing Lord Kong, her eyes momentarily flickered with apprehension, yet she quickly masked her fear and asked, "What brings you here?" Recognizing the subtle shift in her demeanor, Lord Kong's authoritative presence often instilled trepidation in others, especially when his countenance bore a darkened expression. Yet the young woman, after her initial reaction, regained her composure and inquired about their purpose with unwavering resolve. Not wishing to engage in idle banter, Lord Kong stated plainly, "Your glance betrays that you know who I am. Since you are aware, I shall dispense with euphemisms. To scheme against the Minister of the Interior and his daughter is a fool's errand. To expect us to pave the way for you and your illegitimate child is nothing short of delusional. Women like you, engaging in illicit affairs, deserve severe punishment. Take this woman and her bastard child to the authorities. Let them deal with this harlot appropriately." Indeed, while the kingdom of Tianfeng was known for its liberal customs, it imposed harsh penalties on such women. Hearing this, the woman shrieked, "You cannot treat me this way. I have borne a son for Lord Yu. He shall never forgive you." Initially intent on departing, Lord Kong paused at her words and turned back, inquiring, "Are you certain that child is Yu Lingtian's? Allow me to inform you that upon discovering your infidelity, he has been reduced to a state of despair in the court." The woman, upon hearing this, collapsed to the ground, realizing her fate was sealed and that no one would come to her aid. Lord Kong turned on his heel and exited, making his way to the next household. Song Yaoyao, perplexed, remarked, "Guagua, is that it? I was expecting a fierce confrontation. This kind of overwhelming dominance is rather dull. I prefer the spectacle of hair pulling and slapping." As Song Shirling approached, he overheard Song Yaoyao's sentiments. Guagua then relayed, "Host, Lord Kong has gone to Jade Alley. Upon learning of Yu Lingtian's 3 mistresses, Lady Kong has become furious and now leads a contingent of maids to Apricot Blossom Alley." Excited, Song Yaoyao exclaimed, "Really? Women should clash. I want to witness this battle. Where is my father? I'm desperate to see him." Just as her thoughts echoed, Song Shirlong's voice resonated, "Yaoyao." She had never found her father's voice more melodious, responding joyfully, "Yes. Let us go to Apricot Blossom Alley." "What business do you have there?" he asked. "I heard a new pastry shop has opened, and I wish to investigate." "Who told you this?" "Just someone mentioned it. Father, please allow me to go." Employing every charm, Song Yaoyao managed to persuade her father, who eventually relented, recognizing that his attempts to dissuade her were futile. She eagerly urged the coachman to hasten, and upon arriving at Apricot Blossom Alley, she leaped from the carriage before her father could utter a word, following Guagua's guidance straight to number 28. From a distance, she observed a crowd gathered at that address. After squeezing through, she witnessed a grand lady atop a young woman, delivering a flurry of slaps. What an unexpected sight! Were ancient noblewomen not supposed to maintain their composure? This display was a raw confrontation. The onlookers murmured and pointed, prompting Song Yaoyao to inquire of a nearby matron, "Madam, what transpired here?" The matron, upon noticing Song Yaoyao's official garb, promptly replied, "Esteemed official, what would you like to know?" "I am equally curious." "Then please enlighten me." "This noblewoman is Lady Kong, and the one being punished is the mistress of Lord Yu, the Minister of the Interior's son-in-law. We have long heard that despite his wife's years of barrenness, Lord Yu remained steadfast in his affection for her, without any concubines or side chambers. We praised him as a devoted husband. It is shocking to learn he has secretly taken a mistress, and rumor has it 3 in total. This is merely one of them. Feigning surprise, Song Yaoyao asked, "Is that true?" "Indeed, it is. Such shameless mistresses deserve to face dire consequences." Song Yaoyao understood the public's reticence to speak ill of Lord Yu due to his official status, but the same leniency did not extend to these mistresses. The thrill of witnessing the unfolding drama alongside the crowd was exhilarating. Presently, Lady Kong continued to assault the woman, pulling her hair and occasionally pinching her, a sight that was oddly satisfying. The mistress on the ground bore a face swollen to the likeness of a pig, rendering her original features unrecognizable. After some time, Lady Kong finally paused, addressing a nearby maid. "This shameless hussy, who revels in seducing men, though lacking in beauty, possesses a certain cunning. To prevent her from deceiving others."
I shall more have it.
"Yes, my lady." As the maid approached the woman, Lady Kong interrupted. "Wait. Upon further reflection, I shall inscribe the word harlot across her skin instead. Once done, pour honey onto the wound and attract some ants to adorn her face." Understood. Chapter 34. A woman's ruthlessness ensures her position. Song Yaoyao could not help but exclaim, "Guagua, this woman is truly ruthless. I am at a loss for words." "Just one word, impressive." Guagua concurred, saying, "Indeed, a woman must be ruthless to secure her position. I admire her." These matrons displayed a remarkable cunning, having procured a sharp awl from an unknown source. Song Yaoyao inquired of Guagua, "Guagua, where do you think these women acquire the awl? Surely, they do not carry such a thing with them?" Guagua replied, "Host, you are quite astute." "Indeed, they do." Song Yaoyao, astonished, remarked, "What a coincidence." Just then, one of the matrons, trembling, lunged at the face of the concubine with the awl. Observing this, Song Yaoyao expressed her disbelief. "Guagua, do you not think that matron is deliberately shaking her hand?" Guagua agreed, stating, "You are correct, host. Her hand is unsteady on purpose." An unsteady hand provides an opportunity for multiple strikes. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, "Goodness, the intrigues of the inner chambers are truly..." The concubine let out a piercing scream, prompting another matron to hastily remove her sock and stuff it into the concubine's mouth. At that moment, a gust of wind carried the foul odor of the soiled sock towards Song Yaoyao, causing her to retch. In her heart, she cursed. "How infuriating! Why must this wretched old woman subject me to such torment while I merely seek to witness the spectacle?" The individuals standing with Song Yaoyao quickly covered their noses, internally cursing the matron. Having not yet had breakfast, Song Yaoyao could only gag. After regaining her composure, she pulled out her handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose, saying, "Guagua, just now the wind blew, and I could smell that foul sock from here. It is more pungent than a decades-old cesspool." This matron has no sense of propriety. It is utterly revolting. Despite the overwhelming stench, the onlookers merely covered their noses, showing no intention of leaving. It seemed they were all seasoned spectators of gossip. When Song Yaoyao turned her attention back to the concubine, she saw her rolling her eyes, her face smeared with blood. A truly terrifying sight. One matron remarked, "Madam, this shameless hussy has fainted." Lady Kong, seated nearby, ordered, "Continue." Due to the matron's trembling hands, what should have been a swift ordeal was prolonged, resulting in the concubine enduring several additional strikes. Once completed, the matrons poured honey onto the concubine's face and placed ants atop it. Song Yaoyao felt a shiver run down her spine. One matron declared, "Madam, it is done." Lady Kong did not bother to look and commanded, "Take her to the authorities." As the commotion subsided, the crowd gradually dispersed. Song Yaoyao prepared to leave when Lady Kong spotted her in the gathering and hurried over. "Young Master Song." Turning around, Song Yaoyao saw Lady Kong, performed a respectful greeting, and inquired, "Lady Kong, how do you do?" As a second-rank noblewoman, Lady Kong commanded respect, and Song Yaoyao, being of lower rank, was obliged to greet her. Lady Kong, familiar and warm, took Song Yaoyao's hand and asked, "Young Master Song, what brings you here?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Yaoyao refrained from admitting her true purpose of merely spectating. Instead, she replied, "I came with my father and happened to stumble upon this gathering, which piqued my curiosity. What a coincidence to encounter you here." It was quite awkward to be caught in the act of seeking entertainment. Lady Kong, fully aware of Song Yaoyao's intentions, chose not to confront her, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. "Young Master Song, I have a daughter of a similar age at home. When you have time, do visit our residence." Song Yaoyao nodded in agreement. "Certainly." Lady Kong continued, "There are many matters to attend to in my household. Tomorrow, when I have the opportunity, I shall visit with my husband." A visit was essential. Had it not been for Song Yaoyao's revelations, they would remain oblivious to the deceptions of that scoundrel Yu Lingtian. Although Song Yaoyao did not comprehend Lady Kong's motivation for visiting her home, she felt it was not the time to inquire. After exiting Xinghua Alley, Lady Kong and Song Yaoyao parted ways, with Lady Kong repeatedly encouraging Song Yaoyao to visit. Song Yaoyao agreed to each invitation. She quickly approached her family's carriage and climbed aboard. Song Shirling set aside his book, glanced at his untroublesome daughter, and asked, "Did you procure the pastries?" Caught up in the excitement of the spectacle, she had forgotten about the pastries. How embarrassing! Yet, Song Yaoyao maintained her composure, replying, "I could not find the new pastry shop. Perhaps it is best to let the servants handle it next time." Song Shirling sighed and instructed the coachman, "Return to the residence." Upon arriving home, Song Yaoyao changed into her official attire and dashed towards the dining hall, utterly famished. At the table, Song Foreign watched her husband and ravenous daughter, remarking, "We have already dined, leaving only the two of you." Before Song Shirling could speak, Song Yaoyao interjected. Song Foreign remained silent, casting her gaze towards Song Shirling, who merely shook his head in response. Seeing her husband's reaction, Song Foreign understood something was amiss. She was well aware of her daughter's temperament. Though her child may have a hearty appetite, it was simply implausible for her to venture such a distance for pastries. Given her laziness, Song Yaoyao would rather lie down than sit, and sit rather than stand. Once Song Yaoyao had finished her meal and departed, Song Foreign finally asked, after a sigh. Song Shirling recounted the events that transpired in the court that day. Song Foreign reproached her husband. "If she wished to accompany you, why did you not take her along?" Chapter 35. Rong Ping arrives with his wife Minister Song. Filled with resignation, remarked, "You know very well about Yaoyao's temperament. I cannot possibly restrain her." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Song expressed her worries, saying, "This child is so rebellious. What shall we do in the future?" Minister Song gently patted his wife's hand. "Let us take one step at a time. Worrying is futile." In the afternoon, Left Censor Rong Ping arrived at the Song residence with his wife. Minister Song summoned Song Yaoyao to the front hall. Surprised by the news, Song Yaoyao inquired of Bitao. "Bitao, what is happening? There are guests at home. Are my parents here? Why must I go to the front hall?" At that moment, Song Yaoyao was unaware that the guests were none other than the Rong couple. Bitao urged, "I do not know either, Mississippi. The master and mistress, along with the guests, are waiting in the front hall." After freshening up, Song Yaoyao headed to the front hall. Upon seeing Rong Ping, she suddenly recalled the matter she had previously been reminded of. The Rong couple stood as soon as they spotted Song Yaoyao. She hurried over to pay her respects. "I have the honor to meet Lord Rong and Lady Rong." Rong Ping nodded, while Lady Rong warmly remarked, "It has been a few days. Our little Song has blossomed even more." Song Yaoyao touched her face, realizing indeed she was a beauty adored by all. Observing Song Yaoyao's self-absorbed expression, Lady Rong found the girl quite amusing. Having encountered her once at the palace banquet, their close interaction this time only deepened her fondness. Although the girl was somewhat whimsical, her heart was pure, devoid of malice. Subsequently, Minister Song and his wife engaged in conversation with the Rong couple while Song Yaoyao sat silently, unable to interject due to the nature of their discussion. When the Rong couple prepared to leave, Lady Rong indicated the gifts they had brought, saying, "We have brought some presents. We hope you will accept them." Then, from her sleeve, Lady Rong produced a stack of silver notes and presented them to Song Yaoyao. "I am unsure if you will like the gifts. If not, use this money to purchase something you prefer." Mrs. Song quickly interjected, "My dear Lady Rong, this is too much. Lady Rome waved her hand dismissively. Please accept it. Compared to the lives of our entire Rome family, this is nothing. We are grateful for your timely warning that allowed us to prevent that wretched girl from acting. The consequences would have been unimaginable. If you refuse, it would weigh heavily on our hearts. Hearing this, Mrs. Song reluctantly agreed. Holding the substantial stack of silver notes, Song Yaoyao felt elated, truly embodying the saying, good deeds bring good rewards. Once the guests departed, she eagerly opened the gifts brought by Lord and Lady Rome. The large chest contained a variety of items, most of which were suitable for young ladies. She decided to keep a couple for herself and select a few for her elder sister, leaving the rest for her mother to handle. As Song Yaoyao was about to dash away, Mrs. Song seized the back of her collar. Where do you think you're going? Song Yaoyao, concealing the silver notes, stuttered. I am not running. Mrs. Song extended her hand. Hand it over. Song Yaoyao feigned ignorance. What? Mrs. Song glared at her. Do not play coy with me. Give me the silver notes. Adopting a silly demeanor, Song Yaoyao replied, What silver notes? Mother, I haven't taken your money. After several deep breaths, Mrs. Song shouted, Song Yaoyao, stop pretending. Hand over the silver notes that Lady Rome gave you. Realizing she could no longer maintain her charade in the face of her mother's suppressed anger, Song Yaoyao cautiously suggested, Mother, could you perhaps give me a little, just a tiny bit? She gestured with her thumb and pinky. Mrs. Song replied, First, give me the silver notes, and we will discuss it based on the situation. Reluctantly, Song Yaoyao produced the notes. Seeing her unwillingness, Mrs. Song snatched them away and began counting. Song Yaoyao craned her neck, watching as her mother counted the bills. After what felt like an eternity, Mrs. Song finished counting, revealing each note was worth 100 taels, totaling 50 notes, equating to an impressive 5,000 taels. Such a fortune. Song Yaoyao tugged at her mother's sleeve, pleading cutely, Mother, with so many silver notes, how much can you give me? Mrs. Song pondered before extracting 100 taels from the stack, handing it to Song Yaoyao. Here you go. Song Yaoyao pouted, feeling it was rather stingy. She complained, Mother, out of 5,000 taels, you only give me 100? That is far too little. Mrs. Song retorted, This is all you get. Take it or leave it. Who said I would refuse it? Even if it's like a mosquito leg, it's still better than nothing. As Mrs. Song prepared to leave, Song Yaoyao quickly grasped her mother's garment. Wait, Mother. Mrs. Song turned back, asking what now? Since so many silver notes had already been taken by her mother, Song Yaoyao wanted to share the fortune with her siblings. Thus, she cautiously proposed, When others come to thank us, it is a good thing. Mother, could you give each of my elder sister, elder brother, and second brother 100 taels as well? Let them enjoy a bit too. Surprised by her thoughtfulness, Mrs. Song nodded. This time, I will grant your wish. She then retrieved 300 taels and handed them to Song Yaoyao, saying, Here, for your siblings, 100 each. Song Yaoyao nodded in agreement, accepted the notes, and left. Though she adored money, she believed in rightful ownership and had no habit of hoarding others' wealth. A gentleman cherishes wealth acquired through honorable means. Such disgraceful acts were beneath her. Moreover, since these 300 taels were for her family, she would certainly not act inappropriately. Watching Song Yaoyao's departing figure, Mrs. Song shook her head. This child already possessed thousands of taels. She could not give her any more. The silver notes brought by the Rome couple today would not be squandered. All would be saved for Song Yaoyao's future dowry. Chapter 36. A day of rest. Upon the mention of dowries, Mrs. Song found herself enveloped in worry once more. Given the current state of Song Yaoyao, it seemed that securing a marriage proposal would be a formidable challenge in the future. The thought of what would become of the child weighed heavily on her mind. Rubbing her temples, she commanded her servants to remove the trunk from the front hall. Song Yaoyao made her way directly to the courtyard of her elder sister, Song Qingling. Unlike her usual boisterous self, today she approached with a subdued demeanor. Upon seeing her sister, Song Qingling expressed surprise and inquired, Little sister, what troubles you? Without hesitation, Song Yaoyao embraced Song Qingling and burst into tears. Sister, I feel so wronged. Mother has taken my silver notes, 5,000 taels, to be precise. Woe is me. Sister, if I threaten her by saying I'll smash some tofu unless she returns my silver, would that be effective? Song Qingling, supporting her tear-streaked sister, responded with reluctance. It seemed such a threat would not sway mother. Hearing this, Song Yaoyao's sobs intensified. Song Qingling sighed inwardly, thinking, "Little sister, you only dare to lament here. If you possess any courage, try weeping in front of mother and see how she handles you." After a considerable time, Song Yaoyao finally recalled her purpose for visiting. Wiping her tears, she noticed the traces of her distress on her face. Song Qingling instructed a maid outside, "Fetch a basin of water. The second miss wishes to freshen up." "Yes, miss," the maid replied, and went to draw the water. Once Song Yaoyao had washed her face, she retrieved several exquisite accessories from her pocket and handed them to Song Qingling. "Sister, these are for you." Examining the delicate pieces, Song Qingling asked, "Yaoyao, where did you acquire these?" With a sigh, Song Yaoyao recounted the events that led to her possession of these trinkets and the 5,000 taels. "Sister, among those gifts, I felt these items would suit you, so I selected them. Do take them quickly." Gratefully accepting the gifts, Song Qingling expressed her thanks.
Thank you, Yaoyao.
Song Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively and produced 100 taels in silver notes, stating, "Sister, this is your share." Song Qingling shook her head. "You should keep the silver notes for yourself." Without hesitation, Song Yaoyao pressed the notes into her sister's embrace. "This is a hard-fought benefit I obtained from mother. You must accept it." "Very well, I shall accept it," Song Qingling replied. "Now let us put it away." Once Song Qingling had organized her belongings, Song Yaoyao suggested, "Sister, tomorrow is my day of rest. Shall we venture into the streets? Have you spoken to mother about this?" "Not yet, but I believe she will agree." "Very well. As long as mother consents, we shall go out tomorrow." That evening, Song Yaoyao broached the subject of their outing with Mrs. Song, who readily agreed but requested they take extra attendance with them. Song Yaoyao acquiesced. The following day, after breakfast, Song Yaoyao visited Song Qingling's courtyard. "Sister, are you ready?" "Indeed," came the reply. Today, Song Qingling donned a light purple gown, her exquisite makeup rendering her ethereal. "Dear sister, you look truly beautiful today." Song Yaoyao complimented earnestly. "You little tease. I am not jesting, I speak only the truth." As they conversed, they made their way outside. "Sister, where shall we go today? Where would you like to go?" "I am unfamiliar with the capital. You may choose." "Very well. Last time, we visited the clothing and jewelry shops. Today, let us explore the rouge and powder shop." "Sounds splendid." The carriage swayed as they traveled, and Song Yaoyao peered out the curtain for a moment before letting it fall. Today, her curiosity about the street scenes had diminished, and her desire to observe was less pronounced. The sisters chatted merrily within the carriage. Upon arrival, the coachman announced, "Miss, we have arrived." As they disembarked, Song Yaoyao was captivated by a grand establishment named Beauty Pavilion. The name was self-explanatory and quite down-to-earth. "Yaoyao, let us enter." "Certainly, sister." Following Song Qingling inside, Song Yaoyao's curiosity was piqued by the surroundings. As they entered, a beautiful attendant approached them, asking, "What would you ladies like?" Song Qingling inquired, "What new arrivals do you have in stock?" "Oh, we have numerous new items." The attendant's chatter was incessant, and her eloquence was remarkable. If this were modern times, she would undoubtedly be a sales champion. Listening attentively, Song Qingling absorbed the information while Song Yaoyao gazed around, her curiosity fully awakened. The shop was stocked with lip balms, eyebrow pencils, makeup powders, rouge, and floral adornments, everything one could desire. In her previous life, though Song Yaoyao seldom wore makeup, she was well-versed in skincare and cosmetic matters. Compared to the products of her past, those from ancient times seemed rather rudimentary. With some time, she could craft her own versions. Eventually, Song Qingling purchased a box of lip balm and asked, "Yaoyao, do you need anything?" Song Yaoyao waved her hand. "Sister, I'm merely looking. I don't require anything at the moment." At 12 years old, her skin was in its prime, needing only basic care without the need for makeup. While she found the items intriguing, she wasn't overly enthusiastic. Upon exiting the cosmetic shop, Song Yaoyao inquired, "Sister, are there any pastry shops nearby? I'd like to take a look." "Yes, there are. Let us go." The pastry shop was not far, so they decided to walk rather than take the carriage. As they strolled, a group of individuals approached, blocking their path. Assuming it was an accident, Song Yaoyao stepped aside to allow them to pass. However, as she moved left, they mirrored her action. When she moved right, they did the same. After several attempts to navigate around them, it became clear to Song Yaoyao that this was intentional, a deliberate obstruction to provoke them. Raising her head, she discerned the faces of the group. 3 men and 3 women. One young woman, clad in a pomegranate-colored gown, regarded Song Yaoyao and Song Qingling with palpable disdain. Confused, Song Yaoyao wondered why they were being targeted. She did not recognize any of them. This was only her second outing, yet she seemed to have attracted such animosity. Feeling as though she were a magnet for trouble, she recalled the recent assassination attempt and now encountered this group blocking her way. It was incredibly frustrating. All she desired was to enjoy her day of rest and leisurely shop without such hindrances. Chapter 37. The true and false heiress. It seems she is courting disaster. One cannot blame her for what is to come. Song Yaoyao called out to Guagua. Guagua, who is that woman in the pomegranate-colored dress? Guagua's voice responded. Host. This woman is the daughter of your father's superior. Song Yaoyao scrutinized the woman before her and continued to inquire. Isn't my father's superior the Minister of Revenue, Qin Hanshan? Guagua replied. Indeed, host, that is correct. The woman before you is Qin Mengdai, the adopted daughter of Qin Hanshan. Upon hearing Song Yaoyao's thoughts, the individuals accompanying Qin Mengdai instinctively took a step back. They had not intended to follow her, but since her father held a higher official position than their own, they felt compelled to accompany her. Now, upon learning of Song Yaoyao's thoughts, they were taken aback. Qin Mengdai is an adopted daughter? How had they not heard of this? They understood that Song Yaoyao was about to reveal more, and they collectively distanced themselves from Qin Mengdai. Qin Mengdai, of course, could hear Song Yaoyao's thoughts and shouted. What nonsense are you spouting? Song Yaoyao glanced at the woman before her and retorted. Did I say anything? I haven't even opened my mouth. If you want to pick a fight, at least choose a plausible reason. Qin Mengdai's chest heaved with anger. Yet she found herself at a loss for words to counter Song Yaoyao's claim. Indeed, Song Yaoyao had not uttered a sound. As Qin Mengdai struggled to speak, it was as though her voice had been choked off, leaving her utterly speechless. Song Yaoyao observed the woman's increasingly breathless demeanor and quickly pulled Song Qingling back several paces. Sister, this person seems intent on causing trouble. Let us maintain our distance to avoid being ensnared. Song Qingling responded with a grave nod. Indeed. Qin Mengdai's face flushed crimson with indignation, yet she remained unable to utter a single word. The moment she contemplated revealing Song Yaoyao's thoughts, a suffocating sensation overwhelmed her, making it difficult to breathe. Song Yaoyao regarded Qin Mengdai and remarked to Guagua, This woman appears rather unhinged. Might she collapse at any moment? Guagua pondered for a moment before replying, It is difficult to say. Upon hearing this, Song Yaoyao took another 2 steps back, distancing herself further. Guagua. This should prevent her from ensnaring us. Finally able to breathe more easily, Qin Mengdai heard these words and nearly choked on her wrath. Unperturbed by Qin Mengdai's expression, Song Yaoyao continued to question Guagua. I've never heard of this before. Guagua explained, Host, this is a rather cliché detail of true and false heirs. Qin Mengdai is the false heiress, while the true heiress is another person. The narrative of true and false heirs was a familiar trope from the novels Song Yaoyao had read in her previous life. She never expected such a tale to manifest in reality. With excitement, she exclaimed, In such a grand estate, such events can unfold? Guagua elaborated, the Minister of Revenue, Qin Hanshan, married Su Wana, the legitimate daughter of a grand tutor. After 3 years of marriage, Qin's wife finally became pregnant. 9 months later, she experienced a traumatic labor, nearly losing her life, but ultimately gave birth to a daughter, whom she named Qin Mengdai. Unfortunately, this left her unable to conceive again. She cherished her only daughter deeply. Years ago, after giving birth, Qin's wife fell into a faint due to weakness. At that moment, the wet nurse swapped the children. She took the child born to Qin's wife away and placed an unknown child beside her. When questioned by Qin's wife, the wet nurse tearfully explained that she had no choice. Her husband had incurred a debt of 1,000 taels at the gambling den, and they threatened to cut off his hand if the debt was not repaid. Terrified, they had no alternative. Just then, a mysterious figure clad in black, wearing a conical hat, appeared, offering to pay the debt if the wet nurse and her husband complied with his demands. In desperation, they agreed. After 6 months, the wet nurse had nearly forgotten about the mysterious man. Unexpectedly, he reappeared, instructing her to switch the children after Qin's wife gave birth and to drown the true heiress. However, the wet nurse, feeling remorseful, did not carry out the deed and instead secretly sent the true heiress to a rural family. As the crowd absorbed this revelation, they collectively sighed in relief, grateful that the wet nurse possessed some conscience and spared the true heiress. Yet, Song Yaoyao's focus diverged from theirs. She sensed a hint of conspiracy. Guagua, why do I feel this entire affair reeks of a plot? Someone deliberately lured the wet nurse's husband to the gambling den, causing him to lose 1,000 taels, and when they threatened him, the black-clad figure appeared to repay the debt, thereby ensnaring the wet nurse and her husband. How coincidental is that? It appears everything was orchestrated to prepare for the child swap. With Song Yaoyao's insight, the others began to perceive the entire situation as highly suspicious. Guagua praised, "Host, you are indeed astute. Your suspicions are correct. This has been a conspiracy from the outset, meticulously planned for the purpose of the child swap." However, the mastermind did not anticipate that the wet nurse would reveal the truth before her demise. Upon discovering the truth, even Qin's wife, despite her anger, could do nothing as the wet nurse was already dead, leaving her breathless. They named the true heiress Qin Yuyu. The couple soon realized that Qin Yuyu was timid and cowardly, always avoiding others, with rough, sallow skin and calloused hands. She was nothing like the refined heiress they envisioned. They began to disdain Qin Yuyu, who, despite being labeled a young lady, lived in conditions worse than those of their servants. The servants in her courtyard dismissed her entirely, engaging in idle chatter while Qin Yuyu toiled alone. In the kitchen, she was often served leftover scraps, and on days when the portions were insufficient, they would even give her the water used for washing pots. Her life was more miserable than it had been in the countryside.
Meanwhile,
the couple continued to dote on the false heiress. Chapter 38. The fight. Song Yaoyao exclaimed in indignation, "Have Qin Han and his wife lost their minds? They torment their own flesh and blood while showing boundless affection for an impostor. Only a decade-long stroke could lead to such folly."
Bah.
Guagua nodded in agreement. Exactly. It's disgusting. Song Yaoyao continued, "Guagua, do you know who that man in black is? Is he the mastermind behind this conspiracy?" Guagua replied, "Host, the mastermind is not the man in black. He is merely a lackey. Would you care to take a guess as to who the true architect of this scheme is?" Song Yaoyao said, "I can't guess. Just stop teasing me and tell me directly." Guagua conceded, "Very well. The mastermind is none other than Qin Hanshan's concubine, Guashur." Guashur, originally named Guabilian, was the daughter of a renowned merchant family in Jiangnan. Years ago, the Gua family unknowingly offended someone, leading to their entire clan being slaughtered overnight. Guabilian escaped with the help of several bodyguards, being the sole survivor. During her flight, she also took some of the family's assets with her. They stumbled their way to the capital, and upon arrival, Guabilian fainted, whereupon Qin Han found her and took her to the doctor. As time passed, they became acquainted. Fearing that her enemies would track her down, Guabilian devised a scheme and became Qin Hanshan's concubine. When Qin Foreign became pregnant, Guabilian discovered she was also expecting. An old doctor confirmed that both were carrying girls. Upon hearing this, Guabilian orchestrated the switch between the true and false daughters for the sake of her own child. The man in black was one of the guards who escorted Guabilian from Jiangnan to the capital, fiercely loyal to her. Song Yaoyao became animated. "So, Qin Mengdai is actually the daughter of Qin Hanshan's concubine, Guabilian?" Guagua affirmed, "Indeed, host." Song Yaoyao remarked, "What a case of substitution. Truly, the most venomous of women's hearts. To achieve her goals, she resorts to such underhanded tactics. By the way, since the true daughter, Qin Yuyu, was sent to the countryside, and the false daughter, Qin Mengdai, was placed beside Qin Foreign, how did Guabilian cover up her childbirth?" Guagua explained, "When Guabilian gave birth, she bribed the midwife to declare that the child was stillborn. Because of this, Qin Han, fearing Guabilian's sorrow, gifted her numerous valuable items. Song Yaoyao remarked, "Guabilian is truly a remarkable individual, managing the inner chambers with such finesse. Everyone in the Qin residence is completely under her thumb." Upon hearing this, Qin Mingdai's face turned pale as she finally understood why Guainyang had treated her so well. It was because she was her biological mother. All the previously inexplicable matters suddenly became clear. She was, after all, a daughter of the minister's household. Qin Mingdai felt her legs weaken. When Song Yaoyao looked up, she saw Qin Mingdai's ashen face. She scoffed, "Guagua, is Qin Mingdai ever going to stop? Is she still trying to play the victim?" Everyone wondered if there was a chance that Qin Mingdai genuinely felt unwell, rather than merely pretending. Song Yaoyao continued her teasing, setting aside Qin Mingdai's identity. "Just look at her face. She is quite lovely. Her beauty is radiant, and her figure is absolutely striking. Just look at her slender waist and ample bosom. How is that possible? Her waist so thin that one could encircle it with a single hand, yet her bosom is so pronounced that it sways enticingly as she walks. Oh my, it's hard to maintain composure." Hearing her words, everyone's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Lord Song, you truly have no shame, even targeting women." Qin Mingdai was further incensed, her chest rising and falling with fury. Song Yaoyao noticed and continued to mock. Has Qin Mingdai been possessed? Now she isn't fainting, but her face is as red as a monkey's backside, and her bosom rises and falls with her breath. It's as if no one else has a bosom. Must she flaunt hers? Listening to Song Yaoyao's candid thoughts, everyone inadvertently glanced at Qin Mingdai's chest. Indeed, it was not just any size. Qin Mingdai noticed many eyes on her bosom, her fury igniting as her face turned crimson. She pointed at Song Yaoyao. You. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, "Wow." The angrier she gets, the more she trembles. Internally, Song Yaoyao felt like a mischievous rogue, whistling in delight. She was behaving like a true scoundrel. This was the first time Qin Mingdai had been teased by a woman. Fuming, Qin Mingdai found herself utterly humiliated, having her secrets exposed and being mocked by that brazen woman. Though Song Yaoyao held an official position, Qin Mingdai dared not retaliate against her. However, she redirected her anger towards Song Qingling, a commoner beside Song Yaoyao. Suddenly, Qin Mingdai lunged forward, catching everyone off guard. Song Yaoyao assumed she was attacking her, but to her surprise, she charged straight at Song Qingling. Song Qingling was shoved back several steps, nearly losing her balance, but thankfully, Song Yaoyao caught her in time. Furious, Song Yaoyao could hardly contain her wrath. How dare she bully her gentle and beautiful elder sister in her presence? This was a blatant affront. Once Song Qingling steadied herself, Song Yaoyao rolled up her sleeves and charged at Qin Mingdai, shoving her forcefully. Caught off guard, Qin Mingdai fell to the ground. Enraged, Song Yaoyao strode over, mounted Qin Mingdai, and began slapping her face while shouting, "You little wretch, how dare you harm my sister? You must be seeking your demise. Since you've chosen this path, today I shall show you why the flowers bloom so beautifully." As she slapped and scolded, Song Yaoyao began to scratch at Qin Mingdai, finding her bosom particularly irksome and delivering several punches to it. Unfulfilled, she continued to claw at it. Qin Mingdai felt a mix of anger and humiliation. Everyone witnessed the spectacle of Qin Mingdai slapping herself in a frenzy. They all thought she had truly lost her mind, attacking herself. Chapter 39. You only Qin Mingdai knew the reality was far from what everyone else perceived. Song Yaoyao witnessed the scene and recalled the self-defense mechanism that Guagua had activated after upgrading. This was indeed quite impressive. After several attempts to strike Song Yaoyao, Qin Mingdai found her efforts futile, as any aggression rebounded back upon herself, leaving her too intimidated to act further. Now it was merely Song Yaoyao's unilateral assault. After striking her chest, she dug into the soft flesh at her waist, and once that was done, she delivered 2 punches directly to her eyes. Following that, she targeted Qin Mingdai's pressure points, inflicting excruciating pain without leaving any visible marks, rendering it impossible to detect the injuries, yet the agony was unbearable. After some time, the onlookers finally reacted and hurried over to separate the two. More accurately, they pulled Song Yaoyao off Qin Mingdai. who was now left with a face swollen like a pig's head, bruised eyes, and her chest garment torn, revealing numerous scratch marks. Was little Song truly fighting? Or was she taking advantage of Qin Mengdai? The scratches on her chest caused many spectators to flush with embarrassment. This was too intense. Little Song did not even spare a woman. Qin Mengdai, oblivious to her own disarray, felt pain all over her body. As she rose from the ground, she noticed the crowd's gaze, a mixture of curiosity and reluctance, furtively sizing her up. Aware of her disheveled state, she felt it unnecessary for them to look at her with such eyes. Following their gaze, she discovered the source of their scrutiny. To her shock, she let out a piercing scream. Covering her chest with her hands, she shouted, "Do not look. You are not allowed to look. If you do, I will gouge out your eyes." Those two mounds were indeed larger than the steamed buns from Old Wang's shop. Those buns seem rather small. I believe they are even larger than the flatbreads sold by Aunt Kai. Indeed, I think they surpass the size of the flatbreads. The conversations of these men were quite loud, unashamed of being overheard. Song Yaoyao glanced at the chattering group and asked Guagua, "Who are these gents discussing so brazenly? Are they not afraid of the minister?" Guagua replied, "They are notorious rascals in the capital, utterly unconcerned about the minister. Their fathers hold higher positions than him." Understanding dawned on Song Yaoyao. Their audacity was apparent. Today, Qin Mengdai wore a strapless gown, and at that moment, she had draped a cloak offered by her maid over her shoulders. The maid had initially run to retrieve the cloak from their carriage. Suddenly, a man emerged from the crowd, flamboyantly gesturing with his fingers, speaking in an exaggerated tone. "What are you all doing?" The crowd fell silent, staring at the unexpected intruder. The man, overly dramatic, approached Qin Mengdai and, in a high-pitched voice, asked, "Cousin, are you all right?" Hearing that voice made Song Yaoyao shudder. It was utterly grating. She inquired of Guagua, "Is this effeminate fellow Qin Mengdai's cousin?" "Yes," Guagua confirmed. "He is Su Yu, the son of Madame Qin's brother." How could such a prominent minister have such a grandson? Su Yu has always felt he was born the wrong gender, believing he should have been a girl. He enjoys feminine things and playing with girls. His father and his grandfather, the minister, have scolded him countless times, yet even when beaten to near death, he returns to his old self. The family has long ceased to intervene. Song Yaoyao nodded. Such determination. If he were in modern society, a trip to Thailand for a sex change would resolve it. A little breast augmentation would complete the transformation. Su Yu truly was born in the wrong era. Guagua agreed, adding with a hint of regret, "What a pity. In modern times, wanting to be a woman is not a dream at all." As the men listened to Song Yaoyao and Guagua's conversation, they felt a chill beneath them. What did they mean by a simple sex change and breast augmentation? Could it be that in Song Yaoyao's former life, men could become women? The notion of a sex change was akin to becoming a eunuch, but breast augmentation? The men lowered their heads, glancing at their own chests. They understood the implication, enlarging their breasts. Su Yu, who had been concerned for Qin Mengdai, suddenly shifted his gaze to Song Yaoyao, his eyes burning with intensity. Unnerved by his stare, Song Yaoyao thought, "Guagua, why is Su Yu looking at me like that? His gaze makes me feel like a piece of meat he wants to devour at any moment." At that moment, Su Yu swayed his hips and approached Song Yaoyao. Before he could speak, her inner thoughts erupted. "Goodness, Su Yu's movements put me to shame. How does a man manage to be so flamboyant? I want to ask him, are your monthly cycles regular?" Guagua chuckled mischievously. "Ha ha, host, you are too wicked. Would you dare ask him that in front of everyone?" Song Yaoyao replied earnestly, "I am only 12. How could I ever ask something like that?" Those nearby turned crimson, some forcibly stifling laughter, but their trembling shoulders betrayed their struggle. The notion of asking Su Yu such a question was tempting to them all, yet none dared approach given Su Yu's esteemed status. Su Yu, rattled by Song Yaoyao's thoughts, found himself at a loss for words. Though he wished to be a woman, he was undeniably still a man. How could Song Yaoyao so audaciously mock him in her mind? Was he not entitled to some dignity? That Song Yaoyao was truly insufferable. Chapter 40. The rare male green tea. Su Yu glared at Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao, feeling wary, took a step back, pulling Song Qingling along with her. The crowd of onlookers grew larger by the moment. Song Yaoyao had long noticed the gathering spectators, but she paid them no mind. After all, isn't it a universal delight to watch a spectacle? She, too, felt no surprise. However, she observed that the crowd consisted mainly of noble ladies, young misses, and gentlemen, with scarcely any common folk present. Song Yaoyao reasoned that the family members of the aristocracy were likely avoiding trouble, which was quite understandable. What no one realized was that the common people simply could not hear Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts. Their fear of trouble was one reason. But another was that the scuffle had already concluded, leaving little for them to witness, prompting their departure. The remaining spectators could hear Song Yaoyao's thoughts clearly. They had rushed over, abandoning their shopping, upon hearing that Song Yaoyao had engaged in a brawl on the street.
Now,
they were treated to the sight of the esteemed Song engaging in combat and the revelation of a man transforming into a woman. How thrilling! Their excursion had not been in vain. To avoid arousing Song Yaoyao's suspicion, several ladies and misses approached Qin Mengdai, blocking her path and feigning concern by inquiring about her well-being. One would ask her a question, and then another would follow suit, repeating the same inquiry. After several rounds of this, Qin Mengdai finally realized that these individuals were not genuinely concerned for her. Rather, they were merely seeking to enjoy the spectacle. She was reduced to a mere tool for their amusement. How utterly despicable. When Qin Mengdai became exasperated and was about to erupt, a few young misses brushed past her, pushing aside her maidservant to support her and, in doing so, covered her mouth to stifle her voice. Meanwhile, some of the noble ladies created a barrier, encircling Qin Mengdai. From Song Yaoyao's perspective, it appeared as if the noble ladies were continuously comforting Qin Mengdai. Song Yaoyao was taken aback by the seemingly good rapport that Qin Mengdai had, her lips curling in disdain. In reality, it was far from the scene that Song Yaoyao perceived. These ladies and misses were merely preventing Qin Mengdai from speaking out, ensuring that her words did not ruin their enjoyment. They were determined to relish the show, and it was no easy task. They had to keep their ears attuned to the whispers of her heart, fearful of missing any juicy tidbits. Qin Mengdai glared furiously at her captors, recognizing some as her mother's close friends and her own confidants. These people were truly abhorrent. For the sake of their entertainment, they treated her thus. All of this was the fault of that wretched Song Yaoyao, and she would remember this grievance. Little did Song Yaoyao know that she had earned yet another enemy. Were she aware of Qin Mengdai's sentiments, she would surely retort, "I possess a natural talent for attracting ire. I have grown accustomed to it." Internally, Song Yaoyao continued to grumble. "Gua Gua, is this Suyu unwell? Why does he keep staring at me? It's not as if I prevented him from becoming a woman. How utterly nonsensical." Suddenly, Song Yaoyao's voice rose in pitch. "Gua Gua, look. Oh dear. I can hardly bear it. Look at Suyu," biting his lip, tears welling in his eyes, making me feel as though I have wronged him. Everyone is watching. I have done nothing. I have kept my distance from Suyu this entire time. Will he, like Qin Mengdai, try to extort me? The Su family siblings truly share a remarkable talent, the art of deception. Just as Qin Mengdai did, now this Suyu is following suit. I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes. I finally take a day off to enjoy a stroll, only to encounter these two peculiar beings. Gua Gua. I suddenly feel that Suyu resembles a rare male green tea. Yes, that's the sensation, an exceptionally rare male green tea. Gua Gua concurred. I feel it too. He exudes a strong green tea essence. Though the crowd understood the notion of green tea, they were aware that Song Yaoyao's interpretation was quite different from the tea they typically consumed. Here, the term likely held a more nuanced meaning. Although they did not grasp its precise implication, they could tell it was indeed a compliment. They noted the term green tea for future reference, confident they would unravel its significance in due course. After a moment, Song Yaoyao recalled a line from the song in Madam Whitesnake. Just then, the crowd was suddenly graced with her piercing voice. "Who is whispering in my ear? What madness was this?" The esteemed song was singing, a mournful tune that evoked a sense of discomfort among the listeners. Internally, they pleaded, "Dear song, please cease your singing. We wish only to enjoy the spectacle, not to endure your lamentations." Though Suyu did not comprehend the meaning of green tea, he certainly sensed it was not a compliment. He glared at Song Yaoyao in fury, snorting disdainfully, stamping his foot, and twisting away as he departed. Song Yaoyao watched Suyu as he retreated. The way he twists his waist, it seems he is trying to dance his way out of here. The crowd erupted in laughter at the wit of Song Yaoyao, finding her words amusing. At that moment, Song Yaoyao took out her handkerchief, twirling it in her hand. Mimicking Suyu, she let out a haughty snort, stamped her foot, and began to twist her waist. However, after only a few moments, she felt a sharp pain in her back. Tears nearly brimmed in Song Yaoyao's eyes as she cried out, "Sister, help! My back has gone out." Internally, she rebuked herself. Song Yaoyao, this is what you get for showing off. Your joy has turned to sorrow. Seeing her predicament, the crowd could no longer contain their laughter. This little song was simply too entertaining. Song Qingling rushed forward to support her sister, chiding, "Who told you to imitate others? Now look what has happened. You've injured your back." Song Yaoyao pouted, "Sister, you can't blame me. If a man can twist like that as a woman, I felt inadequate and wanted to try. I never anticipated it would lead to this." Song Qingling retorted angrily, "I'll help you to the carriage. We must go to the physician at once." Being a doctor herself, Song Yaoyao replied, "Sister, a strained back will heal on its own. It's nothing serious. Let us not trouble the physician." Chapter 41. The medical hall's rescue, Song Qingling asserted without a hint of doubt. Upon hearing this, Song Yaoyao immediately conceded, "All right. Compared to freedom, a trip to the medical hall is the least of my concerns." A multitude of onlookers, upon learning of Song Yaoyao's intention to visit the medical hall, eagerly chimed in, "Lady Song, may we accompany you to the medical hall?" Song Yaoyao hastily waved her hand. "There's no need. I'm not in any serious trouble." In her mind, she thought it was nothing significant, and besides, she was not well acquainted with these people, so it seemed unnecessary to trouble them. Nevertheless, the crowd continued to urge her, "Lady Song, do take care of your health. You are a role model for us women. The only one capable of attending court in the morning. Please be cautious about your well-being. Indeed, we must personally escort you to the medical hall. Protecting you, Lady Song, is a duty for every woman among us. To safeguard you is to safeguard us all." Listening to their fervent pleas, Song Yaoyao felt utterly bewildered. She had merely twisted her waist. How had it escalated to a matter of protecting women? These individuals were truly perplexing. After all, this was only her second outing. And when had she developed such a vast circle of acquaintances? Doubts began to creep into her mind. Did she possess an innate charm that endeared her to others? Observing the throng of people urging her on, she found it increasingly difficult to decline their offer. Their sole aim was clear. They were determined to follow her for the sake of witnessing the unfolding drama. It was a rare opportunity to encounter Lady Song, and they were intent on savoring every moment of it. Ultimately, a multitude of individuals trailed behind Song Yaoyao as she made her way to the medical hall. As a patient, she was followed by a cacophony of over 100 people. The scene was nothing short of astonishing. Passers-by quickly cleared a path for this unusual procession. To the unknowing observer, it might have appeared as though they were not escorting a patient but rather preparing for a brawl at the medical hall. In contemporary times, had they donned black suits, they would have resembled a gang of ruffians. Upon their arrival, a young apprentice at the entrance of the medical hall was so taken aback by the spectacle that his legs trembled, and he stammered, What brings you here? I must inform you that we are a century-old medical hall, and we have connections. Please do not cause any trouble." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, realizing they were merely there to support Lady Song, not to instigate conflict. One person quickly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. We are here to seek medical attention, not to cause a ruckus." The young apprentice, though still frightened, asked, "Where is the patient?" Only then was Song Yaoyao assisted down from the carriage by Song Qingling. She raised her hand, "I am here." Seeing the slow-moving Song Yaoyao, the apprentice finally believed that they were indeed there to escort a patient, not to wreak havoc. He said to her, "Miss, please come in." As Song Yaoyao entered the medical hall, others wished to follow suit. However, the limited space of the hall could not accommodate such a large crowd. Once inside, the apprentice bravely blocked the entrance, stating, "You must wait here. The medical hall is too small to accommodate all of you." Everyone exchanged looks and, seeing the wisdom in his words, agreed to remain outside. After all, standing at the door, they could still hear Song Yaoyao's every word. The apprentice, noticing that they were indeed waiting patiently, hurried inside to inform his master, concerned that neglecting the young lady might provoke the crowd into a violent uproar. He rushed to an elderly physician with a white beard and goat-like whiskers, whispering urgently. The medical hall was still bustling with patients, and there were several individuals ahead of Song Yaoyao in line, indicating they would have to wait a little longer. Wasn't this a century-old establishment? The array of medicinal herbs inside was certainly impressive. After half an hour, it was finally Song Yaoyao's turn. The elderly doctor became noticeably cautious, inquiring about her condition before prescribing remedies for her injuries and producing a medicinal ointment he had prepared. After gathering her medicines and settling the payment, as Song Yaoyao and Song Qingling prepared to depart, a man rushed into the hall, cradling a child in his arms. The child was rolling his eyes, appearing to struggle for breath. The elderly doctor promptly stood, gesturing towards a curtain. There is a bed behind that curtain. Quickly lay the child down. This bed was typically used for examinations. The man hurriedly complied, placing the child gently on the bed. At that moment, a woman rushed in behind the man, weeping as she called out, "Jin Bao, Jin Bao." The doctor signaled for the man to focus on the symptoms first, ignoring the woman's distress. The man was nearly in tears. "My wife and I were busy, and the child was playing nearby. He swallowed a whole jujube, and now he is like this." The doctor recognized the man, who owned a pastry shop just a few steps from the medical hall. The child was choking. The man fell to his knees, pleading, "Doctor, please save my son. He was just lively and full of energy. We cannot lose him." The woman also knelt, "Doctor, you must save our child. We are in our 40s and finally have this precious little one. Nothing must happen to him." The doctor understood their anguish, but found himself bereft of immediate solutions. In this moment of desperation, Song Yaoyao, enduring her own pain, stepped forward urgently. "I can help." The doctor hesitated, taken aback by the young girl's boldness. However, the couple had already viewed Song Yaoyao as their last hope. Realizing time was of the essence, she moved quickly, instructing the man to support the child. She positioned herself behind the child, encircling his waist with her arms, one hand forming a fist while the other grasped it firmly. With swift, forceful thrusts directed upwards into the child's abdomen, after several attempts, the child finally expelled the jujube from his mouth. Chapter 42. The Heimlich maneuver. A jujube rolled straight to the feet of the old doctor. After the child expelled the jujube, he let out a cry. Song Yaoyao comforted him, saying, it's all right. Such a small child. You must be more vigilant in the future." The couple attempted to kneel before Song Yaoyao, but she quickly helped them up, insisting, "There's no need for thanks. It was merely a small act." The man's voice was choked with emotion, overwhelmed with joy. "Thank you, benefactor. What is the consultation fee?" Song Yaoyao glanced at the old doctor, who understood her silent cue. It was this young lady who saved the child, so the fee should naturally be given to her. As for the amount, it is entirely up to her. Since she had the authority to decide, Song Yaoyao replied directly, "It was merely a small effort. No consultation fee is necessary." The woman hastily shook her head, exclaiming, "How can this be? This is absolutely unacceptable." Song Yaoyao continued, "I am not a physician here. I am merely a patient who happened to witness this incident. Fortunately, I know a method of first aid. There is no need for payment." After a lengthy discussion, the couple still could not persuade her. Song Yaoyao finally advised, "The child's throat may be slightly injured. For the next few days, please feed him light, soft foods." "Understood. We will remember." "Thank you, young lady." Song Yaoyao waved her hand, and the couple left with their child. The people outside the medical hall had already heard the commotion inside and were all ears. They had witnessed the man carrying the child in, and now they watched him emerge, their gazes instinctively drawn to the child in his arms. The child, who had previously been rolling his eyes and struggling to breathe, was now breathing easily, evidently no longer in distress. They could hardly believe that young Song possessed medical skills. As Song Qingling supported Song Yaoyao, preparing to leave, the old doctor called out, "Ladies, please hold on." They paused, and Song Yaoyao slowly turned to inquire, "Doctor, Is there something else? The old doctor approached, hesitating for a moment before managing to speak. Song Yaoyao regarded him and asked, Doctor, if you have something to say, please do so. After closing his eyes briefly, he asked, May I inquire about the first aid method you just employed? If it is inconvenient, please disregard my question. Understanding his hesitation, Song Yaoyao nodded. In ancient times, medical knowledge was often passed down through generations and rarely shared with others. The old doctor's reluctance to ask was understandable, but Song Yaoyao, with her modern sensibilities, had no such reservations. She wished for more people to learn this life-saving technique. Thus, she replied, there is nothing to hide. This method is called the Heimlich maneuver. You stand behind the child, wrap your arms around his waist, make a fist with one hand, grasp it with the other, and apply swift upward thrusts to the abdomen, repeating until the obstruction is expelled. As she explained, she demonstrated the technique to the old doctor for clarity. The method was simple, and soon the old doctor, those present in the medical hall, including patients, had all learned it. They were astonished that Song Yaoyao had so openly shared such a vital life-saving technique in public. Her generosity was truly admirable. The old doctor shared this sentiment. Initially, he had thought her to be a spoiled and arrogant young lady, but he realized he had misjudged her. Her remarkable medical abilities and her noble character left him in deep admiration. The old doctor approached Song Yaoyao and respectfully bowed. She quickly waved her hand, saying, There is no need for such formality. The old doctor sincerely remarked, Young lady, your talents and broad-mindedness warrant this bow. Before Song Yaoyao could respond, he continued, Young lady, do you possess medical skills? Without hesitation, she replied, Not at all. The first aid technique I just demonstrated was taught to me by a nomadic woman I once encountered. Since the old doctor did not know her, she felt free to invent this excuse. The old doctor nodded in understanding. He had initially considered inviting Song Yaoyao to consult at his medical hall, but now it seemed unattainable. If Song Yaoyao were aware of his intentions, she would surely glare at him and reproach, I teach you a life-saving technique. And this is how you repay me? By making me a diligent worker? Is your conscience not troubled? You are repaying kindness with malice. Song Yaoyao said, Doctor, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The old doctor personally escorted the Song sisters to the entrance of the medical hall, saying, Safe travels, young lady. Song Yaoyao nodded, and with Song Qingling's support, they headed towards the waiting crowd outside. Upon seeing Song Yaoyao, the crowd immediately surrounded her, asking, Young Master Song, we heard you saved that child. What method did you use? Indeed, what technique was employed? We all witnessed the child's distress just moments ago. And now he seems perfectly fine. The crowd was merely curious, not probing into Song Yaoyao's medical abilities. Yet, to their astonishment, she once again explained and demonstrated the Heimlich maneuver for everyone, concluding, Once you have learned this, you can provide immediate first aid in similar situations. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished that young Master Song would impart such medical knowledge to them. Her magnanimity was beyond their comparison. Without uttering a word, they collectively stepped back, bowing in unison to Song Yaoyao. Seeing hundreds of people bowing to her, she waved her hands, saying, There is no need for such gestures. I merely hope to save more lives during critical moments. Of course, I would not mind if you teach this method to more people. At that moment, the admiration for Song Yaoyao reached its zenith. Just then, the earlier man approached, carrying a variety of pastries. Young lady, since you refuse to accept a consultation fee, we have nothing else to express our gratitude, so we bring you some pastries from our shop. Song Yaoyao was about to decline, but the man urged, If you do not accept, we shall feel remiss. Please, just take them. After a moment's thought, she accepted the offering. Chapter 43. Dining with the affluent Song Qingling assisted Song Yaoyao in preparing to board the carriage, when someone inquired, Little Song, where are you headed next? Concurrently, Song Yaoyao interjected, We are going to Fumin Building for a meal. A meal sounds delightful. They could accompany her and indulge in some more melon. Little Song is truly remarkable, even in such a state, still yearning for fine delicacies. However, Song Qingling expressed her discontent. Song Yaoyao, with a playful tug on Song Qingling's arm, pleaded, Sister, I implore you. My dear sister. unable to resist her persistent charm, and upon witnessing her pitiful demeanor, Song Qingling ultimately relented. With joy, Song Yaoyao boarded the carriage, followed by a throng of over 100 individuals trailing behind. As Song Yaoyao lifted the carriage curtain and glanced back, she was astounded. This spectacle was rather exaggerated. If everyone were to wield axes, they would surely resemble a band of axe-wielders ready to clash. She mused that with so many accompanying her to the emperor's Fumin building, he would undoubtedly profit handsomely. Perhaps, considering her contribution of such a considerable entourage, he might grant her a few extra days of leisure. Yet, such thoughts remained confined to her mind. Alas, the carriage jolted to a halt before Fumin building. Upon disembarking and surveying the bustling hall, Song Yaoyao quickly realized that they would undoubtedly find no available seating today. Indeed, a waiter approached and asked, "Ladies, have you reserved a table in advance?" "No," they replied. The waiter, apologetically, explained, "I am truly sorry, but the establishment is fully booked.
You will need to wait a while."
Lost in thoughts of dining, she had forgotten that Fumin Building's business was thriving. As the crowd observed Song Yaoyao retreat, they recognized the absence of vacant private rooms. Among the eager onlookers, some had long-standing reservations for private rooms and could invite little Song to join them. It was hardly a significant matter. Thus, sharing a private room with little Song would afford them the opportunity to hear even more intriguing gossip up close. Just as someone was about to extend an invitation to Song Yaoyao, a voice from behind interrupted, "Little Song." Everyone turned in unison to see that it was none other than the sixth prince, Chun Yixiao. The crowd promptly knelt in reverence, greeting, "We pay our respects to the sixth prince." As the sixth prince approached, he commanded, "Rise." After the crowd stood, he inquired from afar, "I noticed your group heading towards Fumin Building. Why is it that upon arrival, little Song is preparing to leave without entering?" Song Yaoyao replied candidly, "I arrived at an inopportune time. Fumin Building is fully booked, and I did not make a prior reservation, so I intended to depart." The sixth prince waved his hand. "If little Song does not mind, you are welcome to join us." This was Song Yaoyao's first invitation to dine, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Without waiting for Song Qingling to respond, she answered, "Since the sixth prince has extended a sincere invitation, I shall not decline." The sixth prince nodded.
Consequently,
he and his entourage led the way, with Song Qingling and Song Yaoyao following closely behind. Song Qingling leaned in and whispered to Song Yaoyao, "Yaoyao, why did you agree to dine with the sixth prince without consulting me?" Song Yaoyao glanced ahead at the group, noting their composure before whispering back, "Sister, someone is graciously treating us to a meal. Isn't that a fortuitous circumstance? There's a saying, if there's a bargain and you don't take it, you're a fool. I, Song Yaoyao, am no fool. I certainly do not wish to be that fool. Besides, during our last visit to Fumin Building, I saw several dishes I longed to try, but their prices were exorbitant, and I could not bear to order them. Today, we need not spend a penny. How wonderful is that? We can indulge in the most expensive dishes and truly experience the life of the affluent." Song Qingling replied, "Yaoyao, this may not be appropriate." Song Yaoyao dismissed her concerns. "What is inappropriate about it? Moreover, this establishment belongs to the emperor. If I am spending his son's money, isn't that akin to transferring coins from one pocket to another? There's nothing wrong with that." Song Qingling asked, "Can it really be understood that way?" Song Yaoyao earnestly nodded. "Indeed, that's precisely how it should be understood." Song Qingling was left bewildered by her sister's reasoning, her mind swirling with the phrase, "If I am spending his son's money, isn't that akin to transferring coins from one pocket to another?" The sixth prince and his companions were all martial artists. Despite the sisters' hushed voices, they heard every word clearly. It seemed little Song had taken them for fools. They had kindly invited her sisters to dine, yet she was contemplating how to take advantage of them. Did they truly appear so naive? The sixth prince's lips twitched at the exchange he had just overheard. One of his companions, unable to contain his frustration, was about to reprimand them when another intervened. The sixth prince had yet to speak. They need not act impulsively. Upon reaching the fourth floor, they were welcomed into the Hongmei Pavilion by the steward, which was significantly larger than the private room Song Yaoyao had visited previously. The sixth prince said, "Little Song, Miss Song, please take a seat." After they settled, The sixth prince further inquired, "What would you ladies like to eat?" Without a hint of modesty, Song Yaoyao declared, "I simply adore expensive dishes. The more costly, the better." The crowd's expressions contorted further at her boldness. Song Qingling felt this was inappropriate and tugged at Song Yaoyao's sleeve. Song Yaoyao, aware of her sister's intent, leaned closer and asked, "Sister, why are you tugging at me?" "The prince sincerely asked me, and I merely spoke the truth." The sixth prince maintained his gentle demeanor, unconcerned about the cost of the meal. Since he had already offered to treat, and little Song had expressed her preferences, he instructed the steward, "Bring forth several of your signature dishes and, additionally, 2 of your most expensive offerings. As for the rest, you may arrange as you see fit." "Yes, sir," the steward replied, pouring a pot of tea before heading to the kitchen to make arrangements. Song Yaoyao noticed that a man seated beside the sixth prince was continuously rolling his eyes at her. Chapter 44. The sixth prince Song Yaoyao, perplexed, inquired, "Esteemed young sir, is your eye twitching incessantly due to discomfort?" The onlookers, following her gaze, turned towards a gentleman beside the sixth prince and indeed noticed his eyes darting about. Under the scrutiny of so many stares, the gentleman's face flushed crimson. Yet, it was not discomfort that beset him. Rather, he was disdainful of Song Yaoyao's seemingly opportunistic behavior. At that moment, Guagua's voice broke the tension. "Host, it appears that his eye twitching is not due to discomfort, but rather a deliberate display of contempt towards your petty antics." The sudden utterance startled everyone present. Song Yaoyao responded, "Guagua, I did not summon you today. Why do you speak out of turn?" Guagua retorted, "The fellow opposite you is rolling his eyes to the heavens. And you still foolishly inquire if he is unwell? I have never encountered such a blind host." Song Yaoyao explained, "I was well aware of his discontent towards me. I merely stated it to provoke him. Have you not noticed how all eyes are now drawn to him? Look at how awkward he appears." Upon hearing her thoughts, the crowd realized that she had intentionally put him in an embarrassing position. At this moment, they were unaware that the multitude of individuals who had accompanied Song Yaoyao were anxiously searching for a reserved private room on the 3rd floor, as no rooms were available on the 4th. Ultimately, they pooled their resources and paid a hefty sum to secure a few adjacent rooms for the sixth prince. Thus, over 100 individuals crowded into these spaces, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Upon their arrival, they overheard the conversation between Guagua and the esteemed Song, speculating who would dare to roll their eyes at Song Yaoyao, seemingly unafraid of dire consequences. Song Yaoyao then queried, "Guagua, who is that fellow rolling his eyes? He appears rather insufferable, and even the sixth prince has remained silent, yet he is the first to leap forth like a cur on a chopping board." Guagua replied, "He is Su Mu, another cousin of Qin Mengdai, the steamed bun girl." Song Yaoyao scrutinized the gentleman across from her, dismissively commenting, "What a peculiar family. The steamed bun girl Qin Mengdai, the green tea Suyu, and the eye-rolling Su Mu." Though the crowd was unaware of the previous events, they recognized these as nicknames bestowed by Song Yaoyao.
Infuriated, Sumurosto retort.
"You are the eye-rolling one." "No, you are the eye-rolling girl. Your entire family are eye-rolling girls." 2 individuals besides Su Mu restrained him, while the sixth prince shot a warning glance in his direction, compelling Su Mu to suppress his fury. To divert Song Yaoyao's attention, the sixth prince began introducing the others present. After the introductions, conversation ensued, but Song Yaoyao found their topics uninteresting. However, she held a grudge against Su Mu, internally mocking, "How ridiculous for a grown man to roll his eyes. As if no one else could do so. I certainly can, but we civilized individuals refrain from such uncouth gestures." With this, Song Yaoyao implied that Su Mu was uncultured and barbaric. She then inquired, "Guagua, does Su Mu's family know that Qin Mengdai is an impostor?" Guagua replied, "They are unaware. The minister's residence publicly claims they took in Qin Yuyu out of pity for her plight, fearing that the grand tutor would compel them to return the counterfeit Qin Mengdai. Qin Hanshan and Su Waner are unwilling to let her go, having spoiled that impostor to the core. They'll surely regret it one day." Su Mu and the sixth prince exchanged glances, realizing that prior events had transpired unbeknownst to them, and they would need to investigate further. Guagua added, "If the grand tutor were to discover how Su Waner treats her own daughter, he would surely be incensed by this charlatan." Song Yaoyao remarked, Individuals like Qin Han's Han and Su Wana, lacking in reason, likely remain oblivious to their own faults. Alas, poor Qin Yuyu, the true heiress. Guagua sighed in agreement. Indeed. The lack of reason is not confined to just Qin Han's Han and Su Wana. There is one seated opposite you as well. Upon hearing this, Song Yaoyao perked up. Guagua? What do you mean? The individuals accompanying the sixth prince are undoubtedly sound of mind. If they were not, would he trust them? Guagua replied, Host, do not solely focus on those brought by the sixth prince. You ought to consider the sixth prince himself. With this revelation, Song Yaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mouth agape as if to accommodate an egg. What? Are you suggesting that the one lacking reason is the sixth prince himself? The sixth prince's expression darkened immediately. How could he be deemed unreasonable? He was quite normal. The occupants of the adjacent rooms were equally exhilarated. It appeared that the juicy gossip involved the sixth prince himself. Their hearts raced in anticipation. Song Yaoyao lowered her gaze, fixated on the teacup before her, silently urging Guagua to continue. The sixth prince, too, leaned in with keen interest, eager to hear what this Guagua would reveal. The individuals accompanying the sixth prince shrank back nervously, fearing they might overhear something they ought not to. Guagua's voice rang out again. Sixth prince, Chen Yixiao's mother held a lowly rank, merely a noblewoman surnamed Qi, commonly referred to as Lady Qi. On one occasion, after the emperor had indulged in wine, he favored Lady Qi, leading to her pregnancy. Realizing her condition, she was too afraid to inform anyone, carefully hiding away in her chambers. It was not until her pregnancy became undeniable that the court discovered her secret. The Empress Dowager, concerned for Lady Qi's lowly status and unreliable family background, feared she would be easily exploited. Chapter 45. The savior Song Yaoyao remarked, Indeed, where there are many women, there is bound to be much gossip. The Empress Dowager's concerns are justified. Guagua continued, thus. The Empress Dowager specifically instructed the Empress to keep a closer watch over Lady Qi. Consequently, the Empress dispatched a wet nurse and 2 palace maids to attend to her. However, when she reached 8 months into her pregnancy, calamity struck. While on her way to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, Lady Qi suddenly slipped and fell, resulting in a violent hemorrhage. The attending maids and wet nurse were horrified. Some rushed to summon the imperial physician while others reported the incident to the Empress and the Empress Dowager. Upon arrival, the physician declared that Lady Qi was in labor prematurely. She was swiftly taken to the delivery room. Meanwhile, the Empress sought to investigate the cause of Lady Qi's fall. It was discovered that someone had intentionally spilled oil and scattered soybeans along her path, an act of blatant treachery against the royal heir. Upon learning this, the Empress and the Empress Dowager immediately ordered a thorough investigation. During Lady Qi's labor, foul play was afoot once more, aimed at orchestrating a dual tragedy. Those sent by the Empress Dowager caught the perpetrator red-handed. The midwife, realizing her scheme had unraveled, bit down on poison hidden in her mouth and perished instantly. Ultimately, Lady Qi narrowly escaped death, but tragically lost her life after giving birth to the sixth prince. The moment he was born, he was left motherless. The Empress Dowager, gazing at the rosy-cheeked child, could not bear the thought of his fate and instructed the Empress to raise the child in her name. Upon hearing this, the sixth prince finally comprehended the truth. Throughout his childhood, he had heard numerous rumors suggesting he was not the Empress's biological son. He had questioned his mother, who dealt with the gossips decisively, asserting that he was indeed her own. It appeared that only the second prince was the Empress's true offspring. The bystanders murmured so. The sixth prince is merely the adopted son of the Empress, while only the second prince is her true blood. Were they now privy to royal secrets? Would they face dire consequences for their knowledge? With so many witnesses, they hoped they would be safe. Song Yaoyao inquired, Is the sixth prince aware of this? Guagua replied, Uncertain. At that time, a decree forbade any discussion regarding the sixth prince's origins, and even those who gossiped were dealt with by the Empress. Song Yaoyao expressed her curiosity. I am eager to know who wished to harm Lady Qi. Guagua lamented, It is indeed unfortunate for Lady Qi. A mere minor consort, yet she faced schemes from multiple factions. What? Multiple factions? Song Yaoyao exclaimed. Indeed. The first group was led by Consort Liu. Although she held the highest favor in the harem, she had no children of her own. Witnessing other concubines become pregnant, she was naturally displeased. She had inquired about Lady Qi's schedule and route, subsequently spilling oil on her path. Those consort Liu sent assumed their plan was flawless. Yet the act was witnessed by those loyal to consort Liang. Rather than thwarting the plot, consort Liang only sent a maid to scatter more soybeans along the same path. This is a double insurance scheme to ensure Lady Qi's demise, Song Yaoyao remarked. At that moment, the sixth prince's face darkened, recalling consort Liu's haughty demeanor and consort Liang's gentle grace, feeling an overwhelming desire to eliminate them both. Guagua continued, as anticipated by consorts Liu and Liang. Lady Qi did go into premature labor. Surprisingly, consort Qi also intervened. The midwife present was one of consort Qi's early placements within Lady Qi's quarters. Thus, Lady Qi met her end. Song Yaoyao sighed. Alas, such a beautiful woman lost so tragically. It's truly lamentable. Yet, are consorts Liu, Liang, and Qi not thriving within the palace? Has the Empress failed to uncover the mastermind behind Lady Qi's demise, or is there more to the story? Certainly, there is more to it. The families of consorts Liu, Liang, and Qi wield significant power. One misstep could lead to a cascade of consequences. Thus, the death of a minor consort was ultimately brushed aside, leaving the matter unresolved. Song Yaoyao sighed again. Guagua, you've shared so much, but how does this relate to the sixth prince's mental state? The onlookers suddenly realized the inconsistency, questioning how such revelations connected to the sixth prince's alleged instability. They urged Guagua to continue, eager to learn the subsequent events. Guagua obliged. Fear not, dear host. Allow me to recount the tale at my own pace. The sixth prince grew up under the Empress's care. The Empress treated her adopted son well, ensuring that he received everything the second prince had. When the sixth prince was 5 years old, he, in his playful spirit, slipped away from the watchful eyes of his attendants, venturing alone to the lotus pond. Unexpectedly, someone pushed him from behind, causing him to plunge into the water. Lacking the ability to swim, he flailed helplessly until, in his moment of despair, a little girl rescued him. As he lost consciousness, he caught a glimpse of her necklace, a detail he etched into memory before succumbing to darkness. The sixth prince fell gravely ill, bedridden for 2 months. Upon his recovery, he began to inquire about the families who had visited the palace that day. Several ladies had brought their children to greet the Empress. Yet, he could not discern which girl had saved him, only recalling the necklace. Over the course of 2 years, the sixth prince finally spotted someone wearing that very necklace at a palace banquet. It adorned the neck of Miss O Baiqing, daughter of a third-rank general. He confirmed that the general's wife had indeed been present at the palace on the day he fell into the water. Thus, he believed that O Baiqing was his savior. From that point onward, he made it a point to present her with gifts, ensuring that whatever treasures he acquired were shared with her unconditionally, elevating her to the heights of his affection. Song Yaoyao questioned, is it not reasonable for the sixth prince to show kindness to his rescuer? The crowd concurred that a debt of gratitude was paramount, and there was nothing amiss in treating the young lady with care. Yet, could the truth be otherwise? Was there a hidden narrative yet to be unveiled? Chapter 46. Another person. Why would that Guagua say that the sixth prince's mind is not normal? Guagua continued to unveil the truth. The situation is not at all as the sixth prince perceives it. His savior is certainly not a baking, and the true owner of the necklace is someone else entirely. Song Yaoyao gasped. Is a shocking twist about to unfold? The crowd murmured in agreement, sensing that things were not as they appeared. Guagua, do continue. We are all eagerly awaiting your revelations. Upon hearing that he had misidentified the person for so many years, the sixth prince felt a chill run through him. Guagua began, let me first introduce you to General Yaoyao, a third-rank valiant guard. His first wife was Han Lin, the legitimate daughter of General Han. Yaoyao did not cherish Han Lin, but out of gratitude for the old general's life-saving assistance and support, he consented to marry her when the general proposed the match. Within 6 months of their marriage, Yaoyao quickly took a concubine named Chang Yan, who was exceptionally adept at winning hearts. Yaoyao's heart was firmly captured by Chang Yan. Since her arrival in the household, Yaoyao rarely visited Han Lin, only making an appearance on the 1st and 15th of each month, while he resided predominantly with Chang Yan. Both Han Lin and Chang Yan became pregnant around the same time, giving birth to daughters after 10 months. Han Lin named her daughter Guangxu, while Chang Yan named hers Baking. After giving birth, Han Lin's health deteriorated due to neglect and grief, and she passed away 3 years later. 6 months after Han Lin's death, Liu Guangxu elevated Chang Yan to the status of the principal wife. General Han's family remained stationed at the frontier, unable to protect their granddaughter Guangxu from the distance. Having lost her mother and receiving no love from her father, Guangxu lived a life of extraordinary hardship in the estate, often going hungry and cold, while also suffering beatings from Baking and the servants. Chang Yan frequently concocted reasons to punish Guangxu, making her kneel for hours. Thus, Guangxu stumbled through her early years until she turned 5. One day, the empress issued a decree summoning the wives and legitimate children of several generals and Guangxu, as the legitimate daughter of the first wife, was also required to attend. Upon entering the palace, Guangxu stood out among the other children, who were all plump and healthy. She appeared emaciated, akin to someone emerging from a refugee camp. The other children shunned her, refusing to speak or play with her, leaving her to entertain herself. Wandering to the lotus pond, she spotted a young boy struggling in the water and, without hesitation, leapt in to rescue him. After bringing him to safety, she fainted from exhaustion. When Guangxu regained consciousness, she found herself in a carriage heading to the estate, and the necklace that had been her mother's legacy was nowhere to be found. Despite her disappointment over losing the necklace, the thought of being at the estate, free from hunger and beatings, brought her some joy. Upon hearing this, the 6th prince's face turned pale as a ghost. If what Guagua said was true, what had he done? He dared not contemplate further. The crowd, too, sensed a conspiracy at play. Why had Guangxu been sent away in the dead of night, only for the necklace to later appear in Baking's possession? What grand scheme lay hidden beneath this facade? Without making the audience wait long, Guagua continued. Once at the estate, Guangxu's life indeed improved significantly. It is well known that the 6th prince's heart belongs solely to Baking. The sudden emergence of a country girl claiming the title of princess would undoubtedly displease him. In the 6th prince's eyes, his wife could only be Baking.
Now,
Guangxu is leveraging General Han to compel him into marriage, a clever maneuver indeed. Thus, prior to their wedding, the 6th prince humiliated Guangxu, forcing her into the union. And after the marriage, he subjected her to even greater indignities. On their wedding night, he did not even enter the bridal chamber, but chose to stay in his study. The next day, when no blood-stained handkerchief was presented to the matron, Guangxu had no choice but to cut her hand and use her blood to validate the marriage. With Baking's instigation, Guangxu, despite holding the title of princess, was treated worse than a servant, enduring hunger and cold, the scorn of the servants, and the 6th prince's verbal abuse. Whenever Baking expressed discontent, the 6th prince, as if bewitched, would believe that Guangxu had wronged her, ordering punishment upon Guangxu. Within less than a year of her marriage, Guangxu had nearly faced death several times. At this point, Guangxu remained an untouched maiden, a condition that in ancient times would be deemed a profound humiliation. So, I ask, is the 6th prince not of sound mind? He believes every word that green tea bitch Baking says. If one day she were to present him with poison, he would likely consume it without a second thought. Guagua, the 6th prince must be a sycophant, indeed. A sycophant who in the end ends up with nothing. Watching this foolish man, I regret not ordering the most expensive dishes to make a fool of him. By the way, Guagua, how did that necklace come to be in Baking's possession? And why was Guangxu sent away so swiftly? Guagua responded. At that time, Guangxu left alone, and when Baking could not find her, she took her maid to search and discovered the 2 unconscious figures on the ground. Despite being only 5 years old, Baking, influenced by her mother, was quite precocious. Upon witnessing the scene, she guessed what had transpired and pretended to faint beside them. The maid she brought along was naturally a confidant of Chang Yan and would not speak out of turn. Chapter 47. The harsh truth. Guaguatin paused and continued. Baking recounted everything she witnessed at the time. Chang Yen sent someone to inquire, and during the sixth prince's unconsciousness, he repeatedly murmured about a necklace. After pondering, Chang Yen seized the opportunity while Guangxu was in a stupor and directly took her necklace, adorning it around her own daughter's neck. Fearing exposure, Chang Yen whispered sweet nothings into Yaoyao's ear, leading to Guangxu's hasty removal to the countryside. Years later, at a royal banquet, it was also Chang Yen and Abeking's deliberate act to let the sixth prince catch sight of that very necklace. Song Yaoyao pressed on. Guangxu. Was it the empress who forbade anyone from revealing the sixth prince's savior? The empress had conducted her own investigation and discovered that Abeking was rather spoiled. Moreover, at the scene of the rescue, Abeking's attire remained dry, while that of another young girl was completely soaked. Upon further inquiry, the empress found that both young girls were daughters of the general's residence. However, regardless of how the empress probed, Chang Yen insisted that Abeking had saved the sixth prince. The empress suspected there was more to the story and therefore prohibited anyone from disclosing the identity of the savior to the sixth prince. She intended to wait until she had clarified the situation before revealing the identity of the savior. Despite the empress's efforts to obstruct, she could not stop Abeking and Chang Yen from approaching the sixth prince themselves. Due to the matter of the savior, the empress later expressed her doubts to the sixth prince, yet he remained obstinate, believing every word of Abeking while dismissing the opinions of others entirely. Song Yaoyao remarked, "Indeed, one cannot help but be deceived when they willingly approach such a treacherous path. As the saying goes, good advice is often disregarded by the damned. Compassion does not save the self-destructive. Alas, I cannot help but wonder, has General Han lost his senses? Why would he want to marry his daughter to someone like Liu Guangxu? A noble daughter of a great general could have wed even the emperor, yet she chose such a wretched being. Furthermore, Liu Guangxu, if you do not fancy Han Lin, why not simply express it? No one is forcing you to marry her. It seems you are more distressed by the thought of marrying her than by your own feelings. Liu Guangxu is merely coveting the support of General Han, reluctant to let go of such an advantageous alliance. He bemoans his supposed misfortune while simultaneously benefiting from General Han's resources. What a hypocrite. In truth, Liu Guangxu is a mere sponge, and a rather shameless one at that. What vexes me further is General Han, a true instigator, who not only jeopardizes his own daughter, but also meddles with his granddaughter's fate. He does not even consider Guangxu's feelings, taking it upon himself to seek a marriage proposal. In his arrogance, he believes he acts in Guangxu's best interest, unaware that he is pushing his granddaughter into a fiery pit. Does he think that as long as he believes something is right, he can disregard the desires of others? Guangxu, I must express my disdain for General Han, who masks his harmful actions with a facade of goodwill. If Liu Guangxu is the murderer of Han Lin, then General Han is undoubtedly the accomplice. As it stands, Guangxu still lives, but should she perish one day, the sixth prince will be the mastermind, while General Han, Liu Guangxu, Abeking, and Chang Yen will be his accomplices. How disgraceful. No matter how valiant General Han may be, I hold no respect for such a brute. What does he think of women? They can be treated however he pleases? At this thought, my anger rises to the point of violence. The sixth prince sat there, seemingly oblivious, even as Song Yaoyao berated him, showing no signs of reaction. He had mistakenly identified his savior, and worse still, he had subjected his true savior to scorn and abuse. What had he done? Those who accompanied the sixth prince dared not utter a word. They were aware of his disdain for his own princess, yet they never anticipated he would treat a woman in such a manner. Truly inhumane. The others in the private room were equally astonished. It was utterly absurd. Not only had he misidentified his savior, but he had nearly beaten her to death. If they were in Guangxu's shoes, they would surely regret saving the sixth prince, perhaps even wishing they could have held his head under water a bit longer to hasten his demise. Song Yaoyao continued, Guangxu. Does Guangxu know that the boy she saved all those years ago is the sixth prince? Guangxu replied, she is aware. She even mentioned that the necklace belonged to her savior. As Guangxu recounted her tale, it became clear to her why her necklace ended up with Abeking and why she was whisked away so abruptly. Everything was meticulously orchestrated by the mother-daughter duo, robbing her of her life-saving grace. Guangxu had explained to the sixth prince that she was indeed his savior, yet he looked upon her with disdain, accusing her of bullying Qin and stealing her life-saving merit, questioning her humanity. He then ordered her to be punished with 30 lashes, nearly fatally injuring her. From that day forth, Guangxu never mentioned the matter of her saving grace again. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, "My goodness, this sixth prince is utterly deranged. Not even a robust man could withstand 30 lashes, and yet he inflicted such punishment upon a woman, his own princess, no less. I am at a loss to comprehend the dark heart concealed beneath the sixth prince's gentle exterior." The assembly murmured, "The sixth prince is indeed inhumane, unleashing such brutality upon a woman. Truly, he possesses a heart of darkness." Song Yaoyao continued her tirade, "Wouldn't a man like this? Guangxu should simply divorce him. Not only is he blind to her worth, but he also nearly kills her savior while maintaining ambiguous relations with that green tea baking. What purpose does such a dog of a man serve? Is he not concerned about the ill fortune he invites upon himself?"
What? Divorce him?
How could Lord Song entertain such a thought? They have only spoken of divorce for wives, never for husbands. Guangxu responded, "In this ancient era, only wives can be divorced, not husbands. However, one can become a widow, poison, or assassinate. As long as the sixth prince meets his end, Guangxu would be entirely free." Song Yaoyao countered, "Guangxu, can you be a bit more realistic? He is a prince. Do you think death is a mere whim?" The crowd recoiled, terrified to hear Guangxu's grim musings about the potential demise of the sixth prince. Chapter 48. The sixth prince realizes his mistake upon hearing the term divorce. The sixth prince nearly fainted, only to be steadied by those nearby, preventing him from collapsing. How could he have been so blind as to mistake the identity of the person involved? Previously, Guangxu had indeed clarified that she was his savior. Host. I have completed my explanation. Would you like to watch the video? Song Yaoyao. Yes, I would. I have just activated the video and live streaming features, and I am still getting accustomed to them. I often forget about this function. Since you reminded me, I shall take a look. I am curious to see just how blind the sixth prince is, and the extent of the harm he has inflicted upon Guangxu. Understood, host. I will initiate it immediately. At that moment, the sixth prince and his companions observed as a screen materialized above Song Yaoyao's head, gradually revealing a scene. On the screen appeared a delicate beauty. Song Yaoyao. This must be Consort Qi. She is truly stunning. There are no unattractive women among the emperor's consorts. Each one possesses exceptional beauty. Song Yaoyao. That is indeed true. The sixth prince fixated intently on the woman in the screen, realizing that she was his biological mother. Consort Qi. The footage chronicled her life from the moment she entered the palace, to being favored, to her pregnancy, and the ensuing trials during childbirth, culminating in her untimely demise. It depicted his own adoption and how Guangxu had rescued him, leading to her unjust suffering upon entering the sixth prince's household, where she was wrongfully accused and punished. Listening alone did not compare to the emotional impact of the video. As Song Yaoyao witnessed Guangxu on the verge of collapse from the beatings, her fury erupted. Seeing Guangxu being beaten fills me with unease. I truly wish I could assist her. Witnessing her in such a dire state, I cannot comprehend how the sixth prince could act so inhumanely. What kind of man resorts to beating his wife repeatedly to assert his prowess? It is utterly disgusting. Ugh, what a scoundrel! A man like this is only treasured by Baiqing. Disgusting, shameless, lacking any moral compass. Song Yaoyao berated the sixth prince in her mind 1,000 times over. The others present fell silent, astonished by her fierce temperament. Not even a prince was spared from her wrath. In their hearts, they silently applauded Song Yaoyao. While the veracity of other matters remained uncertain, the truth of the sixth prince's abuse toward Guangxu was indisputable. Consequently, it could be inferred that every scene depicted in the video was authentic. As Song Yaoyao lifted her gaze, she noticed the sixth prince staring blankly at her. She glanced above her head, finding nothing amiss. Could it be that this sixth prince is plotting something nefarious against Guangxu? He appears quite dignified, yet his actions are anything but humane. Casting a sideways glance at the individual seated beside the sixth prince, she scoffed inwardly. Humph. Those accompanying the sixth prince are likely no better. They say one is influenced by their company. They are all cut from the same cloth. Especially that fellow with the disdainful eyes. He rolled them at me the moment he arrived. He is probably just as much a woman-targeting wretch as the sixth prince. Su Mu, little song, please exercise reason. I have said nothing. How can you accuse me of targeting women? This is utterly unjust. The companions of the sixth prince exchanged bewildered glances, baffled by Song Yaoyao's reproach. They had done nothing to warrant such accusations. It seemed they had been unfairly implicated by the sixth prince. At that moment, the innkeeper knocked on the door and announced, "Your Highness, the meal is ready. Please proceed." A voice from outside responded, "Understood." Moments later, the door swung open, and an array of exquisite dishes was laid upon the table. Song Yaoyao's eyes sparkled at the sight of the food. Noticing her enthusiasm, the sixth prince remarked, "Little Song, do not be shy, please help yourself." Feeling slightly more favorably inclined toward the sixth prince, she replied, "Then I shall not hold back." Song Yaoyao picked up her chopsticks, first serving some food to Song Qingling before indulging herself. Everyone else, aside from Song Yaoyao, was tense and apprehensive. The sixth prince hardly touched his chopsticks, and the others ate sparingly. Unperturbed, Song Yaoyao relished her meal. Eventually, the sixth prince could no longer tolerate the atmosphere and said, "Little Song, I just remembered that there are matters in the residence requiring my attention, so I shall take my leave. Payment has already been settled. Enjoy your meal." Upon hearing this, Song Yaoyao quickly replied, "If your highness has matters to attend to, please do not concern yourself with me." As the sixth prince exited the private chamber, he could still hear Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts. That scoundrel has finally left. In light of the recent events, Baiqing seemed remarkably confident in convincing the sixth prince of her narrative, leaving no stone unturned in her deceit. The inconsistencies in her claims were glaring, and the hidden guards could verify every detail. Upon viewing the evidence, the sixth prince's hands trembled with disbelief. How foolish he had been to not investigate further, and to unconditionally trust Baiqing's fabrications. Now that Baiqing and her daughter had dared to scheme against him, they must be prepared for retribution. The sixth prince was eager to seek out Guangxu, yet he was also terrified of facing her. What face could he possibly show her? He had misidentified his true savior, only to insult and allow her to be brutally harmed. How could he now muster the courage to confront Guangxu? With a tumultuous heart filled with both longing and trepidation, the sixth prince ultimately found himself at Guangxu's courtyard. It was his first realization of how secluded and humble her quarters were, staffed only by 2 servants. Upon his arrival, he noticed an elderly woman and a maid seated under the eaves, engaged in idle chatter. One must possess self-awareness. The prince's heart belongs solely to Miss O'Air. What does it matter if Guangxu occupies the position of princess? She lives in a manner even less dignified than we servants. Indeed, if I were her, I would have long since thrown myself into the lake. What a waste of air to continue living. Yes, if she had passed on, perhaps in another life, she might be born into better circumstances. Being assigned to serve this jinx truly brings us ill fortune. The 2 servants continued their conversation, while not far away, Guangxu, clad in faded garments, knelt on the ground, scrubbing her clothes with a blank expression. It was as if she were oblivious to the dialogue of the 2 servants, her face devoid of emotion as she mechanically washed her garments. Chapter 49. Belated affection is worthless. The sixth prince stood outside the courtyard for an indeterminate length of time before slowly making his way inside. The 2 servants were visibly startled upon seeing him, their earlier disparaging remarks about their master lingering in the air. However, contemplating the sixth prince's well-known disdain for Guangxu, they relaxed, thinking their words would likely go unpunished. At that moment, the sixth prince gestured to a guard, who stepped forward and addressed him, "Your Highness." The sixth prince uttered a few cold, merciless words, "Drag them out and execute them." The 2 servants, who had initially felt emboldened, were rendered speechless at this decree, soon giving voice to desperate pleas for mercy. The sixth prince, silent, waved his hand, signaling for the guards to remove them. Ruoxuan remained unresponsive, continuing with her tasks. The sixth prince approached her, yet she neither bowed nor spoke, nor did she raise her gaze to meet his. Instead, she mechanically washed the clothes before her. As he crouched down to lift her, she instinctively recoiled, clutching her head and crying out, "Don't hit me. I don't want the title of princess. Take it away. Please. Don't hurt me." Witnessing her state, the sixth prince felt an immense sorrow within him. How could a once vibrant person have been reduced to this? If Song Yaoyao were present, she would undoubtedly roll her eyes and question, how could she become like this? Don't you have any self-awareness? He drew closer to Ruoxuan, forcibly embracing her. Trembling in his arms, she felt so light and frail. He carried her to his chambers, and as he set her down on the bed, she immediately curled into the corner, her body quaking with vigilance as she regarded him warily. The sixth prince looked at her and softly said, "You will reside here from now on. I shall send a few trustworthy maids to attend to you." He wished to say more, but seeing her guarded demeanor, the words remained unspoken. The misunderstandings between them could not be resolved in a day. Regaining her trust would undoubtedly be a long and arduous journey. Patience was essential. Haste would only exacerbate the situation. With a sigh, he turned and departed. Once he had left, Ruoxuan let out a breath of relief. Would he show kindness only to later strike her down again, plunging her into despair? She no longer cared and had resolved never to trust the sixth prince again. His heart belonged solely to Baiqing. When had he ever believed in her or cared for her? After enduring countless beatings, facing death repeatedly, she had lost all hope in him. Had she known her fate would turn out this way, she would never have rescued the drowning sixth prince, thus avoiding her current plight. Throughout her year as the sixth prince's wife, her maternal grandfather, General Han, had sent people to check on her. Her mother had been a victim of her grandfather's arrogance. Now, she felt as though she had been cast into a bottomless pit, seething with hatred. Why should her life be dictated by him? For over a decade, he had shown no concern for her. Why meddle in her marriage now? Her grandfather even sent inquiries to see if she was well. Ruoxuan said nothing, merely rolled up her sleeve for the visitor to see, then remarked, "As for whether I am well, you can judge for yourself." The visitor, upon observing the alternating old and new scars on her arm, gasped in shock. How could this happen? Ruoxuan lowered her sleeve, declaring, "How could this be? Does General Han not know? My mother was killed by him, and now he has thrust me into a fire pit, satisfied only by my suffering? Moreover, tell him this, I, Ruoxuan, am unworthy of General Han's concern. My affairs need not trouble him any longer." The visitor, intending to speak further, was promptly dismissed, along with the items he had brought from the royal residence. General Han collapsed into a chair, tears streaming down his face. How had matters escalated to this point? His granddaughter had turned her back on them. Subsequently, General Han dispatched messengers several more times to the sixth prince's residence, but Ruoxuan refused to see anyone. It became clear to him that his granddaughter had completely loathed him. General Han had investigated the circumstances surrounding Ruoxuan's marriage into the royal family. To his dismay, he discovered the shocking truth, and he realized that he was to blame for her hatred. If she were a commoner, they could have divorced. But this was a marriage sanctioned by the emperor. Separation would be nearly impossible. While he contemplated how to persuade the emperor to allow a divorce, the sixth prince had already uncovered the entire truth. Every day, the sixth prince sought ways to make amends to Ruoxuan. No matter his efforts, she consistently evaded him, refusing to allow him near or to engage in conversation. It seemed she had retreated into her own world, completely shutting herself off. Indeed, belated affection is worth less than grass. Meanwhile, after the sixth prince and his entourage departed, Song Yaoyao exclaimed, "Finally, they are gone. Sister, let us eat these dishes quickly." Song Qingling, relieved by the prince's departure, sighed in relief. While Song Yaoyao vented her frustrations about the sixth prince, Song Qingling feared that he might retaliate against her sister. The gentle-seeming sixth prince was far harsher than anyone could have imagined. She had witnessed the video, and each time she saw Ruoxuan on the brink of death, her heart raced in fear that she might not survive. With today's incident, officials who had previously considered marrying their daughters into the royal family would surely think twice. No loving family would want to send their daughters into a life of abuse. Watching the video made Song Qingling's heart tremble. Liu Guangxu was indeed a pitiable soul, neglected by her father and left unprotected after her mother's passing. Chapter 50. The Minister of Revenue is impeached after being sent to the countryside. A few years of leisurely days passed. Yet, the gruesome memories flooded back to Song Qingling, rendering her unable to eat, even feeling a tinge of nausea. She glanced at her sister Song Yaoyao, the only one unfazed enough to enjoy her meal. Noticing her elder sister's gaze, Song Yaoyao swallowed her food and inquired, "Elder sister, why aren't you eating? Is it unappetizing?" Song Qingling shook her head. "No, please continue on your own." Observing the table laden with mostly meat dishes, Song Yaoyao suggested, "Shall I order some lighter dishes for you?" Song Qingling declined. "No need, just eat quickly before it gets cold." "All right," Song Yaoyao replied, returning to her meal. Once satisfied, she raised her head to survey the remaining dishes, realizing there was still an abundance left. She promptly summoned the innkeeper to assist with packing the leftovers. Seeing the innkeeper standing there in a daze, she asked, "Innkeeper, is there a problem with the packaging?" "None at all. I'll get it packed right away," he assured, calling upon a servant for assistance. Song Qingling was somewhat bewildered by her sister's actions. "Yaoyao, are we really packing this up?" Song Yaoyao patted her sister's arm. "Whether it's delicacies or simple fare, many common folk go hungry. We cannot waste food. It's of no concern to me what others think." The table was originally set for 7 or 8 people, and with the 6th prince's departure and her elder sister having eaten little, the leftovers were indeed substantial. Moreover, the dishes were quite costly, making it a shame to waste them. Song Qingling nodded in agreement. Once everything was packed, the sisters exited the tavern. In the other private rooms, after Song Yaoyao's departure, someone asked, "Should we continue following Lord Song?" "I'm done. I've walked all morning, and my legs feel like they might break," another replied. "I'm not going either. I'm about to starve. Watching is enjoyable, but I can't keep this up for 12 hours a day." Following Lord Song did provide fresh entertainment, but their bodies could not endure it. As Song Yaoyao and Song Qingling climbed into their carriage, they headed home. Upon arriving, Madame Song quickly learned of her daughter's injury and rushed over. Upon entering the courtyard, Madame Song began admonishing her daughter, "How could you twist your waist while merely going to the market? Can't you be a bit steadier like your sister?" Song Yaoyao felt wronged. She had merely imitated Suyu's movements. Who could have guessed she would injure herself? Faced with her mother, she felt quite meek. Observing her sister's timid demeanor, Song Qingling explained the situation to their mother. Madame Song glared at Song Yaoyao. "Why would you mimic others?" While scolding her, she also instructed an elderly maid to apply medicinal oil to Song Yaoyao, emphasizing that it should be accompanied by massage for better absorption and quicker recovery. The massage was indeed painful. Song Yaoyao cried out in agony, causing the maid's hands to tremble. Madame Song reassured the maid, "Ignore her. Just continue." Then, addressing Song Yaoyao, she added, "The pain is necessary. It's meant to teach you a lesson. Let us see if you dare do this again." Song Yaoyao pouted. "Are you even my real mother?" Madame Song retorted, "No, you were picked up by the old maid who collects night fragrance. Out of pity, I kept you in the household." Song Yaoyao, Song Qingling. They were taken aback by Madame Song's words. Oh, how unbearable life had become. Finally, once the medicinal oil was fully absorbed, the maid ceased her ministrations. Song Yaoyao felt her skin burning where she had been massaged, and the injured area throbbed intensely. The sensation was quite excruciating. Madame Song looked at her daughter, still grimacing, and said, "Rest well. Come evening, I will send the maid back to apply more medicine and massage." Song Yaoyao protested, "Mother, do we really have to do this again?" She understood that this was the path to recovery, but it was truly overwhelming. "Rest is non-negotiable," Madame Song declared, already leading a group away from her daughter's chamber. Song Yaoyao extended her hand, calling out, "Mother, wait." But Madame Song paid her no mind, having already walked far away. So it was. Song Qingling offered a few words of comfort to Song Yaoyao before departing. As soon as she exited her sister's courtyard, she was summoned by Madame Song, eager to learn what had transpired that day. The next morning, when Song Yaoyao awoke, She distinctly felt that her waist had improved significantly compared to the previous day. The maid's massage had proven effective. Her eyes brightened. Guagua. The news about Qin Han's Han has finally been uncovered. How splendid! Such a person is utterly unworthy of parenthood. Do you think Madame Qin would crumble if she discovered that Qin Mengdai is the daughter of concubine Guer? Perhaps not. Madame Qin has always been somewhat irrational. She might still cling to Qin Mengdai, Guagua replied. That's true, Song Yaoyao agreed. The emperor had long been aware of the matter concerning Qin Han's Han. Among those sent to Song Yaoyao by the emperor, there were several who could hear her thoughts. They had reported this to the emperor yesterday, who was astonished that such irrationality could exist among his subjects. Chapter 51. The sixth prince's impeachment shocks the emperor. The emperor was taken aback. All the ministers were awaiting his command, and he turned to Qin Han's Han, inquiring, Minister Qin, do you have anything to say? At that moment, Qin Hanshan's back was drenched in sweat. He never anticipated that Qin Mengdai was the deceased daughter of Guobilian. From the very beginning, Guobilian had approached him with ulterior motives, and now she had committed such a treacherous act as to exchange her daughter for a legitimate wife, which could spell his doom. Your Majesty, I am guilty. However, I was unaware of Lady Guo's deception in placing her illegitimate daughter beside the legitimate wife. Minister Qin, as a high-ranking official, it is unacceptable that you have committed such an act of cruelty toward your legitimate daughter. Thus, you shall be punished. You are to remain in seclusion at home for a month, and you will serve 3 years of community service as a warning to others. Furthermore, you must not mistreat your legitimate daughter again.
Yes.
At this moment, the Grand Tutor stepped forward, approved. The emperor believed that even with the punishment of the Minister of Revenue, Qin Han's Han might still secretly defy the decree and mistreat his biological daughter. Since the Grand Tutor wished to take the child into their household for proper care, the emperor found this arrangement agreeable. He did not wish to impose a harsher penalty on the Minister of Revenue, as having him remain absent from court would disrupt the treasury's accounts. If the minister failed to attend, who would the court turn to when funds were needed? It would ultimately fall upon the emperor to send someone to summon him. Just as the matter regarding Qin Han's Han was resolved, another official, Inspector Wu, rose to impeach the sixth prince. Song Yaoyao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Guagua, has the sixth prince's misconduct been discovered? This inspector is truly admirable. The prince has declared his impeachment. Guagua responded, Host, that's how these inspectors operate. If the emperor speaks or acts improperly, they will voice their concerns. In a brief moment, Inspector Wu had concluded his account of the sixth prince's maltreatment of the princess. The emperor had already learned of this yesterday. He could hardly fathom that his own son could be so ruthless. Initially, when General Han had knelt before him, requesting a favorable match for his granddaughter, Rua Xian, the emperor had considered the sixth prince, whom he deemed the gentlest among the unmarried princes, to be the ideal choice, and thus had issued a decree for their marriage. He never imagined that the sixth prince would treat his bride so poorly. Upon hearing the report from his secret guards the previous day, the emperor had been filled with unease, fearing for Rua Xian's life. What would General Han, stationed far at the border, think? Would he suspect that the emperor was displeased with him, intentionally sending his granddaughter to suffer in the sixth prince's residence? The sixth prince knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Father, I am guilty. The emperor remained silent, while the sixth prince continued to bow his head in remorse. At that moment, Song Yaoyao's thoughts echoed. Guagua, could the emperor truly be reluctant to part with this scoundrel? I have never encountered someone so heartless. I hope the emperor will grant a divorce between the sixth prince and Rua Xian, allowing this vile person to distance himself from her. Honestly, I believe the sixth prince is unworthy of Rua Xian. The crowd murmured, Young Master Song, you are indeed bold. The emperor has yet to speak, and you have already taken it upon yourself to arrange matters clearly. Even Minister Song was nearly frightened into submission. Everyone looked up at the emperor, who appeared unfazed. Upon hearing Song Yaoyao's thoughts, the sixth prince glared at her with fury. It is said that one would rather dismantle 10 temples than destroy a single marriage. Why does young Master Song wish for their divorce? Moreover, as a subject, what right does she have to speak so freely? How has Minister Song raised his daughter? Upon meeting the sixth prince's predatory gaze, Song Yaoyao instinctively recoiled. Guagua, This scoundrel appears as though he wishes to devour me. What have I done to offend him? I have merely stood here in silence. I did not expose his disgrace, nor did I instigate his bullying of Ruoxian. His ignorance leads him to believe the words of Baiqing. He should be glaring at her, not at me. This has nothing to do with me. He is simply mad. Guagua reassured her, Host, do not dwell too much on the words of one who is mentally unstable. We must be more forgiving towards those with disabilities. Song Yaoyao replied, Indeed, Guagua, you make a valid point. With Guagua's comforting words, Song Yaoyao felt considerably better. However, the sixth prince was far from comfortable, thinking, Guagua, you are the one who is disabled. Your whole family is. I am perfectly fine. The ministers looked at the sixth prince with bewilderment, wondering if he truly had a mental affliction, allowing himself to be manipulated by Baiqing. The emperor scrutinized his son, suspecting that he must indeed be mentally unwell, having been deceived by Baiqing and her mother for so many years. Perhaps he should send a pig brain soup from the imperial kitchen to nourish his son's mind. Sighing heavily, the emperor said, The memorial only stated that you two are incompatible. It did not mention anything further. I was puzzled as to why General Han suddenly requested your divorce. I had intended to send someone to investigate, but the matter of the floods in Jiangnan delayed my inquiries. It seems General Han must have known about your treatment of the princess, leading to that memorial. The sixth prince hurriedly interjected, Father, I truly realize my mistakes and will make amends to Ruoxian. Please do not let us divorce. With that, he resumed his bowing on the ground. The emperor sighed again. At this stage, mere bowing will not suffice. Over the past year, you have never brought Ruoxian to any palace banquets. Each time your mother and I inquired, you claimed she was unwell. Whether she was genuinely unwell or you deliberately excluded her from the festivities, have you considered the consequences of your actions? Is it not evident that you do not cherish your wife? How do you expect Ruoxian to conduct herself among the wives and young ladies in the sixth prince's residence and throughout the capital? General Han has only petitioned me for two things in his life. One, to arrange a good marriage for Ruoxian, and the other, to grant your divorce. I failed to thoroughly investigate the situation before bestowing the marriage, and as a result, she has endured so much suffering. Chapter 52. The recipe for cement and concrete. In truth, the emperor was not at ease either. His intentions had been noble, yet he found himself in this unfortunate predicament. With a deep sigh, he continued, I have reflected on this matter, and since it is my error, I shall take it upon myself to bring this to a conclusion. General Han has requested the dissolution of your marriage, and I grant it, allowing Ruoxian the autonomy to choose her future mate. Upon hearing this, the sixth prince felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, bowing his head fervently. The emperor sighed once more and added, If you truly acknowledge your mistakes, then pursue Ruoxian again. As long as she consents, I shall permit your union anew. However, you must never coerce her. Her agreement must come willingly. The sixth prince's heart sank further. He was acutely aware of the ruthless actions he had once taken. Now, Ruoxian would not allow him near. Any attempt to approach her sent her into a state of distress. Yet, he felt compelled to try once more. Song Yaoyao gazed at the sixth prince and remarked, Guagua, they have finally divorced. Ruoxian has liberated herself from that scoundrel. She is free at last. However, it seems the sixth prince is not yet given up. Is he preparing for a passionate pursuit of his wife? It appears we are in for quite the spectacle. Unconcerned by the sixth prince's dismal countenance, Song Yaoyao relished the unfolding drama. The emperor observed his son, who was kneeling and repeatedly bowing, and though he felt a pang of compassion, he declared, I have made my decision. Rise. The sixth prince understood that the emperor's resolution was unchangeable. Slowly, he stood and stepped aside. Just when they thought the matter concluded, however, Inspector Wu resumed his accusations against General Yunshao, Ruoxian's father. General O had not treated his first wife, Han Lin, with kindness, leading to her untimely demise, and his legitimate daughter had suffered greatly within the household. He had indulged his second wife and her daughter, deceiving upper and lower officials, and had wrongfully claimed credit for a life-saving act, which misled the sixth prince about his true benefactor, resulting in the current divorce. All of this was the fault of Yunshao. Standing before the emperor, He realized his fate was sealed as Inspector Wu turned his attention towards him. Terrified,
Yaoyao immediately knelt.
the emperor looked upon this man with disdain. He had claimed to marry Han Lin out of gratitude for General Han's assistance, yet to the emperor, it was evident that he had sought revenge instead of offering gratitude. General Han had but one daughter, and this wretch had caused her untold suffering. Such a man, who could be so cruel to his own wife and children, could hardly be expected to safeguard the realm. The emperor resolved upon a fitting punishment for Yaoyao. Do you acknowledge your crimes? I do, your majesty. That is well. As one unworthy of his position, you shall be relegated to the 9th rank as a gatekeeper. Your second wife, Chang Yan, who has abused her daughter and deceived officials, shall be sent to the ancestral temple until death claims her. As for your daughter, Bai Jing, though her sins merit death, considering her youth, she too will be sent to the ancestral temple until her demise. Upon hearing this judgment, Yunshao collapsed onto the ground. It was over. Everything was lost. The emperor gestured, and several guards advanced, dragging Yunshao away. Now a mere 9th rank official, he was no longer fit to attend court. Song Yaoyao mentally praised the emperor. Gua, the emperor is truly formidable and majestic. Though the other courtiers did not comprehend the phrase formidable and majestic, they recognized the sentiment of admiration for the emperor. It was rare to hear such praise from Song Yaoyao. The emperor, unable to suppress a smile, pondered, even in my advanced years, I still possess an admirable countenance. As for the term formidable, if they did not understand it, so be it. It was clear it was a compliment. Next, the emperor turned to the issue of the flooding in Jiangnan. He surveyed the ministers before him and inquired, esteemed officials, what are your thoughts and suggestions regarding this matter? Upon hearing this, Song Yaoyao, perplexed, asked Gua, in ancient times, did they not construct dikes using earth and stone? People would excavate the surrounding land to reinforce the dike's foundations for stability. How is it that a newly constructed dike has collapsed so soon? Is it a case of shoddy engineering? Gua replied, my host, you may not be aware. The funds allocated by the emperor are siphoned off by layers of officials, leaving little for the locality. With such scant resources, it is only natural that corners would be cut in construction. Thus, it is hardly surprising that the dike has succumbed to the river's force shortly after completion. Moreover, the techniques for building dikes in ancient times were limited. They require annual repairs, leading to a vicious cycle. Song Yaoyao sighed. Alas, how constrained the emperor must feel. He cannot act according to his desires. Those corrupt officials should be dragged out and dealt with decisively. The ministers, hearing Song Yaoyao's candid thoughts, broke into a cold sweat. These were matters known to all but rarely spoken of openly. Yet, here was Song Yaoyao boldly discussing them with Gua. Minister Song thought to himself, this bold girl not only gossips about the officials, but now dares to comment on state affairs. Song Yaoyao continued her musings, Gua. When it comes to dike construction techniques, I am reminded of modern cement and concrete. If they were employed in building the dikes, they could withstand the test of time, lasting decades or even centuries without the threat of collapse. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened and they leaned in, eager to learn about this modern marvel of cement and concrete. Chapter 53. The Crown Prince Do Siyuan after receiving the memorial yesterday. The emperor had been in a state of unrest, never expecting to hear such heartfelt sentiments from Song Yaoyao during the morning court session. It was as if a pillow was delivered just as one felt drowsy. If only he had mastered the modern formulas for cement and concrete. What could he possibly worry about? The emperor perked up his ears, listening intently. He continued to feign discussion with the court officials, anxious that Song Yaoyao might uncover anything. Gua remarked, host, your thoughts are indeed astute. However, it is imperative that the emperor dispatches trustworthy individuals for this task. The funds should be taken directly by the appointed officials, avoiding the layers of bureaucracy that often breed corruption. Once in Jiangnan, the construction of levees with concrete would ensure absolute security. Song Yaoyao replied, of course, I am aware of this. I will draft the formula and application of this concrete and cement after court, and have my father present it to the emperor. As for the implementation, that falls squarely on the emperor's shoulders. We can only do so much. Gua wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, we have fulfilled our responsibilities. The rest is beyond our control. With Song Yaoyao's words, the matter seemed secure. After court, the secret guards were to accompany them to the Song residence, a task they were already familiar with. With a solution at hand, the atmosphere in the court lightened considerably. Song Yaoyao also sensed the change. Guagua, why do I feel that the atmosphere in the court has suddenly shifted? Guagua confirmed, host, your intuition is correct. I have sensed it too. Then Guagua humorously corrected, host. A woman's monthly cycle is referred to as Aunt Flo, while a man's is Uncle Flo. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, yes, yes. Guagua, you truly are a cultured being. As the court officials pondered the meaning of Aunt Flo, Guagua had already clarified their confusion. The expressions on the faces of the assembled officials, including the emperor and her father, Minister Song, reflected a myriad of emotions, akin to a colorful palette. The frustration was palpable, yet it remained unexpressed, leaving them in a state of suppression. This bold Miss Song had ensnared everyone present, including the emperor and her father. The emperor maintained an impassive demeanor. As long as he could procure the cement and concrete formulas, he would overlook a few remarks. Minister Song, however, was so enraged that he felt an urge to kick his daughter. He surveyed the expressions of the surrounding officials, which only fueled his desire to chastise Song Yaoyao further. At that moment, Eunuch Wang announced, if there is business, present it. If not, you may retire. Just as the officials were about to speak, a commotion erupted from outside the hall, eliciting a frown from the emperor. What is all this noise about? Song Yaoyao curiously inquired of Guagua. Guagua, what is happening outside? Guagua replied, the family of Prince Do Kai has arrived. In that instant, a battered individual was carried in, moaning in agony upon a door plank. Beside him knelt an elegantly dressed elderly woman. The emperor was taken aback by the scene before him. Princess, what has transpired? The elderly woman, the princess, wept profusely. The prince departed early, leaving behind only Siyuan, our sole child. Though he may have been mischievous, who could be so cruel as to inflict such harm upon him? After listening for a while, Song Yaoyao was perplexed and asked Guagua, Guagua, I have listened attentively but still cannot comprehend. What exactly has occurred? Guagua elucidated, Prince Do Kai. The one lying there is the sole legitimate heir, Do Siyuan, notorious in the capital as a prodigal son, indulging in all vices. He has committed countless acts that have incited public outrage. Each time, the emperor has intervened on behalf of the deceased prince. This time, however, he has provoked someone he should not have and has ended up in this predicament. Upon hearing this, Song Yaoyao's excitement surged. He was bundled up? What did he do? Guagua, do tell me. Meanwhile, the princess continued to lament their hardships as an orphaned mother. Ordinarily, the princess and her kin would not be permitted in the court. Yet, leveraging the late prince's merits, her repeated disturbances had been tolerated by the emperor. Not long after the last incident, the princess had returned to court once more. The officials were exasperated. Each time she appeared, it was the same tiresome litany of complaints, regurgitating the same few phrases. Yet today, everyone was intrigued as to why Do Siyuan had been bundled up. Guagua did not disappoint and began to explain. Host, you may watch the video while I narrate. Do Siyuan is not a commendable individual. He frequents brothels and dens of vice, indulging in every debauchery imaginable. He is devoid of moral restraint, and upon spotting a beautiful woman on the street, he would send his lackeys to investigate, seizing any opportunity to abduct unprotected women into his household for his sordid pleasures. His depravity knows no bounds. I believe you have seen enough in the video to understand. Some women, unable to endure the humiliation, chose to end their own lives, while others, burdened by familial obligations, struggled to survive under the torment. Those unfortunate souls rarely lasted more than a month in his grasp before succumbing to the horrors. As Guagua narrated, the screen above Song Yaoyao began to display the unfolding scenes. The court officials were drawn to the images, which revealed a nightmarish reality. The torment depicted was far removed from the natural intimacy between lovers. It was a hellish existence. To endure such suffering for over a month was a testament to their resilience. The more Song Yaoyao watched the video, the darker her expression became. How could the princess dare to plead for such a beast? Seeing her weep so mournfully, one would think Do Siyuan had suffered great injustices. This sort of person deserves to be eliminated. Killing him would allow us to commence our endeavors without hindrance. His existence is a waste of air, and his demise would merely free up land. By the way, did none of those women's families report him to the authorities? Chapter 54, Evidence Beneath the Flower Bed. Guagua. Speaking of this makes me even angrier. Dou Siyuan forcibly abducted women from their families, and before their relatives could report him to the authorities, they were brutally beaten by Dou Siyuan's lackeys, left on the brink of death, and warned that if they dared to report him, they would be made to disappear entirely. As a result of this violence, some were outright killed, while those who survived were in dire straits. The video vividly displayed the scenes of Dou Siyuan's henchmen assaulting individuals, their menacing warnings echoing clearly in everyone's ears. The scene then shifted to the tragic state of the victims' families, some having been killed outright, while others remained barely clinging to life, their conditions looking exceedingly grim. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Although they were aware of Dou Siyuan's debauched nature, none had anticipated that he would stoop so low as to abduct women and commit murder. Song Yaoyao continued to inquire, "Is there really no one else willing to report this to the authorities?" Guagua replied, "Once the families learned that the perpetrator was none other than the sole legitimate son of the royal prince, Dou Siyuan, their hearts sank. They had heard that the current emperor was Dou Siyuan's protector, and that no matter what atrocities Dou Siyuan committed, the emperor would cover for him. They believed that with the emperor shielding him, reporting him would be utterly futile, so they chose to remain silent." Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression darkened considerably. He had been protecting Dou Siyuan out of respect for the royal prince, but he had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Previously, he had placed undue trust in the royal prince and his consort, failing to investigate the matter thoroughly. Now, how could the common people view him as their emperor? His illustrious reputation was at the risk of being tarnished by this scoundrel's actions. Song Yaoyao added salt to the emperor's wounds. Has the emperor truly lost his senses? Protecting such a wretch? And as for that person who was meant to execute justice, they should have acted decisively and killed him outright. A life extinguished, a white cloth draped, a mournful tune played, and then we could await the feast. This could be our chance for a grand meal. The crowd glanced at the emperor's countenance, which resembled the ominous stillness before a storm. They remarked, "Young Master Song, you are indeed formidable. You dare to call the emperor senile. We are all in awe of you. Also, we seriously suspect that your desire for a feast may be the reason behind your wish to eliminate Dou Siyuan." Guagua. "Host, are you yearning for a feast?" Song Yaoyao. "Indeed, I am. But wait, Guagua, we seem to have digressed. Is this really the time for discussing feasts? We should be focusing on that scoundrel Dou Siyuan." Guagua, what led to Dou Siyuan being wrapped in a sack this time? The girl had elderly parents and a brother serving in a military camp. That brother, albeit a minor commander, was someone Dou Siyuan dismissed as inconsequential. He rallied his troops and drove Dou Siyuan's goons away. After learning that Dou Siyuan was the instigator, the brothers stood guard at the entrance of the royal prince's residence. Finally, they had their opportunity last night. On his way to the pleasure house, Dou Siyuan was ambushed and beaten by the soldiers. Song Yaoyao lamented, "Alas, he still has the strength to howl. Clearly, they went easy on him. If it were up to me, I would have first severed his tools of malice, then incapacitated his hands and feet, silenced his tongue, and cast him into a heap of beggars. How could he be allowed to wail so? His cries sound like a donkey's braying, enough to drive anyone mad." At that moment, no one found Song Yaoyao's remarks excessively harsh. Rather, they all agreed with her sentiments. Such a scoundrel deserved to truly experience the torments of hell. Guagua. "Host, as long as it goes undetected, what you propose is entirely feasible." Song Yaoyao sighed. I'm merely speaking in jest. We should be more pragmatic. Guagua. "Although we cannot act violently, we can seek out evidence and present it to the authorities, ensuring he never rises again. What say you?" Guagua. "That is certainly feasible." Song Yaoyao. "Guagua, do you know where this evidence lies?" Guagua. "In the back garden of the royal prince's residence, there exists a patch of flourishing flowers. Anyone who has visited the royal residence would have seen it. There were even inquiries made to the royal consort about how they cultivated such plants, to which she would proudly proclaim that it was her son who tended to them. In truth, it is not Dou Siyuan who cares for the flowers. Rather, Beneath that flower bed lie the corpses of those women, all of whom were tortured to death by him. After their demise, their bodies were buried there, serving as fertilizer for the flowers. How could they not thrive? Song Yaoyao was astounded. What? Using corpses as fertilizer? Dou Siyuan is truly vile, even in death. He does not spare the bodies. He is utterly inhumane. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned grave, and the emperor's face darkened to an extreme. It is said that the dead deserve reverence. These victims had been tortured and could not even find peace in death. The emperor had already dispatched men to surround the royal residence, heading straight for the back garden. As long as they unearthed the remains from the flower bed, they would ensure he would not escape retribution. The royal consort was still lamenting, dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief. The emperor, witnessing her distress, impatiently inquired, "Royal consort, what do you wish for me to do?" Having awaited this question through her lengthy lament, the royal consort immediately replied, "Your Majesty, you must apprehend those who harmed my son and ensure they face the appropriate punishment. Your Majesty is aware that since the passing of the royal prince, my son and I have relied solely on what he left behind to survive. After so many years, we have nearly exhausted those resources. My Siyuan has yet to marry. How shall we navigate the future?" Everyone discerned her intent. She was leveraging the royal prince's legacy to solicit rewards from the emperor. How could the royal consort, who had condoned Dou Siyuan's reprehensible actions, muster the audacity to seek favors from the emperor? Song Yaoyao could no longer bear it. Guagua, how dare this old woman request rewards from the emperor? Does she regard him as a mere crutch or a cash cow? Truly shameless. Guagua, host. The royal consort's shamelessness is undoubtedly inherited from that old scoundrel, both equally devoid of dignity. Chapter 55. The true cause of the death of the prince. Song Yaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't the prince a hero? Guagua, how can you say that? What hidden truths lie beneath this? Please tell me. The crowd was still engrossed in the vibrant colors of the flower garden in the video. And before they could fully absorb the scene, Guagua's words sparked confusion, prompting everyone to lean in attentively. Guagua began, since the host wishes to know. I shall recount the tale from the beginning. The prince, originally named Dou Kai, was once a sworn brother of the late emperor, having fought alongside him to establish the dynasty and even save his life. Upon the establishment of the new regime, Dou Kai was granted the title of a noble, known as the prince. By virtue of their familial ties, the current emperor should still address him as uncle. While the late emperor was alive, the prince behaved obediently. But after the emperor's death and the ascension of the current emperor, the prince grew discontent with his rule. Dou Kai felt it was unjust for a battle-hardened noble to heed the commands of a mere youth, leading him to harbor rebellious thoughts. However, he was aware that such ambitions must be approached with caution and patience. At this juncture, disturbances arose at the borders, necessitating a leader to command troops. Originally, the emperor intended to spare the aging prince from this burden, but the prince, eager to serve, volunteered to guard the frontier. He was eloquent, pouring forth his heartfelt sentiments to the emperor, which deeply moved him, resulting in the emperor's reluctant agreement. The prince finally acquired a portion of the imperial seal. To avoid arousing the emperor's suspicion, he left his consort and son in the capital and ventured alone to the borders with his army. Song Yaoyao interjected. Was the emperor completely oblivious to the prince's treacherous ambitions? And how did the prince amass his military achievements? Guagua continued. At that time, the emperor was still young and failed to perceive the prince's hidden intentions. The prince had concealed his ambitions well, further ensuring his family remained in the capital. Moreover, the late emperor had assured the current emperor of the prince's trustworthiness, advising him to consult the prince in times of need. Thus, the emperor had no reservations regarding him. Ah, I see. The late emperor could not have anticipated that his most trusted brother would harbor such treachery, Song Yaoyao mused. Do not rush, host. Allow me to elaborate. Upon his arrival at the borders, the prince truly felt liberated, as if the vast sea allowed fish to leap and the high skies permitted birds to soar. He achieved several victories that instilled fear in neighboring nations. Initially, he could have pressed on, capturing cities and seizing enemy leaders, yet he refrained. Why? Without military authority, his confidence waned. Therefore, he chose to remain passive, awaiting the enemy's advances. Is the prince merely biding his time? Song Yaoyao questioned. Indeed, he was. The prince intended to wait it out. If the enemy did not attack, neither would he. During those years at the border, he secretly recruited and trained private soldiers for his future insurrection. As for the prince's military accolades, one could only shake one's head. Besides his insatiable thirst for power, he was also captivated by beauty. While stationed at the borders, he entertained numerous attractive women outside the barracks. During quieter moments, he would visit these women in their lodgings, indulging in hedonistic pleasures. Goodness, the prince seems to revel in his youth, living lavishly as if every night were a wedding. He must not fear the consequences. While the prince did not fear retribution, he soon succumbed to the repercussions of his indulgences, Guagua replied. Song Yaoyao gasped. What? He did not perish in battle? Instead, he fell victim to his own excesses? This contradicts the narrative of his demise that circulated at the time. If that is the case, why was it claimed he died due to warfare? His advanced age and reckless pursuits led to his sudden death. To conceal the disgrace of his demise, his confidants murdered the women in his lodgings and claimed he died of a heart ailment due to anxiety over military matters. Thus, the prince was posthumously awarded military honors. Was there no examination of the body? Song Yaoyao inquired. There was, but it was inconclusive. The prince's death stemmed from excessive excitement, yet the official narrative attributed it to stress over warfare. How could such a distinction be discerned? The medical knowledge of that era was insufficient to unveil the truth. Song Yaoyao exclaimed in frustration, "This scoundrel has unjustly acquired military accolades. It infuriates me." Aside from the prince's two confidants, no one else knew the true cause of his death, including his consort and Do Siyuan. When the news of his death due to anxiety over warfare spread, it garnered immense respect for the prince, and the emperor was filled with remorse. This led to the emperor's continued protection of the prince's estate and Do Siyuan. With a sigh, Song Yaoyao lamented, "Guagua, the emperor has been terribly deceived by those scoundrels in the prince's estate, and it is truly lamentable." As the crowd observed the video depicting the prince's treachery and the truth surrounding his death, they were filled with indignation. The emperor gripped the arms of his dragon throne tightly, as if he might faint from his fury if not for the support. This was the prince he had always felt guilty about, merely a treacherous rebel who deceived everyone. Song Yaoyao looked down at the prince's consort and remarked, "Guagua, those two flies below, one weeping and the other wailing incessantly, are utterly irritating. Given the prince's actions, his subordinates have the audacity to link his death to warfare and claim military honors. Such individuals deserve to be eradicated. Guagua, where are the prince's two confidants now? They are crucial witnesses. They remain in the military camp at the borders, holding significant positions. One is named Fan Qingyun, a general of the 5th rank, and the other is Hu Chengming, also a general of the 5th rank." As Guagua revealed the names and titles of the two confidants, their images appeared in the video. "All right, I shall remember their appearances. Guagua, I am not skilled at drawing, and I fear I may not capture their likeness accurately. I had intended to depict their features to present to the emperor later, but what shall I do now?" Chapter 56, Unveiling Guagua. Host. I forgot to mention earlier that after my upgrade, I now possess a printing function that allows me to print any images you require. Song Yaoyao. That is simply wonderful. Once we return, please print the likenesses of these two individuals and deliver them to my father along with the concrete and cement recipe. The emperor must apprehend these two witnesses to hold the prince's estate accountable for its crimes. Guagua. Understood, host. The emperor, grasping the dragon throne, alternated between tightening and loosening his grip, a gesture that did not escape the vigilant eyes of the ministers below, who were wary of incurring his ire. Among them, Minister Song not only observed the emperor's demeanor but also cast furtive glances at his daughter, Song Yaoyao. Pondering whether she was privy to too much information, she even knew about the sudden illness. That foolish girl had publicly disclosed such matters, irreparably tarnishing her reputation. Her honor had vanished the moment her thoughts were laid bare for all to hear. Minister Song now fretted that it might already be too late. Song Yaoyao's thoughts continued. Guagua, did we not hear that the prince had private soldiers? Now that he is deceased, what has become of them? Guagua, the prince left behind a considerable fortune. Over the years, Fan Qingyun and Hu Qingming have sustained those private soldiers with this wealth, even engaging in hunting endeavors. Song Yaoyao, they are indeed self-sufficient. But wait, now that the prince is dead, why are Fan Qingyun and Hu Qingming still training those soldiers? Are they plotting rebellion? Guagua, Fan Qingyun and Hu Qingming do not entertain thoughts of rebellion themselves. Rather, they intend to prepare the soldiers for Do Siyuan, hoping to support his insurrection. Song Yaoyao scoffed disdainfully at the individuals below. Humph, that wailing fool down there is nothing but a hopeless case. Are Fan Qingyun and Hu Qingming out of their minds, thinking they can assist such a worthless creature? If those soldiers fall into his hands, they would likely be disbanded within days. Their loyalty to the prince is commendable, but misplaced. By the way, Guagua, please also provide me with the locations of the private soldiers. I will note them down to present to the emperor. Guagua, of course.
Host.
After this, Song Yaoyao's thoughts fell silent. The grand hall was now filled solely with the voices of the princess and Do Siyuan. The emperor interrupted their exchange, inquiring, Princess Do Siyuan, are you aware of your crimes? The voices of the princess and Do Siyuan halted abruptly, both gazing blankly at the emperor. Upon seeing his grim expression, they felt a surge of dread. Had their misdeeds been uncovered? After a moment, the princess stammered, Your Majesty, I was unaware. Please enlighten me. Do Siyuan echoed her plea. This humble subject is ignorant. Please, Your Majesty, clarify. The emperor regarded the two and declared, What have you done in these years? Must I spell it out for you? Under my banner, you have committed heinous acts, abducting innocent women and slaying commoners. What do you take me for? Upon hearing this, the princess and Do Siyuan realized their transgressions had been exposed, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. The princess attempted to defend herself. Your Majesty, those are mere rumors. They cannot be trusted. At that moment, Do Siyuan turned pale, his body trembling. The emperor, uninterested in further discourse with the pair, retorted, Do Siyuan, you need not have me remind you of your own actions. Evidence lies in the flower bed of your estate's garden. I have dispatched men to your residence. The proof will soon be in hand. Upon hearing this, both the princess and Do Siyuan collapsed to the ground. The princess quickly regained her composure, kneeling and repeatedly bowing her head. Your Majesty, grant me mercy, please. Do Siyuan followed suit, also kneeling and begging. Your Majesty, please spare us. The emperor merely cast a fleeting glance at them, stating, Take them away and imprison them in the dungeon. Subsequently, guards seized the princess and Do Siyuan, dragging them out. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, has the emperor uncovered the vile deeds of this mother-son duo? Guagua, indeed. Song Yaoyao, the emperor is truly wise. The emperor is formidable. The melodious voice of eunuch Wang rang out. If there are matters to present, do so. If not, you may leave the court. The assembly echoed. We have no matters to present.
Eunuch Wang, dismissed.
Had it not been for the commotion caused by the princess and Do Siyuan, the court would have adjourned much earlier. The departure time was delayed due to this pair's antics. Once back at her residence and changed into official attire, Song Yaoyao began to compile her materials for the emperor, the recipes for cement and concrete, along with their usage, applications, and precautions. The portraits of Fan Qingyun and Hu Qingming had been printed, rendered in high definition. Additionally, the familial connections and web of relationships surrounding both individuals were also documented. Upon examining their network, Song Yaoyao realized the extent of their connections was not to be underestimated. Guagua had also printed the locations where the prince's private soldiers were concealed, accompanied by a map to guide her there. After meticulously reviewing these documents for accuracy, she stealthily made her way to Minister Song's study. Following her previous method, she knocked on the door and swiftly fled, ensuring her father would retrieve the items before she departed. Upon viewing the high-definition photographs, the emperor was astounded. Is this what Song Yaoyao referred to as printing? Has she truly captured real likenesses upon paper? Every hair, every scar, the intricacies of their skin are vividly apparent. This is nothing short of miraculous. However, the emperor could not afford to dwell on the wonders of this printed image. He promptly dispatched individuals with secret orders to the border to apprehend Fan Qingyun, Hu Qingming, and their families and associates. The emperor clutched his chest as he surveyed the intricate web of connections. Though the prince had been dead for many years, his influence had persisted, reaching such alarming proportions. Subsequently, the emperor arranged for the cement and concrete recipes to be sent to Jiangnan. As he listened to the reports, he seethed with a desire for revenge against the princess and Do Siyuan. Beneath the flower bed, over 30 skeletal remains had been unearthed. How depraved must Do Siyuan be to have tortured so many innocent women to death? Chapter 57. Yuruxian arrives. Now is not the time. It is only when the news of a successful capture from the border arrives that this mother and son can be dealt with. Otherwise, the king's subordinates in the border region, upon learning of their demise, might react unpredictably. To prevent an uncontrollable situation, it is best to spare their lives for now. The emperor has ordered the guards to treat this mother and son well, but not to let them perish. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao, after delivering those items to her father, spends her days attending court and recuperating. The old matron visits daily to help her with back massages. After 7 days, Song Yaoyao's back has healed. Unexpectedly, a few unexpected guests arrive at the manor. Madame Song requests Song Yaoyao to visit the front hall. Upon entering, Song Yaoyao surveys the guests for a moment. They are none other than Yuruxian, accompanied by a young lady and a young man whom she does not recognize. She inquires of Guagua, "Guagua, why has Yuruxian come? And who are the other two?" Guagua replies, "I do not know why Yuruxian is here." As for the others, the young lady is Han Lao General's granddaughter, named Han Manchi, and the young man is her brother, Han Chiyu. The three had already heard of the remarkable young Song official, though they could not specify in what way she was extraordinary. Just moments ago, they distinctly noticed that no one in the hall had spoken, yet they undeniably heard voices. Where did that sound originate? They did not dwell on it for long. Quickly standing to bow to Song Yaoyao, greeting her as young Song official, Song Yaoyao nodded to them and invited them to sit. She appraised Yuruxian and remarked to Guagua, "What a fine young lady. How did she end up entangled with that scoundrel, the sixth prince? What a tragedy." Yuruxian's voice, identical to the earlier spoken words, echoed, yet young Song official had not opened her mouth. The three stared at Song Yaoyao in astonishment. She then asked, "May I inquire what brings you here?" Yuruxian hastily responded, "We greatly admire young Song official. At such a young age you hold an official position in court, and we wish to make your acquaintance." Song Yaoyao nodded. "Guagua, this damned charm of mine is so captivating." Guagua rolled his eyes dramatically. "Host, can you not possess a modicum of self-awareness? You are but a mere child. What charm do you have? Only these three blind admirers would be taken in by you." Song Yaoyao retorted, "Would it kill you to admit I have charm?" Guagua replied, "I cannot die, but I could certainly be nauseated." The three confirmed once more that Song Yaoyao had indeed not spoken, yet that voice was unmistakably hers. Could this be the manifestation of her inner thoughts? Was this the essence of young Song official's uniqueness? Listening to the banter between Song Yaoyao and Guagua, they found it exceedingly amusing. This young Song official is quite entertaining. Yuruxian, having heard that her matters would soon be resolved thanks to young Song official's efforts, wished to express her gratitude. However, upon her arrival, she was advised not to express thanks, but rather to convey admiration for young Song official during her visit. Yuruxian was puzzled as to why gratitude should be omitted, but she was told she would understand upon arrival. Now, she finally comprehended that her affairs had likely been unveiled through young Song official's inner voice. Accompanying her today were not only Madame Song but also the eldest sister, Song Qingling. Song Yaoyao found their discussions uninteresting and began to doze off in their presence. It is quite improper to doze off before guests. Struggling to stay awake, Song Yaoyao urged Guagua, "Guagua, spill some fresh gossip to jolt me awake. I am nearly falling asleep." Guagua replied, "Of course, host." Moments later, Guagua's voice resonated once more, and as he narrated, an image appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head, none other than Han Manchi. Guagua continued, "Today, we shall delve into the tale of Han Manchi. Her father, Han Fei, is the eldest son of General Han. From a young age, he trained in the military alongside his father, mastering exceptional martial skills. However, for 3 years, there was no news of Pingru's pregnancy. Thus, the old matriarch arranged for a girl from her family to be placed in Han Fei's household. This girl is none other than Han Manchi's biological mother, Mei Yang. Song Yaoyao interjected. Is it that Pingru is incapable of bearing children?
Guagua clarified, no.
And Pingru is not infertile. She simply finds it difficult to conceive. Host, please refrain from interrupting. Let me finish. Song Yaoyao acquiesced. All right, I won't interrupt. Please continue. Yur Xian and the others gazed at the screen, astonished by the images of Han Fei and Pingru and Mei Yinyang. How does Song Yaoyao know the appearances of these individuals? Song Yaoyao shrugged. I do not know. Guagua knows. Guagua pressed on. Mei Yinyang proved to be quite capable, soon discovering she was with child. The old matriarch, fearing any mishap, brought Mei Yinyang to her quarters and assigned caretakers. 10 months later, Han Qiyu was born, bringing immense joy to the family. Though Han Qiyu is a son of a concubine, he is Han's first grandson, and his status in the household is unparalleled. His upbringing, attire, and provisions are all on par with those of a legitimate son. 2 years later, Pingru discovered she was pregnant, and she was overjoyed, eagerly anticipating the birth of a legitimate son. However, contrary to her hopes, 10 months later, she gave birth to her first daughter, Han Jingwan. The mere fact that Pingru bore a daughter was remarkable. Though disappointed to have a daughter, Pingru cherished her immensely. As they watched the unfolding scenes on the screen, they engaged in other conversations to prevent Song Yaoyao from noticing anything amiss. Guagua paused briefly before continuing. Thus, 3 more years passed, and Mei Yinyang became pregnant again, giving birth to Han Manchi. Han Fei maintained both a wife and a concubine, and the two coexisted harmoniously. As the children grew, Han Jingwan married her cousin Enlei, who was the legitimate grandson of Dukan, and they had a son and a daughter. This lifestyle brought Han Jingwan great satisfaction. However, the good times did not last long, as Han Jingwan was diagnosed with an incurable illness. She had less than a year to live. Han Jingwan wept daily, lamenting that with a stepmother comes a stepfather. If she were to die, what fate awaited her 2 young children? One was 3 years old, the other only 1, both still in need of their mother. The thought of her children suffering pained Han Jingwan's heart deeply. Chapter 58. The schemes of Han Jingwan. Song Yaoyao could not help but interrupt Guagua, saying, Guagua, while Han Jingwan is indeed pitiable, afflicted with a terminal illness, what relevance does that have to Han Manchi? Guagua replied, after much contemplation. Han Jingwan concluded that rather than allowing her husband to take in a stepwife of unknown character after her demise, it would be wiser to assist him in finding a suitable partner while she still lives. Upon arriving in the capital, Han Qiyu and Han Manchi visited the Duke of An's residence, where they encountered Han Jingwan. Upon seeing her exquisite half-sister, Han Manchi, Han Jingwan set her sights on her. Song Yaoyao exclaimed in astonishment, is Han Jingwan out of her mind? To propose her half-sister as a stepwife. What could she possibly be thinking? Moreover, how could such a blossoming beauty as Han Manchi ever agree to marry a twice-married man? Not only does he come with 2 children, but he is also her brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Han Manchi's complexion turned pale, and Han Qiyu's expression darkened ominously. Guagua continued to divulge. It is needless to say that Han Manchi would undoubtedly resist. Who would willingly wed a twice-married older man, burdened with 2 children, and assume the role of a stepmother. The challenges are manifold. Should she be lenient in her parenting? Others would whisper that she lacks genuine affection, as they are not her biological children. Conversely, if she is strict, she would be deemed cruel for being unkind to her stepchildren. In any case, a stepmother's role is fraught with peril. There is no path to righteousness. Han Jingwan anticipated this reluctance from Han Manchi, hence she devised a wicked plan. Guagua paused momentarily before proceeding. Han Jingwan intended to host a grand banquet, inviting all the ladies, young maidens, and gentlemen of the capital to her residence. She planned to deceive Han Manchi into leaving, then incapacitate her, dishevel her clothing, and place her in bed with Enlei. Han Jingwan would then burst in, claiming to have caught Han Manchi in the act of seducing her brother-in-law while he was intoxicated. This scandal would ruin Han Manchi's reputation, leaving her no choice but to marry Enlei. Song Yaoyao remarked, what a nefarious scheme. This would utterly destroy Han Manchi. Once caught in such an act, Han Manchi would have but 3 options: to meekly marry Enlei, to shave her head and become a nun, or to take her own life. This is truly a path to desperation for Han Manchi. even if she chooses to marry Enlai. Carrying such a tarnished reputation would condemn her to a life of shame. Guagua concurred. Indeed, Han Jingwan's malice knows no bounds. She has concocted an even more sinister plan. On the day she plans to incapacitate Han Manchi, she intends to force-feed her a lethal dose of contraceptive poison. Han Jingwan fears that once Han Manchi enters the household and bears her own children, she will neglect her own too. In her mind, as long as Han Manchi remains childless, she will be reliant on Han Jingwan's children for support in her old age. After all, in terms of blood relation, Han Jingwan's children are closest to Han Manchi. As Guagua shared these revelations, the video displayed Han Jingwan discussing her schemes with her wet nurse, her malevolent demeanor starkly contrasting her usual self. Han Manchi trembled with fear, struggling to suppress her discomfort lest Song Yaoyao notice. Ruoxuan quickly supported Han Manchi, allowing her to lean against her. Han Chuyu's veins bulged, realizing for the first time that a woman could possess such cruelty. Song Yaoyao inquired further of Guagua. This woman is truly ruthless. To safeguard her own children from harm and ensure their well-being, she is willing to sacrifice another's entire life. And that of her own half-sister at that. How can such a vicious woman exist? Is Enlai aware of Han Jingwan's plans? Guagua responded. On the day that Han Chuyu and Han Manchi visited the Duke of An's residence, Enlai had indeed met Han Manchi. The moment he laid eyes on her pure beauty, he was captivated. When Han Jingwan suggested her half-sister as a stepwife, Enlai did not decline. Though Han Manchi is a concubine, her elder brother, Han Chuyu, is being groomed as the legitimate heir to the general's estate. It is expected that the estate will eventually fall into Han Chuyu's hands. With such a powerful brother-in-law, Enlai was more than willing. He could marry a young, beautiful wife who could help care for the elderly and children, while the Han family would continue to serve as his support, a win-win situation he would not refuse. The video depicted Enlai with a lecherous expression, his demeanor utterly repulsive and malevolent, a stark contrast to the gentlemanly facade he had displayed days prior at the Duke of An's residence. How could he possess such duality? Song Yaoyao scoffed. Ah, a man of no merit is forever reliant on his wife and in-laws. A worthless being. Han Jingwan and Enlai are indeed a perfect match, each plotting against the other. Seeing the flower like Han Manchi before me, my heart aches. Guagua, do you think I should warn Han Manchi? Guagua replied. That decision lies with the host. Subsequently, Song Yaoyao's thoughts fell silent. She pondered how best to caution Han Manchi. Meanwhile, Han Manchi and her companions realized that Song Yaoyao's musings had ceased. As they prepared to take their leave, Song Yaoyao called out to Han Manchi, Miss Han, you have reached a marriageable age. There are those who may covet the power of the old General Han, and this could prove detrimental to you. For instance, at the banquet, one might use drugs to incapacitate you, leading you to an unavoidable marriage. You must protect yourself. Han Manchi, taken aback by the warning, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. They had only just met, yet this stranger showed such concern, while her own sister plotted against her. The thought left her even paler. Noticing Han Manchi's distress, Song Yaoyao inquired, Miss Han, are you unwell? Chapter 59. Attending the banquet, it was only then that Han Manchi realized her gaffe and quickly sought to remedy the situation. Song Yaoyao nodded and reiterated, Miss Han, please take care of your health. If you are unwell, you need not attend the banquet in the capital. Han Manchi nodded in acknowledgement, saying, thank you for your concern. Lord Song, I am quite well. Naturally, Han Manchi was determined to attend the banquet. How could the grand performance commence without her presence? The identity of the main character in this unfolding drama remained a mystery. As the trio exited the residence of the Song minister, Han Manchi, pale-faced, called out, Elder brother. Han Chi's expression was particularly grim, yet he offered words of comfort. Han Manchi nodded silently, and soon after, they boarded the carriage and departed. No sooner had they left than Song Yaoyao rushed over to examine the two large chests on the ground. Undoubtedly, these were the very boxes brought by Han Manchi and her companions. Song Yaoyao opened one of the chests and began to inspect its contents. Subsequently, she let out a shriek of excitement. Wow, look at all these treasures. Each item is priceless. We are going to strike it rich. Mrs. Song, observing her daughter's exuberance, Explained, one of these boxes was prepared by Miss O, while the other was from General Han. The items from Miss O are likely part of her dowry. Perplexed, Song Yaoyao inquired, but I have only just met Miss O. Why would she give me gifts? And why would General Han send me something when we have never even met? Mrs. Song replied, they are merely expressing their gratitude for your role in revealing Guangxu's circumstances and facilitating her successful separation from the sixth prince. This is their token of appreciation. However, Mrs. Song found it difficult to convey this sentiment. While she was still searching for a suitable explanation, Song Yaoyao declared, it's clear that I am adored by all. They must wish to befriend me. Hence the gifts. Oh, my irresistible charm. With this, the need for justification was unnecessary, as Song Yaoyao had already concocted her own rationale. For the first time, Mrs. Song realized that a thick skin could indeed be advantageous. Among the items were some unique trinkets from the borderlands, and Song Yaoyao selected a few, also choosing a flower hairpin for Bitao. Turning to her elder sister Song Qingling, she said, Sister, these ornaments are truly beautiful. You should pick some for yourself and also choose one for each of your maidservants. As the saying goes, if you wish for your horse to run, you must feed it hay. It requires both benevolence and authority. Song Qingling, observing her sister's seriousness, nodded, understood. Oh, habits can be such a formidable force. The following day, Mrs. Song received an invitation to a banquet from the Duke of Angua's residence. Upon learning of this news after court, Song Yaoyao was immediately thrilled, as it presented an opportunity to witness the unfolding events firsthand. Who could not be joyful? The banquet was to be held 3 days hence. Families that received invitations were inquiring if the Song minister's household had received theirs. Would Lord Song attend the Duke of Angua's banquet? Upon confirmation that he would indeed be present, excitement surged among them. It had been quite some time since they last saw him after he injured his back, and they missed him dearly. Everyone understood that their longing was not solely for Lord Song, but rather for the opportunity to share in the latest gossip alongside him. Recently deprived of fresh news, they felt that something was amiss in their lives. 3 days later, Song Yaoyao, along with Song Qingling and Song Qingyu, accompanied Mrs. Song to the Duke of Angua's residence. Upon arrival, Song Yaoyao surveyed the crowd, believing she had arrived early. Yet, there remained a quarter of an hour before the banquet was set to commence. To her surprise, the venue was already filled to capacity. Ah! Is it customary for everyone in the capital to be so eager to attend banquets? After all, the ladies of the capital had little in the way of entertainment. Such gatherings served as a means to pass the time. Little did Song Yaoyao know, it was not enthusiasm for the banquet that drove them, but rather the competitive spirit to secure the best seats, fearing that arriving late might place them too far from her to catch the freshest tidbits of gossip. They had even reserved the finest table for the Song family, ensuring that from this vantage point, everyone could view her without obstruction. One must admit, these individuals had gone to great lengths to ensure a visually rich experience while indulging in gossip. Many of the ladies present were familiar from the previous palace banquet. Seeing that all the invited guests had arrived, the Duchess of Angue signaled the commencement of the banquet. This evening's gathering was equally well prepared, featuring delectable dishes and captivating performances. While everyone was observing Song Yaoyao, her focus remained on the food. Though the fare at the Duke's residence may not rival that of the palace, it is still quite satisfactory. Host, if you enjoy it, feel free to indulge, came the voice of Guagua. Without hesitation, Song Yaoyao began to feast. Just as she was savoring her meal, Guagua's voice chimed in. Host, Han Manshi has been lured away by a maid from the Duke's residence. Song Yaoyao halted her eating, swiftly wiping her hands. Guagua, we must follow her immediately. As her thoughts resonated, everyone beheld a beautiful young woman beckoning Han Manshi to follow her. This must be the Han Manshi of whom little Song spoke, led away by a maidservant. Turning to Mrs. Song, Song Yaoyao stated, Mother, I have eaten quite a bit. I wish to stretch my legs and walk about. Mrs. Song nodded. I shall accompany you. I wish to join as well, added Song Qingling and Song Qingyu. Rising before Song Yaoyao could say more. Witnessing this, others began expressing their desire to stroll as well. Thus, the Song family led a throng of followers. Song Yaoyao noticed, but thought that with so many people accompanying Han Manshi, there was little chance of her being harmed. Just as she prepared to chase after Han Manqi, Guagua's voice interjected, "Host, you need not intervene. Han Manqi can handle herself. You need not worry." Song Yaoyao paused, watching as the maid led Han Manqi to a secluded spot. Suddenly, an individual emerged, taking advantage of Han Manqi's unguarded moment to knock her unconscious and carry her towards a room. As they reached the doorway, the assailant was met by another individual who swiftly incapacitated him. Chapter 60. Counterattack. At this moment, Han Manqi opened her eyes and inquired, "Are we all set?" "Rest assured, miss. Everything is prepared," replied a voice, nodding toward the side where a figure emerged from the shadows, a woman of formidable stature, akin to a small mountain. This individual was none other than Princess Yuping, Chen Jiaping. Her father was the royal uncle of the emperor, the idol prince. The title itself suggests his leisurely disposition. Yet he remains a member of the royal family. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the screen. Song Yaoyao, perplexed, asked Guagua, "Who is this plump girl?" Guagua responded, "She is Princess Yuping, Chen Jiaping." Song Yaoyao nodded. "Ah, so it is her. I've heard of her, but this is my first time seeing her in person." Guagua, with a hint of schadenfreude, commented, "Now, there's a spectacle to behold." Song Yaoyao was aware that Chen Jiaping had suffered from poor health in her childhood, leading to a significant weight gain due to prolonged medication. As she reached the age for marriage, suitors ceased to approach her. Aware that her physique deterred potential matches, she endeavored to lose weight, but in an era devoid of scientific methods, her attempts relied solely on starvation. Once, she went without food for 5 consecutive days, only to faint from hunger. The idol prince summoned numerous palace physicians, and the incident caused quite a stir. Following that, her attempts to diet through deprivation were thwarted, as the idol princess appointed a wet nurse to supervise her. Now at the age of 20, Chen Jiaping remained unmarried. Previously, some sought to marry her for her esteemed lineage, planning to take concubines after marriage. The idol prince and princess were wary of such arrangements, fearing that the presence of concubines would lead to a difficult life for Chen Jiaping. Thus, a primary stipulation for marrying her was the promise of no concubines, a condition many suitors found difficult to comply with, resulting in the delay of her marriage. Song Yaoyao continued, "Guagua, what is the play today? Isn't the condition for marrying Chen Jiaping the avoidance of concubines? Yet Enlai not only has a wife but several concubines as well. How could the idol prince and princess agree to this?" Guagua replied, "Chen Jiaping is already 20, and she is anxious about her prospects. During a recent palace banquet, several princesses mocked her, and Enlai spoke up for her, catching her attention. It was the first time someone her age had defended her. The more she learned about Enlai, the more she found him commendable, gradually developing feelings for him. Upon discovering he was already married, her heart sank, and she buried her admiration deep within." Guagua paused before continuing. "After some investigation, I learned of Han Jingwan's scheme and her attempts to find a resolution with Han Qiyu. Consequently, she personally approached Han Qiyu, expressing her willingness to be the one to break the deadlock." Song Yaoyao inquired, "Surely the idol prince and princess are unaware of this?" Guagua replied they are not. Today, she came alone, intending to act unilaterally, making it difficult for her parents to object once the situation unfolds. Subsequently, Song Yaoyao's thoughts fell silent as she focused intently on the screen. The onlookers, having gleaned much from her inner musings, speculated about Han Jingwan's motivations for targeting her half-sister. All eyes remained glued to the screen, where Chen Jiaping entered a room while Han Qiyu and Han Manqi concealed themselves. Shortly after, Enlai appeared at the door, scanning for any irregularities before entering. Inside, Chen Jiaping had already ignited a potent aphrodisiac incense, and soon, sounds of a nature understood by adults filled the air. Only the sounds could be heard, leaving the visuals obscured. An anxious Song Yaoyao urged Guagua, "Guagua, I don't want to just hear. I want to watch the live broadcast. Switch the screen for me." Guagua firmly refused. "Host, you are merely 12, a minor. Such imagery is absolutely prohibited." Dissatisfied, Song Yaoyao retorted, "Guagua, in previous instances, you managed to obscure such scenes for me to view. Now I am left with only sounds. What joy is there in that?" Guagua responded. "The scrutiny from above is stringent. I am powerless." With a charming smile, Song Yaoyao implored, Please, Guagua. Before she could finish, Guagua interrupted, Host, no matter what you say today, it is not permissible. A firm no. The spectators, bewildered by the concept of a live broadcast, deduced from the context that young Song wished to witness the intimate encounter. They felt their faces flush with embarrassment, realizing that this young lady was a mere girl, yet dared to desire such a view. Madame Song, overhearing her daughter's thoughts, was incensed and gave her back a sharp slap. Startled by her mother's sudden action, Song Yaoyao stumbled, and before she could recover, Madame Song inquired, What are you thinking? Rubbing her back, Song Yaoyao protested, I was thinking nothing. Mother, why strike me so hard? Are you not afraid of sending me away? At this, Madame Song grew even angrier, glaring at her daughter. You are a child who cannot be tolerated. Do you wish to drive me to madness? Song Yaoyao, eager to placate her mother, clung to her arm. Mother, please don't be upset. I was merely joking. With so many witnesses around, Madame Song refrained from chastising her further, letting out a huff and choosing to ignore her. Inside, she felt a profound sorrow, realizing her daughter was likely to remain unmarried. At that moment, Han Jingwan approached, accompanied by her maidservants, feigning interest in finding Han Manchi. Has anyone seen my half-sister Han Manchi? She has just arrived in the capital and is unfamiliar with her surroundings, rarely attending gatherings here. I feared she might feel out of place, so I came to check on her, she inquired. The crowd, hearing her words, exchanged looks of disdain, watching Han Jingwan perform her charade, yet no one dared to expose her. Out of courtesy, they joined her in the search for Han Manchi. Eventually, they arrived at the door of the room, where the sounds that made one blush and quicken the heartbeat emanated from within. Han Jingwan feigned anger and kicked the door open. Upon seeing the two inside, her complexion turned ashen. Chapter 61. The King of Leisure arrives. How could things, which were meticulously planned, have devolved into such chaos? What went awry? Now is not the time for contemplation. In the glaring eyes of the onlookers, the two individuals in the room were engaged in an unrefined display of affection, prompting everyone to cover their eyes. The unwed young ladies, each one of them, were blushing furiously. Only Song Yaoyao remained composed, her heart unflustered, as she craned her neck to peer inside. Alas! Her petite stature, standing at merely 1.50 meters, left her unable to see past the crowd that obstructed her view. She could see nothing, and her frustration was palpable. Since everyone had chosen to shield their eyes, it was evident they had no desire to witness the spectacle. So why, then, did they stand in the way? Were they not aware they were blocking her view? As someone eager to see, she felt utterly thwarted. Family members, could you please part the crowd and allow me a glimpse? Upon hearing this heartfelt plea, all gazes turned towards Song Yaoyao. There she was, pushing through the throng, determined to squeeze her way forward. Observing his sister's antics, Song Qingyu swiftly grasped her collar and began to lead her back, not allowing her the chance to protest. What are you doing, big brother? I haven't seen enough yet, she exclaimed. Song Qingyu's expression darkened further at her words. You are not permitted to go. Is this a scene suitable for a young lady like you to behold? What if you were to get a reputation for it? Think of how mother would handle you. At that moment, Song Madam and Song Qingling also stepped back, along with several other ladies who had brought their children. Song Madam remained silent, her piercing gaze fixed upon Song Yaoyao. Realizing her mother was incensed, Song Yaoyao flashed a quick smile in her direction. Observing her daughter's shamelessness, Song Madam longed to enforce the family's discipline and teach her a lesson. Throughout the years, whenever Song Yaoyao had vexed them, both Song the Minister and Song Madam had contemplated administering a proper reprimand, yet when it came time to do so, their hearts softened. This was the result of her being so spoiled. Meanwhile, the two people inside remained entwined, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. Han Jingwan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. A nearby maid quickly rushed to support her. After regaining her composure, Han Jingwan shouted to an experienced matron, Quickly, separate those two. The matron, recognizing the urgency of the situation, fetched a basin of cold water and splashed it upon the couple. At last, they regained their senses. When Enlai realized the woman before him was not Han Manchi, but rather Princess Yuping, he fainted once more. Before long, The king of leisure and his consort stormed into the residence of the Duke of N, brimming with indignation. Upon seeing Chen Jiaping, the consort embraced her and burst into tears. Chen Jiaping nodded, affirming that discussions were indeed necessary, specifically, how to resolve the matter in a manner that maximized their interests. Chen Jiaping would refrain from participating, confident that with her father present, they would not suffer any losses. Song Yaoyao, feeling equally vexed, realized that the host family had issued an eviction order, necessitating their departure. How could they continue to enjoy the unfolding drama outside the Duke's residence? One must not stray too far, lest they miss the spectacle. Guagua, she lamented, once we leave the Duke of N's estate, we will be too far to witness anything. What shall we do? Host, devise a plan, Guagua advised. As you know, there are distance limitations to enjoying the show. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood that once they stepped outside the Duke of N's estate, they would no longer be privy to its happenings. Thus, they began brainstorming solutions alongside Song Yaoyao. Following the recent events, it became clear that the residents of the Duke's estate could not hear Song Yaoyao's thoughts. As long as they remained oblivious, matters could be addressed collectively. Suddenly, a lady spoke up. Duchess, when I arrived, I noticed the scenery in your back garden was quite splendid. I would love to take a look. Before the Duchess could articulate her refusal, another voice chimed in. Indeed. We too found the scenery delightful and wish to see it. Yes, your garden's flora seems exceptionally well tended. How do you manage it? Another added. I find your rockeries and lotus ponds particularly charming. Was the back garden truly that remarkable? Though the Duchess felt a twinge of doubt, she acquiesced and led the group to the garden. Could this be a ruse to stall for time? Song Yaoyao pondered. Was the garden truly special? Upon arrival, she surveyed the flowers, rocks, and pond, but to her untrained eye, they seemed rather ordinary. Perhaps her aesthetic sensibilities differed from the others? Nonetheless, she decided not to dwell on it, as long as she could remain and continue to observe. Guagua, what is the status of events? She inquired. As she posed her question, the screen above her head illuminated once more, revealing a scene of Enlai, disheveled and kneeling on the ground, appearing as though he had just endured a beating, his hair tousled, and his face marked with scratches. Host, Guagua explained just moments ago. The king of leisure's consort accused Enlai of behaving inappropriately, lamenting that as an older man, he should not bully her daughter, a young woman of virtue. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, ultimately launching herself at Enlai in a fit of rage. The maids and matrons dared not intervene, until Chen Jiaping stepped in to separate them. Song Yaoyao's excitement surged. Really? They fought? How unfortunate I missed such a pivotal moment. I adore scenes of slapping, hair pulling, and scratching. What a spectacular display I have regrettably overlooked. Hearing Song Yaoyao's lament, the onlookers could not help but twitch their lips. Young Master Song truly reveled in chaos. In truth, they too secretly relished such dramatic spectacles, yet their social standings typically restrained them from expressing such sentiments. Chapter 62. Han Jingwan goes offline in the scene. The idol king sat in a commanding position, his expression dark and questioning. The deed has been done. How do you intend to resolve this matter? The Duke of Ngua, trembling with trepidation, replied, Our Ngua household will take full responsibility. Please rest assured, Your Highness. The idol king, dissatisfied, retorted, Do not attempt to divert my attention. I demand to know the specific measures for resolution. The Duke found himself in a predicament. The Princess Yuping could never be taken as a concubine. However, Enlai's current wife was Han Jingwan. Although Han Jingwan had been diagnosed with a terminal illness, she was still very much alive. What was to be done? Noticing the Duke's prolonged silence, the idol king inquired, Why the hesitation? Is it truly so difficult? The Duke responded, This situation is rather troublesome. He then expressed his concerns. The Princess Yuping must never be relegated to a concubine. As Han Jingwan is suffering from a terminal illness and has little time left, I propose we become engaged first and, following Han Jingwan's passing, marry the Princess Yuping. It is indeed a complex issue. Our Ngua household cannot degrade a wife to the status of a concubine.
Generalan,
who holds a significant military position guarding the borders, would be deeply insulted if his granddaughter were to be demoted. Furthermore, Han Jingwan is the Duke's niece. Such an act is inconceivable. The only course of action is to wait for Han Jingwan's demise. The idle king certainly understood this logic. Before the idle king could respond, a young servant rushed in, hasty and breathless. Without regard for his impudence, he immediately knelt before the duke, exclaiming, "Master, it is grave news." The duke admonished, "What nonsense are you spouting? I am perfectly well." The servant quickly shook his head, saying, "No, master, that is not what I meant. Young madam has been spitting blood continuously." He then collapsed. The household physician had already examined her and declared that the young madam was in a perilous state. Upon hearing this, the duke instantly sprang to his feet. "What did you say?" The servant nodded, affirming, "It is true." The physician said, "She may only have a day or two left. Master, the old madam, and the lady have all gone to the young madam's chamber." The duke waved his hand, instructing the servant to withdraw. He turned to the idle king, saying, "Your Highness, given the circumstances, once we have managed Han Jingwan's affairs, we shall promptly visit to propose marriage. What do you think?" The idle king nodded and subsequently took his leave. The duke then proceeded to Han Jingwan's quarters. The scene shifted to Han Jingwan's chamber, where the old duke, the old lady, and the duke's wife were present, inquiring about Han Jingwan's condition from the household physician. The old duke had already taken his invitation to the palace to summon the imperial physician. On the bed, Han Jingwan lay pale, her eyes tightly shut. Song Yaoyao asked Guogua, has Han Jingwan truly brought this upon herself? Has her anger accelerated her condition? Guogua's voice responded, "Indeed, host. It is a classic case of self-inflicted suffering. One must refrain from committing wrongful deeds, lest karma befall oneself." The others nodded in agreement with Guogua's sentiments. Shortly thereafter, the imperial physician arrived, inspected her, and shook his head. "The young madam is already afflicted with an incurable disease. After this distress, it is likely she cannot survive." This echoed the household physician's assessment. Once the imperial physician departed, the duke's family gathered together. The duke addressed the old duke, "Father, I have conferred with the idle king. Once we conclude the affairs of our eldest daughter-in-law, we shall proceed to propose marriage to the idle king's household." Upon hearing this, Enlai became agitated, exclaiming, "Father, I do not like the Princess Yuping. I do not desire to marry a woman like a mountain. I refuse." The duke approached Enlai, who was kneeling on the floor, and kicked him, scolding, "You foolish boy. At this juncture, do you believe there is room for choice? The idle king's household is not to be trifled with. You had best wait patiently to become a groom. Should you cause any trouble that endangers our household, do not blame me for being ruthless." The duke shouted outside, "Yes." Enlai, still wishing to protest, dared not utter another word upon seeing his father's grim countenance. Reluctantly, he was taken away. After his departure, the old lady remarked, "I have already dispatched someone to investigate today's events." She then recounted Han Jingwan's scheming against Han Manchi. Continuing, she stated, "It is evident that the two siblings from the Han family were already aware of Jingwan's plans. They played along, resulting in today's fiasco. However, it remains unclear how the Princess Yuping became involved." The old duke replied, "It is certain that the Princess Yuping acted willingly. After the incident, her attitude will reveal everything." The old lady sighed, "I have heard that the idle king and his consort are quite protective. Our household may soon be embroiled in chaos." There was little excitement to behold, and Song Yaoyao said to Lady Song, "Lady Song has taken the 3 children and departed." The others, seeing little Lord Song leave, followed suit and gradually exited the duke's residence. 2 days later, news of Han Jingwan's passing spread. Notable figures in the capital paid their respects at the duke's household. Song Yaoyao also attended and encountered the Princess Yuping there. Immediately, Song Yaoyao sensed the scent of gossip and inquired of Guogua, "Guogua, the first wife has just passed, and the second is already stepping into her shoes? Is this not rather swift?" "It is a seamless transition." Guogua replied mysteriously, "Host, I have a juicy tidbit. Would you like to indulge?" Song Yaoyao, excited, responded, "Yes, yes, yes. I relish all forms of gossip." Guogua announced, "Host, the Princess Yuping is pregnant." Song Yaoyao exclaimed, "What? They have only just shared a bed, and you are certain she is with child? Guogua, could you be mistaken?" Guagua proudly declared, "We are a product of advanced technology. Within 3 days of consummation, we can determine whether pregnancy has occurred." In her heart, Song Yaoyao could not help but give Guagua a thumbs up. "Guagua, you are truly impressive." Guagua, with a hint of arrogance, replied, "Indeed. Let me tell you, host, the Princess Yuping is carrying twins." Song Yaoyao laughed heartily. The Princess Yuping's territory is indeed fertile. She struck gold in one go. With the second wife bearing children upon entering, soon the twins will arrive. And there will be little time to nurture the first wife's children. Merely allowing them to grow up safely is already a feat. Though this situation was not the fault of Han Jingwan's 2 children, all that their mother did was for their sake. After all the scheming, it ultimately led to naught. Chapter 63. Meng Xue. As several ladies entered, they overheard the conversation between Song Yaoyao and Guagua, which instantly ignited their excitement. Just a few days prior, they had accompanied Han Jingwan to catch a cheating spouse in the act, and they were well aware of the entire situation. To their astonishment, Princess Yuping was already pregnant after just one encounter. Having refrained from venturing out for days, Song Yaoyao felt a strong desire to shop after leaving the Duke's residence. After greeting Madame Song, she eagerly suggested to her sister, Song Qingling, that they explore the city. Madame Song offered a few words of caution, to which Song Yaoyao promptly agreed. Subsequently, Madame Song departed. They had yet to decide their destination when they encountered Ruoxuan, Han Qiyu, Han Manqi, and 2 other ladies. After exchanging pleasantries, Han Manqi inquired, "Where are the esteemed Song officials heading?" Song Yaoyao replied, "We wish to take a stroll, but we haven't settled on a place yet." Upon hearing this, Han Mengzi's eyes brightened. "Might I invite you, esteemed Song official, to a tea house for some tea? Would that be agreeable?" Song Yaoyao glanced at Song Qingling and, seeing no objections from her sister, replied, "That would be delightful." Han Manqi quickly added, "Please wait for us. We will finish our visit and join you shortly." Song Yaoyao nodded. Since they had no particular place in mind, visiting a tea house in ancient times seemed an excellent opportunity to broaden their horizons. A quarter of an hour later, the group emerged, but Han Manqi and Han Qiyu appeared quite perturbed. Song Yaoyao asked Guagua what transpired. They seemed fine when they entered. How could their demeanor change so drastically in such a short time? Guagua explained, after their visit, the Duchess summoned Han Manqi and Han Qiyu to her private quarters. Without preamble, she approached the siblings. Now, the Duke's residence has become the talk of the town.
Han Qiyu attempted to defend herself,
but the Duchess accused her of disrespecting her elders. In summary, the words exchanged were quite harsh. Song Yaoyao remarked, "Is the Duchess of the Duke's residence not of sound mind? She permits herself to castigate others while remaining impervious to scrutiny. How dare she blame Han Manqi and Han Qiyu?" I believe their response was quite restrained. Furthermore, she has arranged for Enlai to take a princess as his wife. If anyone dared to scheme against me, my retaliation would be far more severe. Were I in Han Manqi's position, I would certainly find a few men to turn the tables, leading Han Jingwan to catch them in the act. At that juncture, not only would Enlai's reputation be tarnished, but the entire Duke's residence would be disgraced. Let us see how the Duchess would continue her arrogance then. The ladies exchanged glances, all having heard Song Yaoyao's sentiments. Han Qiyu and Han Manqi began to doubt themselves. Had they truly been too lenient? Without further inquiry, Han Manqi suggested, "Esteemed Song official, Miss Song, let us depart." The carriage rocked and swayed before coming to a halt after a quarter of an hour. Upon disembarking, Song Yaoyao beheld a tea house named Jingmi Zhai. A fine name indeed. They were led to a private room by a waiter and ordered a pot of biluakun tea along with some pastries. While awaiting their tea, Song Yaoyao observed the 2 unfamiliar ladies who accompanied Han Manqi. Noticing Song Yaoyao's gaze, Han Manqi remembered the introductions were yet to be made and proceeded to introduce everyone. "This is esteemed Song, the only female official permitted to attend court. Beside her is her sister, Miss Song Qingling." Han Manqi continued, "These 2 ladies are daughters of my aunt's family. They both married into the capital a few years ago. This one with the slender face is Meng Xue, wed to the minister's assistant, Du Yicheng. The round-faced one is Mei Ruoding, married to a registrar, Ma Jinlin." After the introductions, the 2 ladies promptly stood and bowed to Song Yaoyao and Song Qingling, greeting, We have the honor of meeting esteemed Song and Miss Song. No need for excessive formalities. After the pleasantries, the group engaged in conversation. Song Yaoyao observed Mei Yingxue across from her, who seemed to eat her snacks with great urgency. Concerned she might choke, Song Yaoyao poured her a cup of tea and then inquired of Guagua, "What ails Mei Yingxue? Why does she seem so famished?" Guagua replied, "In truth, Mei Yingxue is Han Manxi's real cousin, the daughter of Lady Mei's elder brother. She is quite unfortunate. Having married Du Yicheng years ago, she has yet to conceive. Her mother-in-law constantly berates her, likening her to a hen that doesn't lay eggs. Daily, she finds herself subjected to various forms of torment. Just yesterday, that old woman punished her to kneel overnight in the ancestral hall. Upon her release, she was denied food and sent to mourn at the Duke's residence. She has not eaten for 2 consecutive days and is utterly famished." Song Yaoyao exclaimed, "What a vile mother-in-law!" Moreover, the inability to bear children is not solely the woman's fault. It could very well be that her husband is the one with issues. He should be thoroughly examined at a physician's office. How can one hastily assign blame to the woman? Guagua responded, "Host, it is not as you presume. For many years, Du Yicheng has never consummated the marriage with Mei Yingxue. She remains a maiden. How could she possibly become pregnant?" The group fell silent, absorbing this revelation, and then listened intently. Mei Yingxue visibly stiffened for a moment before relaxing and continuing to nibble on her pastries. Song Yaoyao's curiosity was piqued. "Guagua, could it be that Du Yicheng is impotent?" Guagua replied, "When they first married, Du Yicheng confided in Mei Yingxue that he had sustained an injury that rendered him infertile and requested her to keep it a secret. Mei Yingxue was utterly taken aback. After much contemplation, not wishing to burden her own family, she chose to endure, having already married into the Du family. Over the years, her mother-in-law has tormented her relentlessly, and she has refrained from revealing the truth. It was only when the abuse became unbearable that Du Yicheng intervened. His concern was not for Mei Yingxue. Rather, he feared that his mother would go too far and cause her harm." Song Yaoyao regarded Du Yicheng in the video, finding his appearance rather unremarkable. Du Yicheng is quite ordinary-looking. What could Mei Yingxue possibly see in him? Is it his inability to perform? Truly, I am at a loss for words. Chapter 64. The chest of Song Yaoyao rose and fell in agitation. Is Mei Yingxue a masochist? Does she relish bearing the blame and enduring mistreatment? I truly cannot fathom her thoughts. Guagua continued to divulge. In truth, the situation is not as Du Yicheng described. His vital parts were never harmed. He has been deceiving Mei Yingxue all along. Mei Yingxue abruptly lifted her head, her gaze fixated on Song Yaoyao. Han Manxi, noticing her demeanor, feared that Song Yaoyao might detect something amiss and hastily pulled her back down. Only then did Mei Yingxue regain her composure and lower her head again. Song Yaoyao was taken aback. What? He is unharmed? How utterly cruel of him. Why deceive Mei Yingxue from the very beginning? Could it be that he has someone he truly loves? Perhaps his family disapproves, forcing them apart, and he ultimately had no choice but to marry Mei Yingxue? Is Du Yicheng preserving his chastity for that woman? Guagua interjected. Host, it is not as you assume. Allow me to clarify. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Who could it be at such a crucial time? How inconsiderate. Upon seeing who had knocked, Song Yaoyao was rendered speechless. Internally cursing. What is this person doing here? Regretting now, are we? It is too late. What is he playing at in this pursuit of love? If I were Guangxu, I wouldn't even acknowledge him. I would send him a few words. Get lost. Don't come near me. The visitor was none other than the 6th prince, who had learned of Guangxu's whereabouts and followed her directly. As soon as the 6th prince entered, he overheard Song Yaoyao cursing him. After all, the young master Song scolded him daily. Ever since the truth about Guangxu became public, the young master Song had particularly disdained him, a sentiment he had grown accustomed to. After the formalities, Song Yaoyao disregarded the 6th prince and urged Guagua. Guagua, let us ignore the 6th prince and continue with what you were saying. Guagua replied, Very well. In fact, Du Yicheng has always been fond of men. Song Yaoyao was nearly beside herself with excitement. Such occurrences existed even in ancient times? In disbelief, She pressed for clarification. Guagua, is that truly the case? Guagua explained. When Du Yicheng was in his teens, he discovered his preference for men. His family was strict, and he dared not express his feelings. Later, as he entered officialdom, he frequented brothels under the pretense of social engagements with colleagues. No one in his family ever suspected him. As Guagua narrated, a scene unfolded in the video, depicting Du Yicheng visiting a brothel and reveling in the company there. The onlookers felt quite uncomfortable. Guagua continued with his revelations. One day, while at the brothel, Du Yicheng encountered a captivating young man named Lu Su. He was so taken with Lu Su that he redeemed him and arranged for him to stay at an estate outside. Initially, Lu Su was reluctant, but over time, he also grew fond of Du Yicheng. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, "How delightful! This is mutual affection." Guagua, when they shared a bed, who took the lead? The moment this thought crossed her mind, everyone's faces flushed red. Could two men truly engage in such activities? Although they felt embarrassed, curiosity loomed large over this question. Just as they neared the pivotal moment of intimacy, the scene abruptly cut off. Song Yaoyao, incensed, cried out, "I wanted to see how they engaged." Guagua responded, "Host, I must reiterate, you are underage, and such imagery is inappropriate for you." Despite her frustration, Song Yaoyao retorted, "If I can't watch, then so be it. As if I were eager to see it anyway." Humph. The crowd remarked, "Young Master Song, with that flustered expression, are you truly uninterested?" Feeling vexed yet intrigued, Song Yaoyao pressed on. "Guagua, what happened next? Please continue." Guagua elaborated. Du Yicheng and Lu Su lived blissfully in their own world. However, soon Du Yicheng reached the age for marriage, and his family began arranging his wedding. This left both men feeling helpless and heartbroken. Their relationship could not be revealed. After much deliberation, they concluded that Du Yicheng should marry a woman of lesser standing, making it easier to manage. In this way, they could continue their clandestine affair. At this point, the audience had already surmised the unfolding events. Guagua's subsequent words confirmed their speculations. Initially, Du's family introduced several suitable candidates for marriage, but Du Yicheng expressed disinterest in all. Eventually, by chance, he met Mei Yingxue and deemed her suitable, thus informing his family of his affection for her. Mei's father conducted investigations into Du Yicheng and found him to be virtuous, being in his 20s without concubines or other women. Seeing such admirable qualities, Mei's father agreed to the match, and so Mei Yingxue was wed into the Du family. On their wedding night, Du Yicheng deceived Mei Yingxue, claiming his vital parts were injured and urging her to keep it a secret. Mei Yingxue believed him and has concealed it for many years, bearing the brunt of his infamy. At this moment, Mei Yingxue could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. The crowd was startled, fearing that Song Yaoyao might discern something amiss. Song Yaoyao turned to Mei Yingxue, inquiring of Guagua. "Guagua, what is the matter with Mei Yingxue?" Guagua pondered for a moment before responding. "She is likely famished. Now that she can fill her belly, she is moved to tears." Understanding, Song Yaoyao addressed Mei Yingxue. "Madam Du, if you desire pastries, we can order several plates, ensuring you have your fill. Please do not cry." The crowd murmured, "Young Master Song, you are mistaken. Mei Yingxue is not weeping over a few pastries." Realizing she had lost her composure, Mei Yingxue nodded in acknowledgement. Song Yaoyao continued, "Guagua, are Du Yicheng and Lu Su still together?" Guagua replied, "Indeed. However, their bond is no longer as intimate as before. In recent years, Du Yicheng has brought 3 young men to that residence, each possessing looks rivaling Lu Su's. These 4, when Du Yicheng is absent, engage in fierce rivalry, creating quite the spectacle." Song Yaoyao scratched her head. Is it truly necessary for these 4 men to compete so fiercely over a mere wilted cucumber? Guagua responded, "Host, there are even more shocking developments. Initially, the 3 men battled for dominance, but as time passed, they developed feelings for one another. Eventually, they found themselves entangled together, loving each other with fervor. Their current mindset is that they wish for Du Yicheng to support all 4 of them, allowing them to love one another without concern." Chapter 65, Number 72. Chunlu Ali. Song Yaoyao spoke with profound discontent, This is truly outrageous. It seems that Dewey Cheng has become nothing but a financial puppet for those four men, a complete fool, isn't it? He truly deserves this. Guagua chimed in, indeed. He absolutely deserves it. Song Yaoyao continued, Dewey Cheng is utterly despicable. To so shamelessly ruin a woman's life merely to conceal his own proclivities? He is devoid of humanity. Whom he chooses to love and with whom he associates is his own affair. Yet, he has destroyed a woman and forced her to bear the brunt of his vices. Such utter shamelessness. Guagua, do you know the address of the house where those four men reside? Guagua replied, yes, it is at number 72, Chunlu Alley. Song Yaoyao declared, when Dewey Cheng next visits Chunlu Alley, Meng Xue should ideally bring people to catch him in the act. Let everyone witness Dewey Cheng's true nature. Guagua reminded her. Dewey Cheng is currently at Chunlu Alley. Song Yaoyao became agitated. It is still broad daylight. Is he so eager to go there? Guagua. Have they already engaged in their nefarious activities? Although the others were unfamiliar with the term nefarious activities, they could surmise its meaning. This new phrase from the young master Song was indeed quite novel. Guagua regarded Song Yaoyao with exasperation. Nefarious activities. Well, if they're indulging in such things, why are you so worked up? Song Yaoyao retorted confidently, I have never witnessed such things before. Naturally, I am curious. How can I not be excited? Unlike you, who seems to know everything. Guagua responded, host, I am not well versed in this either, alright? Song Yaoyao scoffed. Who would believe that? I do not wish to debate this matter with you. I simply must go see for myself. Guagua cautioned, there is no need to rush. Dewey Cheng never leaves that place within just a few hours. Song Yaoyao insisted, I still want to go now. I must find a reason to bring this group along. Especially with the sixth prince present. Surely, if we catch Dewey Cheng red-handed, he would not dare retaliate against us. The sixth prince thought to himself, am I merely a tool for others? Apart from the emperor and empress, only the young master Song dares to so brazenly utilize me. Song Yaoyao raised her head, looking at everyone, and inquired, we have nearly finished our refreshments. Shall we explore other places? Meng Xue was the first to nod. She too wished to uncover the truth behind the situation, wondering if it was as Song Yaoyao had described. She stated, yes, we have eaten sufficiently. It would be nice to stroll elsewhere. The remaining few also nodded in agreement. Among them, the sixth prince held the highest status, and eventually, all eyes turned to him. The sixth prince nodded, a stroll sounds delightful. There are several charming shops in Chunlu Alley. Shall we pay them a visit? Song Yaoyao felt a surge of joy. She had been pondering how to lead everyone to number 72, and now fate had presented her with an opportunity. At this moment, she found the sixth prince considerably more agreeable. The group commented, your reasoning seems rather superficial, sixth prince. The shops in Chunlu Alley are quite small, and typically, wealthy and powerful families do not frequent that area. Your rationale lacks depth. The sixth prince replied, whether it is superficial or not is inconsequential. The key point is that we now have a reason to go there. Song Yaoyao, unfamiliar with the shops in that area, cheerfully exclaimed, that is splendid. Let us depart. As they left, the sixth prince attempted to walk alongside Guangxu, but she hastily took a few steps ahead, joining Song Yaoyao and Song Qingling. The sixth prince refrained from pursuing, should he dare to chase after them. The young master Song would surely berate him mercilessly in her mind. He decided it best not to seek discomfort. Upon arriving at Chunlu Alley, they found the shops to be modest yet numerous, bustling with activity. While they had come not for leisure, the vibrant atmosphere was undeniable. Song Yaoyao was still contemplating how to guide everyone to know. 72, when she spotted Du Yicheng emerging from the establishment. Mei Ruoding pointed at Du Yicheng and remarked, Yingxue, that man over there seems to be your husband.
Mei Yingxue,
having transitioned from anger upon learning the truth to a calm demeanor, recognized Du Yicheng instantly, stating, indeed, that is my husband. Mei Ruoding further inquired, what brings him here? Mei Yingxue remained silent, observing him intently. The group exchanged glances and followed closely. At the alley's entrance, several elderly women were playing with their grandchildren. Upon noticing a large group of strangers, they became wary, with one asking, who are you people? Song Yaoyao produced some candy from her pocket and offered it to a few of them, saying, "Ladies, enjoy these sweet treats." "How could we accept this?" An elderly woman protested.
Not at all, please take them.
Song Yaoyao insisted. She then continued, "Ladies, do you know who resides at number 72? The elderly women glanced around before one leaned in closer to whisper, "Young lady, it would be best if you did not inquire too much. The residents of No. 72 are rather chaotic." Upon hearing this, Song Yaoyao extracted more candy and distributed it, saying, "Please do share with us. We heard that No. 72 is the most mysterious of all in Chunlu Alley, so we are eager to learn." The elderly woman replied, "Ah, in that case, you must not tell anyone else." This sounds remarkably familiar. Song Yaoyao recalled that the maids in her household often uttered such phrases while gossiping. She nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I shall keep it a secret." The elderly woman lowered her voice and divulged, "For men reside here, and it seems they share a rather peculiar relationship. They have lived here for several years." She gestured with her thumbs and added, "You understand what I mean, right? It's a relationship between men and men." Song Yaoyao gasped, "How do you know this?" The elderly woman pouted and replied, "I live next door. The noise at night is quite loud. I am not deaf, how could I possibly miss it?" Utterly shameless. Feigning surprise, Song Yaoyao asked, "Really?" The elderly woman nodded. "When these men indulge in their vices." "Never mind. Why am I even sharing this with you?" Song Yaoyao nodded in understanding. The other elderly women chimed in. "Our Chunlu Alley was just fine before these troublesome characters arrived. Their presence has tarnished our reputation." Chapter 66. The Rise of Mei Yingxue. Indeed, on this street, who does not know number 72? It is merely a den of shameless men engaged in disgraceful activities. How utterly shameless. Upon hearing the words of several women, the crowd turned their gaze towards Mei Yingxue. She approached the sixth prince, bowed respectfully, and inquired, "Your Highness, could you summon your men to assist me in opening the door?" The sixth prince nodded to a nearby guard, who then vaulted over the wall to unlock the courtyard gate, allowing everyone to enter. The courtyard was modest in size. Upon entering, they were greeted by sounds emanating from a room filled with excitement and suppressed voices. The guard strode over and forcefully kicked open the door. They beheld several bare bodies within and hastily retreated. The occupants inside gasped in surprise, scrambling to find their clothing and hastily putting it on.
Who are you?
How dare you trespass into my home?
Get out.
The voice of Du Yicheng was unmistakable. Consumed by fury, Mei Yingxue shouted, Du Yicheng, you liar! Come out this instant. Recognizing her voice, Du Yicheng emerged shortly after, immediately kneeling before the sixth prince. I pay my respects to your highness. The other four followed suit, kneeling on the ground. The sixth prince remained silent as Mei Yingxue charged at Du Yicheng, tackling him and unleashing her pent-up frustrations. Years of grievances erupted at that moment. Initially taken by surprise, Du Yicheng soon attempted to resist. However, the disparity in strength between man and woman was vast. Should he fight back, Mei Yingxue would undoubtedly be overpowered. Observing this, the guard swiftly approached and immobilized Du Yicheng with a pressure point, leaving him unable to move while Mei Yingxue continued her assault. Time passed, and eventually, exhausted, Mei Yingxue collapsed onto the ground, weeping. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Du Yicheng understood that this was no trivial matter, especially with the sixth prince present. Moments later, Mei Yingxue knelt before the sixth prince, bowing her head repeatedly. Your Highness, I seek a divorce. Before the sixth prince could respond, Du Yicheng, agitated, interjected, Mei Yingxue, you shall not. Turning fiercely to him, Mei Yingxue declared, if you oppose me, I shall report you to the authorities for fraud in marriage. You, who clearly have an affection for men, wed me merely to conceal your shameful actions. All these years, we have not shared a bed. I remain untouched. I bear the stigma of being unable to bear children, and how has your mother tormented me? You were fully aware, yet turned a blind eye to my suffering. Today, I will make myself clear. We shall part ways, or I will expose you and see how you survive in the capital thereafter. Du Yicheng lay on the ground, unable to move, yet his mouth remained functional. He glared at Mei Yingxue in fury. Mei Yingxue, must you be so resolute? Meeting his gaze without flinching, Meng Xue retorted. Am I the one being extreme? You have ruined my life, and now you dare to shift the blame. We must divorce. Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, they soon realized that the rightful wife was confronting her husband's male consorts. It was a spectacle unlike any other. Witnessing such a situation for the first time, whispers filled the air. These male consorts are quite handsome. Indeed, with their delicate skin. How do men with men even engage in such activities? Do you understand how they do it? I have no idea. I arrived too late to witness it for myself. The onlookers were particularly excited, having not encountered such a scandalous event in years. Subsequently, Song Yaoyao left the small courtyard, while the sixth prince ordered the guards to escort the four men to Du Yicheng's residence. Upon learning the truth, Du's mother fainted, leading to chaos in the Du household. Song Yaoyao and her companions could no longer remain there. Once outside the Du residence, Song Yaoyao sighed, Guagua, do you think Meng Xue will successfully obtain her divorce? I hope they do so promptly. Meng Xue has suffered tremendously at the hands of that scoundrel Du Yicheng. Having encountered such distressing events while out shopping, her mood was far from pleasant. She turned to the others, asking, Do you wish to continue shopping? Everyone shook their heads. The sixth prince's carriage followed closely behind Guangxuan's as they departed. Song Yaoyao lamented, Had I known today would unfold this way, I would have acted differently. The following day, during the morning court session, Song Yaoyao appeared somewhat unwell, having been engrossed in a novel the previous night, resulting in a late bedtime. As she struggled to stay awake during the assembly, she recognized the necessity of maintaining composure. It would be unacceptable for others to witness her lack of diligence at work. Guagua, are you there? I am utterly fatigued. Please share a scandal that is truly explosive, something that will jolt me awake. Here, host, Guagua replied. I have a sensational story for you. Upon hearing this, the ministers grew anxious, hoping the news would not pertain to them. Tension filled the air. Moments latte. Guagua's voice resonated again. Today, we shall delve into the scandal of the Minister of Personnel. As Guagua's words concluded, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. The Minister of Personnel instantly became tense. Soon after, an image of the minister appeared above Song Yaoyao's head. Speak quickly, she urged. Minister Guo Huaiyu, a second-rank official, married the legitimate daughter of General Ding Yushan of the second rank, Ding Rulan. The couple has one son and two daughters, Guo Hongxian, the eldest daughter Guo Muyue, and the youngest daughter Guo Muding. Subsequently, Guo Huaiyu took in 4 concubines, causing the couple's affection to wane, and they became mere acquaintances. In the video, Madame Guo appeared resplendent and fierce, yet as time passed post-marriage, she had to temper her ambitions and assume the role of the family matriarch. Song Yaoyao exclaimed in frustration. Guagua, are you jesting? This is hardly explosive. Host, I have yet to finish, Guagua continued. What I intend to reveal concerns Guo Huaiyu's eldest son, Guo Hongxian.
Then,
a stern-looking man appeared in the video. Guagua continued. During one of his outings, Guo Hongxian rescued a woman named Carpe, whose doe-like eyes ignited a protective instinct within him. He rented a courtyard to provide her shelter, and she became his consort, all while Guo Hongxian was still unmarried. Carpe. Chapter 67. Shadows. Song Yaoyao remarked, This young man is quite audacious. Before even marrying, he has already taken a mistress. Watching the video, he was merely a teenager, still in his awkward years, yet he was already drained of vitality. Guagua continued. Later, when Guo Hongxian reached marriageable age, his family began arranging his wedding. Guo Hongxian clearly expressed his disinterest in marriage, stating he already had someone he cherished. Upon investigation, Guo's mother discovered that her son had been keeping a mistress at such a young age, who was now pregnant. This revelation nearly drove her to despair. And when Guo Darren learned of the situation, he was equally incensed. What respectable family allows a son to maintain a mistress before even marrying, especially one who is now with child? If this were to become public, it would tarnish their family's reputation, making it difficult for all their children to find suitable matches. The more Guo Darren contemplated, the angrier he became, ultimately commanding that Guo Hongxian be soundly punished. After a pause, Guagua continued. Guo Hongxian was bedridden for 3 months. When he was finally able to rise, Guo's mother began to arrange his marriage once more. Initially, Guo Hongxian was reluctant, for his heart belonged solely to Kong Pei. However, Guo's mother had Kong Pei captured, threatening Guo Hongxian that if he insisted on marrying her, they would ensure she disappeared from this world. Reluctantly, Guo Hongxian acquiesced. Song Yaoyao sighed. Alas, a forced marriage can never yield sweetness. Guo Hongxian's wife is bound to suffer. Guo responded, suffer is an understatement. She endures a profound humiliation, yet remains blissfully unaware. With wide eyes, Song Yaoyao asked in astonishment, what do you mean she suffers without realizing it? What is happening? Guo, do elaborate. Guo explained. In the end, under Guo's mother's direction, Guo Hongxian wed Feng Jingwen, the legitimate daughter of General Feng Song, a fourth-rank official. After the marriage, Guo Hongxuan's demeanor towards Feng Jingwen was marked by cold indifference. He ignored her, refrained from conversation, and treated her as if she were invisible. On their wedding night, he chose to stay in the study, leaving Feng Jingwen to endure solitude. When Feng Jingwen was still in her boudoir, Guo Hongxian had once rescued her, which led her to develop feelings for him. She was elated to learn of Guo Hongxuan's family seeking her hand. However, she could not have anticipated that the bliss of their wedding night would be shattered. Observing the beautiful Feng Jingwen in the video, Song Yaoyao sighed again. Alas, another unfortunate woman added to the world. Guo added, but this is not the worst of it. For 3 consecutive months, Guo Hongxian did not enter the bridal chamber, leaving Feng Jingwen in tears. Guo's mother, upon learning of this, again threatened Guo Hongxian with Kong Pei to compel him to consummate the marriage. With no other choice, Guo Hongxian finally entered the bridal chamber. Yet, even then, he remained unwilling to touch Feng Jingwen. Ultimately, he devised a plan to send his shadow to fulfill the marital duties in his stead. The video revealed a man clad in black, whose features bore an uncanny resemblance to Guo Hongxian. Everyone was taken aback. Song Yaoyao looked at the figure in the video, astonished, and asked Guo, how can he look exactly like Guo Hongxian? Guo elaborated. This tale begins with Guo's mother giving birth. In truth, she bore twins, Guo Hongxian and the shadow in the video. In ancient times, having 2 male offspring was deemed inauspicious, and one was to be secretly executed. When Guo Huayu attempted to drown one of the newborns, Guo's mother, despite her frail state post-delivery, knelt and pleaded with him to spare the child's life. Even if it meant giving him away, she clung to Guo Huayu's legs, weeping sorrowfully. Ultimately, he relented, but the child was cast into the dark guard camp, raised by rough men. This child, nameless, later became Guo Hongxuan's shadow, always following him and assisting with various affairs. Song Yaoyao remarked, how ironic. Both are Guo Huayu's sons, yet they lead entirely different lives. One is a privileged scion of a noble family, while the other is a shadow with no future. In modern times, the birth of twins is a cause for envy. How is it that in ancient times, they are viewed as ill-fated? What heinous act could twin births have committed to warrant such treatment? It is utterly ignorant. Does Guo Hongxian know that the shadow is his brother? Guo affirmed. He was aware from their first meeting. Song Yaoyao questioned, if Guo Hongxian knows this, how can he so brazenly command his brother? Did the shadow consent to this arrangement? Guo explained, the shadow is a dark guard, which means he is akin to a dog at his master's feet, compelled to obey without question. Before becoming a dark guard, they were all administered poison. Should they disobey, the master can take their life at any moment. The shadow, too, was poisoned. Initially unwilling, he was ultimately coerced by Guo Hongxian with the antidote required monthly for the dark guards, leading him to reluctantly agree. Everyone was astonished, unable to fathom Guo Huayu's cruelty in raising his own son merely to serve as a shadow for another. Song Yaoyao commented, to become a dark guard is to have one's life held in another's hands. Were I the shadow, I would first eliminate Guo Hongxian, then Guo Huayu. Neither father nor son are virtuous. Guo, did Feng Jingwen not realize that the man she consummated the marriage with was not her husband? Guo replied, the two looked identical. And given it was night, she noticed nothing amiss. Feng Jingwen remained perplexed by the stark contrast in her husband's demeanor, fiery passion at night, yet cold indifference by day. She assumed her husband simply possessed such a temperament and harbored no suspicions, unaware that the man of the night was not the same as the man of the day. Months later, she discovered she was pregnant, giving birth to their firstborn, Guaruasia, followed by a second son, Guahaochen. Meanwhile, Carpe had also given birth to a son, named Guayifan. As the video unfolded, everyone absorbed the shocking revelations. Guahuayu's face drained of color, while General Feng's fists clenched tightly. The general feared that his martial sons would take vengeance on Guahongxian. Song Yaoyao concluded, "This indeed is a scandalous tale. Such peculiarities abound this year. Do Guahuayu and Gua's mother know of Guahongxuan's actions?" Chapter 68. The identity of Carpe Guagua. I am not certain. Only he and the shadow are privy to that information. Song Yaoyao. This Guahongxian is utterly spoiled and reckless, emboldened to commit such acts. It is simply outrageous. Guagua. Host, it is worth noting that it was not Guahongxian who saved Feng Jingwen, but rather the shadow. Due to their striking resemblance, Feng Jingwen has always believed that it was Guahongxian who rescued her. To this day, she remains unaware of the shadow's existence. Song Yaoyao, what a serendipitous twist of fate that brought them together. To put it plainly, the younger brother harbors no affection for his wife and has coerced his elder brother to consummate the marriage on his behalf. Over the years, the wife remained oblivious and even bore 2 children for her brother-in-law. Should Feng Jingwen learn of this, I wonder if she would be able to accept it? Guagua. I cannot say, but I sincerely hope Feng Jingwen can find peace with it. Madame Gua remains obstinate. If Carpe were to enter the estate, it would expose Guayifan, this illegitimate child, to public scrutiny. Guayifan is older than both legitimate sons, and this would undoubtedly reveal that Guahongxian had an extramarital affair prior to his marriage. What reputation would the family have left? Song Yaoyao. The Gua family is indeed perplexing. Guahongxian has made it abundantly clear that he is infatuated solely with Carpe, yet they insist on forcing him into matrimony. Otherwise, none of this would have transpired. Guagua, I just observed Carpe. Her appearance is rather ordinary. Certainly not enchanting enough to ensnare Guahongxian in such a manner. Guagua, allow me to elaborate on Carpe. She was harassed by several ruffians, and upon being rescued by Guahongxian, she claimed her family was engaged in small business. She traveled with her parents and servants, only to encounter bandits, leading to her parents' demise. The servants, in their attempts to protect her, also perished, leaving her utterly alone and without refuge. Guahongxian, moved by her pitiable state,
Took her in.
A video played, depicting Carpe's first encounter with Guahongxian, and indeed, she appeared quite wretched. Guagua continued. However, the reality is far from what Carpe has portrayed. Her true name is Miao Pei, and she hails from Miaojiang. Miao Pei's father was a trusted subordinate of the Miaojiang king, named Miao Rong. Initially dedicated to assisting the king, he eventually grew discontented and plotted a rebellion, only to be discovered and executed. Upon learning of her father's death, Miao Pei fled with a few attendants, but they perished one by one while protecting her. She escaped to the Tianfeng Kingdom, where she stole clothes from a farmer's yard to change out of her Miaojiang attire and purchase new garments to replace her coarse linen. Thus, Miao Pei continued her flight to the capital of Tianfeng Kingdom. When she encountered Guahongxian, she was being harassed by several scoundrels. In truth, even without Guahongxuan's intervention, she possessed means to extricate herself, as she carried a considerable amount of poison with her. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. A few years prior, an incident had occurred within Miaojiang, but it was swiftly quelled. Subsequently, a bounty was issued for a woman named Miao Pei, rumored to be the daughter of a trader, possessing formidable skills in poison and sorcery, rendering her a highly dangerous individual. Over the years, no one had been able to track her down. The bounty remains active to this day. It is astounding that Guahongxian, in his folly, has concealed the very person for whom the bounty was issued. At this moment, Guahuayu felt a wave of dread wash over him. Harboring a Miaojiang traitor could lead to unimaginable consequences. Not only would Guahuayu and his entire household face ruin, but the entire Tianfeng Kingdom might also be regarded as an enemy by Miaojiang. It is widely recognized that this continent is home to four nations: Yaoyao Kingdom to the east, Tianfeng Kingdom to the south, Tianxian Kingdom to the west, and Longyuan Kingdom to the north. In addition to these four nations, numerous tribes exist, such as those from the western regions, Miaojiang, the Wu tribe, and nomadic peoples. Though these tribes may be small, they are not to be trifled with. Miaojiang, in particular, is renowned for its expertise in poison and sorcery, once marked by them. One may not live to tell the tale. Now, having provoked such a malevolent force as Miao Pei, the ramifications could be dire should Miaojiang discover her whereabouts. Contemplating this, Gao Jiao struggled to maintain his composure. Observing his distress, nearby officials rushed to support him. Gao Jiao continued to divulge information. Ultimately, Guangxian, in his naivety, believed everything Miao Pei told him and tended to her every need. Gradually, he won her heart, and she fell in love with him. Fearing that her true identity would be revealed and that Guangxian would abandon her, she employed a love curse upon him.
For the rest of his life,
Guangxian would be bound to Miao Pei, never to seek the company of another woman. Those afflicted by such a curse harbor only thoughts of the one who cast it upon them. In essence, Guangxian's heart and mind would be solely occupied by Miao Pei, leaving him impervious to any allure from other women. Even if an aphrodisiac were administered, as long as the recipient was not Miao Pei, Guangxian would remain unresponsive, regardless of his physical state. Song Yaoyao gasped, "Oh my, this love curse is utterly terrifying. It essentially allows one to manipulate another's emotions. How frightening! By the way, is there an antidote for such curses?" The video displayed the moment Miao Pei cast the curse on Guangxian. The curse appeared as a minuscule white speck, indistinguishable in the broth, which Guangxian consumed without a second thought. Those watching felt a shiver run down their spines. Such a tiny speck, if intended to cause harm, would go unnoticed by anyone. Now, they had only glimpsed the love curse. What of other curses? The mere thought sent chills through them. It is no wonder that the four nations prohibit the use of poisons and malevolent sorcery. Everyone was eager to learn how one might break such a curse. Gao Jiao replied, "In ancient times, there was no remedy for such matters. However, in modern contexts, surgery could be performed to extract it." Song Yaoyao lamented, "Alas, surgery is out of the question. The medical conditions here are inadequate. Not only are there no tools, but the risk of infection post-surgery is far too great. This is unfeasible. Is it not possible to simply eliminate Miao Pei?" Gao Jiao responded, "If the one under the love curse were to perish, the survivor, though not dead, would suffer daily from a tormenting heartache." Chapter 69. Ruo Xian awaits farewell. Everyone was unaware of the intricacies of surgery, yet they all understood that in their circumstances, such procedures were unattainable. In essence, the curse of the goo worm was inescapable. It was no wonder that they regarded Miaojiang with trepidation. A silent killer, capable of manipulating hearts. Song Yaoyao remarked, "Alas, at this juncture, I find myself devoid of words." Although Guangxian has fallen victim to a love goo, it is undeniably wrong for him to have his brother substitute for him on their wedding night. Truly, the affairs within the minister's residence are utterly chaotic. Gao Jiao responded, "Is it not chaotic? The two legitimate sons of the minister. One has been groomed by Gao Jiao into a mere shadow, while the other has succumbed to the goo. Both are rendered useless. Gao Jiao has two illegitimate sons. One is a spendthrift, endlessly indulging in frivolities, while the other is frail, perpetually immersed in medicinal concoctions." Song Yaoyao shook her head, choosing silence. After finishing their snacks, she felt wide awake and began to jot down notes diligently. 2 days later, Ruo Xian, Meng Shui, Han Manxi, and Han Chuyu arrived at Song's residence. Their familiarity had fostered a casualness in their conversations. Ruo Xian spoke first. "Little Song, I intend to accompany my cousin to the border tomorrow." Song Yaoyao nodded. "A change of environment can be beneficial. Have you packed everything? Do take care on your journey." Ruo Xian replied, "Everything is ready. We have hired several skilled individuals to accompany us." "Thank you for your concern, little Song." Song Yaoyao continued, "And what of the sixth prince? I have noticed he follows you closely." When the sixth prince was mentioned, Ruo Xian's expression remained stoic as she said, "My bond with him has concluded." We cannot rekindle what once was. The memories are deeply embedded in my heart. Every encounter with the sixth prince resurrects those recollections. Now that we have parted, let us each find our peace. Song Yaoyao nodded, approving of her sentiment. A scoundrel should be kept at a distance. Let him regret his actions. Mei Shui then interjected little song. I have also divorced Du Yicheng and will be leaving the capital tomorrow. Taken aback by the swiftness of their separation, Song Yaoyao inquired, So soon? Mei Shui affirmed, Indeed, I was surprised as well. Du Yicheng, fearing the situation would escalate, acquiesced to the divorce. The Du household is now in disarray. The matriarch remains in a coma, and the 4 men have taken residence there. Song Yaoyao's excitement surged. Those 4 men have moved in just like that? They have clearly identified Du Yicheng as their benefactor. Now in their 20s and lacking any skills, they cannot rely on him indefinitely. How will they survive without his support? They are unlikely to let him off easily. Song Yaoyao mused. This is bound to be entertaining. I can only imagine the chaos when the matriarch awakens to find those 4 male beauties. Mei Shui nodded, chuckling. You have no idea. The moment they arrived, they began claiming everything of value for themselves. Those who professed undying love fought over a mere vase, resulting in one sustaining a head injury. Song Yaoyao joined in laughter. What a spectacle! What are your plans upon your return? Mei Shui pondered momentarily before responding. After spending so many years in the capital, I have learned various culinary techniques. I aspire to open a shop specializing in capital delicacies at the border city. Song Yaoyao agreed. Your vision is splendid. I am certain it will thrive. I fully support you. Women must be self-reliant. Anyone can betray you, but money will never let you down. In her heart, Song Yaoyao mused, with wealth, who needs a partner? I can be my own affluent self. What need have I for charming wolves or sweet pups? I could change partners daily. With riches, I could have many. One to massage my shoulders, another to knead my legs, one to feed me fruits, another to play music for me, and yet another to serenade me. Just imagining such a life brings me joy. Gua interjected. Host, how can others achieve self-reliance while you remain stagnant? Look at yourself. All you do is languish. Why can't you strive for independence as well? Only through effort can you realize such a life. Taken aback by Guagua's words, Song Yaoyao retorted, Others may pursue self-sufficiency, but I am suited for leisure. Guagua fell silent, realizing this host was beyond redemption. When it came to lofty ideals, she could articulate them eloquently, yet when challenged to act, she would find every excuse. Hearing Song Yaoyao's whimsical thoughts of changing partners daily, the others lowered their heads in contemplation. The notion was rather thrilling. With wealth, it was not entirely unfeasible. Though somewhat shameful, envisioning a life where one receives massages, leg rubs, fruit feeds, music, and songs from multiple suitors was undeniably enticing. Except for Han Chuyu, who found the idea objectionable, the trio of Rua Xian, Mei Shui, and Han Man, she were quite agreeable to it. After enduring so much, they had learned to let go of their inhibitions. Nothing mattered anymore, as long as they lived comfortably and joyfully. Unbeknownst to Song Yaoyao, she had inadvertently led these 3 down a dubious path. Han Man, she finally spoke, prompting Song Yaoyao to nod. Be cautious on your journey. With their imminent departure, the uncertainty of when they would meet again lingered in the air. Having shared a bond, they gifted Song Yaoyao tokens of their friendship, bringing along various items. Out of both sentiment and propriety, Song Yaoyao felt compelled to treat them to a meal. When it came to dining, hot pot was the choice. Upon hearing her daughter's intention to host a hot pot feast, Madame Song was delighted, as it was both convenient and delectable. They had enjoyed it several times already and even procured a few copper pots for the occasion. The mere mention of hot pot brought joy to everyone in the household, including the servants, who relished the prospect of a sumptuous feast alongside their masters. Once the hot pot was served, the guests exchanged glances at the array of raw meats and vegetables, uncertain of how to begin. Chapter 70. The demotion of Gua Huayu. Song Yaoyao and Song Qingling took the lead in demonstrating how to prepare dipping sauces. Everyone followed their example, seasoning their plates and immersing the meat before indulging in the feast. As the succulent morsels graced their tongues, the sparkle in their eyes revealed the sheer delight. So delicious it was, as if they could swallow their own tongues. After dinner, as the group prepared to depart, Song Yaoyao presented Han Chiyu with some of her personally concocted medicine, explaining, "This is my own preparation, complete with its uses and instructions. Keep it for any unforeseen circumstances." Han Chiyu cupped his hands in gratitude, replying, "Thank you, Miss Song. I sincerely wish for their safe journey," which prompted this thoughtful gesture from Song Yaoyao. She had prepared several remedies, including one crucial potion that could save a life in dire moments. Once the others had left, a new idea blossomed in Song Yaoyao's mind, opening a hot pot restaurant. However, she quickly realized that undertaking such an endeavor alone would be impractical. She lacked manpower, funds, and a suitable venue. In truth, she yearned for a leisurely existence, and such laborious tasks were ill-suited for her. She needed a partner, someone to manage the affairs while she awaited her share of the profits. Song Yaoyao envisioned a prosperous future, already imagining herself lounging upon a bed crafted from gold bars, her eyes gleaming with delight. The thought of the hot pot restaurant required careful consideration. Who would be her partner? There was no rush. She resolved to take her time. Days later, during the morning court session, the emperor demoted Guo Huaiyu's position, reducing it by 2 ranks. Song Yaoyao was perplexed. What could have transpired for Guo Huaiyu to suffer such a fall from grace? She inquired of Guagua, why was Guo Huaiyu demoted? The emperor's stated reason was his lax household management. What happened in his estate? Did a concubine elope with someone named Huang He? Guagua responded, "Host, the situation is that the younger sister-in-law ran off with Huang He." "How did it transform into a concubine eloping with him in your words?" Song Yaoyao chuckled. "It's all the same. They both ran off. Now tell me, did Guo Huaiyu's concubine truly elope?" Guo Huaiyu was incensed. This wretched Song Yaoyao could not wish him any good fortune. Was it not enough that he had already been demoted? Now she insinuated that his concubine had run away, casting a shadow upon his reputation. How infuriating! The crowd was baffled. Did Guo Huaiyu's concubine truly have an affair with someone named Huang He? Who was he? They had never heard of him. If a concubine of a second-rank official deemed him more worthy than her husband, he must possess considerable influence. Yet, no one had any knowledge of this figure. Guo Huaiyu was indeed unfortunate, beset with such chaotic affairs in his household. How distressing! As the crowd mused, a startling announcement reverberated from the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. "Wenzhou, Zhejiang, the Jiangnan leather factory has gone bankrupt. The largest leather factory in Wenzhou. Jiangnan leather factory has collapsed. The scoundrel Huang He, indulging in vice, has amassed debts of 350 million and fled with his younger sister-in-law. Repay my hard-earned money." The music played repeatedly, and the crowd, intrigued by this novel tune and animated visuals, collectively gasped in astonishment. Although many words were unfamiliar, the gist was unmistakable. This was outrageous. Such events could be transformed into song. At that moment, Song Yaoyao interjected, "I want to eat the melons from Guo Huaiyu's estate. Not listen to this Jiangnan leather factory." Guagua acknowledged her request, and the music abruptly ceased. He then recounted. The matter concerning Guo Huaiyu's 2 legitimate sons was uncovered by General Feng Song, who, accompanied by his sons and a number of men, stormed Guo Huaiyu's residence. Upon encountering Guo Hongxian, they wasted no time and began to attack. When the shadow attempted to intervene, Feng Song had anticipated this and included him in the scuffle. Though the shadow possessed remarkable martial skills, Feng Song's men were formidable as well. Outnumbered, he was ultimately overwhelmed. Feng Jingwen, confused by the chaos, sought to intervene. But Feng Song restrained her, only ceasing once Guo Hongxian and the shadow were left in a state of near collapse. Though Feng Song felt pity, he revealed the truth to Feng Jingwen, who, in disbelief, sank into a chair. After a moment, she approached and tore off the shadow's mask. Upon seeing 2 identical faces, Feng Jingwen crumbled. After shedding tears, she resolved to divorce. Feng Song, protective of his daughter, took her and his 2 grandsons away from the Minister of War's residence. As the crowd watched the scene of Guo Hongxian being beaten, they felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Song Yaoyao anxiously asked, "Did the divorce succeed?" After careful consideration, the emperor granted approval. As for the shadow, though he evoked pity. He was indeed the one who consummated the marriage, causing harm to Feng Jingwen as well. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for both Guangxian and the Shadow. The Shadow had attempted to seek her out, but she refused to see him. Given these circumstances, Feng Tsong, fearing for his daughter's well-being, relocated Feng Jingwen and her grandsons to a safer place, ensuring they had left the capital. He simply wished to provide his daughter with a fresh start. Song Yaoyao remarked, "Such trash should have divorced long ago. Let Guangxian remain with Miao Pei." Guagua replied, "The emperor has learned of Miao Pei's background and has dispatched agents to secretly apprehend her and Gui Yifan. The emperor specifically requested assistance from the Miao people in the capital to aid in their capture. Both Miao Pei and Gui Yifan are now held in isolation. The emperor has sent a message to the Miao king, urging them to send someone promptly. Given that Gui Yifan shares Miao Pei's bloodline, it is unlikely he will escape unscathed." Pausing for a moment, Guagua continued, "As for Miao Pei's situation, it involves Guangxian, leading to his own arrest. Even if the Miao king were to show leniency, once Miao Pei meets her demise, Guangxian will be tormented by the curse of love, enduring excruciating heartache that few could withstand." Song Yaoyao nodded in agreement. This is indeed Guangxuan's own doing. He deserves it. Guagua, I now understand a profound truth. Guagua responded with a nod of agreement. Indeed, regarding Guangxian, the emperor's investigation revealed that Guohuayu and others in his household were entirely unaware, and thus, they were not subjected to any difficulties. Chapter 71. Entering the palace, Song Yaoyao nodded. The emperor is a wise ruler. He would not implicate the innocent. Guagua replied, "Indeed. The emperor is truly a sagacious sovereign." Following this, Song Yaoyao fell silent as the court focused intently on matters of state. The emperor. The floods in Jiangnan have been brought under control. However, the number of deaths post-disaster is gradually rising. We implore your majesty to send imperial physicians. Upon hearing this, Song Yaoyao's heart sank. Guagua, could this be an outbreak? Guagua responded, "Yes, host, after such calamities, outbreaks typically follow. What shall we do? An epidemic is no trivial matter. Is there still time for me to conduct research?" Song Yaoyao exclaimed. Guagua reassured her, "Do not worry, host. I have ready methods for prevention and treatment of the epidemic." "Very well. However, we must first ascertain the symptoms to treat it effectively." Upon hearing this, the emperor cooperatively recounted the symptoms of the epidemic. It begins with a slight cough accompanied by fever, leading to fainting, and within days, it becomes fatal. After listening, Song Yaoyao instructed, "Guagua, compile all treatment methods for these symptoms and also gather all preventive measures and disinfection methods." Guagua replied, "Understood, host." Muminjlate. Guagua presented the compiled information. "Host, it is ready." The morning court session concluded in this manner. Following the usual protocol, Song Yaoyao handed the materials to Minister Song, finally feeling relieved. After lunch, a decree from the empress arrived, summoning Madame Song and her 2 daughters to the palace. As they prepared for the palace banquet, the thought of the empress's stunning beauty made Song Yaoyao sigh in admiration. After a thorough beautification, Madame Song led Song Yaoyao and Song Qingling into the palace. Upon arrival, a soft sedan chair awaited them. The 3 climbed aboard, heading towards Weiyang Palace. Guagua, the empress is truly kind. She even sent a sedan chair. Otherwise, we would have had to walk for over 40 minutes to reach her palace, Song Yaoyao remarked. Guagua noted, "Indeed, it is quite considerate. Common officials and their families do not receive such treatment." "Really? We are indeed fortunate," Song Yaoyao said. The sedan chair swayed gently, lulling her to sleep. When they arrived, the chair halted, yet everyone waited for a while without seeing Song Yaoyao emerge. Madame Song approached, lifting the curtain to find Song Yaoyao sprawled inside, fast asleep. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, and feeling embarrassed, Madame Song tugged at her daughter's sleeve. "Yaoyao, wake up. We have arrived." Groggily, Song Yaoyao opened her eyes, and upon seeing her mother's stern expression, she blinked widely. "Oh, we're here." As she spoke, she had already disembarked, albeit with slightly unsteady steps. Quickly, she patted her cheeks to awaken herself fully. Seeing that Song Yaoyao was finally alert, Madame Song allowed a young eunuch to guide them forward. Upon entering the grand hall, they promptly knelt in greeting. "We pay our respects to Her Majesty the Empress, and to all the esteemed ladies." The Empress responded, "You may rise." Once Song Yaoyao steadied herself, she lifted her gaze to behold the people in the room. It was a dazzling sight, a multitude of beauties. Internally, Song Yaoyao exclaimed, "Guagua.
Look.
So many stunning ladies." Guagua retorted, "What are you shouting about? My ears may suffer. I am not blind. I can see them. Tell me, why does a young lady like you so delight in gazing at beauties?" "Guagua, you don't understand. Women are often more captivated by beauty than men are. It is a delight to the senses, don't you see? Just looking at these beauties makes me feel as if I could eat 2 extra bowls of rice." Guagua scoffed, "Host, if you find beauties delightful, you might end up consuming 4 bowls. At this rate, you will soon become spherical. Guagua, you are the spherical one. Your whole family is spherical." The Empress and several concubines had already overheard Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts during the last court banquet. Yet, for some of the concubines, this was their first encounter with such a phenomenon. They were puzzled, for there had been no audible voice before the arrival of Madame Song and her daughters. Was this truly an internal voice? All eyes turned curiously toward Madame Song and her daughters, wondering whose thoughts they had just heard. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao continued to converse with Guagua. "Oh my, there are indeed so many beauties. The Emperor is truly fortunate. Guagua, do you think the Emperor can manage so many wives at night?" The other concubines awkwardly cleared their throats, some even blushing. Guagua replied, "The Emperor requires a selection process. Only one is favored each night. Why fret over it?" "Oh, I had forgotten about that," Song Yaoyao admitted. After the Empress invited Madame Song and her daughters to sit, they began to converse. Song Yaoyao scrutinized the beautiful ladies and asked Guagua, "Guagua, who are these enchanting women?" Guagua's voice chimed in, "Host, are you hungry for some fruit?" "Liu Guangxu Duan Pin," Song Yaoyao noted. "Excellent." As her words faded, a screen appeared above her head, showcasing a breathtaking beauty. Curiosity sparked among the gathered ladies as they focused intently on the screen. Guagua continued, "This is Jiang Pin, whom I just introduced to you." "Indeed," Song Yaoyao acknowledged. Guagua elaborated, "Before entering the palace, Jiang Pin had a childhood sweetheart named Jiang Zi. He was an adopted son of the Jiang family, and they grew up together, sharing a deep bond. When Jiang Pin reached the appropriate age to enter the palace for selection, her extraordinary beauty secured her a place within. Jiang Zi was heartbroken, and later entered the palace as a eunuch, content to merely gaze at Jiang Pin from a distance each day." Jiang Pin, watching the scene of Jiang Zi entering the palace on the screen, fought back tears, determined not to reveal her emotions. "Does Jiang Pin know of this?" Song Yaoyao inquired. Guagua replied, "No, she is unaware. Jiang Zi never intended to disturb Jiang Pin. He is simply content to watch her from afar." "What a devoted man," Song Yaoyao remarked. Guagua sighed. "Jiang Zi is extraordinarily talented. Had he not entered the palace, he would surely have become a top scholar. Alas, even heroes find it difficult to surpass the beauty of a woman." Song Yaoyao lamented. Chapter 72. Consort Liu. As Song Yaoyao was lost to her thoughts, a sharp voice pierced the air. "The Empress Dowager has arrived." The crowd rose in unison as the Empress Dowager entered and took her place at the head of the room. Everyone knelt to pay their respects. The Empress Dowager, with a gentle demeanor, urged, "Please rise." Once they were on their feet, she continued, "Today, I heard that the Song mother and daughter have come to the palace, so I thought I would join the festivities." The Empress quickly interjected, "If the Empress Dowager wishes to see them, she need only send a message. There is no need for her to come in person." The Empress Dowager waved her hand dismissively. "I merely wish to take a stroll." She then inquired about some matters concerning Madame Song. Song Yaoyao listened quietly from the side when suddenly Guagua asked, "Host, would you like some fruit?" Upon hearing the mention of fruit, everyone perked up, eager to discover who would be the next subject of gossip. "How thrilling!" Song Yaoyao replied, "Yes." She had a fondness for fruit. Guagua then declared, "This time, we shall indulge in the gossip of Consort Liu." At this, some people appeared gleeful, relishing the spectacle, while others fell silent, fearing to uncover secrets better left unspoken. Consort Liu, however, maintained her composure, curious to hear what this little girl would reveal. At that moment, the screen above Song Yaoyao's head flickered to life, displaying an image of Consort Liu. Guagua began to divulge. Consort Liu, whose full name is Liu Yubing, is the legitimate daughter of General Liu Qingfeng, a second-rank official. From a young age, she trained in martial arts alongside her father, living a free-spirited life. It was only upon meeting the current emperor that her fate took a turn. General Liu had cautioned Liu Yubing that entering the palace would leave her with no way out. Yet, at that time, Liu Yubing's heart was solely captivated by the emperor, rendering her deaf to such warnings, and she resolutely entered the palace. As Guagua narrated, the screen displayed an image of the young Consort Liu, clad in vibrant red riding attire, her hair styled high, galloping through the countryside alongside her brothers. In that moment, Consort Liu was both beautiful and striking. Guagua continued. After entering the palace, Liu Yubing suppressed her spirited nature, striving to embody the grace of a lady. Initially, the emperor spent an entire month by her side, but as time passed, his visits became increasingly infrequent. Eventually, several new beauties entered the harem. Over time, Liu Yubing's heart turned cold. The final blow came when she suffered an inexplicable miscarriage of her first child. Song Yaoyao remarked, "It's evident that the miscarriage was no mere accident." Guagua affirmed, "Indeed, it is a complex matter linked to the late concubine Li Fengyi." Years had passed, and many had nearly forgotten about concubine Li. Newcomers to the palace were entirely unaware of her existence. Yet, at this moment, all eyes were on the image of the woman appearing on the screen. It was indeed Li Fengyi. Guagua explained, Li Fengyi entered the palace later than Liu Yubing. In terms of family background and beauty, she could not compare to Liu Yubing. Feeling vulnerable in the palace, she sought a powerful ally and ultimately chose Liu Yubing. At that time, Liu Yubing was disheartened by the emperor's absence and was in need of comfort. Li Fengyi offered her solace and suggestions, which proved effective, leading to the emperor spending several consecutive nights with Liu Yubing. From that point on, Liu Yubing and Li Fengyi became close friends. Liu Yubing, having recently entered the palace, was too naive and regarded Li Fengyi as a confidant, while Li Fengyi saw her as easily manipulated. Soon after, Liu Yubing discovered she was expecting. She resolved to keep the news secret until she felt secure. However, in their daily interactions, Li Fengyi eventually uncovered her secret. Fueled by jealousy, Li Fengyi could not fathom how a fool like Liu Yubing could be deserving of carrying the emperor's child. Witnessing the twisted expression of Li Fengyi in the video, Consort Liu began to piece together the reasons behind her miscarriage. Guagua continued to disclose. After days of contemplation, Li Fengyi devised a plan. Knowing that Liu Yubing had a penchant for sweets and pastries, she began preparing various delicacies each day, ensuring that a portion was delivered to Liu Yubing. Song Yaoyao inquired, "Is there something wrong with those pastries?" Guagua replied, "Yes. The water used to make the pastries was infused with cordyceps. Consuming cordyceps can lead to miscarriage and lifelong infertility." Li Fengyi, fearing Liu Yubing would catch on, used only small amounts, making it undetectable to the palace physicians. However, over time, the child could not be sustained. Thus, Liu Yubing suffered a miscarriage and subsequently lost her ability to conceive. After the miscarriage, Liu Yubing did suspect the pastries and even had the remnants tested by physicians, who found no issues. In fact, the pastries were tested upon their initial delivery and deemed safe, which is why she consumed them. Subsequent examinations by several physicians yielded no results. For many years, Liu Yubing remained barren, regardless of her efforts to restore her health. Song Yaoyao shivered, exclaiming, "The inner palace is truly terrifying. They smile sweetly at you while secretly wishing for your demise." Observing the video detailing Li Fengyi's malicious actions, Consort Liu clenched her fists. She had always suspected that her miscarriage was no accident, yet she could not have imagined that it was the work of the treacherous Li Fengyi. With Li Fengyi dead, one might assume the matter concluded, but how could that be? The Li family still awaited their retribution. If Liu Yubing could not live well, then neither would anyone else. After years in the palace, she had long ceased to be the innocent girl she once was. Guagua added, "The reason Liu Yubing adorned herself so extravagantly was to stand out, hoping to catch the emperor's eye. She yearned for a child of her own.
Song Yaoyao sighed, alas.
Such a stunning beauty has been driven to this state. What a tragedy. While Song Yaoyao continued to lament, Guagua pressed on, having completed the revelations about Consort Liu. Shall we delve into the gossip concerning her brother? Host, would you care to indulge? Chapter 73. Liu Zhiheng. Song Yaoyao was somewhat taken aback.
Guagua.
Does Liu Guifei's brother also have a secret? Guagua replied, yes. Song Yaoyao said, well then, do tell. Guagua continued, Liu Guifei's brother, Liu Zhiheng, is 20 years old this year. At such a young age, he has already attained the rank of a 6th grade Fikue. As Guagua's words came to an end, an image of Liu Zhiheng appeared on the screen. Clad in black attire, he was strikingly handsome, with eyebrows like ink paintings and eyes resembling stars. His chiseled features exuded a natural beauty, imbued with an indescribable sharpness and authority. Upon seeing Liu Zhiheng's visage, Song Yaoyao's heart raced, and she exclaimed internally, ah, Guagua. Liu Zhiheng is simply too handsome. Those eyes, that nose, those lips. It's as if he was sculpted just for my heart. This man could easily rely on his looks, yet he thrives on his abilities. How can one be this good-looking? It's utterly unfair. Hearing Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts, the others burst into laughter. This seemingly demure girl was surprisingly animated inside. Liu Guifei watched Song Yaoyao's shifting expressions and couldn't help but smile. Her brother was indeed exceptionally attractive. Madame Song and Song Qingling felt awkward, unsure of how to react. Did this girl not understand the concept of modesty? How could she so boldly praise a man? Guagua interjected, host, stay calm. As girls, shouldn't we be a bit more ladylike? Look at how excited you are. There's nothing remotely feminine about your demeanor. Song Yaoyao disdainfully retorted, this is merely my inner monologue. Why should I be constrained by societal expectations? Besides, I haven't even spoken aloud. Who could possibly know my thoughts? Now, hurry up and tell me, what secrets does this handsome man hold? Guagua responded, all right, host. Liu Zhiheng followed his father to the military camp, concealing his identity as he worked his way up from a lowly soldier to his current position as Fikue. His success has been entirely self-made. Over the years, Liu Zhiheng has formed a few close bonds within the military, friendships forged through life and death battles that are irreplaceable. Song Yaoyao furrowed her brow, anger flickering in her eyes. Guagua, don't tell me they're just good buddies? Such a handsome man, and he prefers men. The crowd, puzzled by the term good buddies, soon received clarification. Her mother remarked that her brother was already 20 and still had no women by his side, nor any thoughts of marriage, causing her mother great distress. Could it be that her brother truly preferred men? What a predicament! This was absolutely unacceptable. The Empress Dowager, upon hearing Song Yaoyao's words, was choked by her tea and began coughing incessantly. The nearby matron hurried to pat her back, while the concubines rushed forward in concern. The Empress Dowager waved her hand to indicate she was fine, allowing the others to breathe a sigh of relief. How could this young lady's mind work in such peculiar ways? Could a man truly be attracted to another man? Observing the Empress Dowager's flushed face from coughing, Song Yaoyao asked Guagua, Guagua, what on earth caused the Empress Dowager to cough? Guagua replied, I don't know, perhaps she was simply choked by the tea. Song Yaoyao said, I see. Let us continue discussing Liu Zhiheng. Guagua obliged, certainly, host. It is not as you think. Liu Zhiheng does not prefer men. He simply enjoys the military life, engrossed in training, and has never considered marriage. Song Yaoyao nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Now I can finally relax. Liu Guifei added, I feel relieved as well. Guagua continued to divulge, even though Liu Zhiheng spends every day with his brothers, sharing meals and living together, no one is aware of his true identity. All they know is that he hails from the capital and that his family is quite ordinary. Among Liu Zhiheng's friends is a man named Chao Dashan, who is orphaned and lives with his sister, Chao Xiaolan. To survive, Chao Dashan enlisted in the army, while he arranged for his sister to stay in a courtyard on the border. During his time off, he visits her. Chao Dashan has taken Liu Zhiheng and his other brothers to see Chao Xiaolan, and they treat her as if she were their own sister. Song Yaoyao inquired. Chao Xiaolan doesn't have feelings for Liu Zhiheng, does she? Guagua confirmed, indeed. Among the men Chao Dashan brought along, Liu Zhiheng is the most handsome. Cao Xiaolan took an immediate liking to him. After Liu Zhiheng and the others left, she continually asked her brother about him. However, Cao Dashan was not aware of much, and only shared what he knew. Once he realized his sister's unusual interest, he discouraged her from pursuing a relationship with a military man, fearing for her safety. He warned her that those in the military often live on borrowed time and did not want a sister living in constant fear. Cao Dashan advised her not to entertain such thoughts, asserting that handsome men are often unreliable. When it comes to life, one should seek those who are dependable and grounded. Cao Xiaolan readily agreed, yet her heart held different thoughts. Song Yaoyao nodded in understanding. I can empathize with that. Everyone has a preference for good-looking men. I am no exception. The others chimed in, little Song, you wouldn't fall for Liu Zhiheng solely based on his looks, would you? Madame Song wished to rush over and firmly grasp Song Yaoyao's ear for a proper reprimand. Guagua asked, host, you wouldn't truly be infatuated with Liu Zhiheng, would you? Song Yaoyao rolled her eyes in exasperation and replied, I am not foolish enough to be swayed by mere appearances. My admiration is purely for his exterior, unrelated to romantic feelings. Guagua responded, oh, so it's mere admiration. Now I understand. Let's proceed. Fearing that his sister might harbor feelings for Liu Zhiheng, Cao Dashan ceased taking his brothers to see Cao Xiaolan. Deprived of Liu Zhiheng's presence, Cao Xiaolan found herself constantly thinking of him, day and night. This longing only intensified her feelings and gradually wore her down, leading to her becoming ill. Chapter 74. How dare Cao Xiaolan? Song Yaoyao expressed her disbelief. Is this a case of lovesickness? I thought lovesickness was merely a tale spun in stories, non-existent in reality. I never anticipated that today would broaden my horizons. Guagua responded. Indeed, Cao Xiaolan has fallen into the throes of lovesickness. Upon discovering that his sister was afflicted, Cao Dashan, moved by her waning visage, reluctantly summoned Liu Zhiheng to their home. When Liu Zhiheng arrived, Cao Xiaolan boldly professed her affection. Liu Zhiheng, taken aback by her declaration, tactfully declined her advances. He was not contemplating marriage, and moreover, his matrimonial affairs were not his to decide with ease. Thus, he resolutely rejected her. Song Yaoyao inquired, did Cao Dashan know of this confession? Guagua replied, he was aware. When Cao Xiaolan attempted to express her feelings again, Liu Zhiheng sought an opportunity to depart. At that moment, Cao Dashan entered, disrupting the tension. Seizing the chance, Liu Zhiheng made his exit. Later, Cao Dashan privately confronted Liu Zhiheng, explaining that his sister's illness had muddled her thoughts, and her words were mere nonsense, not to be taken seriously. With his brother's assurance, Liu Zhiheng dismissed the matter. Song Yaoyao questioned, surely, this matter could not have concluded so simply? Guagua confirmed, indeed, it is far from over. That day, after Liu Zhiheng's departure, Cao Dashan severely reprimanded Cao Xiaolan, reiterating his steadfast refusal to marry her off to a military man, urging her to abandon such hopes. Hearing this, Cao Xiaolan was utterly heartbroken. Though she did not genuinely wish to perish, her despair was a performance for Cao Dashan's benefit. During her solitary moments, she would not resort to such theatrics. Despite his concern for his sister, Cao Dashan remained resolute. Observing the various antics of Cao Xiaolan through the video, one couldn't help but feel profound sympathy for the brother standing helplessly behind their door. Song Yaoyao lamented. Indeed, regardless of Cao Xiaolan's antics, Cao Dashan remained unyielding. 6 months passed, and her affection for Liu Zhiheng had not waned. Rather, it had reached a feverish intensity. Separated from both her brother and Liu Zhiheng, she concocted schemes to encounter Liu Zhiheng when an incident transpired. The video revealed Cao Xiaolan's obsession with Liu Zhiheng as she incessantly uttered his name, regardless of the task at hand. Truly, she had become unhinged. At this juncture, Guagua paused. Song Yaoyao anxiously pressed, Guagua, why have you stopped? What transpired? Her impatience mirrored that of others in the hall, all eager for the unfolding narrative. Guagua reassured, fear not, dear host, allow me to continue. While Liu Zhiheng and his comrades were investigating enemy movements, they fell into an ambush, narrowly escaping with their lives. Thanks to the military physician's treatment, Cao Dashan survived. The physician advised that with timely medication and proper care for his wounds, he would recover. Liu Guangxu felt immense guilt, knowing that Chao Dashan had sustained such injuries while rescuing him. After deliberation, the men concluded that they could not provide the attentive care that Chao Xiaolan, a woman,
could offer.
With approval from their superiors, they procured additional medicine from the military physician and brought Chao Dashan to Chao Xiaolan's side. The video depicted their harrowing escape, a scene of utter devastation. The audience witnessed the group escorting Chao Dashan to Chao Xiaolan. Gua continued. Upon seeing her weakened brother, Chao Xiaolan was overcome with sorrow. However, this sorrow dissipated the moment she laid eyes on Liu Guangxu. She immediately inquired about his well-being, whether he was injured, fatigued, or hungry, paying little heed to Chao Dashan's condition. The onlookers furrowed their brows, recognizing Chao Xiaolan's true sentiments for Liu Guangxu. After briefing her on the responsibilities of caring for a patient, they hastily departed, particularly Liu Guangxu, who made a swift escape. Observing Liu Guangxu's evasion, Chao Xiaolan felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Chao Dashan, witnessing his sister's demeanor, could only offer earnest counsel. Yet, Chao Xiaolan remained impervious, dismissively acknowledging his words. Song Yaoyao remarked, "Given Chao Xiaolan's erratic behavior, this matter is far from over." Gua concurred. "You speak wisely, host. Chao Xiaolan is indeed irrational." Following this encounter, she never saw Liu Guangxu again. Each time, she spiraled into madness. She implored Chao Dashan to summon Liu Guangxu, citing her poor health as the reason for his visit, but each request was met with refusal. After several rejections, Chao Xiaolan harbored deep resentment towards Chao Dashan, believing he did not comprehend her plight. Had he aided her, she would have already been Liu Guangxu's beloved. In her eyes, Chao Dashan obstructed her pursuit of happiness, serving as a stumbling block along her path. Song Yaoyao gasped, "Is it possible that Chao Xiaolan, this madwoman, has turned her ire towards her brother who raised her?" Gua elaborated, "It is more than mere resentment. Chao Xiaolan wished for her brother's permanent absence, believing that with him out of the way, no one could thwart her quest for happiness." With this dark thought in mind, she devised a plan to discreetly eliminate Chao Dashan without arousing suspicion. She ceased to care for him diligently, diluting his medicinal concoctions by pouring out portions and adding water, significantly diminishing their effectiveness. When treating his wounds, she resorted to using filthy cloths, carelessly wiping his injuries before rebandaging them. As Chao Dashan's wounds were on his back, he could not see her actions, allowing her to manipulate the situation unnoticed. Chapter 75. Chao Xiaolan commits fratricide. Song Yaoyao gazed in disbelief at the actions of Chao Xiaolan in the video, exclaiming, "This is murder. That is her own brother who raised her since childhood. How could Chao Xiaolan dare to do this?" Gua responded, "Chao Xiaolan has completely lost her mind. She is capable of anything." Subsequently, Chao Dashan's wound became infected, leading to a fever. Chao Xiaolan had no intention of seeking a doctor or notifying Liu Guangxu and the others. Chao Dashan endured several days of high fever, becoming delirious. Only then did Chao Xiaolan feign panic and seek out a doctor in the city. Upon the doctor's arrival, he declared that the patient was near death and urged preparations for the aftermath. Chao Xiaolan pretended to faint, bursting into tears. By the time Liu Guangxu and the others received the news, Chao Dashan had already passed away. In the video, while Chao Dashan lay unconscious, he still called out Chao Xiaolan's name. Upon witnessing this, Song Yaoyao felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Chao Xiaolan, that vile woman. She seethed, even in his unconscious state. Chao Dashan was thinking of his sister, unaware that this wicked woman intended for him to die. Seeing this, "I wish I could rush over and tell everyone that Chao Xiaolan is a murderer. She must be apprehended at once. This is truly despicable." Not only was Song Yaoyao furious, but everyone present felt a surge of anger. They looked at Chao Xiaolan's actions and felt immense pity for Chao Dashan. Song Yaoyao continued her inquiry. When Liu Guangxu and the others arrived, did they not inspect the body? Gua replied, "They did investigate and question the doctor, who clearly stated that it was the infection that led to Chao Dashan's demise." Liu Guangxu and the others asked Chao Xiaolan, weren't they supposed to inform her about caring for the patient? How could the wound have become infected? Chao Xiaolan adamantly insisted that she had followed their instructions. expressing ignorance about how such a calamity could occur. Regardless of how much Liu Guangxu and the others pressed her, she maintained her innocence and wept incessantly. Chao Dashan and Chao Xiaolan had relied on each other since childhood, and their bond was strong. Liu Guangxu and the others never imagined that Chao Xiaolan would kill her own brother for the sake of a man. They assumed that Chao Xiaolan's inexperience in handling wounds was the cause of the infection, a mere oversight. With matters having reached this point, it was too late for regret. All that remained was to attend to Chao Dashan's funeral. After a brief pause, Guagua continued. Once the funeral arrangements for Chao Dashan were completed, Liu Guangxu and the others asked Chao Xiaolan about her future plans. With her head lowered, she took a long time to respond, saying that her brother had asked Liu Guangxu to take care of her before he died. Liu Guangxu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, believing that Chao Dashan was gravely injured while saving him, ultimately losing his life. When Chao Xiaolan mentioned that her brother wished for Liu Guangxu to look after her, he did not refuse. He thought to treat Chao Xiaolan as his own sister and resolved to care for her well, even planning to prepare a generous dowry for her wedding. Little did Liu Guangxu know that Chao Xiaolan's sole ambition was to become his wife. When Liu Guangxu proposed to treat her as a sister, she readily agreed. Chao Xiaolan thought to herself that she mustn't rush. She needed to take her time. If she were to directly express her desire to be Liu Guangxu's wife, it might frighten him away. If that were to happen, she would fail to achieve her objective and might end up being avoided by him altogether, making it impossible to become his wife. Song Yaoyao scoffed, while Guagua remarked, having endured so much, Chao Xiaolan is no longer as straightforward as she once was. She is constantly devising schemes to win Liu Guangxu's affection. Song Yaoyao sarcastically retorted, Chao Xiaolan is truly going to great lengths to secure Liu Guangxu. Guagua added, Chao Xiaolan is indeed exhausting all her wits. Moreover, Liu Guangxu and his brothers visit her on their days off. This infuriates Chao Xiaolan. She desires for Liu Guangxu to come alone, never intending for the others to accompany him. With them there, how can she and Liu Guangxu have a moment alone to cultivate their feelings? Although Chao Xiaolan was displeased, she maintained a facade of happiness. She hinted several times that if the military camp was busy, they need not come, but the rough men waved her off, insisting that regardless of their busyness, they would visit her whenever they had a day off. Chao Xiaolan was nearly at her wit's end. Watching the video, Chao Xiaolan's frustrated expression brought some comfort to Song Yaoyao. The others, witnessing Chao Xiaolan's predicament, felt a sense of relief as well. Guagua continued. Chao Xiaolan realized that this situation could not continue and that nurturing their relationship was progressing too slowly. She devised a plan. The next time Liu Guangxu and the others came to visit, she would prepare a feast and brew a barrel of wine. She intended to intoxicate them and then lie down with Liu Guangxu, ensuring that when they all awoke, they would find them in a compromising position. At that point, she would claim that Liu Guangxu had forced himself upon her, leveraging the debt of gratitude owed to her brother, thus compelling him to marry her. Chao Xiaolan had already procured the wine and added something to it, awaiting their next visit. The scene of Chao Xiaolan drugging the wine ignited a furious blaze within Song Yaoyao. Chao Xiaolan is utterly shameless. Chao Dashan has already died, and she still seeks to extract every last bit of value from him, using his life debt to coerce Liu Guangxu into marriage. Chao Xiaolan is truly despicable. Guagua, what should we do? Liu Guangxu is about to be ensnared by this pig, Chao Xiaolan. How on earth did he get entangled with such a woman? She is nothing but a vile leech, impossible to shake off. The only way to rid Liu Guangxu of Chao Xiaolan is to reveal the true cause of Chao Dashan's death, leading the authorities to apprehend her. Guagua interjected. Isn't it because Liu Guangxu's striking appearance has attracted such misfortune? Song Yaoyao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Liu Guangxu's looks are undeniable. A man so handsome has, unfortunately, drawn a calamity like Chao Xiaolan upon himself. If Liu Guangxu were to fall victim to her schemes, Chao Xiaolan would exploit Chao Dashan's life debt to manipulate him. Liu Guangxu's life would be ruined. Just imagining having such a venomous woman by his side is terrifying. I wish I could help, but there's no way to warn the noble consort. This is truly distressing. Chapter 76. Duan Songyu Guagua. Host, do not fret. I can organize and print this matter along with the evidence. Just discreetly place the note on Liu Guangfei. Song Yaoyao. Huh? But I have no reason to approach Liu Guangxu. Guagua. Seize the opportunity. That is up to you. By the way, I will print everything now.
Song Yaoyao, alright.
Moments later, Guagua's voice chimed. Host, the printing is complete. Song Yaoyao. Understood. I will find an opportunity soon. Upon hearing this, Liu Guangxu cooperatively said, Young Master Song. You are quite to my liking. Come closer, so I may take a good look. Guagua was elated. Host, this is the chance you've been waiting for. Hurry.
Song Yaoyao.
Equally delighted, replied, Got it. As she approached, Liu Guangxu grasped her hand, scrutinizing her closely and inquiring about various matters. Seizing the moment, Song Yaoyao discreetly slipped the item into Liu Guangxu's garment. Though her actions were not particularly skillful, everyone pretended not to notice. Liu Guangxu, fearing the item might fall, adjusted her clothing. It was no small feat for everyone to cooperate with Song Yaoyao. With a long sigh of relief, Song Yaoyao remarked, Guagua, I finally delivered the item. Feeling like a spy. After sipping a few cups of tea, she finally calmed down. Guagua. Host, would you like some melon? There's plenty in the palace. Song Yaoyao. Indeed, there are so many melons in this harem. Of course, I wish to partake. I shall eat any melon available. Upon hearing about the melons, everyone's ears perked up, speculating on whose melon it might be this time. Duan Pin felt a surge of anxiety since entering the palace. She had been exceedingly cautious and had not offended anyone.
What could she possibly have?
While Duan Pin pondered, Guagua's voice rang out. Guagua begins to reveal. The shopkeeper thought she had encountered a diner skipping out on the bill and chastised them unmercifully. Then came the sound of the shopkeeper's reprimand. Guagua continued. The man in the scene possesses striking features and is exceptionally handsome. Thus, they became acquainted. In this era, it is quite normal for men and women to venture out together, and Duan Songyu's impression of Gao Mureng grew increasingly favorable. Though Duan Songyu harbored feelings for Gao Mureng, she understood that a young lady's marriage must be sanctioned by her elders, hence she did not immediately agree but mentioned needing to inform her family for their consent. Gao Mureng expressed understanding. Song Yaoyao. What sort of melon is this? Isn't a talented scholar and a beautiful maiden a rather commonplace affair? Guagua. Host. The situation is not as simple as it appears. Allow me to elaborate on Gao Mureng. He was exceptionally bright from a young age. His father passed away during his childhood, and he was raised by his mother, who supported his education through sewing and laundry. Gao Mureng also earned some silver by copying texts, barely covering his schooling expenses. He cherished this rare opportunity to learn. Pausing briefly, Guagua continued. After Gao Mureng passed the scholar examination, he was once dragged out by his classmates, who insisted on showing him the world. Although he was reluctant, they forcibly took him along. They ventured to a well-known establishment, Ichuan Pavilion, the largest brothel in the area. Upon seeing the place, Gao Mureng attempted to leave, but was still pulled inside by his classmates. Once inside, they ordered the headliner, Miss Nanqing, who performed arts without selling her body, merely accompanying guests in poetry and song. While his classmates reveled in merriment, Gao Mureng remained silent in a corner. Miss Nanqing noticed him but said nothing. This is often the case for first-time visitors. Later, Gao Mureng was dragged back several times, and he gradually became less restrained, leading to a budding familiarity with Miss Nanqing. Song Yaoyao. Could it be that Gao Mureng and Miss Nanqing fell in love? Guagua. Host, you are spot on. During their conversations, Miss Nanqing learned of Gao Mureng's family circumstances and held him in great regard. Originally the daughter of a wealthy merchant, she had fallen into hardship and found herself in this predicament. Well-read, Miss Nanqing connected with Gao Mureng on many topics. Thus, their love blossomed. Concerned for Gao Mureng's strenuous efforts in copying texts, she offered her own funds to ensure he could study without worry. Initially, Gao Mureng hesitated to accept her money, but he gradually grew accustomed to it. With her support, he no longer had to fret over financial matters. With Miss Nanqing's assistance, Gao Mureng's living conditions improved significantly. He eventually became the celebrated flower among scholars. Over the years, he spent tens of thousands of taels of silver provided by Miss Nanqing. At first, she willingly offered him 10 or 20 taels at a time. Once he tasted the sweetness of this arrangement, he began requesting larger amounts, escalating from 10 taels to over 100. With her financial backing, he acquired a residence, brought his mother to live with him, and enjoyed a life of comfort with servants at his beck and call. Chapter 77. The schemes of Gao Muron in the video. Gao Muron initially hesitated to claim the money from Miss Nanqing, but soon became audacious in his demands, displaying an arrogant demeanor that left the viewers feeling exasperated. Guagua paused briefly before continuing. Gao Muron never truly regarded Miss Nanqing with any esteem, yet he found himself reliant on her for his sustenance. Miss Nanqing exhausted all her savings over the years for Gao Muron, hoping that once he achieved success, he would redeem her and marry her. Alas! Her dreams were ultimately shattered. How could a courtesan ever match the stature Gao Muron now held? Upon witnessing the vast sums of money, the matron readily agreed to the arrangement. Watching the tragic demise of Miss Nanqing in the video filled Song Yaoyao with deep sorrow. Miss Nanqing, forced into a life of degradation, had poured her heartfelt devotion into a futile cause, ultimately sacrificing her own life. The sight of her lifeless body in a pool of blood nearly drove Song Yaoyao to despair. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, "That ungrateful wretch Gao Muron deserves nothing less than death. My heart aches for Miss Nanqing." Moreover, her death was undoubtedly orchestrated by the matron. Guagua responded, "Indeed, it was a deliberate act by the matron." Gao Muron discreetly provided her with money several times, fearing that his past would be exposed, and thus sought to hasten Miss Nanqing's demise. Only upon learning of her death did Gao Muron finally feel at ease. Song Yaoyao remarked, "Gao Muron's treachery is indeed despicable." Guagua added, "Since he began to enjoy a life of comfort, Gao Muron has long ceased to be the innocent youth he once was. His vision is now clouded solely by self-interest. Although he remains a mere 7th-rank official in the capital, he aspires to wed a noble woman, believing that the support of her family will spare him from many obstacles. He has spent considerable amounts of money to thoroughly investigate the circumstances of the noble ladies in the capital, selecting 10 candidates he intends to encounter by chance." Song Yaoyao scoffed, "Gao Muron is utterly deluded. Does he truly believe himself worthy to pick and choose? How revolting! One of the ladies even ordered him a beating, leaving Gao Muron gravely injured and unable to rise for 2 months. Song Yaoyao remarked, "This Gao Muron is truly repugnant. To scheme against a woman for the sake of his own ambitions. Duan Songyu should realize that there are no coincidences in this world. Everything is premeditated." Guagua replied, "Gao Muron is capable of anything for his own advancement. Just look at the fate of Miss Nanqing to understand his cruel nature." With a sigh, Song Yaoyao continued, "Unlike Liu Zhixing, who is stationed at the border and cannot be seen, we can only rely on concubine Liu to remind us, which compels us to send messages. Duan Pin was already seething. How could her innocent sister fall victim to such a beast? Soon, she would inform her father of these matters." The notion that Gao Muron wished to marry her sister was nothing short of a dream. She also intended to reveal his misdeeds against Miss Nanqing to her father, urging him to investigate. With solid evidence, they could have Gao Muron imprisoned. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao continued conversing with Guagua. "Guagua, let us proceed as you suggested. The palace is rife with gossip, and I feel like a curious onlooker, indulging in one tale after another. By the way, are there any more stories to share? If so, let us continue." Guagua affirmed, "There are indeed more tales." Song Yaoyao urged, "Speak quickly." Before Guagua could respond, a familiar high-pitched voice resonated from outside, one that Song Yaoyao recognized all too well from the daily court sessions. It was Eunuch Wang announcing, "The emperor has arrived." Except for the Empress Dowager, everyone rose and knelt. A figure clad in bright yellow entered, accompanied by several princes. After greeting the Empress Dowager, the emperor turned to the assembly and declared, "You may rise." Once they stood, the Empress Dowager inquired, "What brings the emperor here?" The emperor replied, "I heard that the esteemed Song and her daughter have entered the palace, so I came to pay a visit." The assembly understood. The emperor had brought the princes along to indulge in the latest gossip. Only Song Yaoyao remained puzzled, asking Guagua, "Guagua, isn't the emperor usually quite busy? Why does he appear so leisurely today?" Guagua replied, "The emperor simply wishes to see his concubines. Is that not permissible?" Furthermore, after reviewing numerous memorials, is it not reasonable for him to seek a moment of respite? Chapter 78, by Yining and Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao. Gua, let me ask you something. Look at you, I say one sentence and you respond with 10. Are you a contrarian? Gua, I am merely being factual. Song Yaoyao. Alright, fine. You are always right. Didn't you mention there's more gossip? Let us continue indulging in the juicy details. No one could deter Song Yaoyao from enjoying her gossip, and she was presently engrossed in it. Gua. Next, we shall discuss the gossip regarding the 8th prince, also known as the War King. Song Yaoyao. Huh? You mentioned there was gossip before the War King arrived. Now that he is here, why have you changed your story? Gua, I believe the gossip surrounding the War King is far more explosive. Let us focus on that first. Song Yaoyao. Very well. As Gua's voice faded, the image of the War King appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. Everyone turned their gaze towards him. The Empress Han anxiously observed her son, while the Emperor was eager to hear about the latest scandal involving the 8th prince. The War King, perplexed, wondered how he could hear the thoughts of the girl across from him. Observing the excitement on the faces surrounding him, he surmised that they too could perceive her thoughts. A glance at his father confirmed his suspicion. The Emperor could indeed hear her as well. The War King remained silent, fixated on his own image on the video. Gua's voice resonated. The War King's name is Chen Jinbo, born to the Empress Han, the daughter of a military general. At the age of 11, he followed his grandfather to the frontier, where he remained for 15 years. Upon his arrival at the military camp, much like the previously disclosed Liu Zhihong, he started as an anonymous soldier, with no one aware of his true identity. Through relentless struggle, he achieved numerous military accomplishments, ultimately becoming the revered War King. He has endured countless trials throughout this journey, all of which he bore silently. Today, I shall recount events from the past year. The video displayed the War King's life in the military over the years, showcasing his training, battles, and injuries. His body bore the marks of countless scars. The Empress Han, gazing at her son's myriad scars, felt tears welling up. Hastily, she produced a handkerchief, dabbing at her eyes to conceal her emotions from Song Yaoyao, and then tucked it away. Song Yaoyao, upon seeing those scars, remarked, Alas, how many injuries has he suffered? That scar on his back is so deep. It must have been a grievous wound to leave such a mark. Each scar on his body tells the tale of his valor. Gua, let us begin with the deepest scar. A year ago, the War King sought to procure a batch of grain for the army. Thus he ventured out of the camp. This journey saw him travel lightly, accompanied by only 10 guards. However, word leaked, and he fell into an ambush. Song Yaoyao. Was there a traitor among the War King's ranks? Gua. The individual in question was not a traitor, but rather an agent planted by the enemy within the military. Upon learning that the War King was traveling with merely 10 companions, they meticulously prepared to eliminate him. Over 100 assailants launched an ambush against the War King's 11 men. All of the War King's guards perished. He fought valiantly, killing dozens, but ultimately was overwhelmed and forced off a cliff. Fortunately, the cliff descended into a large river, and he fell into its waters, losing consciousness. The War King was fortunate indeed, as the current carried him far downstream, washing him ashore. The search party briefly scoured the area but found nothing, and thus departed. Their lack of thoroughness was not due to negligence, but rather the fear of the War King's allies discovering his disappearance and sending reinforcements, leaving them unable to escape. This is how the War King narrowly evaded calamity. The video displayed the scene of that ambush, the deepest scar on his body a testament to that fateful encounter. Song Yaoyao. And then? Gua. The War King lay unconscious until he was rescued. Allow me to introduce his savior. The video revealed an exceptionally beautiful woman. By Yining. Upon seeing the familiar face, the War King felt a surge of tension. He had yet to speak of this matter to his father and mother, and now it was being exposed by others, causing him to clench his fists. Gua continued. This woman is Bai Yining, the renowned daughter of the Yujian Manor. Her father, Bai Zhanping, intends to marry her off to the young master of the Lian Manor, Song Wuyuan. Bai Yining has made it abundantly clear that she does not harbor any affection for Song Wuyuan, yet Bai Zhanping insists that he is an exceptional match. Regardless of Bai Yinin's protests, her father remains resolute in his decision. The wedding date has been set, with only a few months remaining until the ceremony. After several failed attempts to resist, Bai Yinin ceased her opposition, understanding her father's temperament. Knowing that further defiance would lead to confinement, she feigned compliance while secretly plotting her escape. A month later, under the pretext of personally procuring wedding supplies, she left Yujian Manor, evading her guards and fleeing with only her trusted maid. Watching the video of Bai Yinin's clever maneuvers against her father, Song Yaoyao chuckled. Haha. Seeing Bai Yinin like this reminds me of my own clever battles of wits with my mother.
Ha ha ha.
Upon hearing this, Mrs. Song glared at Song Yaoyao. Her teeth clenched in frustration, contemplating a reprimand. Song Qingling, observing her expression, understood her intentions. Their mother always reacted this way. The three siblings were well accustomed to it. Whenever their mother intended to chastise Yaoyao, she would wield a stick, swinging it enough for them to intervene with a few token words, allowing her to pass the blame onto them. You all spoil Yaoyao. She will surely bring about great trouble one day. Their mother, reluctant to punish her younger daughter, would shift the responsibility to her elder children. Chapter 79. Leaving the father, keeping the child. They are indeed the scapegoats. It has always been this way for many years. Song Yaoyao gazed at the video of Bai Yinin, still smiling, her laughter resonating with everyone present. Guagua continued. Bai Yinin and her devoted maid, Leng Qiu, had toiled for several days before finally escaping the confines of Yujian Mountain Manor. One day, they arrived by a riverbank, seeking a moment of respite and a chance to wash their faces. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon the war king lying on the riverbank. Initially, they presumed him to be lifeless. However, after Leng Qiu checked for a pulse, she discovered he was still breathing. Thus, Bai Yinin and Leng Qiu dragged the war king to a place of safety. Upon assessing his injuries, they surmised it was likely an act of revenge. Leng Qiu felt they ought to refrain from meddling in matters that did not concern them, as they themselves were fugitives and had no capacity to assist others. Having brought him to safety was already an act of kindness. Whether he survived was left to fate. Bai Yinin, however, was captivated by the war king's appearance. The video depicted the scene of Bai Yinin and Leng Qiu fleeing, having rescued the war king, alongside Bai Yinin's dazed expression as she beheld his visage. Upon witnessing this, Song Yaoyao couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Oh dear, could it be that this girl has developed an infatuation with the war king's handsome face? Guagua responded, Host, you are quite perceptive, you notice that? Song Yaoyao replied, Isn't it obvious? Just look at how entranced Bai Yinin is by the war king's face. Disregarding Leng Qiu's objections, Bai Yinin resolved to save the war king. Fearing to take him to a town's medical clinic, she sought refuge in a nearby village, telling the village chief that they were merchants who had been beset by bandits. Their escort had perished during their escape, and her husband had sustained grievous injuries and was unconscious. They wished to rent a place in the village for her husband to recuperate. Bai Yinin and Leng Qiu appeared quite disheveled from their hasty flight, and upon seeing the unconscious war king, the village chief was convinced. Thus, the three of them settled in the small mountain village. Although Bai Yinin was a young lady of noble birth, she was also a practitioner of martial arts and possessed some medical knowledge, adeptly tending to external wounds. She soon discovered that in addition to his external injuries, the war king had fractured several ribs, his condition quite severe. Guagua paused for a moment before continuing. The war king awoke 10 days later. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings and the strange woman, he deduced that he had been rescued. Bai Yinin was overjoyed to see him awake, and the war king expressed his gratitude for her salvation. He concealed his true identity, introducing himself as Han Jinbo, merely stating that he had been on an errand when he encountered enemies, was ambushed, and fell from a cliff, losing consciousness until now. He refrained from using his real surname. Aschin was the surname of the royal family, which would immediately reveal his status. Instead, he adopted his mother's surname, Han. Bai Yinin likewise withheld her true identity, introducing herself simply as Bai Yinin, the daughter of a wealthy merchant. She claimed to be out for leisure when she encountered bandits and came upon the war king by the riverbank, ultimately saving him. Neither revealed the full truth. The three remained in the small mountain village for over half a year. Bai Yining diligently cared for the War King, and under her devoted attention, his health gradually improved. The video showcased moments of Bai Yining tending to the War King. Guagua continued to divulge. During this half-year, Bai Zhanping did not abandon his search for Bai Yining. While Lihua Mountain Manor also dispatched individuals to join the quest for her whereabouts, creating the illusion that she had yet to be found. Song Yaoyao inquired, "It has been over half a year. Hasn't Bai Yining captured the War King's heart yet?" Guagua replied, "During their time together, they developed feelings for one another. Initially, Bai Yining was simply attracted to the War King's looks, but over the course of their interactions, she found him to be quite remarkable, fitting the mold of an ideal husband. The War King, in turn, found Bai Yining to be lively, charming, and utterly delightful, his preferred type. With mutual affection blossoming, they exchanged vows in the presence of Lung Qiu, becoming husband and wife." Song Yaoyao nodded approvingly. "Indeed, how delightful. A pair of lovers finally united. Let us celebrate." Guagua interjected. "Host, your perspective is rather simplistic. Although they have married, the complexities of their identities render the situation far from straightforward." At this juncture, the War King's health had not fully restored. He began to live a mundane life as a husband with Bai Yining in the small mountain village. Months passed, and the War King's injuries completely healed. The video transitioned to moments of their companionship, culminating in a scene of their reluctant farewell. Guagua continued, "After the War King's departure, Bai Yining wept profusely. On that day, when the War King had come down, their conversation had reached her ears. Bai Yining never imagined that Han Jinbo was a prince, his very name a fabrication. Historically, the martial world and the court have remained separate, never intertwining. As the daughter of Yujian Mountain Manor, her father would undoubtedly disapprove of her marrying into the royal family. Thus, she and Han Jinbo were ultimately living in a dream. Reflecting on her own concealment of the truth, Bai Yining concluded that they were evenly matched. She resolved to leave the small mountain village. Song Yaoyao questioned, "Guagua, is it truly impossible for those of the martial world to unite with those of the court? What kind of absurd rule is that?" Guagua replied, "Such notions do exist. However, it is ultimately a matter of personal agency. Allow me to continue. With the arrival of this child, Bai Yining's heart brimmed with renewed hope. She decided to leave her past behind, to bear this child alone, and raise him to adulthood." Chapter 80. The Emperor's Consent. Song Yaoyao remarked, "Bai Yining is truly free-spirited. She knows when to withdraw. Moreover, I have discovered her thoughts are exceedingly avant-garde. She embraces the idea of leaving behind a legacy. Such progressive notions are indeed admirable." The crowd gazed at the radiant figure on the screen, each harboring divergent thoughts. How could such a beautiful young lady be the heiress of the Yujian villa? If only she were not from the martial world, everything would be simpler. However, the intricate relations between the martial world and the imperial court are not easily articulated. This situation is indeed complex. The expression on the War King's face turned pale. "Yining, so she is the heiress of Yujian villa. Does she intend to abandon me?" The War King felt a sense of profound grievance. He had never intended to deceive Yining. When he initially awoke, he was compelled to be cautious. He could never have anticipated that Yining would overhear his conversation with his subordinates. With the impending loss of his consort and child, the War King felt an overwhelming urge to kneel. However, several other princes, quick to act, supported him on either side and covered his mouth with their hands. The Emperor immediately cast a warning glance in his direction. Upon seeing that look, the War King fell silent. Guagua continued to divulge information. Not long after Bai Yining and Lung Qiu left the village, they were discovered by Bai Zhanping's men. Lung Qiu was imprisoned in the water dungeon. Bai Zhanping coerced Bai Yining into marrying Song Wuyuan immediately. In a moment of desperation, Bai Yining revealed that she was already married and pregnant. Bai Zhanping was furious. When he demanded to know the identity of the man, Bai Yining steadfastly refused to divulge. Bai Zhanping insisted she terminate the pregnancy, but Bai Yining declared that if the child were lost, she would not wish to live. Bai Zhanping had only one daughter. He could not bear to watch her perish. Thus, at this juncture, he had no choice but to withdraw from the marriage alliance with Lihua Villa and compensate them handsomely. Song Yaoyao pondered aloud. "Is this matter to be brushed aside so easily?" Guagua replied, How could it be? Unable to extract any information from Bai Yining, Bai Zhanping turned to the water dungeon. Under his intense questioning, Leng Qiu divulged everything. Upon learning that a member of the imperial family had harmed his daughter, Bai Zhanping's rage boiled over. He vowed to sever ties with the imperial court. Furthermore, Bai Zhanping has decided that regardless of the child's gender, the surname shall be Bai. Additionally, to better care for Bai Yining, Leng Qiu has been released from the water dungeon. Bai Zhanping intends to find a suitable match for his daughter after she gives birth. But he has not disclosed this plan to Bai Yining. Song Yaoyao mused, will the war king truly lose both his wife and child? Nevertheless, I genuinely admire Bai Yining. She is both resolute and adaptable, particularly her notion of leaving a legacy. She is indeed an extraordinary woman of our time. Such progressive thoughts are beyond the comprehension of many modern individuals. And what of Bai Zhanping? Why is he so insistent on finding a suitor for his daughter? The war king's expression darkened further, while Song Yaoyao continued to stoke the flames. She queried, Guagua, does this constitute rejection for the war king? Could it be said that Bai Yining is now unencumbered? A man is like a garment. Old ones must be discarded for new ones to arrive. As Song Yaoyao's remarks grew increasingly absurd, Madame Song could no longer bear to listen. She cleared her throat, interjecting to redirect the conversation. Yaoyao, what troubles you? She asked. To which Madame Song could only reply, it's nothing. By the way, the pastries in the palace are delightful. You should try some. Fearing that her daughter might utter something scandalous, Madame Song resorted to food to divert her attention. As anticipated, Song Yaoyao's subsequent thoughts revolved solely around culinary evaluations. Previously, she had been so engrossed in gossip that she had overlooked the pastries on the table. Moreover, her mother had repeatedly instructed her to behave while in the palace, to refrain from wandering eyes and idle chatter. Today, she had adhered strictly to her mother's advice, remaining composed and silent. She was indeed a dutiful and well-mannered child. Since her mother suggested she enjoy the pastries, Song Yaoyao picked up a piece and began to eat. At that moment, the war king's expression had become unbearably grim. Had he been forsaken? How could Yining treat him thus? With no further gossip to share, Song Yaoyao acquiesced to Madame Song and the others leaving. As soon as they departed, the war king knelt down, exclaiming, Father Emperor, Grandmother, Mother, I wish to marry Bai Yining as my queen. I beseech your approval. He continued to bow fervently, his resolve unwavering. The emperor remained silent, and the great hall was enveloped in stillness. After a considerable pause, the emperor finally spoke. We are already aware of the circumstances surrounding your relationship with Bai Yining. The long-standing agreement between the martial world and the imperial court forbids interference. Now, if you wish to wed Bai Yining, it may not be so simple. The war king promptly affirmed, no matter the difficulties, I am willing to try. The emperor nodded, indeed. Our royal bloodline must not be allowed to intermingle with others. If your determination is steadfast, I shall not oppose you. If you can persuade Bai Zhanping to agree to the union, I shall not hinder it. Whether you can achieve this depends solely on your own abilities. I cannot assist you in this matter. However, I can assure you that even if you marry Bai Yining, I will not interfere in the affairs of the martial world, nor will I meddle in the matters of Yujian Villa. Upon hearing this, the war king bowed again. Thank you, Father Emperor, Grandmother, Mother, and consort. The Empress quickly interjected. Do not kneel, rise. The concubine Han looked at her son with growing concern. She feared he would face hardships in his quest for a bride. Historically, those from the martial world have seldom interacted with the imperial court, particularly with the likes of Yujian Villa, Lian Villa, Feishue Villa, Baiwa Pavilion, Bishi Palace, and Xianying Gate. The challenge of persuading the master of Yujian Villa to form an alliance with the imperial court was indeed formidable. With a sigh, concubine Han lamented her son's ambition to marry Bai Yining. It would surely involve trials ahead. As the gathering concluded, the concubines departed. Chapter 81. Princess Anren. Chun Liu. One day, during breakfast, Madame Song informed everyone that the Duke of Anggua's residence had sent an invitation. 5 days hence, the Duke's heir and lay would wed the stepdaughter, Princess Yuping. Song Yaoyao immediately became excited and asked her mother, Mother, can we attend the banquet? Madame Song shot her a disapproving glance, replying, All you think about is food. Unfazed, Song Yaoyao retorted. In life, what is more important than eating and drinking? Why should I not think about it? Madame Song, ignoring her daughter's remarks, continued, Today, I have invited a seamstress to come and make each of us an outfit. Especially for you, Yaoyao, as you have far too few dresses for the banquet. Song Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively, saying, Mother, I already have 2 dresses for the banquet. And they are quite lovely. Besides, I am still growing. New clothes will soon be outgrown, so there's no need to spend that money. Madame Song insisted. You must listen to me. New clothes are essential. Just as Song Yaoyao was about to protest further, she was interrupted by Song Shilang, who stated, Yaoyao, you should heed your mother's arrangements. Reluctantly acquiescing, Song Yaoyao ceased her opposition. After breakfast, the seamstress arrived to take everyone's measurements. Madame Song conveyed her requirements for the garments, which the seamstress noted before departing. On the eve of the banquet, the new dresses were delivered to the residents. Song Qingling received a sky-blue gown, while Song Yaoyao was presented with a light purple one. Delighted by the beauty of her dress, Song Yaoyao tried it on and found it fitting perfectly. Dressed in her new attire, she resembled a little fairy, provided one did not heed her inner thoughts. At that moment, her inner voice was quite unflattering. Guagua? They say a person is defined by their attire, and in this outfit, do I not resemble a true fairy? Guagua concurred. Indeed, in this dress, you do appear rather human. Angrily, Song Yaoyao retorted, Guagua, do you even know how to speak? What do you mean I look somewhat human in this outfit? I am human. Thank you very much. Guagua replied, What I mean is, before one is aware of your wild nature, judging solely by your appearance, you do indeed present as a very gentle and charming young lady. Song Yaoyao shouted, You useless system. Can't you utter a compliment without being rude? You are the most abominable system in the universe. Guagua, undeterred, shot back. And you are the most narcissistic host in the universe. Do you have no self-awareness? You ask me about it every few days. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, Uncle can endure, but Aunt cannot bear it any longer. Everyone had grown accustomed to their banter, as it had been a routine for over a decade. Children quarreling was trivial, and they would soon reconcile. The following day, Song Shilang and Madame Song took their 3 children to the banquet. For Song Yaoyao, this was her first experience of such a joyous occasion, and she felt a rush of excitement. Upon arriving at the Duke of Anggua's residence, Song Shilang took Song Qingyu to the male guests, while Madame Song led Song Qingling and Song Yaoyao to the female guests. The seating area for the ladies was nearly full, yet the 3 central seats remained vacant. Curious, Song Yaoyao wondered, why were those prime spots unoccupied? Who were they reserved for? Just as she pondered this, they were guided to sit in those very seats. Inquisitively, she asked Guagua, Why have we been placed in the central seats? Guagua replied, I have no idea. Song Yaoyao shrugged. Well, if you don't know, then so be it. Settling into the center position, she found herself encircled by guests eager to partake in her insights. Each time little Song appeared, she brought forth enticing gossip. What revelations would she unveil today? Everyone was filled with anticipation. Madame Song had already engaged in conversation with the surrounding ladies. Since Song Yaoyao had only recently been allowed to venture out, she recognized few people and felt rather bored. Guagua, I am so bored. Guagua suggested, Host, if you are bored, let's indulge in some gossip. Song Yaoyao eagerly responded, Yes, yes, tell me quickly. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, finally anticipating little Song's revelation. Who would be the subject of today's gossip? Guagua announced, Today we shall discuss the intriguing tales of Princess Anren. Upon hearing the name of Princess Anren, the expressions of those present transformed dramatically. Princess Anren was renowned in the capital as a beautiful widow, her reputation widely known. Everyone harbored curiosity about her affairs. As Guagua spoke, an image of Princess Anren Chen Liu appeared above Song Yaoyao's head. Excitedly, Song Yaoyao exclaimed, Guagua, Princess Anren is a famous widow in the capital. I am eager to learn about her romantic escapades. Please share. Princess Anren, noticing the many gazes fixated upon her, was accustomed to such scrutiny over the years and remained unfazed. Guagua began to divulge details. Princess Anren, named Chen Liu, is the cousin of the current emperor. She is the legitimate daughter of Prince Xian, who is another uncle of the emperor. From a young age, Liu was exquisite and charming, growing into a breathtaking beauty. Now in her 30s, she is in the prime of her youth. A video displayed an image of Princess Anren as a child, delicately beautiful and remarkably charming. As she matured, her alluring eyes and graceful demeanor captivated all. Notably, Liu possessed enchanting peach blossom eyes, evoking an air of irresistible allure. In summary, she was simply stunning. Guagua continued. At 15, after her coming-of-age ceremony, Liu married the celebrated scholar, Qai Xinghai. A video of Qai Xinghai appeared, showcasing his strikingly handsome features. Guagua elaborated. Liu first laid eyes on Qai Xinghai during a parade when he was riding on horseback. A few days later, Prince Xian inquired if she found the scholar suitable to be her husband. Liu shyly replied that the decision was hers to leave to her father, signifying her consent. Prince Xian nodded and departed. With his daughter's approval, he approached the emperor to request the marriage. Before granting his blessing, the emperor inquired multiple times if Qai Xinghai was willing to marry Princess Anren Liu. Thus, the emperor sanctioned their union. Chapter 82 Yang Bengxia and Song Yaoyao. Is this yet another clutch tale of a phoenix man rising to power? Guagua. Not at all. Song Yaoyao. As long as it's not that, I've grown weary of hearing such narratives about phoenix men. Guagua. Rest assured, it's a fresh tale. One that will not bore the host with monotony. Song Yaoyao. All right, then please proceed. Guagua. Well, several months later, Liu married Qai Xinghai. Their married life was filled with sweetness and harmony. Qai Xinghai treated Liu with utmost care, always prioritizing her needs. And Liu felt fortunate to have wed such a kind-hearted man. However, one day, a woman appeared at the entrance of the princess's residence, accompanied by 2 children. Claiming to seek her husband, Qai Xinghai. The children, a boy and a girl, were his own flesh and blood. This matter pertained to the county magistrate, prompting the doorman to hastily report to Liu. Upon receiving this news, Liu's mind went blank. She could not fathom that Qai Xinghai, who had been so kind, could possibly be involved in such a scandal. Nevertheless, she rushed to the entrance of the residence. Song Yaoyao. One can easily deduce that after Qai Xinghai's rise, he cast aside his humble wife. Guagua. Indeed. Upon her arrival at the entrance, Liu spotted a strikingly beautiful woman with 2 children. The girl appearing to be around 8 or 9 years old, and the boy merely 4 or 5. The woman, kneeling on the ground with a heart-wrenching expression of despair, stirred compassion in Liu's heart. Liu helped the trio to their feet and explained that when the emperor arranged the marriage, Qai Xinghai had declared he was neither married nor engaged. Therefore, the emperor granted the union. She invited them to enter the residence, as the entrance was not a place for discussion. However, upon learning that Qai Xinghai was not present, the woman refused to enter and insisted on returning the next day. Respecting her wishes, Liu did not press the matter further. Guagua paused briefly before continuing. He had indeed been married in the countryside, but that woman had already been divorced and held no relevance to him anymore. Qai Xinghai clarified that when the emperor issued the decree, he had indeed divorced that woman, and he was not married or engaged at that time. Liu inquired about the grounds for his divorce. Qai Xinghai stated that his ex-wife had not behaved properly, but offered no further explanation, and Liu chose not to probe further. Still, she was quite upset and sent Qai Xinghai to the study for the night. Song Yaoyao. Is that the end of this matter? Guagua. Certainly not. Allow me to first tell you about Qai Xinghai's former wife, Yang Bengxia. Raised under the care of the elder Yang, she became acquainted with various herbs and began foraging for them. Their life was arduous yet fulfilling. A video appeared, showcasing a strikingly beautiful woman alongside an elderly man, depicting their scene of foraging for herbs in the mountains. Song Yaoyao. And then, Guagua. In the year Yang Bengxia turned 13, the elder Yang passed away, leaving her heartbroken. As an orphan, without a betrothal, she was under constant scrutiny and found it challenging to survive in the village. Aware of this reality, she ultimately agreed to Qai Xinghai's proposal when he came to seek her hand. Yang Bangxia vowed to observe a 3-year mourning period for the elder Yang, after which the two families agreed to marry. During these 3 years, Yang Bangxia bore all expenses related to Chai Xinghai's education. She would occasionally bring flour and meat to the Chai household, significantly improving their circumstances. 3 years later, she wed Chai Xinghai, and their lives flourished even further, culminating in the birth of 2 children, a son and a daughter. Guagua sighed before continuing. When Chai Xinghai achieved academic success, Yang Bangxia was overjoyed. However, instead of receiving the anticipated news of Chai Xinghai bringing them to the capital, she was met with a divorce decree. The decree accused Yang Bangxia of failing to uphold her duties as a wife, alleging that she had been frequently seen in public, thus tarnishing the reputation of the Chai family, and hence, he divorced her, allowing her to take the 2 children with her. Song Yaoyao. This seems like a flimsy excuse to seek a divorce, fabricating a reason. In our Tianfeng Kingdom, the customs are quite liberal. There is no notion that a woman cannot venture out after marriage. Furthermore, how could Yang Bangxia not show herself in public to earn money for his education? While he cared for none of these responsibilities, Yang Bangxia was expected to honor her in-laws, raise the children, and toil for their livelihood. Where could one find such a virtuous daughter-in-law? Guagua. Indeed, Chai Xinghai is nothing short of a thankless wretch. Song Yaoyao. Did Chai Xinghai's parents not voice any objections? Guagua let out a cold scoff. Those 2 old fools, upon learning of their son's success, looked down upon Yang Bangxia. When they discovered their son was to marry the princess, they eagerly wished to rid themselves of Yang Bangxia, discarding her as if she were a hot potato. Song Yaoyao. How shameless. This family is utterly disgraceful. Did not the ancients place great importance on offspring? How could Chai Xinghai so readily abandon his 2 children? Guagua. At that time, Chai Xinghai thought that keeping the 2 children would inevitably lead to the princess discovering his past marriage, thus he preferred to have Yang Bangxia take them away. Song Yaoyao. But that doesn't make sense. Chai Xinghai and Yang Bangxia's marriage was registered with the authorities. It would be easily discoverable. Guagua. When Chai Xinghai married Yang Bangxia, the Chai family had been deceitful, never registering their marriage with the authorities. They believed that once Chai Xinghai achieved success, Yang Bangxia would be unworthy of the status of an official wife, hence orchestrating such a scheme. Furthermore, Yang Bangxia's name, along with those of the 2 children, did not appear in the Chai family genealogy. This was something Yang Bangxia had remained oblivious to. Song Yaoyao. This was all premeditated. It constitutes a marriage based on deception. Guagua. Indeed, it was a marriage shrouded in deceit. After being divorced, Yang Bangxia was heartbroken. Although she could sustain herself and her 2 children through her skills, she was left feeling unfulfilled. At that moment, a figure clad in black approached Yang Bangxia. Chapter 83. The past of Chen Liu in the video. A figure cloaked in black, shrouded entirely except for their piercing eyes, emerged. Song Yaoyao remarked, Guagua. Do I detect a whiff of conspiracy here? Guagua replied, the black-clad individual clearly has a motive. They have compelled Yang Bangxia to stir trouble in the capital, insisting she cannot suffer in silence. What of the princess? She cannot wield her power to oppress others, nor claim another's husband. This is utterly unreasonable, and the onlookers are astute. They will surely advocate for Yang Bangxia. Moreover, the black figure deceived the Chai family regarding marriage, revealing to Yang Bangxia that her name, along with her child's, was absent from their family register. Yang Bangxia incredulously inquired multiple times, and the black figure reiterated the truth until she finally accepted it. After all these years, what was her status in the Chai family? A concubine? In her circumstances, she didn't even qualify as a concubine, merely a kept woman. In this era, concubines are officially registered, yet she had no documentation whatsoever. How could a virtuous woman like her be relegated to such a role? The Chai family's transgressions were beyond reproach, and Yang Bangxia, filled with indignation, secretly took her children to the capital, leading to the scene outside the princess's residence. The video depicted the black figure divulging the harsh truths to Yang Bangxia, showcasing her profound despair. The gathered ladies and young women expressed their heartfelt sympathy for Yang Bangxia's plight. Song Yaoyao commented, Yang Bangxia is truly unfortunate, entangled with such a family of ingrates. Guagua continued. The following day, Yang Bansha returned to the princess's residence with her 2 children. On this occasion, Chai Xinghai was present and, upon hearing of Yang Bansha's arrival, he could not remain composed and rushed to the entrance. At this moment, Chen Liu also approached the gate and was taken aback by the unfolding scene. Upon spotting Chen Liu, Yang Bansha instinctively shielded her children behind her. The area was already crowded with onlookers, making it an unsuitable venue for conversation. Chai Xinghai urged Yang Bansha to enter the residence with the children, but she declined, insisting they discuss matters at the gate. Fearful of bringing her children into a domain filled with the princess's supporters, she refused to enter, aware that it could lead to their disappearance without a trace. Song Yaoyao remarked, given her lack of knowledge about Chen Liu's character, Yang Bansha's caution is not unwarranted. Guagua elaborated, thus, before the assembled crowd, Yang Bansha confronted Chai Xinghai. She recounted her sacrifices over the years, exposing the Chai family's deceit regarding marriage, declaring that no official record of their union existed, and that their names were absent from the family genealogy. The Chai family had meticulously orchestrated this, intending for Chai Xinghai to abandon his wife after attaining academic success, hence avoiding official registration. Yang Bansha presented a divorce document for all to see, which accused her of being unfaithful, a claim she vehemently denied, asserting she had only sought herbal remedies for survival. Furthermore, she accused Princess Chen Liu of leveraging her status to coerce Chai Xinghai into abandoning her, leaving them unable to survive. The video captured the poignant cries of Yang Bansha, stirring discomfort among the audience. The Tianfeng Kingdom had made strides in liberalization, yet the struggles of women remained profound. Should Yang Bansha be tainted with a reputation for infidelity, her prospects of remarriage would be irrevocably shattered, and her children would similarly suffer consequences. As they matured, prospects for suitable matches would dwindle. If the boy pursued education, his future would also be jeopardized. Upon concluding her lament, the surrounding spectators expressed their sympathy for Yang Bansha, casting accusatory glances at Chai Xinghai and Chen Liu. Chen Liu felt both anger and grievance. She had done nothing wrong and was also a victim. Song Yaoyao noted, in this matter, not only is Yang Bansha aggrieved, but Chen Liu shares in this sense of injustice. She has been wrongfully branded as a homewrecker without any wrongdoing. Guagua remarked, host, this is merely the beginning. Chen Liu indeed felt wronged. She attempted to explain herself, yet no one believed her, insisting she wielded her power to usurp another's husband, labeling her as shameless, a mere seductress. Good news seldom travels far, but scandals spread like wildfire. Within 3 days, the tale had permeated the entire capital. The populace incessantly cursed Chai Xinghai for his ingratitude and condemned Chen Liu as a vixen who reveled in stealing married men. With so many men in the world, why did Chen Liu fixate on another's husband? Having been pampered her entire life, she had never faced reproach. The scorn of so many was overwhelming, and she felt on the verge of collapse. After much contemplation, she resolved to part ways with Chai Xinghai. Why should she bear the burden of disgrace for the sins of the Chai family? She had done nothing wrong and was equally a victim, Chen Liu said about gathering evidence to prove her innocence. The video showcased the citizens of the capital denouncing Chai Xinghai and Chen Liu. Among the gathered ladies, some recalled the incident vividly, their memories still fresh. Guagua sighed before continuing. Before Chen Liu could establish her innocence, a tragic event transpired. She learned that Yang Bansha's 2 children had gone missing, and a handkerchief embroidered with her name was discovered at the scene, implicating her. Chen Liu recognized the handkerchief. It had gone missing days prior, and despite her efforts to locate it, she had never imagined it had been stolen to frame her. Chen Liu vehemently denied any wrongdoing, asserting it was a slanderous accusation. She promptly reported the incident to the authorities and dispatched individuals to assist in the search. 2 days later, the children were found, but tragically, they had both perished. Witnessing the lifeless bodies of her children sent Yang Bansha into a spiral of despair. Cradling their remains, she fainted from grief. The video portrayed Yang Bansha in profound anguish. Among the assembled ladies, some shed tears, hastily wiping their eyes, fearful of attracting Song Yaoyao's attention. Guagua continued, upon awakening, Yang Bansha discovered that her children had been cremated. At such a tender age, they could not be buried. As their biological father, Qai Xinghai ordered their cremation. Chapter 84. Chen Liu has changed in the video. Yang Bengxia fainted once again. Watching this scene, Song Yaoyao felt a pang of sorrow. Guagua continued to reveal more. A mother simply cannot accept that her child has met such a tragic fate. Yang Bengxia completely lost hope for survival. After regaining some strength, she dashed headfirst into the gates of the princess's residence, ending her life. Following the deaths of Yang Bengxia and her two children, the reputations of Qai Xinghai and Chen Liu plummeted further. Daily, people gathered at the gates of the princess's residence to hurl rotten vegetable leaves, foul eggs, and even excrement. The situation escalated to the point where any member of the princess's household was met with hostility and violence. The Prince of Xian was not spared either. The public believed that anyone capable of raising a daughter, like Chen Liu, could not be of good character. The prince's residence faced the same daily barrage of insults and refuse. All of this was done covertly, making it impossible to catch the culprits. As the situation grew increasingly chaotic, the emperor had no choice but to dispatch soldiers to guard both the Prince of Xian's residence and the princess's estate. At this time, Qai Xinghai had long been imprisoned. Before the arranged marriage, the emperor had repeatedly inquired whether he was married or betrothed. Only after confirming that he was not did the emperor proceed with the marriage. However, the reality was far from what Qai Xinghai had claimed. With the chaos that ensued, he could not escape the charge of deceiving the emperor. This matter entangled the emperor, the royal princess, and the Prince of Xian. Once this incident broke, the royal family's image in the eyes of the people was that of oppression and tyranny, leading to the suffering and death of the populace. The emperor's anger grew with each passing thought. He would not show leniency. In addition to gathering evidence himself, Chen Liu had the emperor and the Prince of Xian also send people to collect proof. The emperor personally presided over the public trial, which drew a large crowd of citizens. As evidence was presented, it became clear that Chen Liu, the Prince of Xian, and the emperor were all unrelated to the matter. Yang Bengxia's children had been murdered by spies from a rival nation. The spy had taken his own life during the capture. Having acted to incite discord between the citizens of Tianfeng and the royal family, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. The emperor also revealed that Yang Bengxia had been manipulated by dark-clad individuals, providing further evidence. In essence, all of this turmoil had been instigated by Qai Xinghai and his family. The emperor rendered a swift judgment. Qai Xinghai was to be executed, and 3 of his 9 clans were sentenced to death, while the remaining 6 were exiled. This brought the matter to a close. Song Yaoyao remarked, "Guagua, was that dark-clad individual truly a spy from another nation?" Guagua replied, "Indeed." Song Yaoyao continued, "How unfortunate it is for Chen Liu to have borne the blame for so long and to have been maligned for such an extended period." Guagua added, "Indeed. It gets even more tragic. After Qai Xinghai's execution, Chen Liu suffered a miscarriage. Previously, she had been unaware of her pregnancy, but in the days following Qai Xinghai's death, she felt discomfort in her abdomen and experienced bleeding, resulting in the loss of the child. The physician stated that Chen Liu had always faced difficulties in bearing children, and following this incident, it was likely she would never conceive again. In ancient times, a woman losing her ability to bear children meant the loss of all hope. After these events, Chen Liu became particularly silent. Her once radiant smile vanished, and no one could discern her thoughts. Song Yaoyao inquired, "How did the rumors about the flower widow spread?" Guagua explained, "A year passed, and the Prince of Xian's wife began to arrange suitors for Chen Liu. Despite her beauty, she had encountered ill-fated relationships, leading to many individuals seeking her hand, yet they were either widowers, disabled, or significantly older. The prince's wife found none suitable. Though she was anxious about Chen Liu's marriage, Chen Liu herself felt no urgency. Having endured such an experience once, she had no desire to repeat it. Over time, Chen Liu changed. Whenever an attractive man caught her eye, someone who did not mind her past, she would keep him in a residence of her own. Presently, she had 7 or 8 handsome men living in her home. In ancient society, men having multiple wives and concubines was common, yet no one had ever seen a woman like Chen Liu maintain a harem of male companions. Thus, her reputation as a flower widow spread. Song Yaoyao declared, There is nothing inherently wrong with that. Moreover, why should men be allowed multiple wives while women cannot have multiple husbands or lovers? As long as a woman is powerful and possesses wealth and influence, she can live like a queen, commanding admiration from men. I wholeheartedly support Chen Liu. She lives freely and unburdened by societal judgment, which is commendable. All the ladies present fell silent upon hearing Song Yaoyao's sentiments. They empathized with Chen Liu's plight. Had they faced similar circumstances, they might have crumbled or chosen a life of solitude. Yet, Chen Liu had not. She opted for a life of unrestrained freedom. As Lord Song remarked, why should men have the privilege of multiple wives while women are denied the same?
Why?
Some individuals did not agree with this perspective. Yet others admired Chen Liu for her boldness. At that moment, many began to cast furtive glances at Chen Liu. She appeared bewildered, clearly unaware of Song Yaoyao's sentiments. Chen Liu felt the weight of their gazes, instinctively touching her face. What was happening today? Why were they all observing her so intently? As her eyes scanned the room, some quickly averted their gaze while others did not shy away, nodding at her in greeting. Though puzzled, Chen Liu returned the gesture politely. Having finished her fruit, Song Yaoyao asked, Guagua. In ancient times, weddings involved the groom riding a tall horse, accompanied by a throng, which would surely slow down the procession. Song Yaoyao nodded in understanding. I see. I wonder how long we must wait? Guagua estimated. It's likely to be a while. If you find this dull, we can continue enjoying the gossip. Song Yaoyao enthusiastically agreed. Yes, let us. Upon hearing that there was more gossip to share, everyone quickly shifted their focus from the previous events. Who would be the next subject of intrigue? The anticipation grew. Guagua asked, Have you noticed the lady of N's marquis seated to the right? I have. What about her? Guagua replied. Next, we shall delve into the tale of Lady N's marquis. With Guagua's words, the image of Lady N's marquis appeared above Song Yaoyao's head. Chapter 85. The gracious Lady of N's, Xu Ran, the Lady of N's, is in her early 30s. Although she is a widow, she is a paragon of virtue, adhering strictly to propriety, in stark contrast to Chen Liu. Is there perhaps something they are unaware of? Guagua, the Lady of N's, known as Xu Ran, is the legitimate daughter of the Xu family, a prominent merchant family in the kingdom of Tianfeng. The Xu family's business spans 3 nations, and they are not in one of wealth. Xu Ran's father, the current head of the family, has appointed himself to a minor official position, which is merely a nominal title. Aside from him, no one from the Xu family holds a position in the court, which is a source of regret for him. He wishes for his daughter, Xu Ran, to marry into a prestigious family, thus establishing connections with the nobility in the capital. For this reason, when Xu Ran reached a suitable age for marriage, her father rejected many suitors until the Marquis of N's, Chu Linfeng, expressed his desire to wed her. Xu Ran's father did not refuse immediately. He later sent someone to inquire about the circumstances of the N's marquisate. By the time of Chu Linfeng's generation, the title had already waned, and the house lacked both power and wealth. With no money and no connections, the Xu family, having ample resources, was not concerned. Xu Ran's father also learned that Chu Linfeng's household was quite tidy, with no concubines, prompting him to agree to the union. Song Yaoyao, did Xu Ran's father not consult her opinion? Guagua. He did inquire, and Xu Ran even took the opportunity to secretly meet Chu Linfeng, charmed by his handsome demeanor, and thus consented. Song Yaoyao. In this ancient setting, Xu Ran's father has indeed done quite well. Guagua. And so, Xu Ran, adorned with a lavish bridal procession, married Chu Linfeng. Upon her arrival at the N's marquisate, Chu's mother eagerly entrusted the management of household affairs to Xu Ran. As Xu Ran examined the financial records, she was taken aback. Although both she and her father had anticipated the possibility of the marquisate's financial struggles, they had not prepared for such a magnitude of debt. The accounts revealed not a single tael of silver, the household staff had not been paid for 5 months, and the estate was so impoverished that they could only afford gruel. The items sent as betrothal gifts had been cobbled together from borrowed resources, including the funds for the wedding, which were also borrowed. Having already steeled herself for the task of addressing the debts, Xu Ran resolutely settled the outstanding amounts. For her, This sum was but a trifling matter. Seeing Xu Ran resolve the debts, both Chu Linfeng and his mother sighed in relief. The video showcases the numerous debts of the Ens Marquis and scenes of Xu Ran repaying them. Song Yaoyao remarked, Chu Linfeng has truly found himself a cash cow. Apart from his looks, I fail to see what merits he possesses. A man with no capability, relying on a woman to support the household is utterly shameless. And as for Xu Ran, though she is a merchant's niece, she is also a lady of high standing, possessing both wealth and beauty. How could she possibly find herself enamored with such a character? What aspect of Chu Linfeng warrants her investment? This couple is truly a case of mutual consent for folly. Guagua advised, Host, do not be upset. Listen closely, for Xu Ran shall rise again. Song Yaoyao, then do tell quickly. Otherwise, I might succumb to frustration from these two. Guagua, when Xu Ran first entered the Ens Marquis, Chu Linfeng treated her rather well. However, 6 months later, when Xu Ran became pregnant, Chu Linfeng ceased visiting her, claiming that her condition precluded intimacy. Even after she gave birth, he only visited her once a month. Despite her reluctance, Xu Ran assisted him in preparing for his departures. Song Yaoyao, is Chu Linfeng's departure already imminent? This despicable creature, does heaven not see fit to intervene? Just half a year ago, he seemed as lively as ever. How has his condition deteriorated so swiftly? Guagua. Host, continue listening to understand. Xu Ran felt as though her world was crumbling, having been married for scarcely 2 years. How could she be facing widowhood? How would she endure the days to come? The video depicted Chu Linfeng, pale and seemingly on the brink of death. Guagua continued, One night, unable to quell her concern for Chu Linfeng, Xu Ran sought to check on him, only to overhear a shocking secret. It was a conversation between Chu's mother and Chu Linfeng. In truth, Chu Linfeng was not ill. He had consumed a particular pill that induced a facade of terminal illness, undetectable even by a physician. They had devised a plan whereby in a few days, Chu Linfeng would take another pill to feign death, and if he ingested the antidote within 7 days, he would awaken.
From that point on,
the Marquis would rely solely on Xu Ran's efforts. Fearing that Xu Ran might discover his intentions to take concubines, which could potentially lead to her seeking a divorce, Chu Linfeng opted for this deceitful escape, intending to live with 3 concubines. Chu's mother promised to discreetly send him 2,000 taels of silver each month to support himself and the concubines. Once the concubines bore children, if they were sons, she would justify claiming that the family lacked male heirs and would record the illegitimate sons under Xu Ran's name as their legitimate mother, compelling Xu Ran to finance their upbringing. When these boys reached marriageable age, Xu Ran would also be expected to provide dowries for each. After all, the Xu family had no shortage of wealth. The video displayed the animated exchange between Chu Linfeng and his mother, oblivious to Xu Ran standing at the door. Song Yaoyao remarked, The Chu family certainly knows how to play their cards. Chu Linfeng has shifted the responsibilities of filial duty and child-rearing entirely onto Xu Ran, the unsuspecting benefactor. The entire Ens Marquis thrives on Xu Ran's dowry, even utilizing her resources to sustain his concubines. I have witnessed shamelessness before, but this is a new pinnacle. Chapter 86, No Pain, No Gain. Xu Ran felt like a victim of unfair treatment, as her family had never regarded her as one of their own. Given their scheming against her, she could no longer be blamed for her actions. The video portrayed Xu Ran sitting in silence throughout the night, evoking deep sympathy and compassion from those who witnessed her distress. Who would not be enraged when a woman is treated merely as a source of wealth by her in-laws? Some viewers reflected on their own experiences, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Song Yaoyao remarked, Is Xu Ran preparing to retaliate? Guagua responded, Since that day, Xu Ran has dispatched individuals to closely monitor Chu Mu and Chu Linfeng, particularly focusing on Chu Mu. The antidote to the death-inducing drug is in her possession, and Xu Ran is keen to observe how this mother-son duo intends to proceed. She wants to be prepared for whatever comes next. Song Yaoyao noted, At last, Xu Ran is thinking with clarity rather than being blinded by romance. I was nearly having a heart attack watching her before. What happens next? Guagua continued. 5 days later, Chu Linfeng ingested the fake death potion and fell completely silent. Chu Mu feigned overwhelming grief, but Xu Ran's performance surpassed hers. Weeping more tragically than anyone else and even fainting several times from her anguish. This moved everyone to tears. And they all spoke of Xu Ran's heartfelt feelings for the Marquis. In the video, Xu Ran wept uncontrollably, pounding her fists against Chu Linfeng's chest, lamenting, "Marquis, how could you abandon us, a mother and her orphan child? Open your eyes and see, how will we, the elderly, the weak, and the women, survive without you? Woe is us." Subsequently, she struck Chu Linfeng's chest repeatedly. Yet, her wrath was not quelled. Amidst her tears, she clawed and scratched at him, leaving deep marks on his pale skin that were painful to behold. Xu Mu attempted to intervene, but Xu Ran seized the opportunity to push her away, pleading, "Mother, please allow me one last glimpse of my husband. I beg you." With Xu Ran's heartfelt words, Xu Mu felt compelled to relent, permitting her to continue her display of grief. Observing this, Song Yaoyao burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, this is too amusing." Xu Ran is indeed a master of theatrics. Slyly plotting in the background, Xu Mu is left utterly powerless. If she intervenes, it would appear as though she is denying Xu Ran a final farewell to her husband. What a predicament! Meanwhile, Chu Linfeng, in a state of feigned death, remained oblivious to the world around him. As the scene unfolded, the audience erupted into laughter, astonished by Xu Ran's cunning performance. Guagua added, "Only when Xu Ran grew weary did she cease her assault." Exhausted, she began preparing for Chu Linfeng's funeral. The coffin must remain for 7 days before burial. During this time, Xu Ran kept a vigilant watch over Chu Mu and Chu Linfeng's movements. From their earlier conversation, she understood that the antidote must be administered within 7 days, or Chu Linfeng would truly perish. Throughout these days, there were always guards by the coffin, and Xu Mu had yet to find an opportunity to administer the antidote. As the 7th day approached, Xu Mu grew anxious. This was the final day. Just before sealing the coffin, she feigned a desire to see her son one last time, persuading the guards to take a break to prepare for the strenuous task of lifting the coffin. In truth, she was merely seeking to create an opportunity for herself. The guards, touched by her supposed generosity, consented to her request. The video depicted Xu Mu's restless demeanor over the past few days, as she desperately searched for a chance to administer the antidote but found none. Song Yaoyao urged Guagua, "At this critical moment, don't leave us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us." Guagua replied, "All right." Once the guards departed, Xu Mu quickly checked her surroundings to ensure that only her loyal confidants were present. She swiftly retrieved the antidote and administered it to Chu Linfeng. He had previously mentioned that upon taking the antidote, he would awaken shortly. While waiting for him to regain consciousness, Chu Mu had already prepared a corpse to be brought in, ready to replace Chu Linfeng in the coffin. At this revelation, Song Yaoyao gasped in astonishment. Goodness, Chu Mu was thoroughly prepared, even having a corpse on hand. But won't there be discrepancies in appearance when it comes time to seal the coffin? Guagua reassured her. The face has been made up, and Xu Mu has already bribed the coffin bearers. Even if they notice something amiss, they will remain silent. Song Yaoyao remarked, "Such meticulous preparations." Guagua concurred. Indeed, everything is ready. Only the final piece is lacking. Yet, that final piece has yet to awaken. As the minutes ticked by, Song Yaoyao's anticipation grew. It has been quite some time. Why hasn't he awakened yet? In the video, Chu Mu's gaze was fixed intently on Chu Linfeng, revealing her extreme anxiety. The audience remained transfixed on the screen. Guagua divulged, "In truth, there is no such thing as a fake death potion. It is merely a deceit. Let me clarify. The substance Chu Linfeng ingested was a genuine poison. Upon consumption, it would immediately bring about his demise. However, this poison causes the body to appear as if in slumber, showing no signs of poisoning. There is no antidote for this poison." Song Yaoyao gasped. This has gone horribly wrong. Has he effectively sealed his own fate? Truly, one cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. As time continued to elapse, the tension on Xu Mu's face intensified. Meanwhile, Xu Ran, accompanied by the clan leader and elders, arrived at the scene, ready to conduct the burial rites. When the time came to seal the coffin, Xu Mu stood defiantly in front of it, preventing anyone from proceeding. The assembled crowd exchanged bewildered glances at the sight of the additional corpse on the ground. Yet, there was no time for questions as they aimed to hasten the burial. In the video, Xu Ran appeared haggard, supported by others as she implored, "Mother, I understand your reluctance to part with Lin Feng, but we must honor the dead. The auspicious time has come. Let us proceed with the burial. Please, step aside to avoid delaying this sacred moment." Chu Mu remained resolute, blocking the coffin, refusing to yield. The clan leader and elders joined in urging her to step aside, but she remained steadfast, clinging to the coffin with unwavering determination. Chapter 87. The wedding of Princess Yuping. Seeing the state of Lady Chu, everyone assumed she was grieving for the loss of her only son. The clan leader commanded the attendants to forcibly pull her away. At this juncture, Lady Chu had no choice but to reveal everything. Upon hearing her account, the clan leader and the elders immediately began to scold her. Shuren appeared utterly deceived by her mother-in-law and husband, her expression one of profound sorrow, as if she were on the verge of fainting, evoking deep sympathy from those around her. When the doctor arrived, he was at a loss for words. After years of practice, it was his first time conducting a diagnosis on a corpse. The doctor thought to himself how the wealthy truly knew how to entertain themselves. Yet, he kept his thoughts to himself and, after his examination, informed everyone that Chu Linfeng had succumbed to poisoning 7 days prior. Lady Chu, clutching her son's lifeless body, could hardly believe that he was truly gone. Overcome with grief, she fainted. When she regained consciousness, Chu Linfeng had already been buried. The clan leader and elders deemed the situation too embarrassing and forbade any discussion of the matter, as well as any gossip about it outside the family. As everyone watched the unfolding events on video, their hearts were filled with complexity. Chu Linfeng had indeed played himself to death. Song Yaoyao remarked, "If one does not court disaster, one will not meet their end." Guagua added, "Chu Linfeng truly brought this upon himself."
No Zuo, no die.
Song Yaoyao interjected, "Oh my, Guagua, you're throwing in some foreign phrases." Guagua replied, "Host, I am indeed a cultured entity." The onlookers were bewildered by Guagua's words, yet they could discern that it was a form of language unfamiliar to them. Song Yaoyao said, "You're puffing up just because I mentioned your weight. I don't wish to bicker, so hurry up and tell me what happens next." Guagua responded, "All right." After Lady Chu awoke and learned of her son's demise and burial, she fainted once more. This time, upon regaining consciousness, she suffered a stroke, leaving her paralyzed, with facial distortions and unable to speak. Song Yaoyao commented, "Well, now the entire Ens Marquis is under Shuren's control. She has finally emerged from the shadows. Although the Marquis will be diminished to a dukedom in her son's generation, with proper nurturing, the dukedom could rise again." Guagua noted, Shuren never anticipated that Lady Chu would meet such a fate. She was aware they were planning to switch identities. Thus, she hurried to confront the clan leader and elders. Shuren intended to catch Chu Linfeng awake and demand why they resorted to such deception. However, she was unprepared for the reality of his death. The drug meant to simulate death was merely a poison, with no antidote in sight. Song Yaoyao inquired, "And what of Chu Linfeng's concubines? Haven't they come calling?" Guagua replied, "Those 3 women are not to be underestimated. They were waiting in the side courtyard, anticipating that Chu Linfeng would fake his death and whisk them away to a life of luxury. Yet, they were blindsided by the news of his actual death. With Chu Linfeng gone, how would they survive without financial support? They quickly conspired and sought out the Marquis. In the video, the 3 women arrived at the Ens Marquis, 2 of them noticeably pregnant. They claimed to be Chu Linfeng's concubines. Xu Rand, unfazed, inquired whether they were registered with the authorities. The trio fell silent. In this era, concubines were indeed registered, and without such documentation, they were considered mere mistresses, of lesser status than a concubine. Shuren asked if they had proof of their claims as Chu Linfeng's mistresses. Lacking evidence, the 3 women were at a loss. Chu Linfeng had taken great care to conceal them from Shuren, so no one knew of their existence. With Shuren's questioning, they could not produce any proof. As a result, Shuren branded them as frauds, questioning whose child they carried, asserting they were there to swindle the Marquis, fully aware of the Marquis's death, seeking to exploit the situation. She instructed the steward to escort them out. As the women persisted in their entreaties, Shuren warned them that further insistence would lead to their being turned over to the authorities, prompting them to relent. Song Yaoyao remarked, "Now that Shuren has dealt with those 3 women, she can finally enjoy some peace." Guagua confirmed, indeed. From that point on, Shuren dedicated herself to raising her children.
Until now.
There were suggestions for her to remarry, all of which she declined. Song Yaoyao mused, "The entire marquis is under Shuren's command. Who needs a man? Men only serve to hinder our ability to wield our swords swiftly. Besides, what if she were to remarry and encounter another scoundrel?" Guagua agreed, that is true. As they finished their discussion, everyone still felt a lingering sense of satisfaction at Chu Linfeng's demise. The heavens themselves could no longer tolerate such a scoundrel, swiftly bringing about his end. At that moment, the sound of firecrackers erupted outside. Song Yaoyao craned her neck to look outside, witnessing the smoke billowing up after the firecrackers. Moments later, Enlai and Princess Yuping entered, both clad in bright red wedding garments, a large crimson silk flower held in their hands. At this juncture, Guagua's voice chimed in again. "Host, I have received the latest news regarding Princess Yuping. Would you like to know?" Song Yaoyao replied, "Yes." 15 matrons were clearly designated for various duties, some to attend to Princess Yuping during her labor, others to help her during her confinement, and still others to care for the children. Moreover, 20 maidservants were skilled martial artists, each possessing exceptional prowess. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, "Wow. The idol prince and princess truly have their daughter's best interests at heart, considering every detail." Did the Duke of Angor raise any objections to the 40 individuals accompanying her into the household? Guagua clarified, "Typically, a daughter is not permitted to bring so many people into her new home. However, given that the groom is the idol prince, the Duke of Angor dared not voice any complaints, feigning ignorance of the matter." Song Yaoyao concluded, "Enlai must protect Princess Yuping well. Should she suffer even the slightest grievance, the idol prince and princess will undoubtedly come storming in. They are clearly the type to be fiercely protective." Chapter 88. Guagua prepares for another upgrade. Guagua. Indeed, these 2 individuals are not merely protective. The others wholeheartedly agreed with Song Yaoyao and Guagua. For the protective nature of the idol prince and his consort was renowned throughout the capital. Song Yaoyao remarked, "Finally, the banquet is about to commence." While others seized the occasion to forge new connections at the feast, the young Master Song was genuinely there for the meal. The banquet was splendid, featuring a total of 28 exquisite dishes, each more delightful than the last. This visit was indeed worth the while. "Host, I am about to upgrade, and I will be unable to communicate for a while," Guagua announced. Song Yaoyao, puzzled, inquired, "Guagua, do you know the reason?" Guagua replied, "I am uncertain as well." What neither Song Yaoyao nor Guagua realized was that this upgrade was a result of their earlier contribution in providing a remedy for the plague, thereby saving the lives of tens of thousands and accumulating a significant amount of merit, which facilitated Guagua's current advancement. "Oh, so you are unaware as well. If you don't know, then so be it. In any case, an upgrade is a positive development," Song Yaoyao concluded. "Though the system is in a dormant state, it can still protect the host in times of danger, so rest assured." Guagua reassured her. "That puts my mind at ease. Guagua, please proceed with your upgrade. I eagerly anticipate the upgraded version of you." Guagua responded, "Very well, I shall go upgrade now." Song Yaoyao and Guagua's conversation was overheard by Madame Song and Song Qingling. A lakeside excursion sounded delightful. Since arriving in this world, Song Yaoyao had yet to experience a boat ride on the lake. Imagining the gentle ripples and the joy of gliding across the water filled her with poetic inspiration. Madame Song instructed Song Qingyu to invite his fiancée, Ji Minhua, to join them for a future lakeside outing. The 3 siblings were full-blooded siblings, all born of Madame Ji. Ji Zhiheng, both in appearance and intellect, was not inferior to his elder brother Song Qingyu, and they were often referred to as the twin prodigies of the capital. Ji Linlang was a lively and charming young girl. As for the elder sister Ji Minhua, she possessed exquisite beauty, with skin as white as jade, delicate brows, and rosy lips, exuding an innate air of nobility. When she stood alongside her elder brother Song Qingyu, their match was indeed striking. with provisions prepared in advance. The group set off for their destination. Ji Linling, of a similar age to Song Yaoyao, was exuberant and constantly observed Song Yaoyao, eventually linking her arm with Song Yaoyao's and calling her Yaoyao affectionately. This left Song Yaoyao somewhat bewildered. Reflecting on it, she realized she had only met Ji Linling 3 times, including this occasion. The child was far too familiar. Nevertheless, warmth was preferable to disdain. Ji Linling had heard her elders speak of Song Yaoyao's uniqueness, but specifics remained vague. Today, she boldly accompanied her sister, eager to observe what set Song Yaoyao apart. After following her for a while, she discerned no apparent differences. Had Ji Linling known that Guagua was absent these past few days, she would have certainly discovered Song Yaoyao's distinctive attributes. Insisting on sharing a carriage with Song Yaoyao, the final arrangement saw 4 individuals sharing the vehicle: Song Yaoyao, Song Qingling, Ji Mingyue, and Ji Linling. Song Yaoyao had previously taught them a game in the mansion, while Song Qingling was familiar with it. The Ji sisters were hearing of it for the first time. Once the Ji sisters learned the game, the 4 began to play. Initially, the Ji sisters lost, but soon enough, it was Song Yaoyao who found herself on the losing end. After yet another loss, a fake mustache was affixed to her face, causing her to irritably tug at her hair. Truly, teaching disciples can lead to the master's downfall. The ancients were not mistaken. As Song Yaoyao pondered how to excuse herself from the game, the carriage came to a halt. The coachman announced, "Madam, young master, young ladies, we have arrived." Just as sleep beckoned, fortune delivered a pillow. Song Yaoyao tossed the playing cards onto the table, declaring, "We have reached our destination. This time, I shall spare you. Next time, I shall ensure your utter defeat." One must not lose their spirit, even in defeat. With that, she lifted the curtain and leapt from the carriage first. The remaining 3 exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. As Song Qingyu disembarked, he caught sight of Song Yaoyao adorned with a comical mustache. She was still attempting to remove it, having tugged at it for some time, resulting in some of it drying and causing her face considerable discomfort. Gritting her teeth in pain, Song Yaoyao lamented the agony inflicted upon her visage. It was clear that a bit of water was needed to ease the removal. Song Qingyu, realizing this, quickly summoned a maid to fetch some water. Upon exiting the carriage, Madame Song was met with the sight of her daughter's face plastered with paper strips, igniting her ire. Just when they had set out for leisure, chaos ensued. Yet, upon seeing Song Yaoyao's pained expression, her heart softened. Song Qingling and the others had already removed their mustaches while still in the carriage. Ji Zhiheng, observing the scene, suppressed a laugh, fearing that a chuckle might embarrass the young lady. As Song Yaoyao brushed her hand against her face, she noticed Ji Zhiheng's shoulders shaking with restrained mirth. With a touch of annoyance, she said, "If you wish to laugh, then laugh. Don't hold it in." Ji Zhiheng, lifting his gaze, was met with the sight of the young girl puffing out her cheeks, glaring at him indignantly. He waved his hand, suppressing the smile at the corners of his mouth, and replied, "Sister Yaoyao, you are overthinking. I am not laughing." Chapter 89. Boating on the lake. Song Yaoyao remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him, wearing an expression that suggested she found his words hard to believe. At last, the maid arrived. After a considerable effort, the remnants of Song Yaoyao's disguise were finally removed. In some areas, her skin had been left red and irritated. Song Qingyu and Ji Zhiheng had gone to rent a boat, while the others waited in place. A considerable number of people had come to enjoy the lake today. Soon after, Song Qingyu led everyone onto a beautifully adorned boat. As the boat glided gracefully across the lake, it created ripples that resembled crushed silk, delicately spreading outward. The banks were lined with verdant willows, their slender branches gently brushing the water's surface, leaving ephemeral yet exquisite trails in their wake. In the middle of the lake, a group of ducks paddled leisurely, their reflections dancing upon the water, harmonizing with the azure sky and fluffy clouds. The distant mountains emerged and faded within the mist, resembling a delicate ink-wash painting, enchanting all who beheld this serene and mysterious lakescape. Standing at the edge of the boat, Song Yaoyao gazed at the breathtaking scenery, feeling an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Just then, a boat approached slowly from afar, carrying a woman dressed in white. She held a flute in her hands, playing a melodious tune that blended seamlessly with the surrounding beauty. This enchanting sight captivated everyone present. Song Yaoyao couldn't help but recall a modern song, softly singing, "In the misty rain, I sing of Yangzhou, as the wind stirs the clouds while the sky remains still, the water pushes the boat, yet the shore remains unmoved. The knife slices through the lotus root without severing the strands. Though the mountains are tall and the waters vast, love remains unyielding." The rain falls softly, feelings linger. It was the first time everyone had heard Song Yaoyao sing with such sincerity. The melody was unfamiliar to them, yet it flowed beautifully with her voice, evoking an indescribable charm. Previously, her singing had been little more than a cacophony, but this time, the song was remarkably pleasant. It dawned on them that her prior performances had been deliberate. This girl was truly full of surprises. However, her composure as a refined lady lasted only 3 seconds before she leaned over the side of the boat and began to retch. Bitao hurried over, gently patting her back. As she turned pale and felt utterly miserable, Song Yaoyao had never anticipated that she would suffer from seasickness. What a disgrace. After emptying her stomach, she could only bring up bile. Concerned, Madame Song inquired, "Yaoyao, are you all right?" Like a wilted eggplant, Song Yaoyao shook her head. "Mother, I'm fine. Just a bit seasick. I'll rest inside. You all enjoy yourselves." Madame Song nodded in understanding. Song Yaoyao was assisted into the cabin of the boat, where she lay her head on the table. Peering around, she noticed that she was the only one feeling unwell. Everyone else appeared perfectly fine. Song Yaoyao felt quite aggrieved. After finally managing to enjoy an outing, this unfortunate turn of events had occurred. She raised her middle finger to the heavens. "Curse you, heavens! Were you deliberately playing tricks on me? Such beauty, yet I am rendered ill. I despise you." Her frustration peaked. Aside from Bitao and Madame Song, the others remained at the bow of the boat. Observing her discontent, Madame Song remarked, "In our family, no one has ever suffered from seasickness. We never anticipated you would be the first. Perhaps more frequent outings will help." Song Yaoyao nodded. In her past life, she had never experienced such discomfort while traveling by carriage, so why now? It puzzled her greatly. Madame Song asked once more, "Do you need anything?" Song Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively. "No, it's fine." Madame Song gazed at her daughter in disbelief, wondering why she was still preoccupied with money at such a time. Song Yaoyao replied, "Mother, you needn't stay with me. Go enjoy yourself at the bow." Madame Song complied and left the cabin. Turning to Bitao, Song Yaoyao said, "Bitao, it's a rare outing. You should go have fun as well." Bitao promptly declined. "Miss, I will stay here with you." Being only 2 years older than Song Yaoyao, Bitao was also at an age where she loved to play. Song Yaoyao persisted, "I'm fine. I'll stay here. There's no need for you to worry about me. I just need to rest for a bit. You should go enjoy yourself." "Miss, are you sure you can be alone?" Bitao asked, her concern evident. Feeling unwell and not in the mood to speak, Song Yaoyao nodded and waved her hand again, urging Bitao to leave. Exhausted, Song Yaoyao closed her eyes and soon drifted off to sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, she was awakened by the heart-wrenching sounds of crying. What on earth is happening? Although she still felt unwell, her condition had improved considerably. She stepped outside to investigate. A few boats surrounded a pavilion, the sign reading Lake Pavilion, and the cries emanated from within. Song Yaoyao could see a crowd gathered, but could not discern what was transpiring. Curious, she asked, "Mother, what is happening?" "Yaoyao, you're awake?" Madame Song responded. "Yes. I woke up to the sound of crying. What is going on?" "I heard that a child fell into the lake and has just been rescued. But the child is not breathing." Upon hearing this, Song Yaoyao immediately said, "Mother, we must move our boat closer. Perhaps I can save that child." Being knowledgeable in medicine, Madame Song had long understood her daughter's capabilities. Without delay, she instructed the boatmen to steer their vessel toward the lake pavilion. They were already quite close, and soon the boat was moored beside it. As the boat stabilized, Song Yaoyao quickly made her way forward. "Everyone, please make way. I may be able to save this child," she declared. The crowd parted at her words, though they regarded her, a mere girl of 12 or 13, with skeptical eyes. The grieving woman on the ground looked up at Song Yaoyao. "Little girl, Can you truly save my child? I will do my utmost, Song Yaoyao replied. Not pausing for further explanation, time was of the essence, and she had no time to waste on elaboration. Chapter 90. Rescuing a life. The drowning victim was a young boy, approximately 5 or 6 years old, now lying motionless on the ground. Song Yaoyao immediately rushed over and knelt beside him. Placing her palm on the child's chest, she pressed down vertically with her arms. Repeating this action, she noticed that the child showed no signs of response whatsoever. Determined, Song Yaoyao prepared to administer artificial respiration. Just as she pinched the boy's nose and leaned in for mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, Song Qingyu abruptly pulled her back, saying, "You should let me handle this." The child's mother chimed in, "No, I will do it." Though the customs of Tianfeng Kingdom were relatively liberal, such public displays of mouth-to-mouth contact, even with a child, could tarnish Song Yaoyao's reputation. Song Qingyu was unwilling to let his sister bear such a stigma and preferred to take on the task himself. Unexpectedly, the child's mother insisted on intervening, which was fortuitous. Song Yaoyao instructed her on the procedure, and the mother complied. After a breath was delivered, the child remained unresponsive. Song Yaoyao persisted with her chest compressions, performing 30 presses before allowing the mother to blow air into the boy's mouth again. Moments passed, yet the child still showed no signs of life. The mother, tears streaming down her face, was surrounded by onlookers murmuring that the child was beyond saving. However, Song Yaoyao refused to give up, diligently repeating the previous actions. Despite the mother's tears, she continued to follow Song Yaoyao's instructions to breathe into her child. After several cycles of this rescue effort, the child suddenly expelled a mouthful of water, followed by several more, and then let out a loud wail. The mother burst into tears of joy, clutching her son tightly. Song Yaoyao comforted her, saying, "It's all right now, but you must get the boat to the shore quickly and take your child to a medical clinic." The woman hurriedly expressed her gratitude and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name, kind rescuer? I shall certainly come to express my thanks another day." Song Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively. It was merely a small act of kindness. No need for thanks. "Please, take your child to the clinic at once." The woman nodded and carried her child toward a nearby pleasure boat. Once she had risen slowly, Song Yaoyao realized her legs were numb from kneeling, and her arms ached. It had been a while since she had engaged in such strenuous activity, and her stamina was lacking. Observing her stillness, Madame Song asked, "Yaoyao, what is the matter?" "Mother, my legs are numb, and I cannot stand," she replied. Upon hearing this, Bitao quickly approached to assist her. At this moment, Song Yaoyao was not only dealing with numbness in her legs and soreness in her arms, but also felt queasy from seasickness. In short, she was uncomfortable in every way. As Madame Song and the others prepared to leave, they were halted by an elderly man who approached and bowed, saying, "Miss, may I have a moment?" Song Yaoyao turned slowly, asking, "What is it?" The speaker was an elderly man with graying hair, who bowed again and said, "Miss, I am a physician, accompanying my master on this lakeside excursion. I happened to witness the incident of the drowning child. My master is aboard that boat over there. Upon hearing of the child's plight, I came over. Although the child is not from our household, I wish to assist, yet upon examination, I found that he had lost all breath. However, thanks to your efforts, he has miraculously revived. It is truly remarkable. May I inquire about the method you employed for resuscitation? I am rather ignorant and have never heard of or witnessed such a technique before. If it is inconvenient for you to share, consider it as though I have said nothing." Understanding the customs of the past, where skills were often guarded and not easily shared with outsiders, Song Yaoyao, as a modern individual, saw no reason to withhold her knowledge. Noticing the old physician's anxious demeanor, she nodded, "Not at all. The method of pressing on the chest of a drowning person is known as cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Pinching the nose and performing mouth-to-mouth breathing is termed artificial respiration." Thereafter, Song Yaoyao earnestly explained the procedure and demonstrated it. A considerable crowd had gathered, captivated by her thorough explanation. In conclusion, she stated, "It is important to note that cardiopulmonary resuscitation is merely a first aid measure. It cannot guarantee a 100% success rate in saving a drowning individual. In this case, the child was rescued shortly after falling into the water. Had he been submerged for too long, even the methods I described would have proven ineffective. During the process, it is crucial to remain calm and execute the rescue swiftly and effectively. However, the most vital aspect is to always keep a watchful eye on children. These first aid techniques are something everyone should learn. The elderly physician bowed once more. Your compassion in sharing such a life-saving technique with us is commendable. Should you ever require assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. My name is Zhao Mingyan, the physician of the imperial court. Feeling unwell, Song Yaoyao excused herself and departed with Madame Song and the others, leaving the lakeside pavilion. She had not anticipated that her seasickness would be so severe. Days later, while Song Yaoyao was engrossed in a book at home, Bitao entered and said, "Miss, the madam requests your presence in the front hall. We have guests." Curious, Song Yaoyao asked Bitao, "Do you know who has arrived?" "It seems to be the family of the little boy you saved on the day of the lake excursion." Understanding dawned on Song Yaoyao, and she instructed Bitao to help her prepare. Upon reaching the front hall, she saw an elderly woman, the little boy, and his mother. The three rose and bowed upon noticing her presence. Song Yaoyao gestured for them to sit. "No need for such formalities. Please take a seat." The elderly woman spoke first. "We are immensely grateful to you, Miss Song, for your timely rescue that day. Our family, the Qian family, has only this one grandson, and we can hardly bear to think of what could have happened. Such efforts are but a small kindness." "No need for thanks," Song Yaoyao replied. The elderly woman then urged the child to kneel and bow in gratitude. Song Yaoyao quickly helped the little boy to his feet. "There is truly no need for thanks. However, please do keep a close eye on him. At such a tender age, it is best to refrain from taking him to the lake again or visiting water sources too frequently." Their conversation continued, and during their exchange, Song Yaoyao learned that they were a family of merchants, surnamed Qian, among the wealthiest in the capital, owning numerous estates and shops. They had come bearing 3 boxes of gifts, along with 5,000 taels in silver notes, and a country estate located in the suburbs of the capital. Chapter 91. Discussing cooperation for the hot pot restaurant. Song Yaoyao hesitated, but the elderly woman insisted. "Young Master Song, please accept this. It brings us some comfort. These items cannot possibly compare to the life of our dear Xiaobao." Ultimately, with Madame Song's consent, Song Yaoyao accepted the gifts. As they departed, they mentioned, "If young Master Song ever needs anything from the Qian family, do not hesitate to ask." Song Yaoyao blinked. Indeed, she had matters to discuss with them. In a hushed tone, she confided to the matriarch, "Madam, I have something I wish to discuss with you. I will visit tomorrow." Observing young Master Song's demeanor, the elderly matriarch, wise and discerning, understood that she wished to keep this from Madame Song. The elderly woman nodded in agreement. Once they had left, Song Yaoyao swiftly tucked away the silver notes and the land deed into her clothing and dashed away. By the time Madame Song realized what had occurred, Song Yaoyao had already vanished from sight. After securing her treasures, she leisurely reopened the door to her room. Peering outside, she saw that her mother had not pursued her. Much to her relief. "What a clever little trickster I am," she thought, pleased with her quick reflexes and swiftness. 5,000 taels and a suburban estate were now hers. The following day, Song Yaoyao purchased some gifts and gathered ingredients for hot pot, accompanied by Bitao, and made her way to the Qian residence. The elderly matriarch had already instructed the housekeeper to wait at the entrance, and upon her arrival, he promptly escorted them inside. True to its reputation as the wealthiest family in the capital, the Qian residence was indeed vast. Upon seeing Song Yaoyao, both the matriarch and Madame Qian rose to greet her respectfully. "There is no need for such formalities," Song Yaoyao waved her hand. After being served refreshments, she cleared her throat twice and stated, "Madam, I have come today to discuss a potential collaboration." The matriarch's interest was piqued, and she inquired, "Oh, what kind of collaboration?" "I propose a culinary venture." "Hot pot," Song Yaoyao explained. "It is rather difficult to describe, and since it isn't mealtime yet, may I borrow your kitchen for a demonstration? I would like to prepare hot pot for everyone to sample." The elderly matriarch nodded and instructed the elderly maid, "Wang Momo, please take young Master Song to the kitchen. She can communicate her needs directly to you." Song Yaoyao gestured to the item she had brought, saying, "I have everything I need." The matriarch agreed, very well. Wang Momo led Song Yaoyao and Bi Tao to the kitchen. Once there, they busied themselves. Bi Tao prepared the sauces, a task she had performed many times before, while Song Yaoyao arranged the ingredients. As the sauces simmered, the delightful aroma wafted through the kitchen and into the surrounding courtyards. The servants of the Qian household sniffed the air, craning their necks towards the kitchen, murmuring, "Who is this guest? What is being prepared? It smells divine. Is she a new cook?" After half an hour, the hot pot was finally ready. Considering the presence of elders and children in the household, they had prepared a yin-yang pot. When the pot was brought to the table, everyone exchanged puzzled glances at the peculiar vessel they had never seen before. Additionally, the raw ingredients laid out on the table left them wondering how to eat it. They surmised that the pot must have been brought by Song Yaoyao. Noticing their confusion, Song Yaoyao began to explain and demonstrate. After preparing the dipping sauces, she placed the raw meat into the pot, swished it about, then picked it up, dipped it, and brought it to her mouth. Unable to resist the enticing fragrance of the hot pot, everyone eagerly followed her example. The first bite of meat prompted their eyes to light up with delight. Soon, silence enveloped the table, save for the sound of eager hands reaching for more ingredients. This meal was particularly satisfying for all. Afterward, the elderly matriarch remarked, "The hot pot is indeed splendid, with its alluring flavors and innovative way of eating. How do you propose we collaborate, young Master Song?" Without hesitation, Song Yaoyao articulated her thoughts. "I will provide the recipe, and you shall handle the rest. I will not interfere and will only take a percentage of the profits each month." The matriarch considered for a moment and replied, "Agreed. Let us proceed as you suggest. How about we split the profits 50-50? Song Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively. 3 for you, 7 for me." The matriarch was taken aback. She had not expected such a modest request. "No, it must be 50-50, she insisted. At merely 12 years of age, Song Yaoyao was the only female official permitted to attend morning court sessions in the Tianfeng Kingdom, despite holding a low-ranking position. Her father was a high-ranking official, and her maternal family wielded significant military power at the borders. The emperor was particularly indulgent and affectionate towards her, allowing young Master Song to navigate the capital with ease. The matriarch's earlier offer of a 50-50 split was also a means of testing young Master Song's boundaries. Having lost her husband at a young age, she had single-handedly managed the Qian household and raised her son. Once he came of age, she entrusted the family affairs to him and embraced her role as matriarch. Recently, her only grandson had nearly drowned, an incident that had terrified her, though it ultimately turned out to be a false alarm. Once the child fully recovered, she learned of his savior's identity and promptly prepared gifts to express her gratitude, not anticipating such a delightful turn of events today. For a merchant family like theirs, establishing ties with officials was undoubtedly advantageous. While they had their own connections, an additional layer of security could only be beneficial. By proposing a 50-50 split, the matriarch was merely gauging young Master Song's stance. To her astonishment, Song Yaoyao had offered a mere 30%. This was far too little in the matriarch's eyes. It simply would not do. Ultimately, after further negotiations, they reached a compromise, a 60-40 split, with Song Yaoyao receiving 40%. With all terms agreed upon and the contract signed, their collaboration was officially established. Song Yaoyao then handed over the meticulously prepared recipe to the elderly matriarch. All the items she had brought, including the copper hot pot, remained at the Qian residence. Chapter 92. Guagua's upgraded return upon leaving the Song residence. Song Yaoyao felt an extraordinary sense of joy. No longer burdened with worries, she would receive dividends each month. How delightful. Previously, she had been contemplating finding a business partner to embark on a venture together. Today, she had finally solidified the partnership, which undoubtedly filled her with elation. The thought of soon becoming affluent made her heart swell with happiness. In the past, every time she managed to squirrel away some private funds, she had to engage in a battle of wits with her mother, which had left her feeling exhausted. With this new source of income, the days of outsmarting her mother for private money would be a thing of the past. As she hummed a cheerful tune, she mused, "Today is a splendid day. Every wish I hold can come true, and tomorrow will be just as wonderful." Excitedly, she exclaimed, "I have missed you dearly." Guagua replied, "Really?" Song Yaoyao nodded vigorously, pointing to herself and declared, "Yes, every pore of my being longs for you." Guagua retorted, "Host, is this a corny love confession? We are not meant to be. You should abandon that notion. Interspecies relationships are simply impossible." Rolling her eyes dramatically, Song Yaoyao protested, "I was merely jesting. Who would have feelings for a string of data?" However, to spare Guagua's feelings, she quickly interrupted the silly banter and inquired, "Guagua, do share. What new functions have you acquired with this upgrade?" Guagua replied, "Firstly, with this upgrade, our ability to eavesdrop has expanded from the previous 30 meters to 100 meters. We can now easily gather information on anything or anyone within that range. That's quite impressive. What else?" Song Yaoyao prompted. "Take a look at this," Guagua said. Before Song Yaoyao could react, a gun materialized on the table. She gasped, rushing over to seize the handgun, scrutinizing it closely. It was a Desert Eagle. A Desert Eagle. This upgrade has provided us with a handgun. Guagua, you are truly remarkable. However, we cannot rely on a gun without ammunition, she noted. Host, allow me to explain. This handgun is bound to your soul. Only you can wield it. Should anyone else attempt to use it, they would find it utterly ineffective. The weapon requires no ammunition. It will always be loaded, regardless of how you fire it. Moreover, this Desert Eagle can transform at your will. It can morph into an Eagle Eye, a 98K, a sniper rifle, or even a heavy machine gun. As Guagua elaborated, the weapon in Song Yaoyao's hands shifted into a sniper rifle, then a moment later into an automatic rifle. Witnessing the transformations, her smile broadened. Guagua, I am utterly enamored with you. I have already stated that we have no future together. Guagua insisted. Song Yaoyao, in a pleasant mood, chose to forego further bickering. She continued to play with the gun for a good quarter of an hour before pausing to ask, Guagua, are there any other surprises with this upgrade? Host, did you not mention that you had no place to hide your silver notes? This upgrade has introduced a space. Upon hearing this, Song Yaoyao's hand paused, excitement coursing through her. You mean a space? Really? Those who traverse realms often acquire such spaces upon arrival. I have waited 12 long years. And now it has finally appeared. Heaven must truly favor me. Guagua, quickly, tell me more about this space. Host, you can enter the space and explore it yourself. How do I access this space? Simply concentrate and mentally affirm your desire to enter the space. You will find yourself there. The same applies when you wish to exit, Guagua explained. With that, Song Yaoyao closed her room door and, concentrating on entering the space, she vanished along with the handgun. In this moment, Song Yaoyao found herself in a modern villa, spanning 3 stories. It boasted a kitchen, storage room, bedrooms, bathrooms, and a rear garden overflowing with vibrant flowers. Most notably, the 3rd floor housed a sterile surgical room, a pharmacy, and a laboratory, entirely dedicated to medical purposes. This arrangement would serve her well in times of need.
Guagua,
Why is everything on the 3rd floor related to medicine? Is this meant to prepare me to become a divine healer in this ancient era? Host, these items are entirely at your discretion. Use them if you wish, or leave them untouched without consequence. Moreover, everything within this space can be replenished infinitely. The supplies in the pharmacy will automatically restock after use, as will the contents of the refrigerator, including toiletries, skincare, and makeup products. That is simply marvelous. Exploring her surroundings, she approached the double-door refrigerator and casually opened it. Inside, she found an array of beverages, ice creams, and fresh fruits, mangoes, longans, lychees, sunrose grapes, durians, and dozens of other varieties. Gazing at the bounty, her mouth watered. It had been ages since she had tasted such delights. Unable to contain herself, she eagerly scooped out a tub of ice cream, savoring the familiar flavor and refreshing sensation that delighted her very soul. Tears of joy nearly brimmed in her eyes. At that moment, the voice of Bitao broke through. Miss. Song Yaoyao quickly concentrated on exiting the space, reappearing in her own room. She opened the door to find Bitao standing at the threshold, holding something. Miss, the madam has sent some sweet soup. Please place it on the table, Song Yaoyao instructed. Bitao complied, observing the room. It was broad daylight, and her miss had closed the door. Curious behavior indeed. Though puzzled, She refrained from asking questions. Once Bitao departed, Song Yaoyao promptly stored her hidden silver notes and land deeds within her newfound space. After completing this task, she settled at her table, retrieving the ice cream she had only partially eaten, and resumed her indulgence. Dear family, who can possibly understand? After 12 years, to once again savor such long-lost treats filled her with indescribable excitement. After finishing the ice cream, she enjoyed the sweet soup before climbing into bed. Chapter 93. The impostor. These delectable treats cannot be shared with my family just yet. Perhaps I shall find an opportunity in the future. At this moment, Song Yaoyao, unbeknownst to her, had already begun to savor a bunch of sunlight roses. The following day, as the morning court session commenced, Guagua's voice resonated. Host, why is there an impostor in the court? Who dares to impersonate a court official? Such audacity is remarkable. The emperor and the court ministers had not heard Guagua's voice for several days, and upon the commencement of the court session, Guagua dropped such a bombshell, leaving everyone astounded. Thanks to Guagua's explanation, the court members quickly grasped the meaning of an impostor. Who could this impostor be? Was there truly one among them? Instantly, everyone cast wary glances at their surroundings. Startled by Guagua's sudden exclamation, Song Yaoyao exclaimed, Guagua, you frighten me. An impostor? Who? In this court, besides me, a mere novice. The rest are all high-ranking officials. Who would dare to impersonate a member of the court? Guagua responded, Host, when have I ever spoken falsely? By the way, prior to my upgrade, there was no such impostor in the court. I have only been dormant for a few days. How has one become a fourth-rank official in the meantime? Upon hearing Guagua's words, everyone realized who the impostor was. Aside from the newly appointed Minister Mu, the other officials had remained consistent in their presence at court. Thus, the impostor was indeed Minister Mu. The court members instinctively distanced themselves from him, and with a wave of the emperor's hand, the meaning was clear. Having experienced the incident with Liu Guangxu, the court officials were well acquainted with this gesture. Several military generals and civil officials swiftly exchanged positions, encircling Minister Mu. The latter appeared utterly bewildered, unaware of the unfolding situation. How could the civil and military officials have switched places? Clearly, Minister Mu was oblivious to Song Yaoyao's thoughts. Song Yaoyao, too, had discerned who Guagua was referring to. She continued her inquiry, Guagua, you mean Minister Mu? How is he an impostor? On the screen above her, the image of Mu Qingyang materialized. Guagua elucidated Minister Mu, originally named Mu Qingyang, is a scholar of distinguished talent, hailing from a peasant background. The emperor, keen on promoting scholars from humble origins, held Mu Qingyang in high regard. After passing the imperial examination, he was appointed as a fifth-rank governor in a distant locale, a fact known to all. Song Yaoyao pressed further. What about the details we are unaware of? Guagua replied, the individual before you is not Mu Qingyang at all. Song Yaoyao gasped. What? He is not Mu Qingyang? Then who is he? Guagua disclosed, the person before you is Wang Zhifang. How did Wang Zhifang come to impersonate Mu Qingyang? What transpired in between? Guagua continued. Mu Qingyang's ancestors were farmers. Exceptionally intelligent from a young age, he retained knowledge with remarkable ease. When of age, he expressed a desire to pursue his studies. And after much deliberation, his family consented. Once enrolled in school, his brilliance propelled him to success, ultimately leading him to the imperial examination. The video depicted the true life and studies of Mu Qingyang. Guagua continued, the incident occurred en route to the capital for the examination. One day, amidst a torrential downpour, Mu Qingyang sought refuge in a dilapidated temple. At that moment, a carriage arrived, and a young gentleman accompanied by several servants entered the temple. This was Wang Zhifang. Clearly a scion of wealth, Wang Zhifang extended a warm greeting to Mu Qingyang, who, wishing to avoid interaction, was compelled to reciprocate. Thus, they became acquainted. Discovering they were fellow townsmen and both traveling to the capital for the examination, they grew closer. Wang Zhifang, sharing the same destination, invited Mu Qingyang to travel together. Initially reluctant, Mu Qingyang ultimately accepted Wang Zhifang's repeated invitations, and they journeyed to the capital together. The video showcased the pair's companionship on their journey to the capital. Song Yaoyao inquired, and then? Guagua explained, upon reaching the capital, All inns were fully booked, leaving Mu Qingyang without accommodation. Wang Zifang's family owned a residence in the capital, and upon learning of Mu Qingyang's plight, Wang Zifang once again invited him to stay at their home. With no other options, Mu Qingyang accepted. They studied together, attended banquets in the capital, and their bond deepened. After numerous examinations, Mu Qingyang was ultimately appointed as the top scholar by the emperor, while Wang Zifang, conversely, failed to achieve success. Mu Qingyang repeatedly comforted Wang Zifang, encouraging him not to despair and to try again in a few years. The video portrayed Mu Qingyang's supportive demeanor towards Wang Zifang, evoking sighs of admiration from those present. Yet, the situation was far from straightforward. Guagua's next revelation brought a significant twist. When Mu Qingyang achieved his status as a scholar, Wang Zifang's disposition changed entirely. Previously, he had looked down upon the impoverished, and his association with Mu Qingyang was merely a strategic move, perceiving that those who could reach the capital for the examination were accomplished individuals. However, he never anticipated that this poor wretch would become the top scholar while he himself fell short. Wang Zifang began to feel that Mu Qingyang's words of comfort were mere mockery. Song Yaoyao remarked, from the very beginning, Wang Zifang never regarded Mu Qingyang as a true friend. He always sought to exploit him. Guagua affirmed, indeed, Wang Zifang harbored ill intentions from the outset. The emperor, intent on elevating scholars from humble backgrounds, appointed Mu Qingyang as governor, granting him 2 months to prepare. Without hesitation, Mu Qingyang accepted. Tragically, he met his demise. Wang Zifang seized Mu Qingyang's household registration and official documents, thereby assuming his identity. Wang Zifang had meticulously plotted Mu Qingyang's demise. Having previously invested a substantial sum to craft a lifelike mask mimicking Mu Qingyang's features. This mask, as thin as a cicada's wing, could only be removed using a special potion. Otherwise, even upon physical contact, one would remain oblivious to any peculiarities on his face. Chapter 94. The reasons behind Wang Zifang's promotion. Song Yaoyao remarked, this individual has evidently made meticulous preparations. He has harbored intentions of murder against Mu Qingyang for quite some time. These two share similar physiques. How could no one have noticed? Mu Qingyang has vanished without a trace. Did his family never seek him out? Guagua replied, after Wang Zifang usurped Mu Qingyang's identity, he dispatched individuals to watch over Mu's family. Mu Qingyang had been missing for 2 years, and his family, having exhausted all their relatives for funds, decided to travel to the capital in search of him. On that fateful journey, Mu Qingyang's elder and second brothers were unexpectedly murdered by Wang Zifang's henchmen as soon as they left the town. Consequently, the Mu family ceased their search. They could not bear to lose another child after having lost 3 sons in total. Furthermore, they had incurred substantial debts to finance Mu Qingyang's education and subsequently borrowed additional money for their brother's search, which they would never be able to repay. After Wang Zifang assumed Mu Qingyang's identity, the Wang family publicly announced that Wang Zifang had succumbed to a terrible illness in the capital. Over the years, emboldened by Wang Zifang's position, the Wang family has committed countless atrocities, bullying the weak and usurping land, effectively becoming local tyrants. Song Yaoyao observed, it seems that the Wang family is fully aware of Wang Zifang's actions. Guagua concurred, indeed. With Wang Zifang's support, the Wang family may rise even further. Hence, Wang father declared the news of Wang Zifang's demise. The video displayed a clandestine plot between Wang Zifang and Wang father in the study. Their conversation centered around how to leverage Wang Zifang's current official position to elevate the Wang family's status. The emperor's expression darkened, and the ministers below exchanged fearful glances at his pallid visage. They had to tread cautiously, deliberating on state affairs while discreetly observing the video. Song Yaoyao commented, Wang father is indeed of merchant lineage. His first thought in any situation is how to maximize profit. This entire family is utterly unscrupulous. Guagua continued, since assuming office, Wang Zifang has engaged in rampant corruption, accepting bribes. The common folk and officials alike suffer greatly. Some officials prepared memorials to report Wang Zifang's misdeeds to the emperor. However, just as the memorials were dispatched, they were intercepted by Wang Zifang's men, and those who penned them soon met with untimely deaths. Although everyone knows who is responsible, no one has evidence. Consequently, no official dares to risk submitting any further memorials. The video depicted Wang Zhifang instructing his subordinates to surveil various officials, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. The governor had long been bribed by Wang Zhifang. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, "A fifth-rank governor possesses an audacious spirit." From the video, it appears Wang Zhifang has assembled a cohort solely to carry out his nefarious deeds. Guagua replied, "Indeed. This group comprises notorious criminals, several of whom are wanted by both the court and the underworld. In their desperation, they found refuge under Wang Zhifang. They struck a deal wherein they would handle unsavory tasks for him, and in return, he would shield them from capture, rewarding them for every life taken." At this revelation, all the officials shifted uneasily, distancing themselves from Wang Zhifang. Song Yaoyao was filled with rage, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Wang Zhifang is simply a scoundrel. After a pause, she continued, "Is the emperor truly so oblivious? He has not dispatched anyone to investigate? How could such a person be brought to the court? If he were to take a dislike to anyone, wouldn't he wreak havoc upon the officials?" As Song Yaoyao criticized the emperor, the assembled courtiers cautiously glanced at him. It was the first time someone had dared to berate him since his ascension. The ministers feared the emperor might erupt in anger. Yet, the emperor maintained a calm demeanor, while the officials quaked in trepidation. This was undoubtedly a harbinger of an impending storm. The emperor was surely plotting a grand move. Deputy Minister Song felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, thinking, "This reckless girl has no regard for her life. She has even dared to insult the emperor today." Unaware of the officials' apprehension, Song Yaoyao continued to lament with Guagua. "They say a clear governor can amass a fortune of 100,000 taels. Wang Zhifang must have embezzled a considerable sum, and the Wang family should be no exception." Guagua responded, "During Wang Zhifang's tenure as governor, he indeed amassed a fortune, approximately 500 to 600,000 taels. The Wang family has pillaged the local area, along with gifts from local gentry, accumulating over 1,000,000 taels." Song Yaoyao gasped, "Wow, such a fortune. The national treasury previously held only 300,000 taels. They possess more than the treasury itself. The emperor must confiscate their assets and replenish the treasury with their ill-gotten gains." Guagua continued, "Did you just say the emperor is oblivious? I believe he is not yet so lost as to be unable to discern right from wrong or to heed slanderous tales. At least regarding General Pei's matter, the emperor has not been swayed by partiality and is still seeking evidence." Song Yaoyao, puzzled, inquired, "Is there not a General Pei in the court? Could he be the general stationed at the borders?" Guagua asked, "Do you know why Wang Zhifang was promoted?" Song Yaoyao replied, "I have only heard that he achieved great merit by reporting someone for treason, which led the emperor to grant him a fourth-rank position. The specifics have never been disclosed in court, so I am unaware. Could Wang Zhifang's promotion be related to the General Pei you mentioned?" As Guagua and Song Yaoyao conversed, an image of General Pei appeared above Song Yaoyao's head. Guagua affirmed, "Indeed. Wang Zhifang was promoted due to his revelation regarding General Pei's actions. Let me elaborate on this matter, starting with General Pei. General Pei, aged 45, is named Pei Jingtian and has a long lineage of military service. After the elder Pei retired, Pei Jingtian succeeded his father's position and became the new General Pei, stationed at the frontier. The area under General Pei's command is not far from Wang Zhifang's jurisdiction. Logically, one is a third-rank military official directly answerable to the emperor, while the other is a fifth-rank civil official under the governor's authority. They should have no interaction. Yet, in reality, these two figures are intertwined." Upon hearing this, everyone held their breath, eager to discover what transpired between the two. Chapter 95. The Emperor's Thoughts. The emperor listened intently. General Pei had been accused of treason. Although a dragon robe was discovered in his residence in the capital, the emperor remained unconvinced. Having known General Pei since their youth, the two had trained in martial arts together for several years. The emperor was well aware of General Pei's character and found it implausible that he would plot rebellion, even in light of the incriminating evidence. Suspecting Wang Zhifang of foul play, the emperor promoted him to a fourth-rank official, as only those of fourth rank or higher could attend court. This maneuver was intended to bring Wang Zhifang into the court sphere, to observe whether the esteemed Lord Song and Guagua would discuss Wang Zhifang's misdeeds. Previously, Guagua had sought a promotion, and the emperor, having not heard from him, momentarily believed he had wronged Wang Zhifang. Enraged, the emperor clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly, reflecting on the audacity of Wang Zhifang, who was akin to a venomous serpent. Guoguo's voice resonated again. Wang Zhifang has committed numerous atrocities. Many officials have succumbed to his threats. Yet, a few brave souls have reported his wrongdoings to the local magistrate, unaware that the magistrate had already been bribed by Wang Zhifang, who swiftly informed him of the informants. Upon learning of their actions, Wang Zhifang retaliated against the whistleblowers. Gradually, it became clear to the populace that Wang Zhifang and the magistrate were allies, leading to a chilling silence where no one dared to speak out. Without officials to champion their cause, Wang Zhifang grew increasingly brazen, exacerbating the hardships faced by the common people. Driven to desperation, they recalled the nearby border, where the general was said to cherish his subjects. Clinging to their last hope, they prepared to seek General Pei's assistance. The video depicted the villagers' harrowing lives, marked by oppression and land confiscation. Wang Zhifang not only levied exorbitant taxes, but also secretly increased the tax burden on the populace. With these additional funds lining the pockets of both him and the corrupt magistrate, the emperor's veins bulged with rage. Wang Zhifang's audacity was unparalleled. The transgressions he had committed against the Wang family were unfathomable, leaving the emperor with an insatiable thirst for retribution. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, "Wang Zhifang and his kin deserve the harshest punishment. General Pei must stand up for the people." Guoguo continued, "Wang Zhifang has always kept a watchful eye on the officials of the provinces, neglecting the common folk, thereby providing them with an opportunity. By the time Wang Zhifang realized the villagers were seeking justice, it was too late. They had already met with General Pei. Initially, only a few villagers approached General Pei, who regarded their issues as local matters and hesitated to intervene. However, as more villagers came forward, he could no longer ignore their plight. The video showed villagers kneeling outside the military camp, repeatedly bowing in supplication, alongside scenes of General Pei inquiring about their circumstances. Song Yaoyao asked, "What happened next?" Guoguo replied, "After understanding the situation, General Pei, unwilling to be biased, dispatched individuals to investigate the local magistrate and prefect. This inquiry revealed substantial evidence. During this time, Wang Zhifang attempted to bribe General Pei, but the general refused to meet him. Once General Pei uncovered the truth, he submitted a memorial detailing the events to the emperor. When Wang Zhifang learned of the villagers' appeal to General Pei, he sent spies to monitor the military camp. However, Wang Zhifang's agents intercepted General Pei's memorial, which contained damning evidence of his actions and his collusion with the magistrate. After reading the memorial, Wang Zhifang visited the magistrate, who deemed General Pei a threat, and they conspired to eliminate him. The video depicted General Pei's agents conducting investigations, transitioning to scenes of the magistrate and Wang Zhifang plotting against him. Song Yaoyao remarked, "These two are utterly audacious, daring to scheme against a third-rank official. They truly deserve punishment." Guoguo acknowledged, in their desperation for survival, they would resort to any means. After deliberation, they resolved to employ an old tactic, assassination. They dispatched numerous agents, but this time they miscalculated. General Pei was a formidable warrior, and his companions were equally skilled. The assassination attempts failed, resulting in significant losses for Wang Zhifang's side. After several failed attempts, they lost nearly half their manpower. Clearly, this method was futile. After further discussion, the magistrate and Wang Zhifang decided to abandon the assassination plan in favor of a more cunning strategy, to employ others as instruments of their malice. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, "These two wretched scoundrels will not rest until General Pei is dead." Guoguo concurred. "Indeed, they are treacherous." They swiftly sent agents to the capital, concealing a dragon robe within General Pei's residence. Wang Zhifang then submitted a memorial, claiming he had discovered General Pei's treasonous intentions. Their goal was to use the emperor's authority to eliminate the entire Pei family. The emperor, predictably, ordered a search of the Pei residence and uncovered the dragon robe. Consequently, General Pei and all those in the Pei household were imprisoned in the dungeons. Song Yaoyao lamented, "General Pei has been wrongfully imprisoned. It is infuriating." What about the emperor? Did he believe it? Guoguo replied, "Despite the discovery of the dragon robe, the emperor remained unconvinced of General Pei's treachery. even with seemingly irrefutable evidence. The emperor chose to detain him without issuing further orders. The emperor secretly met with General Pei, who steadfastly denied any treasonous intentions and informed the emperor of Wang Zhifang's machinations with the magistrate. They had arrested the families of those officials and threatened the families of the commoners, warning them that if they dared to speak out, they would never see their loved ones again. Thus, the emperor's investigators found nothing. Chapter 96. Evidence. Song Yaoyao expressed her indignation, declaring, "This Wang Zifang is utterly lawless. A deranged individual. I could hardly resist the urge to kick him several times. He is nothing but a disgrace, a veritable scoundrel. By the way, if we can expose Wang Zifang as a murderous impersonator, can we not bring him and the Wang family to justice? Once apprehended, we could subject him to severe torture until he confesses." Guagua concurred. Indeed, under rigorous interrogation, he would surely divulge the truth. Such filth must not be tolerated. Host. I stand firmly with you on this. Song Yaoyao continued, unmasking his identity hinges on removing the human skin mask he wears.
Guagua.
Do you know where the potion to remove the mask is hidden? Guagua replied, this mask must be removed every 7 days to allow the skin beneath to breathe. Otherwise, it will rot away. Therefore, Wang Zifang carries the potion with him wherever he goes. It is currently concealed in his study behind a painting on the wall, where a hidden compartment holds the vial. As Guagua spoke, a room appeared on the screen, clearly Wang Zifang's study. There, he was seen peeling back a landscape painting, revealing a hidden compartment containing a vial of liquid, the potion for the human skin mask. Wang Zifang poured a few drops onto a handkerchief and gently wiped his face. In moments, a layer of skin wrinkled and peeled away, revealing a very pale, unremarkable face. Song Yaoyao remarked, Wang Zifang's true skin, having been deprived of sunlight for so long, is even paler than that of a corpse. If he were to venture out at night with a long tongue, he could easily pass for a ghost. Guagua, do you think he might suffer from some skin affliction?
This is truly horrifying.
Guagua responded, Wang Zhifang's skin is indeed alarming, but he is not afflicted with any disease. However, that face does resemble that of a corpse. The onlookers were equally startled by Wang Zifang's true appearance. Previously, they had only seen his visage before he assumed the false identity. Though ordinary, it was still a normal face. Now, however, the skin appeared devoid of color, wrinkled as if soaked in water for an extended period. Little Song's assertion that Wang Zifang's skin was whiter than that of a corpse was no exaggeration. His dedication to impersonation was extreme. Few would go to such lengths for a disguise. Song Yaoyao declared, I must swiftly inform my father about Wang Zhifang so he can relay the information to the emperor. If we delay any longer, who knows what further atrocities Wang Zhifang might commit? Might he target General Pei again? He is a dangerous element that must not be spared. The Wang family and that magistrate must also face justice. They are all despicable. The number of lives lost at Wang Zifang's hands is countless. We must rid the world of this menace. I also hope the emperor will clear General Pei's name soon and release his family, while also providing proper compensation to the true Mu Qingyang's kin. The plight of the real Mu Qingyang and his family is truly tragic. Alas, all of this is the consequence of Wang Zifang's wickedness. Guagua added, Wang Zifang is stained with the blood of too many innocents. His crimes are inexcusable. Song Yaoyao pondered another question and asked Guagua, do you know where that magistrate and Wang Zhifang have imprisoned those officials and the families of commoners? Guagua replied, the magistrate has a villa beneath the dried lotus pond in the garden. Those captured are held. Next to the pond is a pavilion. If one rotates the circular table 5 times to the left and 3 to the right, a trapdoor will appear in the ground, serving as the entrance to the lotus pond. As Guagua finished speaking, the video revealed several cloaked figures bringing food and water. Upon rotating the table, the trapdoor indeed appeared, allowing them to enter, and then it closed behind them. Having gathered all necessary information, Song Yaoyao remained silent as the emperor and court officials discussed state affairs. After an indeterminate amount of time, Song Yaoyao inadvertently looked up and noticed that the civil and military officials had switched places, prompting her to ask, Guagua, why have the civil and military officials changed positions again today? Shouldn't their placement be based on rank? Why does it seem so arbitrary? Look, Those two military officials have moved into the civil ranks. When did the seating arrangements become so casual? Do you know the reason? Guagua replied. I am unaware of the reason, host. It is merely a matter of positioning. Why fret over it? The tension in the room eased as everyone silently praised Song Yaoyao's bravery. She had boldly criticized the emperor for the second time that day. The back of Minister Song was soaked with sweat, and hearing her words sent him trembling with fear. This audacious girl had already insulted Prince Liu, and now the emperor. Twice in a single morning. He cautiously glanced at the emperor, who remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged. The emperor, meanwhile, was in high spirits. It turned out that the officials and commoners had been threatened, rendering them unable to speak the truth. Now that the location of the hostages was uncovered, everything would proceed smoothly. General Pei would soon be exonerated. With this in mind, the emperor disregarded Song Yaoyao's criticisms. After all, her thoughts were unvoiced. Even if he were to punish her, there was no basis for it. He could hardly accuse her of harboring thoughts against him. The answer was, of course, no. Since he could not punish her, he chose to pretend he had heard nothing at all. Chapter 97. A second attempt on my life at that moment. The voice of Song Yaoyao echoed again. Guagua, what time is it? Why has court not yet adjourned? It feels like today's session has lasted an eternity. Guagua replied. The court has been in session for 3 hours. Song Yaoyao exclaimed. What? An hour and a half has already passed? No wonder my legs are about to go numb from standing. The others were puzzled by the length of 3 hours until they heard Song Yaoyao's clarification. It turns out, the esteemed young official was referring to the modern method of timekeeping. 1 hour equates to half a shurchen, and 2 hours to 1 shurchen.
They understood now.
As discussions in the court reached their conclusion, the melodious voice of the eunuch Wang rang out. Those with matters to present, please step forward. Those without, you may retire. We have no matters to present. We shall retire. The ministers responded in unison. Each time court adjourned, Song Yaoyao found the eunuch Wang's high-pitched voice particularly pleasant to the ear. Finally, the end of the tedious session had arrived. After handing over her notes to Minister Jiang, Song Yaoyao dashed toward Vice Minister Song. Vice Minister Song was soaked with sweat, standing there in a daze. Feeling as though he had just danced on the precipice of life and death, unable to calm his tumultuous emotions. Noticing her father's immobility, Song Yaoyao asked, Father, what is wrong? Vice Minister Song remained silent, merely glaring fiercely at her. Confused, Song Yaoyao thought, what have I done? Why is he staring at me? Observing her father's grim expression, she leaned in closer and whispered, Is it possible that mother discovered your stash of secret savings? Or perhaps, did you forget to bring toilet paper while using the restroom and had to resort to your hand? Song Yaoyao. Vice Minister Song called out her full name, a rare occurrence indicating his genuine anger. Looking up, she was met with the sight of his ashen face. Without a moment's hesitation, she lifted her official robe and bolted for the exit. Surely, he wouldn't strike her in front of so many witnesses? How could she ever face anyone again if that were to happen? One word, run. She fled without a second thought. In the palace, one could not run amok. All she could do was hastily remove herself from the scene. Her father's terrifying expression had shocked her. It was merely a jest, yet she had not anticipated his anger. She urged herself to move faster, lest her father catch up. Onlookers witnessed the usually languid young official moving swiftly toward the exit. They felt sympathy for Vice Minister Song. After all, Song Yaoyao had just insulted the emperor, and it was no doubt a terrifying moment for him. What family would not be distressed by such a troublesome daughter? It was a wonder his countenance remained intact. The crowd felt a growing sympathy for Vice Minister Song. Upon exiting the palace, Song Yaoyao swiftly reached her carriage and climbed in, sitting obediently in a corner. Shortly thereafter, Vice Minister Song joined her, raising his hand as he saw her in the corner. But upon gazing into her large, innocent eyes, he found he could not bring himself to strike her. With a sigh, he lowered his hand. The carriage began to move slowly. Song Yaoyao keenly observed her father's expression. At that moment, Vice Minister Song had his eyes closed, clearly unwilling to look at his troublesome daughter. Had she not merely asked if his secret savings had been discovered, or if he had forgotten toilet paper? What more could she have possibly said? Truly, The hearts of men are as elusive as the depths of the ocean. What could have incited his ire? Was it that her father was experiencing a particularly difficult time? Or perhaps he was entering a phase of life that required more understanding? Song Yaoyao's thoughts drifted further and further away. If only Vice Minister Song knew her thoughts, he would surely become even more irate. Realizing her father was in a foul mood, she wisely remained silent, sitting quietly in the corner. She remembered the need to compile all the evidence regarding Wang Zhifang and instructed Guagua to prepare it for printing. Once the documents were ready, she resorted to her usual method, tossing the paper ball at the entrance of her father's study before hiding herself away. Seeing her father pick up the paper ball, she finally made her exit. Vice Minister Song, upon noticing the crumpled paper, sighed, reminding himself that Yaoyao was indeed a considerate child. She had promised to deliver the evidence. And here she was, fulfilling that promise. If only she could be a bit more composed. With that thought, he sighed once more. Although the matters contained within the paper were already known to the emperor, Vice Minister Song still decided to visit the palace and present the evidence personally. In the palace, Vice Minister Song knelt before the emperor, trembling as he spoke. "Your Majesty." The emperor waved his hand. "Rise." This time, young official Song had revealed Wang Zhifang's crimes and helped General Pei clear his name, making her contributions invaluable. "Given the circumstances, I shall overlook the previous transgressions." "Thank you, Your Majesty. You are wise." With the emperor's words, Vice Minister Song finally felt a sense of relief. Little did he know, this was merely the beginning. Song Yaoyao would have many more opportunities to express her grievances in the future. Meanwhile, the emperor had already issued orders to apprehend the governor and mobilize troops to rescue the hostages. Wang Zhifang had also been arrested, and his residence was surrounded, awaiting the delivery of a potion to remove the human skin mask. Simultaneously, the decree to raid the Wang family was already on its way. Later that night, not long after Song Yaoyao had gone to bed, Guagua's voice rang out. "Host, there are assassins. They are all targeting you." Startled awake, Song Yaoyao cursed under her breath. "I am but a novice. Whom have I offended? Why do they persist in fixating on me? It's a relentless stream of assassins. How absurd." Exiting her quarters, she discovered that the emperor's shadow guards, along with her father's subordinates, were already engaged in combat with the assassins. Chapter 98. Rampant destruction disturbing Song Yaoyao's slumber was an affront, especially with the early court summons awaiting her the following day. Such disturbances would surely hinder her ability to rise in the morning. Song Yaoyao was exceedingly displeased. Unbeknownst to anyone, her system possessed a protective mechanism, and the existence of her firearm remained a secret. They were diligently safeguarding her from the encroaching assassins. This time, the number of attackers exceeded the last. Estimated at over 200, an unequivocal intent to terminate her life. Many of Song Yaoyao's companions had already sustained injuries. With a mere thought, she conjured a submachine gun into her hands. "Everyone stand back," she commanded. The imperial guards dispatched by the emperor, alongside the subordinates of Minister Song, observed the sudden appearance of the weapon in her grasp. Though they were unaware of its nature, an inexplicable trust in young Master Song enveloped them. They speculated whether she had concocted a new poison, and recalling past experiences, they immediately took cover at the sound of her voice. Once her allies had retreated, a cruel smile graced Song Yaoyao's lips. "Today, let me show you the might of your grandant." She unleashed a hail of gunfire upon the advancing dark-clad figures. The staccato bursts of the submachine gun echoed, and those who charged forth were struck down, collapsing to the ground. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. They had anticipated a toxic assault, yet she had not resorted to poison. All eyes were fixated on the mysterious apparatus in her hands. What kind of concealed weapon was this, one they had never encountered before? As the initial assassins fell, those behind them instinctively retreated. Despite the loss of life, the killers remained undeterred in their pursuit of Song Yaoyao. With her life at stake, how could she allow them to escape? They regarded the weapon in her hands with trepidation. It was formidable indeed. The assassins, renowned for their exceptional skills, found themselves unable to evade the lethal force of her weapon. If this continued, they would surely perish here. In mere moments, half of the assassins had been obliterated by Song Yaoyao. Yet, they showed no intent to withdraw. Those not caught in the barrage employed their agility. Some seeking refuge atop rooftops, others in the branches of trees. They believed that by increasing their distance, they could evade the gunfire. How mistaken they were. Within a range of 50 meters, Song Yaoyao's submachine gun boasted remarkable precision and lethality. Beyond that, its effectiveness waned. However, this posed no challenge for her. As the assassins concealed themselves beyond 50 meters, Song Yaoyao's thoughts shifted, and her weapon transformed into a different model. This new submachine gun had an effective range of 150 meters. She aimed it at those hiding on rooftops and in the trees, unleashing another wave of fire. What kind of weapon could shoot such distances? The assassins were bewildered, witnessing the sudden transformation of her armament. Could their target truly perform such sorcery? Before they could ponder this enigma, silence enveloped them. Although the assassins yearned to retaliate, they found their distance too great, even with their internal energy. Their projectiles failed to reach Song Yaoyao. Minister Song and his associates observed her extraordinary maneuvers, rendered speechless. They stood close enough to see clearly as her firearm morphed yet again. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, convinced they were hallucinating. However, the weapon remained unchanged from the previous one. This was beyond fantastical. Even the most audacious tales would shy away from such a narrative. Their expressions shifted from astonishment to shock, and finally to numbness as one by one, the assassins fell. Ultimately, the remaining killers decided to retreat. However, Song Yaoyao would not allow their escape. Her firearm transformed once more, this time into a dazzling weapon. "Close your eyes," she shouted. Upon hearing her command, Minister Song and the others promptly complied. As she fired, the courtyard was illuminated as if it were day. The assassins across from her were blinded, some suffering immediate loss of sight. A few, having heard her warning, managed to shut their eyes. When they opened them again, they were greeted by the sight of their comrades, clutching their eyes and weeping in despair, utterly terrified. They had no idea what Song Yaoyao had done in those fleeting moments. The sheer horror of the situation compelled them to flee. But Song Yaoyao's submachine gun transformed yet again, delivering another wave of fire. In this manner, yet another group of assassins fell. Aside from a couple who managed to escape, the rest lay lifeless. The imperial guards attempted to pursue those fleeing, but Song Yaoyao halted them. "We must prevent another futile assassination attempt. This endless cycle is utterly vexing." Minister Song approached her, concern etched on his face. "Yaoyao, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine, father. What about you?" "We are well," he reassured her. Noticing that some had been injured while protecting her, Song Yaoyao generously produced her own concocted medicines to distribute among them. Throughout this ordeal, Minister Song had not inquired about the firearm, nor did she mention it. Slinging the weapon across her back, she declared, "Let us cleanse the battlefield." Everyone, familiar with the task from a previous encounter, sprang into action. The imperial guards occasionally cast furtive glances at the gun slung on her back, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Sensing their curiosity, Song Yaoyao explained, "This device is beyond your capabilities. Only I can wield it. Even if you gaze upon it, it is of no use to you. Focus on your tasks." She began to jest with Guagua. "Do you think they covet my firearm? They cannot utilize it even if they held it. They could not fire a single shot. This weapon is bound to my very soul. Only I can employ it. I wonder if they believe me?" Guagua replied, "Whether they believe is of no consequence. You speak only the truth. Host, today you have showcased the might of modern weaponry before these ancient beings. The impact must be profound. Have you considered how to explain this?" Chapter 99, The Shadowy Manipulator, Kai Mingkuan Song Yaoyao. "Haven't thought of anything yet?"
Guagua.
"How about I say that I saved someone in the past, and they gifted me this in return for my life-saving grace?" Guagua replied with exasperation, "Host, everyone isn't foolish. Do you really think anyone would believe that?" Song Yaoyao, "Then how should I explain it? Should I tell them this is a weapon from thousands of years in the future? That it can change at my whim? And then mention that this is a reward from you after your upgrade?" That certainly won't do. So for now, I won't explain anything. As long as they don't ask, I'll pretend I know nothing. If they press me, I'll just make something up on the spot. After all, where there's a will, there's a way." Minister Song gazed at the somewhat frantic Song Yaoyao, not uttering a single question. The shadow guards had already gleaned from Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts that the object was indeed a weapon from thousands of years ahead, a reward bestowed upon the young Master Song after Guagua's upgrade. This object is called a gun, capable of transforming according to the young Master Song's thoughts. Intrinsically linked to his soul, even if others acquired it, they would be unable to wield it. The shadow guards would simply report this to the emperor later. The rest was beyond their concern. Before long, the battlefield was cleared, and they presented the confiscated silver and notes to Song Yaoyao. In addition, they had seized a considerable number of swords and knives, all of exceptional quality. Song Yaoyao handed them corpse-dissolving powder. Subsequently, in front of everyone, she began to count the silver notes. This time, the haul amounted to a staggering 40,000 taels. These assassins were indeed quite wealthy. Song Yaoyao divided the silver notes into 4 portions, each worth 10,000 taels. One portion was for Minister Song and his subordinates, another for the shadow guards sent by the emperor, one for herself, and the last reserved for the emperor. Upon returning to her quarters, Song Yaoyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout the entire ordeal, no one had inquired about the gun. Song Yaoyao, Guagua. Why do you think they didn't ask about the gun? Even my father didn't inquire? Guagua. Host, do you secretly hope they would interrogate you? Song Yaoyao. I am not a masochist. Why would I enjoy being interrogated? Guagua. Exactly. If they don't ask, isn't that in line with your wishes? As for why they haven't inquired, why should you concern yourself with that? As long as they remain silent, isn't that sufficient? Song Yaoyao. I'm just puzzled about why my father didn't ask either. Guagua. Who knows what your father is thinking? Never mind that. Hurry up and freshen up for bed. You have court tomorrow. Song Yaoyao began to lament the early court assembly. Why does the emperor insist on holding court at 3 in the morning? It's utterly ridiculous. Can't we discuss state affairs at 6 or 7 in the morning? Must it be so early? Guagua. The ancients believed that the earlier the court session, the more it reflected the emperor's diligence. Enough complaining. It won't change anything. You still have to rise early. Best to wash up and rest now. With no choice. Song Yaoyao entered her space to bathe. Meanwhile, the shadow guards brought 1,000 taels of silver notes to the emperor. Holding the notes, the emperor listened to the shadow guard's report, his expression becoming one of astonishment. The emperor asked again, "Is what you say truly accurate?" The shadow guard knelt and replied, "Absolutely true. We all witnessed it clearly. There's no way we could all be mistaken. It is astonishing to think that a weapon from thousands of years in the future could be so formidable. It truly defies imagination." The shadow guard continued, "Initially, we wished to borrow that gun for examination, but..." He subsequently recounted all the details concerning the gun to the emperor. The emperor's expression was inscrutable, and after a long pause, he finally stated, "If the opportunity arises, I too wish to witness it. You may leave. Ensure the safety of young Master Song." Everyone understood that with such a weapon, Song Yaoyao hardly required protection, yet the emperor still insisted on having the shadow guards protect her. The emperor, holding the silver notes, couldn't help but chuckle, "Ha ha. As long as young Master Song harbors no treasonous intentions, she will undoubtedly be a tremendous asset to our Tianfeng Kingdom. What further surprises shall you unveil, young Master Song?" The next day, Song Yaoyao indeed struggled to rise. She was forcibly dragged from her bed by Bitao. During court, Song Yaoyao appeared utterly out of sorts, embodying a single word: fatigued. She had no idea how many times she had yawned in secret. Guagua. Host, stay alert. If you misremember anything, you might lose your head. Song Yaoyao. Damn those assassins for keeping me up last night. Now I can't rise this morning. I'm just a small fry. I've never wronged anyone. Who would be willing to spend so much silver to hire over 200 assassins to kill me? They truly overestimate my worth. Everyone observed Song Yaoyao today, her demeanor lackluster and weary. Upon hearing her thoughts, they were taken aback. Over 200 assassins? Their first reaction was, how did young Master Song manage to escape unscathed? Who could be so ruthless as to wish her dead? This person must harbor a guilty conscience, fearful that young Master Song would expose their misdeeds, thus striking first. Guagua, I know who this person is. Upon hearing this, Song Yaoyao sprang up as if jolted awake, her fatigue vanishing, and inquired, Guagua, who is it? Which scoundrel dares to target my Song family? I curse this person to have sons without rectums, barren and unable to bear offspring. Song Yaoyao unleashed a torrent of curses upon this individual. Everyone perked up, eager to discover who had the audacity to eliminate young Master Song. However, young Master Song's ability to curse was remarkable. She had been at it for an extended period and hadn't repeated herself once. It was the first time they realized there were so many words to curse someone. Young Master Song, a true talent. Guagua. The culprit is none other than Kai Mingquan, the third-rank left assistant of the Ministry of Personnel. As Guagua's voice faded, an image of Kai Mingquan appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. No one had anticipated that the usually gentle and refined Kai Mingquan would take such drastic measures against young Master Song, dispatching over 200 assassins in one go. What had Kai Mingquan done to warrant such a death sentence for young Master Song? Song Yaoyao could hardly believe that the mastermind was Kai Mingquan. Song Yaoyao. Guagua. I never imagined that the person behind all this would be Kai Mingquan. He seems so affable. Who would have thought him so vicious? Besides, when did I offend him? I have no recollection whatsoever. Chapter 100. The Beauty Scheme. Guagua. Some individuals are simply born with incompatible auras. Perhaps they find you displeasing. Upon hearing this, Song Yaoyao erupted. That old fool. How shameless. Just because he dislikes someone, does that give him the right to kill? After an extended tirade, during which the others were rendered numb, Song Yaoyao finally paused. Guagua, what significant news does this old fool hold? Do enlighten us. Everyone eagerly awaited this moment. Their curiosity piqued. Guagua. This tale begins with the mother of Kai Minghuan. As Guagua spoke, an image of Kai Minghuan's mother appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. Song Yaoyao urged, what does she have to do with this? Guagua's voice gradually unfolded. Kai Minghuan's mother is named Renlinglong, though that is not her true name. Her real name is Qi Bijuan. Upon hearing this name, Song Yaoyao's expression shifted. Qi, isn't that the surname of the royal family of Yaoyang? Could she be of royal descent? The crowd was equally astonished by this revelation, their thoughts mirroring Song Yaoyao's. Guagua. Qi Bijuan is the current emperor of Yaoyang's biological cousin. She is the legitimate youngest daughter of the Cold King of Yaoyang. The audience's faces displayed a mixture of surprise. How had a royal princess from Yaoyang come to Tianfeng and married a minister there? Song Yaoyao inquired, if she is a legitimate princess, why has she come to our Tianfeng? Guagua explained, as you should know, this continent is divided into 4 nations. To the east lies Yaoyang. To the south is our Tianfeng, to the west is Tianxian, and to the north is Longyuan, with each nation possessing comparable strength. Our Tianfeng and Yaoyang share a border and often engage in conflict due to various issues. A video displayed the geographical locations of the 4 nations alongside scenes of warfare. Song Yaoyao asked, and then? Guagua continued, since Tianfeng and Yaoyang are evenly matched, neither side has gained any advantage. Yaoyang devised a plan to send individuals to infiltrate Tianfeng, inciting internal discord to undermine our nation. Although several strategies were proposed, they ultimately chose the most traditional yet effective method, the beauty scheme. This is a protracted endeavor. And thus, they selected Qi Bijuan. The video depicted the emperor of Yaoyang conferring with the Cold King on how to penetrate Tianfeng's inner sanctum. At this juncture, the expressions of all present turned grave. The emperor's demeanor darkened ominously. It became evident to him that Qi Bijuan was a spy dispatched by Yaoyang. With a wave of his hand, several military and civil officials repositioned themselves to encircle Kai Minghuan. Realizing his fate, Kai Minghuan prepared to resist. But several military officers restrained him with force. The commotion drew the attention of everyone in the hall. Startled by the sounds of conflict, Song Yaoyao looked up to witness the scene and asked, why is Kai Minghuan being pinned to the ground by several officers? Have I missed something? Guagua, do you know? Guagua expressed confusion. I am equally in the dark. Hearing the exchange between the 2 instigators, Kai Minghuan, filled with rage, coughed up blood on the spot. He yearned to voice his anger, yet his meridians had been sealed, rendering him unable to move or speak. Regret washed over him. He lamented that he had not dispatched enough assassins to eliminate the source of his troubles, Song Yaoyao. Kai Minghuan glared at Song Yaoyao, wishing he could exact 1,000 tortures upon her. The emperor commanded, "Take him away."
Yes.
A squad of imperial guards advanced, dragging Kai Minghuan from the hall. Song Yaoyao observed the seething hatred in Kai Minghuan's eyes, feeling perplexed. Guagua, when I saw Kai Minghuan being taken away, he glared at me with such fury, as if he wished to flay me alive.
It was terrifying.
What have I done to incur such hatred? I pondered for a long while, but could not recall offending him in any way. Song Yaoyao remarked, "Indeed, it's absurd. We shall ignore him. Guagua, please continue." Guagua resumed, "Very well. Let me tell you more about Qi Bijuan. She is the legitimate youngest daughter of the cold king of Yaoyang, raised in opulence and beauty, possessing unmatched allure. Qi Bijuan had been kept in seclusion, rarely appearing in public, and when she did, it was always under a wide-brimmed hat. Few knew her true appearance. Upon learning of her father's and the emperor's plans, she volunteered to undertake this mission herself. She believed that after enjoying a life of luxury for over a decade, it was time for her to contribute to the royal family. At the time, Qi Bijuan was merely 14 years old. The cold king was reluctant to let his daughter embark on such a perilous task, but Qi Bijuan persisted, and ultimately, he acquiesced. The video showcased a youthful, charming woman playfully interacting with a middle-aged man who was none other than the cold king of Yaoyang, Qi Bijuan's father.
Song Yaoyao scoffed. Ah.
Qi Bijuan is indeed willing to sacrifice for her country. Guagua continued. At that time, Kai Minghuan's father, Kai Yan, was stationed at the border between Tianfeng and Yaoyang. An image of Kai Yan appeared, clad in armor, exuding strength and determination. Song Yaoyao surmised, so they chose Kai Yan, allowing Qi Bijuan to assume the identity of Renlinglong and directly target him? Guagua confirmed. Indeed. After infiltrating the border, Qi Bijuan spent 6 months observing Kai Yan's movements. Every first day of the month, Kai Yan would leave the military camp. To gain proximity to him, Qi Bijuan staged a self-inflicted injury, instructing her subordinates to leave her gravely wounded on the path Kai Yan frequented. Predictably, upon discovering the barely conscious woman, Kai Yan arranged for her to be taken to a medical facility and even sent someone to care for her. After giving these instructions, he departed. Thereafter, Qi Bijuan feigned amnesia, insisting on marrying Kai Yan to repay her debt of gratitude for saving her life. Initially, Kai Yan was reluctant, but during their time together, he found Qi Bijuan to be dignified, beautiful, and gracious. At this point, Kai Yan was 27, while Qi Bijuan was merely 16. The rugged warrior had never encountered such a gentle and exquisite woman, and thus he succumbed to her charms, falling in love with her. Thus they married. Within a year, they welcomed their firstborn, Kai Minghuan. 2 years later, they had a second son, Kai Jihuan, and a year after that, a third son, Kai Zihuan. Chapter 101. Brainwashing. In the video, snippets of the interactions between Kai Yan and Qi Bijuan unfold. Song Yaoyao, with a hint of reluctance, inquired, "So Kai Yan and Qi Bijuan are truly wed?" Guagua replied, "Indeed." Song Yaoyao sighed. It is rather disheartening to see a distinguished general ensnared by a spy. Yet, given that Kai Yan is nearing 30, how could he resist the allure of such a fresh and captivating young beauty? Alas. Guagua, do continue. Guagua explained, before giving birth to their 3 sons, Qi Bijuan was cautious, fearful that Kai Yan might uncover her secret. She refrained from any actions during that time. It wasn't until their youngest son, Kai Zihuan, turned 1 that Kai Yan was ambushed. Qi Bijuan bravely shielded him from an arrow, nearly sacrificing her life in the process. From that moment on, Kai Yan placed immense trust in Qi Bijuan. She deemed the time ripe to begin her subtle machinations. Subsequently, during a battle against the Yaoyang Kingdom, a leak of information resulted in a devastating defeat for the Tianfeng Kingdom, which suffered significant losses. The video depicted the harrowing battle, where Tianfeng Kingdom endured appalling casualties. The grim memories of that day linger, as soldiers fell one after another, leaving everyone with tear-filled eyes. The emperor gripped the armrest tightly, his heart aching as he witnessed his soldiers perish. As Song Yaoyao watched the tragic scenes unfold, she lamented, "Guagua, does Kai Yan not find Qi Bijuan's appearance too coincidental? After the incident, did he not initiate any investigations?" And that assassination attempt, how fortuitous was it that Qi Baijun intercepted the arrow? Has he never harbored doubts? Alas, with Qi Baijun, that calamity, by his side, failure was inevitable. Guagua responded. When Qi Baijun first appeared, Cayenne dispatched someone to investigate, but found nothing. The assassination was indeed orchestrated by Qi Baijun herself. And even after his inquiries, nothing was revealed. Cayenne suspected a spy among his ranks, but he never imagined that the traitor was his own wife. As he failed to uncover the identity of the spy, the emperor appointed another general to assume his duties after the defeat. Cayenne was escorted back to the capital. The emperor, considering Cayenne's past merits, did not imprison him and his family, but instead kept him in the capital as a general stripped of power. Consumed by thoughts of the spy, Cayenne confided in the emperor, urging him to initiate an investigation. He himself continued to probe the matter discreetly. Observing Qi Baijun in the video, Song Yaoyao furrowed her brow. Will they face execution? In the presence of others, Qi Baijun appears terrified, yet when alone, she exhibits no signs of fearing for her life. Is she so certain the emperor will not condemn them? Guagua replied, the emperor is a wise ruler, moreover. Victories and defeats are commonplace in warfare. Despite the grievous losses of that battle, Cayenne's past accomplishments cannot be erased. To execute him would dishearten the military leaders. From every angle, Qi Baijun surmised that the emperor would not punish Cayenne or his family. After a brief pause, Guagua continued. Upon her arrival in the capital, Qi Baijun seized the opportunity. She established contact with the underground factions of the Tianfeng Kingdom and embarked on a prolonged campaign of bribery, manipulation, and division. Thus, 3 years passed. One day, as Qi Baijun was meeting with her subordinates, Cayenne discovered her and stealthily followed. Upon overhearing their conversation, he was struck with the devastating realization that the spy he had been pursuing all along was none other than his own wife. Unable to comprehend this revelation, he vacated the scene in a daze, but in his disoriented state, he inadvertently made a noise, alerting Qi Baijun and her accomplices. Captured on the spot, Cayenne looked at Qi Baijun, whose gaze lacked any trace of the affection it once held. Instead, her eyes were cold as ice, and she commanded his immediate execution. Cayenne, in disbelief, could not fathom that Qi Baijun would turn so mercilessly against him. Thus, in a haze of incredulity, he lost his life. The audience, witnessing Cayenne's tragic demise in the video, shared expressions of disbelief. Such a stalwart general, falling not on the battlefield, but victim to such a treacherous scheme. Yet in reality, Cayenne seemed to be alive and well. Who, then, was the figure in the video that had met his end? Song Yaoyao pondered aloud. They say a day as husband and wife accounts for 100 days of affection. Who would have imagined that Qi Baijun could be so ruthless, unhesitatingly turning against Cayenne? Yet I have heard that Cayenne is indeed alive. If the video claims he is dead, then who is this living person? Guagua replied, this is precisely what I was about to explain. With Cayenne's death, Qi Baijun's plans were thrown into disarray, compelling her to seek someone to impersonate him. She found an individual among her subordinates with a physique similar to Cayenne's. Under the cover of night, they orchestrated a staged assassination, leaving the impostor wounded and disfigured. Thus, the disfigured subordinate assumed Cayenne's identity and has lived on until now. Song Yaoyao asked, are Kai Ming-Kuan and the others aware that their father has been slain by their mother? Guagua responded, they are unaware. With the real Cayenne gone, and the false one being one of their own, Qi Baijun felt no restraint in her actions. She and the impostor began brainwashing their 3 sons, instilling in them the notion of the current emperor's inadequacies, claiming that they were agents of the Tianfeng Kingdom sent to infiltrate the Tianfeng Kingdom. Qi Baijun and the impostor informed their sons that they belonged to the royal lineage of Yiyang, that royal blood coursed through their veins. They extolled the virtues of Yiyang, ensuring their sons never forget their true identity. Through this daily indoctrination, the 3 sons gradually accepted their identities as citizens of Yiyang. The video showcased Qi Baijun's relentless brainwashing of her 3 children. This woman was truly remarkable, consistently summoning her sons to her side for 1 to 2 hours of indoctrination each day. While the audience remained uncertain of the precise meaning of brainwashing, the context allowed them to surmise its implications. Brainwashing, in essence, appeared to refer to indoctrination. Chapter 102. The Tianyuan Horse Ranch Song Yaoyao marveled. What a sight to behold. The extent to which this mother indoctrinates her son surpasses even that of a pyramid scheme. Guagua remarked, QBJN's brainwashing has proven remarkably effective. Upon growing up, her 3 sons assist her in managing affairs of the Yaoyao Kingdom. Allow me to elaborate on what each of the 3 sons has accomplished. The eldest son, Kai Mingquan, successfully passed the imperial examination and ascended to the rank of 3rd grade left assistant of the secretariat. The second son, Kai Jikuan, is also pursuing the path of the imperial examination and has already attained the status of a recommended scholar, preparing for the upcoming examinations. The youngest son, Kai Zikuan, has harbored a passion for commerce since childhood. He oversees the family business as well as the clandestine operations in the Yaoyao Kingdom, effectively serving as the financial steward for QBJN and the shadowy enterprises. The profits he generates, aside from daily expenditures, are primarily allocated to bribery and courting officials of the Tianfeng Kingdom. His ventures encompass taverns, brothels, gambling houses, and notably the Tianyuan Horse Ranch. When it comes to the Tianyuan Horse Ranch, the noble families and aristocrats in the capital are undoubtedly well acquainted. However, the mere mention of that establishment infuriates the officials. Song Yaoyao interjected, I have heard of the Tianyuan Horse Ranch, known as a den of indulgence for the affluent and aristocratic. As footage of the Tianyuan Horse Ranch played, it showcased not only a plethora of fine steeds, but also a nocturnal spectacle of revelry, adorned with exquisite beauties, exuding opulence. Song Yaoyao gazed in astonishment at the video and queried, Guagua, why are there so many beautiful women at this horse ranch? I assumed it was solely a marketplace for horses. Guagua explained, at the Tianyuan Horse Ranch, one can engage in horse trading, gambling, and racing. After a tiring day, the evenings are filled with various performances. Accommodations are available for guests to rest, and as for the women, you can surely deduce their purpose. It can be said that this place offers a comprehensive service of dining, entertainment, and leisure. Song Yaoyao replied, I understand. It truly is extravagant. No wonder it's dubbed a den of vice. Several individuals featured in the video were recognized by all the ministers present, notorious rakes of the capital. Upon seeing their sons on screen, the fathers were left aghast, nearly prostrating in shock. Guagua continued, allow me to slowly unfold the tale of the Tianyuan Horse Ranch. The vast lands it occupies were originally farmland, forcibly seized by Kai Zikuan from the farmers. Initially, Kai Zikuan sought to acquire the land at a meager price. The meager rent offered was far from sufficient to sustain a family. The land was the farmer's lifeline. Its loss equated to a death sentence. Naturally, the farmers resisted selling their land at such a pittance, leading to a prolonged standoff that lasted several months. Growing impatient, Kai Zikuan dispatched individuals from the Yaoyao Kingdom as shadowy organization to eliminate the dissenting farmers. Stunned, Song Yaoyao gasped, that ranch is vast, occupying a substantial area. Did this not necessitate the killing of many? Guagua replied, initially, they only executed the leading dissenters. However, fearing exposure, they escalated their actions and slaughtered all the farmers in the vicinity. Once the farmers were dead, Kai Zikuan bribed officials to cover up the incident. To put it bluntly, while those farmers have perished, official records still list them as alive, and the land remains under their names. When tax payments are due, Kai Zikuan pays taxes under the names of those deceased farmers. The video displayed harrowing scenes of the massacre, after which the corpses were disposed of in mass graves. The lands and homes of the farmers became Kai Zikuan's possessions. He demolished the houses and erected the horse ranch in their place. No one anticipated the bloody origins of the Tianyuan Horse Ranch. The emperor's forehead throbbed with veins, his fists clenched tightly in fury. Song Yaoyao, witnessing the disturbing footage, was incensed, declaring, this is sheer lawlessness, a blatant disregard for human life. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, Kai Zikuan is utterly deranged, treating lives as if they were mere chaff. Has no one intervened? Guagua explained, those privy to Kai Zikuan's actions have been bribed, while the uninformed suspect that something is amiss, but choose to adopt an attitude of indifference, believing it does not concern them. As long as the land's taxes are paid punctually, the emperor remains oblivious, and thus, No one feels compelled to investigate further. Hearing this, the emperor's eyes reddened with rage, though he struggled to suppress his fury. Hundreds of lives had been extinguished by Cai Zikuan's hand, and this atrocity had gone unreported until now. The ministers, observing the emperor's darkening expression, fell silent in trepidation. The Tianyuan horse ranch had been established for 5 or 6 years, and they had all heard of it. They had previously learned that the land had once belonged to farmers and had questioned how it had transformed into a horse ranch. But they understood that the matter was far from simple. Adopting a better-to-remain uninvolved attitude, they had refrained from pursuing the issue.
Now,
With the revelation of the truth and the emperor's furious countenance, they realized his wrath had reached its zenith. Retribution was inevitable.
Song Yaoyao scoffed.
What a fine minister of the Tianfeng Kingdom he is. Guagua continued. Cai Zikuan's establishment of this horse ranch served a dual purpose. Under the guise of a horse trading enterprise, he engaged in manipulation, incitement, and division. Previously, did I not mention the various enterprises of the Tianyuan horse ranch? Beyond trading, racing, and gambling, they also train thin horses. When officials visit the ranch, Cai Zikuan has managers cultivate relationships with them. Based on their preferences, they deliver thin horses to the officials' residences as concubines. This strategy is intended to monitor the officials' movements and to erode their integrity. This is what they initially referred to as their division plan. Song Yaoyao replied, "My mind is slightly overwhelmed. This is exceedingly intricate." Guagua added, "In truth, it is not difficult to comprehend. Their objective is to gain insight into the officials' every move. They say that the most dangerous winds are those that come from the pillow. As long as these thin horses can charm the officials, anything is possible, be it the favoring of a concubine over a wife or the usurpation of household authority. This is merely one example from the domestic sphere. Additionally, there are officials already swayed by the horse ranch who sow discord among other officials. The complexity multiplies." Chapter 103. General Pei's visit in the video. Countless instances of sowing discord, division, and corruption unfolded before their eyes. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically as they realized that this was the true intention behind the Tianyuan horse ranch. The Night-Yang Kingdom had indeed orchestrated an elaborate scheme. Numerous officials appeared on screen, some of whom were currently seated in the court. They could hardly fathom that the Tianyuan horse ranch harbored such motives. Regardless of whether they had been corrupted or not, their fates were sealed. The emperor's fury had reached a boiling point. The Night-Yang Kingdom had played their cards well. Song Yaoyao's frustration grew as she watched the video, exclaiming, "This is infuriating. The more I watch, the angrier I become. How dare the Night-Yang Kingdom plot against our Tianfeng Kingdom? This cannot continue. We must not allow these spies to torment our nation any longer. I must inform the emperor at once. Ideally, we should retaliate in kind and create turmoil within their ranks, sowing division and corruption among their officials. Guagua, gather all the evidence, including that from the secret establishment. We must present these findings to the emperor without delay." "Understood, host," Guagua replied. Afterward, Song Yaoyao's internal dialogue ceased. All pertinent information had been conveyed, and soon, the court session concluded. As soon as they exited, Song Yaoyao approached Minister Song. Aside from her and those who could not hear her thoughts, no one dared to move, including Minister Song himself. Observing the inaction of the others, the officials who lacked this ability hesitated as well. Confused, Song Yaoyao asked, "Father, what is the matter? Why is no one moving?" Minister Song struggled to find an explanation when the emperor interjected, "Minister Song, present your majesty." Though puzzled as to why no one was moving, Song Yaoyao refrained from pressing further and left the hall with her father. Once they departed, the emperor slammed the memorials on the table towards the court officials. "You have truly proven yourselves as my loyal subjects. Those who have visited the Tianyuan horse ranch, step forward. If you do not come forth now, and it is later discovered, do not blame me for disregarding the bond between ruler and minister." The ministers exchanged glances, and gradually some began to step forward. Without acknowledging them, the emperor issued several commands, instructing the imperial guard to surround the Cai residence and to arrest Qi Bijuan, along with the false Cai Yen and the other 2 Cai brothers. The name of the Night-Yang Kingdom's secret establishment was unmistakably clear in the video. It was a notorious brothel in the capital. Knowing its location, the emperor promptly dispatched troops to the establishment. After issuing his orders, he turned to the officials who had stepped forward, only to find that half of them had indeed visited the Tianyuan horse ranch. Taking a few deep breaths, he asked, "Do any of you have concubines sent by the Tianyuan horse ranch? Step forward." Subsequently, a third of the remaining officials stepped forward. Counting those who had emerged, the emperor discovered 8 individuals. These officials were all of high rank, yet it was surprising that 8 had succumbed to corruption. He waved his hand, signaling for them to be taken away. Once the documents were prepared, they were delivered to Minister Song as before, and the emperor proceeded to the dining hall. After satisfying his appetite, Song Yaoyao felt a desire to stroll through the streets. However, Minister Song was the first to voice his objections, followed closely by Madame Song, forbidding her from going out. Having had a restless night and rising early, she felt exhausted during the morning court session. But the shocking revelations from Guagua had completely awakened her. She wished to use the pretense of shopping to retrieve some items from her space for her family, feeling guilty that they had not tasted any of the food she had been hoarding there. Since she was prohibited from going out, she resolved to wait for another opportunity to share the bounty from her space. How delightful it was to indulge in a life of plenty.
No.
She was not a pig. It would be more fitting to say that it was a blissful existence filled with good food and restful slumber. Song Yaoyao soon drifted into a peaceful sleep. After an indeterminate time, Bitao came to rouse her. "Miss, it's time to wake up. We have guests. I heard General Pei is visiting today." Half awake, upon hearing the name of General Pei, Song Yaoyao jolted to attention and inquired, "General Pei? Which General Pei?" As Bitao assisted her in getting ready, she explained, "It is the General Pei, who was imprisoned in the Tian prison a few days ago. I heard the emperor has cleared his name. He was wrongfully accused and has been released. How quickly he has been freed. It is good that his name has been vindicated. But why do they wish for me to go to the front hall?" Song Yaoyao pondered. The evidence had indeed been presented to her father, who was being thanked for providing it to the emperor. She understood that. But why was she being summoned? She had never revealed that the evidence originated from her. Though perplexed, she hurriedly washed and dressed. Upon arriving in the front hall, she saw General Pei alongside 2 women. Having already seen General Pei in the video, she was unfamiliar with the other 2 women. One appeared to be in her 30s, while the other was a young lady around Song Yaoyao's age. As Song Yaoyao entered, all 3 stood to greet her. She approached and offered her respects. General Pei quickly assisted her, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, little Song. Allow me to introduce you. This is my wife. And the other is my youngest daughter, Pei. You are of similar age, and I brought her along today." Song Yaoyao bowed again, saying, "Greetings, Madam Pei, Miss Pei." Madam Pei smiled warmly at Song Yaoyao and said, "There is no need for such formalities, little Song. You are our family's savior. Had it not been for you, we might have faced dire consequences." Pei gazed intently at Song Yaoyao. Her family had told her that this young girl had saved them all. Yet she saw no remarkable difference in her appearance, just a nose, 2 eyes, and a mouth. What skills did this girl possess that could save her entire family? Previously, she had asked her parents, who said the emperor spoke highly of her, but they did not elaborate on how she had accomplished such a feat. Chapter 104. Pei Yining. Since His Majesty has spoken, there can be no doubt. Thus, as soon as they were released, they hurried to express their gratitude. Song Yaoyao felt a bit uneasy under Pei Yi's unwavering gaze and remarked, "Why are you staring at me? Even with my thick skin, I can't help but feel somewhat embarrassed." General Pei, Madam Pei, and Pei Yi widened their eyes in astonishment. The voice they had just heard was unmistakably that of the esteemed Song, yet they had all clearly seen that she had not moved her lips. Had they imagined it? While they were still pondering, another voice chimed in. "Host, are you truly embarrassed by being stared at? Hasn't your skin thickened to a wall-like toughness?" Song Yaoyao retorted, "Guagua, your skin is the one thicker than a fortress, impervious even to cannon fire." Guagua dismissed her with a scoff. "Humph. I'm too lazy to converse with you." As Song Yaoyao touched her face and broke into a silly grin, Guagua, recognizing her thoughts, quipped, "Host, you don't genuinely believe that Pei Yi is captivated by your beauty, do you?" Song Yaoyao replied, "Isn't that the case?" Guagua shot back, "Don't you have any self-awareness of your own shortcomings?" Song Yaoyao sighed, "Guagua, Can you survive a day without berating me? Guagua replied, I can survive, but witnessing your self-absorption makes me feel like a mere hairdryer pales in comparison. Song Yaoyao retorted, Guagua, you useless system, you've depleted all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. Guagua huffed, humph. Song Yaoyao mirrored her, humph. General Pei, Madam Pei, and Pei looked at Song Yaoyao in astonishment. They had confirmed that they had just heard her innermost thoughts. Was it truly possible to hear the thoughts of the esteemed Song, who had just conversed with her? As they continued to wonder, they once again heard that voice. Host, would you care for some gossip?
Song Yaoyao replied, yes.
Everyone was rendered speechless. They had just quarreled, and yet here they were reconciling in an instant. Guagua continued, Pei Yining, the legitimate daughter of General Pei, may be in peril. Upon hearing this, General Pei's expression changed drastically, though he remained silent, eager to see how the esteemed Song would respond. Startled, Song Yaoyao quickly inquired, What do you mean? Guagua elaborated, Pei Yining is betrothed to Kong Yuqing, the legitimate son of the Marquis of Chongping. As Guagua spoke, images of Pei Yining and Kong Yuqing appeared above Song Yaoyao's head. General Pei and the others gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. Guagua continued, Kong Yuqing has a cousin named Fang Shishir, orphaned at a young age. She was taken in by the Marquis's household. Growing up together, she and Kong Yuqing share a deep bond. However, Kong Yuqing's parents desire him to marry a woman of equal status who can bolster his standing. While Fang Shishir is gentle and graceful, she cannot provide such advantages. The Marquis's wife, aware of their mutual affection, still strongly opposes it. Kong Yuqing has clashed with his family over this. But the Marquis of Chongping has threatened that if he insists on marrying Fang Shishir, he will not pass on the title to him, especially with several capable illegitimate sons in the wings. The Marquis's wife, upon hearing this, panicked and threatened Kong Yuqing, stating that if he continued to pursue Fang Shishir, she would hastily find another family for her.
Conséquently, Kong Yuqing relented.
The Marquis's wife then sent Fang Shishir to a country estate, assigning several matrons to keep an eye on her. The video displayed Kong Yuqing battling with his family. They now found themselves questioning the authenticity of Song Yaoyao's account. Song Yaoyao asked, and then? Guagua replied, Kong Yuqing had no choice but to comply with his family's wishes. Ultimately, Kong Yuqing's mother selected Pei Yining as his bride. With General Pei often away, the elder Pei found Kong Yuqing acceptable and consented to the union. After their marriage, Fang Shishir was finally released from confinement but was not brought into the household. Instead, she was placed in a separate residence. Thus, Kong Yuqing was forced to shuttle between his home and the separate estate to meet with Fang Shishir. The video depicted Kong Yuqing visiting the separate estate daily for clandestine meetings with Fang Shishir. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, Goodness, Kong Yuqing is quite the character. Maintaining a red flag at home while flying colorful banners outside. The Marquis's household is fully aware of Kong Yuqing and Fang Shishir's affair, yet they insist he marry another. Is that not a wicked path? Kong Yuqing and Fang Shishir should be bound to one another, sparing others from their mischief. Given their attachment, anyone who intervenes between them is bound to face dire consequences. Guagua concurred. Indeed, Pei Yining has never garnered Kong Yuqing's affection, and with the troubles at the general's house, she has lost her support. Kong Yuqing, unwilling to take Fang Shishir as a concubine, wishes for her to be his legitimate wife, and thus plots to eliminate Pei Yining. Now that Pei Yining is 9 months pregnant, they are considering an accident that would result in the loss of both her and the child. The video displayed a scene of Kong Yuqing and Fang Shishir discussing how to rid themselves of Pei Yining. Their plans were chilling, detailing how they intended to manipulate the midwife on Pei Yining's delivery day. Those present felt their hair stand on end. The scheme was utterly vile. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, These two shameless scoundrels deserve nothing less than to be punished. Fang Shishir should be thrown into a pigsty, and Kong Yuqing should be castrated. Let him see how he can continue his lewd pursuits without his tools.
Guagua echoed, Exactly.
Such a despicable couple should be put away, ensuring they harm no one else. By the way, the midwife has already been bribed. Kong Yuqing has given her 300 taels of silver notes, cleverly hidden in her shoes. Song Yaoyao scoffed, How generous. Typically, a midwife earns merely 10 taels, and with tips, perhaps 30 at most. Yet for the sake of eliminating his legitimate wife, He offers a staggering 300. He is truly investing heavily in this scheme. I must alert General Pei and the others. They cannot allow that wretched pair to take Pei Yining's life. Guagua affirmed, indeed. General Pei is a loyal man. We must prevent them from experiencing the tragedy of losing a loved one. Chapter 105. The living buried with the dead General Pei and Madame Pei could no longer remain composed. Regardless of the veracity of the situation, they dared not gamble with their daughter's life. If such a prominent figure truly existed, the claims made by Lord Song were likely to be true. Just as Madame Pei was about to leave, Song Yaoyao called out to her, "Madame Pei, please wait." Madame Pei paused, and Song Yaoyao approached her, remarking, "I have heard that Miss Pei is soon to give birth. It would be wise for you to pay more attention to her condition and perhaps send a trusted nurse to attend to her." Madame Pei nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Song, for your concern. We shall indeed do so." With that, Song Yaoyao had discreetly conveyed her reminder. After General Pei and his wife departed, Madame Song opened the chest to inspect the gifts brought by them. Many were items from the frontier, rare in the capital. Song Yaoyao, having never seen such things before, selected a few favorites and left. For the past few days, other than attending court with her father, Song Yaoyao had been confined within the estate, unable to venture outside, which left her feeling utterly bored. On this particular day, Ji Zhiheng arrived with Ji Minyue and Ji Linling, inviting them to a tea house to listen to a storytelling session. Upon hearing of their arrival, Song Yaoyao felt a surge of excitement. Today, her elder brother Song Qingyu had a day off, and they could finally go out together. It had been many days since she had stepped outside, and she felt stifled. She urged Video to hurry and assist her in dressing, eager to prepare for their outing. Once ready, she made her way to the front hall, where Madame Song and Song Qingyu were present. As everyone greeted her, Ji Linling approached and linked her arm with Song Yaoyao's. Since their last outing by the lake, Ji Linling had been inseparable. Song Yaoyao attempted to withdraw her arm.
Sensim Yilinlang's insistence.
"Yaoyao, do you not like me?"
Yilinlang inquired.
It wasn't he that Song Yaoyao disliked Ji Linling, but rather that she wasn't he fond of being held so tightly, as if they were conjoined. It felt utterly confining. With an awkward smile, she replied, "No. It's just that I'm not accustomed to being held so closely." Ji Linling patted her arm reassuringly. "It's all right. You will get used to it." As she said this, she tightened her grip even further. Observing this, Ji Minyue quickly intervened, pulling Ji Linling's hand away, finally granting Song Yaoyao her freedom. Ji Minyue explained, "Yaoyao, ever since you saved that drowning child during our last outing, Linling has admired you greatly. She has been speaking of your bravery and has been wanting to see you again. Please do not take offense at her enthusiasm." Song Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively. "It's quite all right." Just then, Song Qingling arrived, and with everyone gathered, they were finally ready to depart. It was said that the Jingmi Zhai had recently acquired a new storyteller whose tales were captivating, drawing crowds daily. Before arriving, Ji Zhiheng had already reserved their seats. The carriage swayed as it made its way toward Jingmi Zhai. However, it did not take long before the carriage came to a halt. "Have we arrived so soon?" Song Yaoyao peered through the window curtain, only to find the sixth prince blocking their path. "Guagua, what is this fool doing here?" she whispered. Guagua replied, "The sixth prince has lost his wife and is now aimlessly wandering. Who knows what he intends by stopping us?" Song Yaoyao sighed. "Let us hope he does not act irrationally." Upon hearing her thoughts, the sixth prince Qin Yixiao felt a pang of sorrow for having lost his consort, only to find himself further wounded by their disdain. "Do you not have any awareness of your own actions? How could one expect kindness from someone like you?" Song Yaoyao thought. After inquiring, the sixth prince learned that Song Qingyu and the others were headed to the tea house. "I have heard that Jingmi Zhai has a new storyteller. Today I am free and would like to see for myself," he stated. Song Qingyu was taken aback by the sixth prince's desire to join them. With the invitation already extended, it was impossible to refuse, and so they agreed to venture to the tea house together. Their group continued onward until suddenly, they were greeted by the sound of a suona and the wails of mourning, who was in the midst of a funeral. In such instances, it was customary for the living to yield to the dead. The sixth prince commanded the group to clear the way for the procession. Song Yaoyao opened the carriage curtain slightly, observing that the coffin was wide enough to accommodate 2 bodies. As she scrutinized it, Guagua urgently interjected, "Host, host. Inside that coffin lie a man and a woman. The man is dead, but the woman still lives. However, she is on the verge of death due to asphyxiation." Song Yaoyao's expression changed dramatically. "What? They are attempting to bury a living person? The kingdom of Tianfeng strictly prohibits such acts. How dare they? Host, do not dwell on this further. If we do not rescue that woman, she will surely suffocate," Guagua insisted. "Yet, how can I intervene in such a matter? Whose funeral is this?" Song Yaoyao pondered. "Have you forgotten? Among our party is the 6th prince, our tool for this situation. You can utilize him," Guagua reminded her.
Indeed.
"I have the 6th prince at my disposal. Why not take advantage of it?" Song Yaoyao resolved, preparing to approach him. As the sound of the suona filled the air, the 6th prince and his companions were oblivious to Song Yaoyao's internal monologue. Spotting Song Yaoyao alighting from the carriage, Song Qingyu quickly admonished, "Sister, I have something important to discuss with the 6th prince." With a furrowed brow, Song Qingyu asked, "Yaoyao, what is it you wish to speak to the 6th prince about?" "Brother, it is a matter I shall discuss directly with the 6th prince," she replied. With no other option, Song Qingyu led her to the 6th prince. "Your Highness, my sister has something urgent to discuss with you." The 6th prince looked at Song Yaoyao, inquiring, "What is it, little Song?" "Your Highness, there is a man and a woman in that coffin. The man is deceased, but the woman is still alive."